West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
You don't have to like the fact that maybe they decided in the end, but he did push. This was a great game, as you mentioned. Unfortunately, a great game that ends in the Bulls' favor as they closed it out on a 24-12 run. This after the Rockets rallied back to take a 4-point lead after trailing by as many as 22, 132, 124.
Okay, I play that final call just because I knew that Craig Ackerman would lay out all the numbers for exactly what happened in that Rockets game last night. 132 to 124, the Rockets lose last night to the Chicago Bulls. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Payne and Pendergast. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. I got some big picture thoughts on the Rockets, Seth, but as long as we're playing Craig Ackerman rolling in with last night's game, oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my God.
No, yeah. You know what, Ackerman? I can't deny that it was, if you ignore the fact that the Rockets were playing an atrocious basketball team that had won 5 of their previous 25 games.
Entertaining game.
Right. Look, hey, Rockets, they inspirationally fought themselves back from a 20-point deficit in the first quarter, and it came down to the wire. And then the Rockets were screwed on a flake.
That call that they were talking about at the beginning of that cut, the Rockets were down 5 with like 11 seconds left.
They were down 5. Durant had hit a couple of threes to keep the game within reach, but then he pushes on an inbound and gets a flagrant, just like he did a couple of games ago. Yeah. It's the way they call it in the NBA now. He did it. Yeah. He done it. It's like, I can't. Udoka's pissed off about it. Other people are irate about it. Like, he done it. There's no. You might not like the way they call it, but he did it. Yeah. And it's the Bulls. It was. You start off. What they start off 0 for 16 on threes.
They were at least
that was difficult.
At least I know they were 0 for 12 at one point.
They were 0 for 16.
0 for 16.
They started off 0 for 16.
And the Bulls were just scorching red hot. I mean, the Bulls. Well into the second half, the Bulls were over 50% from three-point range.
Sorry, they started off 0 for 13 from 3.
Yeah.
They finished 2 for 17. So there you go.
They made 2 3-pointers the whole night.
Yeah.
The Rockets. Yeah. They only took 17. Wow. They just apparently after the first 13, they're like, we should probably stop shooting these right now.
Let's now remember, I copied and pasted these stats at 3 a.m. So we'll see about this. We'll see if I performed as poorly as the Rockets.
The only reason I say like 17 just doesn't sound like many 3-pointers in an NBA game. Either way, it was a horrible effort defensively, especially early. Ime Udoka, he spared nobody in his post-game comments. Here he is. Here's Ime Udoka saying that his team disrespected the game of basketball.
Poor start, disrespected the game, not prepared from the get-go. Just non-aggressive, following around, watching them shoot. They have nothing to lose. They're going to fire away, and obviously to give up 41 points in that first quarter is disappointing. It was one quarter that killed us, and weren't prepared to play at all.
Yeah, that's how they came out, and it's so disappointing after a weekend where you take care, you win your 2 home games, and now you start off the beginning of a. I know they're 11 of 41, Seth, from 3.
11 for 41. That was I should have realized that as soon as that must have been like the first 17 shots. Or the first 17 shots.
Yep. So Ime Udoka pissed. This is not the way you want to start off a road trip. These guys all have to be on the road together for the next however week or whatever, and you get it started off with a loss to the Bulls. The Bulls were 5-20 in their last 25 games. We had kind of divided the schedule up into buckets, and this was one of the games that as you're trying to hang around with the Timberwolves and the Nuggets, maybe catch the Lakers, this was one of the games you're counting on, a team that was 5-20 in its last 25 games. Totally disappointing, infuriating. It was an entertaining game, at least I'll say. I did like the way they fought back, but they fought back against they fought back against a team that's eventually going to give up a bunch of baskets to you. You got to get some stops. And that was the worst part to me. The worst part to me wasn't the first. Well, the first quarter was bad, but the Bulls were just so scorching hot, and you literally weren't making any 3-pointers. Like that's the math in the NBA is going to work against you if if one team's shooting threes the rate they were, and you're literally not making any. Then you're going to fall behind early in a game. That's fine. To me, they fought back, took a lead, and then all the same defensive stuff that was popping up all game popped up at the end of the game is really, really disappointing.
Right, yeah. I mean, like it's not just dumb luck that a team's able to hit 50% of their threes. If you make it hard for them, there's a good chance they don't score. A bad basketball team doesn't score 50% of their threes.
Right.
Şengün gets a triple-double after almost...
He was sensational last night.
He took it... Look, and when he's got spacing, then he can punish a team that's horrible defensively in the paint. And so he was taking it to him, and he was doing everything that you want to see. I think Reed Sheppard, Reed Sheppard started off missing his first 5 threes.
He was 3 for 14 for the game.
Yeah. The 2 for 17 was in the first half. I apologize about that early error this morning, Sean. But I just wish I could just flush a bad loss like this and think, oh, it's no big deal. But the Rockets are also now among teams with a 500 or better record, they're tied for the most losses to a losing team, to a team that's 500 or worse.
Wow, I thought their issues lately were with teams that were good. I guess the issue with teams that are good is they're getting blown out by those teams. The issues with teams that are bad is that they are losing more than their fair share of entertaining games.
Yeah, they can show up. And it's funny because I think the perception is that, okay, well, they can show up and they can just basically out-talent a bunch of the bad teams.
They haven't been doing that.
And that's true, but they haven't done it consistently, right? They're still having these aberrational, weird games like this one where, I mean, you got Udoka afterwards complaining about the technicals and the flagrants. But we've seen this like with the Durant, the push on the inbounding at the end of the game. We've seen that twice now in the last 4 games. Amen Thompson gets a flagrant early on, and in the first quarter, are we going to blame this loss on the flagrant in the first quarter?
No.
God, no.
No.
And, Udoka himself gets 2 technicals.
Yep. He ended up getting kicked out of the game.
Yeah.
And as watching last night, look, the big story from the weekend was Reed Sheppard from the 2 games at home, the Atlanta game, and then the Miami game. Reed Sheppard was awesome in that game, 23 points, 14 assists. Most importantly, no turnovers. He had 4 turnovers last night. It felt like more because, again, the turnovers were just so bad. They're just such bad turnovers. And he shot 5 for 17. Here's the thing about the whole Reed Sheppard thing, because the debate has been, is he a starter? Do you bring him off the bench? They're running out of guys that are playing decent basketball right now.
Yeah.
Whether he starts or comes off the bench, he's one of 5 guys that are playing that are playing satisfactory NBA basketball. Because Tari Eason is a mess. Tari Eason only played 14 minutes last night. Tari Eason is closer. I'm going to say this knowing full well there's not a suitable solution to backfill him. But at 14 minutes in a game that ultimately wound up being a close game in the second half, really in the fourth quarter, at 14 minutes last night, Tari Eason's closer to falling out of an NBA rotation than he is being a part, a guy who's getting 26 to 30 minutes in a playoff game right now.
Yeah,
Tari Eason's bad. He's a bad basketball player right now.
At this point with Tari Eason, you can only assume that there's something going on, either physical or emotional. And do we put it on Udoka for trying to figure this out, or is it just simply it's a Tari Eason thing? What's your theory for what's going on?
I don't know. To me, the biggest thing is he can't shoot, and that's like because he does give good effort when he's out there. He's crashing the boards. He's athletic. He's long. So you're getting he's playing defense. Like I don't think it's an effort issue with Tari Eason. But he used to be so automatic on those corner threes and things like that.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted just when it comes to just losing your stroke. what's the solution for that?
Yeah,
like, what is it? What is it? It's just destroying him there, and it's not. It can't simply be bad luck. Right?
No, and who knows if he's got something going on that's in his personal life that's affecting his shooting. I think sometimes you get into it. Slumps come in all shapes and sizes, and I think he's just in a deep slump. Maybe even the yips right now shooting threes. It's got to be in his head.
I didn't want to use the word. I was
every
just
time
waiting for you to use
four-letter Y word.
Yeah.
But I have no better without knowing that there is something else going on. You know what was weird? Like Tari.
I guess that's where I'm saying. Like, yeah, I'm not suggesting that there's some kind of tabloid fodder or something. I'm just about. I'm kind of just wondering. All right, again, is this yet another issue offensively where you don't trust that Udoka is going to be the guy that helps a guy figure out how to get his shot right.
Yeah.
Or just anything on the offensive side of the ball. It's you just feel frustrated and hopeless.
I thought it was interesting at the end of that Heat game on Saturday that on the very end of the game where the sequence where the Heat score to go down 1 and Jabari grabs the ball to inbound it and he inbounded and got kicked out of bounds or whatever, and then Tari goes and inbounds it, and we know what happened there. He throws the ball away. But when Jabari had grabbed the ball to inbound it, Tari was noticeably upset, like yelling at Jabari Smith, like very, like seemed like out of character. So I don't need, I think just frustration is probably mounting, especially like nobody's playing worse than Tari Eason on this team right now. And it's and if you guys feel like you guys are going deep on a guy that spent 14 minutes on the floor last night, who's your sixth man, I'll read to you the rest of the names that played in the game for the Rockets last night, other than the 5 starters. Dorian Finney-Smith, 8 minutes, took 1 shot, missed it. Jayshawn Tate came in for 3 minutes and turned the ball over, sailed a pass into the second row the first time he touched the ball. Tari Eason, who we mentioned, Clint Capella played 4 minutes in the game last night. Aaron Holiday came in and gave you 21 minutes. Aaron Holiday has been stapled to the bench for the better part of the last month. I mean, this is just – and Josh Okogie came in for 3 minutes, who sometimes he gives you really good minutes, and sometimes he comes in like he's an afterthought. That's your bench. That's your depth right now. So this is bad, man.
This Rockets team has gotten me to the point where, against all odds – I'm looking forward to hearing what Kendrick Perkins has to say this afternoon. And then just see what Kevin Durant's response is to it.
Yep.
Did we play the email yet, Udoka?
Yeah, we did.
We did?
Yeah.
Gosh, I don't even. My brain
you want to play it again?
No.
You sure?
We don't need to do that.
Okay.
What about Vanessa? Do you
want us to play something nice?
Yeah, we got because we kind of sailed through it. We didn't recognize really fully, or we didn't acknowledge KD.
We didn't acknowledge it and acknowledge me, and I don't think we did really recognize it fully because the game was so the game itself was wild, that Heat game. But yes, I made a note to do this because Kevin Durant was awesome last night too.
Yeah.
Şengün and Durant were great. The rest of the team stunk. But we got to acknowledge Kevin Durant.
Acknowledge me.
Passing Michael Jordan for 5th place on the all-time list. Here is Vanessa Richardson with KD after the game on Saturday.
Tonight you passed Michael Jordan on the NBA's all-time scoring list. Yesterday you told me that he's the blueprint. You told me he's one of the few people on earth you look up to. What does this moment in milestone mean to you?
Man, it means a lot. I'm just grateful to do it here in front of the great fan base who showed me so much love. Support me every game, and I'm just grateful to be here. And man, what a journey it's been. I'm looking forward to keeping it going.
You told me the first time you really remember watching Michael Jordan play was back in 1997 when the Chicago Bulls took on your hometown Washington Bullets in the first round of the NBA playoffs. So here's my final question to you. How did that 8-year-old kid become the 37-year-old man that just passed MJ?
You're showing my age right now. Man, just discipline, hard work, just showing up every day. That's simple. I got great people around me. I got family, friends, coaches, teammates that invested in me when they didn't have to. I'm just grateful for everybody along this journey, and I want to keep it going.
All right.
Hung up on the.
Not many people he looks up to.
He's one of the few people on earth that he looks up to. I need some context on that. I'm very curious about that.
Is Kevin Durant skeptical of the entire human race?
I feel like if I had a chance to meet every person on earth, I feel like there's at least 1 billion people I might look up to.
Oh yeah,
in some regard. I mean, what's the old Abraham Lincoln quote? I've never met a man who wasn't better at me in at least one thing or in some regard.
Yeah,
like everybody's better than you in some respect.
Durant have at least like 30 or 40. Michael Jordan, one of 5 people I look up. He's on the Mount Rushmore of people I look up to on
I'm
Earth.
sure there's more context to it than
There's
that.
got to be, yeah. There's got to be. Wait, the other thing Vanessa said, I'm like, damn, Durant, that's how you know you're an older player in the NBA these days?
Yeah.
If you were rooting for the Washington Bullets, not the Washington Wizards. I just looked it up. 1997 was the end of them being called the Bullets in a tip of the hat to gun control. Which is it's true. They changed the name because of that to the Wizards.
Well, hey, the Colt 45s wouldn't have survived. Because now when the Astros changed to the Astros, it wasn't out of fear of a backlash or anything. I think it was that, hey, look, we got the astronauts in Houston. It's kind of a big deal.
Let's do this.
Let's call them the Astros.
Yep.
But the Colt 45s would not have survived. If they had never renamed it the Astros at some point in I would say probably the late 80s, early 90s, probably would have changed.
I'd tell you one of the more surprising things I've seen lately, Seth, is that the Cougs played Idaho in the first round of the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
The University of Idaho is named the Vandals. I'm a little surprised that one's surviving here in the 2020s. The Idaho Vandals that were highlighting the besmirchment of buildings and things like that.
Well, that is true.
Right?
I think there's a historical something about that.
I'm sure there is. I'm just saying.
You're right. Well, no, I mean, look, honestly, Pirates and Vikings, when you really dig into the way they operated.
Right.
They're probably not the best thing to have your kids idolize and everything.
That's what you need to do. That's my project for today. I'm going to go through all the mascots and what are the ones that were shocked are still surviving here in 2026.
Read into a little bit of the Vikings, and you're like, oh wow,
right?
Boy, the mass murders, the raping, and the enslaving of large quantities of people. Yeah. That's who we want our football team to be. Yeah, Skol.
Skol. Oh man! All right, Payne and Pendergast. You'll have to keep from crying.
Vandals is pretty tame, really.
A little bit of
graffiti or something compared to a Viking or a pirate.
That's a great point. That is a great point. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. What?
Just like, I'm sorry. No, I'm not even going to do it. I'm just thinking of all the various groups of people we could name football teams after in America.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, up next, a couple things. We hear from one of the newest Houston Texans. How important is a firm handshake these days? We'll hear from one of the newest Houston Texans. Also, one of the silliest analyses of the NCAA tournament that you're ever going to hear. Maybe Take a Mania worthy. We'll have that coming up for you as well. Headlines a little later on this hour. I want to tell you about Beck's Prime right now, though. And today's Tuesday, so tomorrow is steak.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
What do you make of DeMeco Ryans and the coaching staff? You haven't really started work yet, but soon enough, and your first impressions.
DeMeco seems awesome. He seems awesome. Strong handshake, strong personality, and a strong leader for this team and for this city. You know, I got to work a little bit with Nick Caley when I was coming out, and he's always someone that I've always wanted to actually get to work with closely. I had Jerry Shaplinsky as well, quarterbacks coach. Just got a promotion. He's a great guy and a great leader for our team and our offense.
All right, that was one of the newest Houston Texans, Foster Moreau, the tight end.
It sounds like a head coach giving a scouting report on DeMeco Ryans and some of these guys. Or sounds maybe an owner talking about some of the coaches that they've hired.
Or I thought he sounded like he was sitting at a desk at the NFL Network. They're like, and then there's Jerry Shaplinsky, just got a big promotion.
Yeah.
You know, it did not sound like somebody just arrived at the team to play tight end for them.
Glad to know, I would have remembered if DeMeco had a weak handshake.
Yeah.
I never noticed.
That was the first thing he brought up.
That's the first time I've ever heard a player say that about a coach.
The first thing he brought up.
That's something you say about a young person at your office.
Right.
That you're impressed by or something.
Can you imagine if he actually said something to him in the moment? Like, oh, that's a good handshake right there.
That would be less. It's. I like that Foster Moreau does sound like a coach or something. It hints at a level of maturity, I think.
Along those lines, would you like to hear Foster Moreau's scouting report on Foster Moreau?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, here we go. Here's Foster Moreau. What are the Texans getting in Foster Moreau?
What kind of player are the Texans getting in Foster Moreau?
You know, I see it all around this building. I've only walked the halls a couple of times, but, you know, that swarm mentality, right? That special work ethic, we could start there. Gritty mentality. Obviously, hand in the dirt, blocking tight end first, trying to move people out the way so that the special guys in the backfield can get their jobs done.
This guy is a coach. That is a coach right there. That's a coach in a press conference or in some interview at the combine or something like that. I just hope we can hold on to him for a couple years before he decides to go into coaching.
Yeah.
I see it around the room. I'm glad that he saw some placards with the swarm, and he realized,
100%.
okay, we got to pick up. This is the acronym. I need to memorize this acronym. So swarm is a big deal.
Yeah.
When he first said that he's noticed a swarm around the building, I thought that maybe they were you could sense all the office workers just running around, dialed in and focused.
Lady in the cafeteria giving him the two-hand shove in the chest to get him kind of fired up right there. Yeah. No, that was good. I like that he incorporated some of what the swarm acronym stands for in his self-scouting report right there.
It is, you know what? It's one of those things where when you're getting to know people, one of the first things you want to try to figure out is, okay, what's important to this person?
Yeah.
So how can I be of service to this person? What's important to them? And in football, it's pretty easy because the motivational posters are always up on the walls.
That's right.
And DeMeco is a guy that sticks to his motivational posters.
Mm-hmm.
I never liked it when you'd have a coach that you could tell whatever motivational book they read that summer, all of a sudden you got a whole new set of posters.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, so this is the new theme. It's kind of like somebody that bounces around from religion to religion.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this week you're a Buddhist. Okay, cool. Yeah. I look forward to hearing about how your life has changed. And then all of a sudden, 6 months from now, it's they're on to the next thing.
Same old thing, yeah.
With DeMeco is he's two things. He's a Christian and he's a swarm enthusiast.
He's a devout swarmer.
Yeah,
that's what he is. He does not waver from his swarm religion.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's you can and as long as you live by those principles, you never get exposed as a fraud. And I think DeMeco very much lives by those principles.
I think Foster Moreau is, for his level of player that he is on the team. I mean, he signed a 2-year, $6 million deal, so that we've seen in the past. That doesn't make him safe necessarily to make the team. Nick Caserio, I think, gave Nick Neiman this practically the same deal he gave Foster Moreau, a different position. He played special teams and linebacker. He got cut last year. He got $4 million guaranteed. They sent him packing. So
it's getting him in the building. That's when Nick says get them in the building. That's all he genuinely means is, okay, how much do you have to pay to get the guy in the building and then see if they're a fit.
I do think for a player that level, level of player, I think he does skew towards lock to make the team, though, just based on his skill set.
Okay, what's been the theme of this offseason on the offensive side of the ball? Physicality, 100%. And every move they've made on the offensive side of the ball, they've brought in guys who one of the first bullet points in their scouting report is physical, especially in the run game. So David Montgomery, physical in the run game. He's a freaking running back, but he's a physical type of runner.
Running back.
Loves to lower his shoulder, good in short yardage, all of that. Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller, very physical run blockers. Ed Ingram re-signed mostly because he's a physical run blocker. And I think with Foster Moreau, same thing. He's a better blocker than the tight ends they have in the room.
Yep. Hey, shifting gears for a second, Seth. I was watching some clips yesterday from First Take, pops up on my timeline, and Stephen A. Smith is having a conversation with Jay Williams. Jay Williams, college basketball analyst, former Duke Blue Devil, was in the NBA for a minute, and then he crashed his motorcycle. But he does, generally, I think he does a pretty good job on ESPN, until this clip that I'm about to play here. The take caught my attention, just the caption on the tweet, that Jay Williams thinks that St. John's, a 5 seed, who needed a buzzer beater to beat Kansas over the weekend, has a 50% chance of winning the NCAA championship. Not a 50% chance of getting to the Final Four.
Yeah, so, I got to hear him out on this.
So I'm going to let you.
Yeah.
So in a 16-team field that remains, a 5 seed, who just by mere seeding is at best a middle-of-the-pack team, Jay Williams thinks they have a 50% chance of winning the whole thing. I don't know that Jay Williams understands how percentages work.
I know it's my job to be objective. I know it's my job to tell you the truth. I mean, I give St. John's a 50% chance of winning this whole thing. I do.
50% to win the NCAA tournament? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, that's what I just said. I'm looking at, all right, Duke is a crazy game. Can they beat Duke? Would you be surprised if St. John's beat Duke?
At this point, no.
No. All right, so Patrick Gamba, down 2 starters. He comes back. Not sure he finds his win. I think Duke is probably favored, but they can win that game. If they see UConn or Michigan State, they beat UConn twice already.
Yeah.
Twice. Now, that would be a bloodbath. I would love to see that game if it were to happen. Dan Hurley, Rick Pitino. But they've proven they could beat UConn already. So now you're talking about them being in the Final Four. Now, look at what happened last night. Florida lost to Iowa. Now we're talking about Nebraska and Iowa, Illinois, or Houston. If they got to the Final Four, if they met Houston, if they met Illinois, if they met Iowa, if they met Nebraska, they couldn't win that game? They could win that game. So now we're talking about them being in the championship game. The road is carving out itself to be possible. I never thought I'd be saying this. I mean, the last team to win a championship to shoot under 34% from the three-point line, guess what that was, Stephen A? Louisville, 2013. Guess who coached that team? Rick Pitino. That's all I'm saying to you, man. The path is leading itself to itself. I never thought I would say it, but it's possible.
Okay, all right, yep, you're 100%. I was waiting. I was like, at the first few seconds, I thought, okay, well, he really likes them. He thinks that he really respects St. John's, and maybe he's just super, super bullish on them. But then he went through all of the scenarios in which this team has got a 50% chance of winning the championship. He's saying, it's possible they could win this game.
This game, and then this game, and then this.
He's not allowed in a casino.
No.
Or he should not be gambling at all.
No.
He says they've got a 50% chance of winning.
Yes.
If it's possible in 4 different scenarios that they could, it might be a bloodbath. But they might. It would be a bloodbath was the game that would get them to the Final Four.
Correct. That would be the Elite Eight.
Still have to have 2 more games that they could possibly maybe win based on precedent going back to an exception in 2013. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. The common connective tissue is Rick Pitino coaching a different school to the championship over a decade ago.
Yeah.
That's the smoking gun in the whole
Bill
thing.
O'Brien parlay type of thinking. All we need is for these 4 improbable things to happen.
You just took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to ask you, you know who loves this philosophy? Bill O'Brien. That was Jay Williams just outlined every Bill O'Brien offseason right there.
Yeah. All we need is for 4 improbable things to happen, and then there you have it.
Oh, my God.
Who says that can't happen? Like, nobody's saying it can't happen. It's just that you're betting tens of millions of dollars on something happening.
The big loser in all this is Duke, where he went to school, presumably taking one math class along the way.
That's a good point.
Yeah. St. John. And credit Stephen A., who in the beginning of that cut said 50%. He confirmed that Jay Williams meant to win the championship. Yeah. So maybe he put him out over his skis. Who knows? You may hear that take a little bit later on this week. That was, while I'm listening to this, I'm like, he doesn't know how math works. He doesn't know how percentages work. Okay, text messages coming in on the Rockets to the base power text line. Udoka and Durant need to go. I thought Udoka was awesome, but I think he's too negative, and Durant is a team killer. The Durant is a team killer thing is just, it's a head scratcher to me. I get it that this is yet another team that Kevin Durant has gone to since Golden State that's probably not, as a team, achieved to the level that, like in Brooklyn, there's a reason he wanted out of Phoenix. The team has not achieved to the level here that people had hoped it would. Obviously, injuries factor into that, but there's other things. Like they're doing things as a team that it doesn't matter. They're missing Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams. I don't get pointing the finger at Durant.
No, I don't get it, especially when one of the issues that they have when Durant gets doubled and everything is that there's just not enough movement going on, and there weren't enough, especially when Reed Shepherd is out, to take advantage of opportunities that should be there when Durant gets doubled. A team killer is somebody like his former teammate Russell Westbrook that if he were in this situation would figure out a way to take 60% of the shots in a game. If he feels like he's got to lift everybody else up. I think Durant, it doesn't have to be a black or white thing where a guy is either a guy that's going to grab everybody by the lapels and lead them to the way it needs to be, or you're a team killer. Like it's not black and white. Durant isn't that. Look, he's not like a Michael Jordan type personality. He's not a LeBron James type personality, but to somehow blame him for all of the things that are wrong on this basketball team, that's just thinking too simplistically about it.
Unless you're somebody who believes the burner account thing is an issue behind the scenes, and I'm sure there's people out there that believe that, and that's fair. He probably needs to lay off social media. But if we're just talking in terms of basketball, like he's what's keeping this team afloat right now. Kevin Durant's had a really, really good season, and he was awesome last night. They didn't lose a game because of Durant last night. All right, Payne and Pendergast, we'll circle back to the Rockets and headlines. We've got a little bit of Texans news that's interesting, having to do with one of the more popular players on the team. Astros v. Space Cowboys last night, Tatsuya Imai's Dyken Park debut. We're going to get to all of that in the headline segment, which is coming up next.
So sometimes basketball is hard, as we've learned. Sometimes it's not as easy as you want it to be. You know,
610. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get it going in headlines. Let's start with the Rockets last night. The Rockets lose to the Bulls last night, 132 to 124. The Rockets fell behind by over 20 points in this game at various times throughout the first three quarters. Every time through the first three quarters, the Rockets would get the game down to like 13 or 15, the deficit, I should say, down to 13 or 15 points. The Bulls would just answer with threes and with easy baskets. The Bulls shot the lights out in this game. They shot exactly 50% from both the field and from three-point range. They were 19 of 38 from three-point range. The Rockets were an abysmal 11 of 41, including 2 for 17 in the first half. They couldn't shoot. The defensive effort was bad, and this is a horrible way to get a road trip started. So I don't know. There's much more to. As Forrest Gump once said, Seth, I don't have anything more to say about that.
Yeah, of the stat that we read earlier this morning, it was that of playoff teams right now, they've got the worst. They're tied for worst record. Or most losses. That's what it is, Sean.
Yep.
Most losses to teams that have losing records.
Yeah, that feels about right, man.
It's way more convoluted when I say it than when I looked at it on paper.
I believe they are now 13 and 12 over the months of February and March. So they're an average basketball team over the last. You know how we're putting the teams in buckets.
Yeah.
During the late last week, we had playoff teams that are viewed as contenders. There's about 9 or 10 of them. Play-in teams, which are sort of the middling teams that aren't tanking, but they're probably one and done in the postseason, and then all the tanking teams. The Rockets are playing like one of the teams in that second bucket right now. They're not a real contender right now.
And they show up versus a bad team that's been 5-20 in its last 25 games heading into last night.
Yeah.
And now they've won 6 of their last 26 games.
Yes.
So Bulls, a team on the rise.
You're welcome.
Because you decide to get down by 20 in the first quarter.
Yep.
Look, hey, Şengün played really well. Triple-double for Şengün.
Şengün was great. That was good to see because he's been up and down lately, no doubt about that. We'll get to the update on Fred VanVleet probably a little later in the show. I want to get to some of these other headlines first. But the bottom line, Ime got asked about Fred VanVleet in his pregame availability, in Ime's pregame availability. Doesn't sound like he's coming back this year. So there's that. How about this, Seth? A little Texans news. Tank Dell has changed representation.
Boy.
He's a David Mulugheta guy now.
Yeah, it doesn't strike fear in my heart the way it once did. I think Mulugheta has now worked with the Texans on multiple contracts and around the league to where it doesn't have to be like when you find out that that a baseball player has signed with what's his
Scott
name?
Boras.
Yeah, thank you, Scott Boras.
Yeah.
So good for him. I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't do it earlier, given that he and CJ Stroud are such buddies that at some point I'm surprised it took this long for him to come onto the Mulugheta team.
I will say this. I don't think David Mulugheta is going to agitate for a contract extension for Tank Dell over the next few weeks or anything. Tank Dell, like Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud, is eligible for a contract extension. I can't imagine Tank is changing representation so Mulugheta can walk. Now, so I was going to say so Mulugheta can walk into Nick Casario's office, metaphorically, and say, give me a new contract. Now, if he walks in there and they're just trying to maybe cash grab and get something while Tank's stock is down right now. If the Texans want to tack a year onto his deal or something, because the medicals are looking good,
Like they've done with Brevin Jordan.
Right.
A couple times, said, hey, all right, listen, we like you. You're injured. Let's just tack on a year, and we've got some security and all that.
Maybe that's the
Works out for both sides. Since we're talking about Tank Dell going over to a guy that C.J. Stroud works with, that is one thing about this weekend's flag football fiasco that was sponsored by Fanatics.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen C.J. Stroud in his first couple years. He was at a lot of these Fanatics events.
Oh, yeah.
I want to give C.J. a pat on the back for not participating in any of this flag football nonsense.
Yeah.
Where you got Joe Burrow out there subjecting himself to injury, all of the hoopla that goes along with it, the fake smack talk that was going on over the last couple weeks. CJ said, I'm going to stay focused on other things.
I will say this. One thing that CJ Stroud has done a really good job of the last 2 off seasons, really the other than his rookie year, his NFL off seasons, the last 2, he's done a good job of laying low. He's figured that out. Like, he doesn't pop up in a whole lot of places.
Which doesn't, and I don't even care. Like, sometimes it gets a little much when people start debating whether he should or shouldn't be on a podcast or whatever. But when it comes to playing flag football in the offseason,
that's different.
Some current NFL players chose to go play in that event.
And play hard.
I'm just glad that CJ Stroud deflected any proposals that he was given for that.
Not just play, like Joe Burrow's diving around on his throwing shoulder. Like, how dumb are you? Like,
I would guess that CJ was invited to that. So I'm glad that he said no. Because he's done a lot of fanatic stuff in the past.
Yep.
I would also, I mean, we know that he would have been invited to go participate in the Pro Bowl too, and he said no. Like every other quarterback that said no, CJ said no to that as well.
Yeah, so that's good. Let's see here. Headlines tanked Dell. Oh, the Astros. Yeah, the Astros last night. 9-1. They beat up on their AAA affiliate, Seth. The Sugar Land Space Cowboys. Tatsuya Imai made his Daikin Park debut. 3 2/3 shutout innings. We like that. 79 pitches in 3 2/3 innings. Not wild about that. Hit a few guys. Had a couple walks. So he was a little. I mean, honestly, statistically, he was a little like Javier's been this spring training, which is, wow, he sure is throwing a lot of pitches. Now, Imai was probably actually hitting 97 and 98 on the gun, unlike Javier. But so a little all over the place, but he, 3 2/3 shutout innings, and we're all excited for Sunday, which will be his real regular season.
Well,
debut.
and it's good for him to get in and get used to that mound, and every mound and every ballpark's a little bit different. And
dimensions of the park and everything.
Yeah, and he's had to adjust to that in general, just because the mound is a bit steeper in Major League Baseball than it is in Japan. I'm really excited for him. He'll get the 4th start, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Here's the order. The rotation is set. It's Hunter Brown in the season opener on Thursday, then Mike Burrows Friday, Christian Javier Saturday, Tatsuya Imai on Sunday, and then Lance McCullers. I forget who they play in the second series. Those are all games against the Angels.
The Red Sox.
It's the Red Sox. Okay, so Lance McCullers has won the 5th spot. Spencer Arrighetti is going to go to Sugar Land to stay stretched out and ready to go, presumably when they go to a 6-man rotation at some point. But Spencer Arrighetti, where there's a lot of big hopes for Spencer Arrighetti coming off of 2023, and now he's sort of the in-between guy in a 6-man rotation.
The weekend, you got Friday and Saturday, you've got night games. And then Sunday afternoon at 1:10 p.m. will be Imai's introduction to Houston.
Can't wait, man. Can't wait. How about Thursday, Seth? Thursday here in Houston, the golf tournament starts on Thursday. We know that because we've been giving away tickets to it. The Texans Children Houston Open is starting. So our PGA event starts on Thursday. The Astros play at 3:15 on Thursday.
Yeah.
And the NCAA South Regional is Thursday night at Toyota Center, which includes the Cougs.
Lined up perfectly, yes.
It's a beautiful sports day in Houston on Thursday, man. That's nice. March Madness, speaking of which, March Madness, not a big surprise because of how they're measuring these things. It feels like everything is setting new records for viewership, but CBS Sports and TNT Sports deliver the most watched NCAA tournament first-round opening day ever. So there were more people skipping work and getting vasectomies so they could watch basketball than ever before, according to the numbers on Thursday. That's what's funny to me is the people that are proclaiming the ruination of college sports with college football, college basketball with the transfer portal and the NIL, and it certainly made it's at the very least made it chaotic. It's not impacting viewership at all.
And if anything, it's stoking it. I think there's one thing that we never want to acknowledge before something becomes chaotic is that chaos sells. Yeah. And it's you can never predict it or know exactly how it's going to go. But it looks like in college sports, to a certain degree, chaos has been working. Yep. More people are watching, and as you mentioned, in the exact opposite way that people expected. If you're like, oh, no, there's going to be breakdown of order and structure and what will we do? Yeah. I don't know. People are kind of into it.
They'll watch it. Yeah, they'll watch it. My theory is that they've drawn in, especially college football, has drawn in some of the people who may have been didn't have a school affiliation.
Yeah.
But they like free agency in the NFL, and this feels like free agency to them. Like it feels more like the game they're used to watching.
There's more. Well, in every team, when you see your transfer portal, your new players via the transfer portal and everything, the hope. There's hope. You start you feel like, okay, we've got a chance.
Yep.
It's a completely different year. We don't have to worry. We're not tied to all these old recruits that sucked. Yeah.
Indiana won the national championship this year. Indiana won the national championship.
Democratized things a little bit. Or I guess not. It's just it's made it more equal.
Some would say it's made it socialist because everybody can go get the transfers out of the portal. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's stick with the Astros for a second here. What are the experts saying about the Astros? We are 48 hours away, thereabouts, 48 and change, away from opening day. An impromptu power ranking of the power rankings, MLB style. What are they saying about the Astros? And a little later on in the 7 o'clock segment, DeAndre Hopkins has Texans fans worked up. I don't know that there's anything to get worked up about, but we'll dig into it coming up next. Stay there. Houston Powder Coaters, this is what gets me worked up. When I go to a friend's house and I go in their backyard and I look and I see their patio furniture.
Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
One quick text on the base power text line as we welcome you into the 7 o'clock hour here on Payne and Pendergast. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. People comparing Durant's impact on the Warriors to other teams after is unfair. The Warriors didn't have to trade for him. The Warriors were also a super team when he got there. I mean, but the follow-up point, every other team has had to give up assets. That's going to affect your team's success. That's fine. I'm not going to go back and rehash Brooklyn and Phoenix. I only care about Houston. I do feel like giving up Dillon Brooks in that trade has hurt the Rockets. Yeah. I would still do the trade again. Durant's an MVP candidate. I would do the trade again.
The reason you're reading that is based on the other texter from an hour ago that said that Durant was a team killer.
Right. Yeah. I was reading it just because I thought it was an interesting point they're making about trade versus just signing him. Are the Rockets playing the way they are because they had to give up Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks? I definitely think there's something Dillon Brooks brought to this team that they sure could use right now. Yeah. Absolutely could use right now. I don't think it's I think if you had Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green on this team, I think you'd have more problems right now given the way this team is constructed.
Yeah, I mean, and they didn't have to give up anything for Fred VanVleet to tear his ACL. They also didn't have to give up anything for Steven Adams to get injured, although other than just understanding that there's a good chance Steven Adams was going to get injured. Because of his age and injury history and size, his size especially, at some point, you shouldn't necessarily be banking all of your cash on Steven Adams.
No. I mean, even if he was healthy, you'd be load managing him for sure. If you want to weigh in, shoot us a text, 713-572-4610. So the Astros get things started on Thursday this week. Thursday afternoon, 3 o'clock, Hunter Brown against the Angels. Let's go. Baseball is back, 2026. This is very, very unfamiliar territory in this exercise that we're about to go through for Houston Astro fans. Boy, we've been spoiled for the last decade, man. You go through power rankings heading into a season in the last decade, you do not have to page down very far before you get to the Astros. Times, they are changing. And so, Seth, in the spirit of what we do with the Texans each and every week, we won't do this every week with the Astros, but I think heading into the season, this is a good way to frame kind of what expectations are around baseball for the Astros. Mm-hmm. Maybe expectations are higher here just because we've experienced all those World Series and ALCS appearances that we're not too far removed from. A lot of the same faces that got them there. So we power rank the power rankings. I've got 5 sets of power rankings, as we always do, on the upcoming Major League Baseball season. There's some pretty harrowing things in here, and it's not just Astros related, but let's get this cranked up here. The very website for the sport itself.
Oh, no.
5th.
The official.
5th. That's right, the official power rankings. 5th. Major League Baseball, MLB.com, is 5th in the power ranking of the power rankings. Will Leach, that scumbag, has put the Astros 17th.
17th?
The bottom half of
when was the last time they started off at below 15 in anybody's power ranking?
Boy, I would say probably 2015, right?
2016, probably.
But heading into 2015, they were just...
Yeah, no, but I wonder if they were still probably bottom half in 2016 and 2017.
Well, they made the playoffs in 2015.
The playoffs or the single game playoffs and everything.
Yeah, I'm saying heading into the season.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't remember how bullish people were on that actually continuing on into 2016.
Yeah, that's
There's still
true.
a lot of residual. So when you're talking about preseason expectations in 2016,
well, Sports Illustrated thought they were winning a World Series in 2017.
Well, that was 3 years out.
Right.
Right. When they predicted that.
Bottom half is not great, man. That's the thing. Back then, Seth, 10 teams made the playoffs. You know, and the Astros were one of them. I don't want to hash out 2016 again. I just think this is the lowest they've been. I think that if I had to guess, this is the lowest they've been going into a season since the pre-playoff rebuild.
Yeah.
If I had to guess. 17th, here's what Will Leach says. There's a sense that the Astros' prime era is over, but this is still a team with Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, and Hunter Brown. It'll be nice to have Carlos Correa back home for a full season, and fascinating to see how Tatsuya Imai transitions to MLB. So those are the things, man, and I think he nailed the names. The biggest one is Yordan Alvarez. If Yordan plays 48 games again, they are sunk. They are screwed. Yordan's got to play at least, I would say, 130 games this year for them to make the playoffs.
100%.
Forget about winning the division.
Yeah. 2016, the Bleacher Report that had them at 9th headed into the.
That's what I'm saying. They were. I mean,
in my mind, because remember they didn't make the playoffs in 2016. Right. I remember there being more residual skepticism, despite the fact that the Astros had that impressive second half of the season, that people weren't necessarily buying into it as being for real.
I actually would have said that there's a better chance they were in the lower half heading into 2017 because they didn't make the playoffs.
Making the playoffs.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought. So the Astros 17th there, and yeah, Yordan's got to stay healthy. Here's the harrowing thing about all these, and we're going to go through the other four. But Major League Baseball, MLB.com, they are 5th place in the power ranking of the power rankings. You went through this exercise before we did this in the previous break. The tough thing to look at in this is not only the Astros viewed largely as a 17th through 10th kind of team.
Yeah,
is that the Mariners are generally, other than one outlet, viewed as a top 3 or 4 team in Major League Baseball.
They're
tide is turned.
Third in a lot of these, and the World Series odds right now, the Mariners are third at 12-1, favorite to win the World Series.
Yep. All right, number 4, power ranking of the power rankings. The Athletic, their pleasant-looking font. They are 4th. They have the Astros 15th. So their eyes are peeking up into the upper half of baseball with the Athletic.
The Athletic, they're higher than MLB's power rankings, but they also have the A's at 12.
Yeah. A's have a scary lineup,
in that world, Sean.
Well, because we're going to get texts from Garrett, the web guy, every day.
Yeah.
As long as the A's are ahead of the Astros in the stand. They have Seattle 11th, too. So there's not a lot of belief in the Athletic power ranking in the AL West in general.
Yeah.
Seattle 11.
I wonder if the Athletic gives a bump to the A's just because they're the Athletics.
I never thought of that.
Yeah.
Branding. Yeah.
Yeah. That's we got to bump this up a little bit.
Yep. So the Astros are 15th. They're, as you point out, they're 3rd in their own division. This is the hard part. This I don't get. Key additions. They have Joey Loperfido and Nick Allen, and they don't mention a word of Tatsuya Imai. So the Athletic can go screw itself.
I think it feels like the Athletic just kind of phoned this one in.
Big time. Yeah, big time. All right. You know what? They're 5th. Even though MLB.com has the Astros lower than the Athletic, at least it looks like Will Leach put the effort in. Athletic go home. We pay for this, too. The hell, Athletic. Number 3, power ranking of the power rankings. By the way, the Dodgers are number 1 in all these. The season win totals came out yesterday. The Astros are 85.5. We'll get to that in a second. The Dodgers, 103.5. You know how good you have to be as a team to have a season win total in Vegas of over 100 wins?
Yeah.
103.5. Yahoo is number 3 in the power ranking of the power rankings. They have your Houston Astros 14th. Here's what they say. The much-predicted offseason trade never happened, which means the pieces on this roster still don't all fit together. Jeremy Pena starting the year on the IL, which, by the way, still has not been determined yet. That's me adding that. But they say Jeremy Pena starting the year on the IL might simplify Houston's defensive alignment coming out of the gate, but finding enough at-bats for all the veteran infielders might prove difficult. But none of that is as important as Yordan Alvarez's health. The gargantuan slugger played in just 48 games last year, and the Astros still almost won the division. Yeah, that's true. I mean, they won 87 games, even basically without Yordan. The future is not particularly bright in Houston. The farm system stinks.
Hey.
Yeah, you can't say that about our farm system. Only we can say that about our farm. But the Astros still have enough talent to return to October. I believe that. I think they have enough talent to return to October. They need much better injury luck, and they need big years from the guys who are capable of big years.
They need, and none of these so far have mentioned the fact that Josh Hader is injured, which is hopefully not a long-standing thing. But that is one of the strengths of the team right now, is they still have a top 10 bullpen if Josh Hader is healthy.
Yep.
And if Josh Hader ends up having, as sometimes happens with Astros pitchers, if his injury issue lingers on longer than we hope or anticipate, that's a problem.
Yep. All right, number 2, power ranking of the power rankings, CBSSports.com, Matt Snyder. He does a nice job covering baseball. I used to have him on my CBS show sometimes. He's got the Astros at 12th. 12th for the Houston Astros. Simply says, last year was the first time since 2016 that MLB had an Astros list playoffs. They were alive heading into the final day of the season, which is true. They were. Has them at 12th here. They, for what it's worth, Seattle second for Matt Snyder. Basically predicting a Dodgers-Mariners World Series. So, yeah, Seattle 2. Seattle's way up there in a lot of these, man. It is hard to watch the changing of the guard like this. Number 1, power ranking of the power rankings would be Bleacher Report. Oh, look at Bleacher Report stepping up on the Astros. And they do the thing where they count down, so I've got to page down a bit here. The Bleacher Report, they've got the, okay, I messed this up. They've got the Astros 14th. Hell, I'll give Bleacher Report number 1.
Sean?
Yeah, I'll give Bleacher Report number 1. Okay, this is interesting. There's a wide range of outcomes for this Astros roster based largely on how newcomers Tatsuya Imai, Mike Burrows, and Ryan Weiss, getting thrown into the mix, pull their weight in the starting rotation. Let me pause right there. We should point out, Ryan Weiss is not part of the starting rotation yet. It's just a 5-man rotation. Lance McCullers won the 5th spot. Continuing. Losing shortstop Jeremy Pena to a fractured finger hurts, but it also unclogs an infield logjam with Carlos Correa shifting back to shortstop and Isaac Paredes moving to third base for the time being. Okay, this is bothering me. This is 2 of these power rankings that somehow are positioning Jeremy Pena's injury as some sort of silver lining that it briefly unclogs the pipes in the infield.
Right. Yeah, so you're going to lose one of your best players, but that's good because now we can
everybody gets to play.
Yeah.
I don't like that at all. Yeah. So there you go. Power ranking of the power. Generally speaking, Astros are a middle of the pack team right now.
I think for me, one of the biggest wild cards is like, look, you can say, all right, hey, maybe Cam Smith really comes along. Hey, who knows what you get out of Joey Loperfido, et cetera, et cetera. Jake Myers, if he can stay healthy, he was performing at a level of consistently really good baseball that we hadn't seen out of him.
He was getting
before he got injured.
He was getting very fringe all-star chatter.
Remember, we were kind of waiting for that point where we'd seen a fast start out of him before, and I can't remember what date it was a couple of years ago when everything fell apart.
It was the month of May. He was incredible.
It was the month of May, but then he fell off.
Yes.
So this last year he was continuing it, and then all of a sudden gets injured, and it all falls apart. So Jake Myers, I think, is a guy whose name I don't see in a lot of the national writing about it. That because understandably so, they look at the bulk of what he's done in his career, but you also have to factor in that injuries have been a big part of why he hasn't been the same guy. Probably tried to push it too hard. Back originally when he was coming back from that shoulder injury and never got right, and so last year was very, very promising, but then the injuries pop up again.
Yes, yeah. I almost feel like the dynamic in the outfield does Jake Myers a bit of an injustice because people look at the Astros outfield right now, assuming Yordan Alvarez isn't viewed as an everyday left fielder, assuming left field is Loperfido or Zach Cole, with Jake Myers in center field and presumably Cam Smith in right field. I almost feel like Jake Myers gets viewed like the outfield is such a huge question mark that people look at it and go, oh, my God, their most consistent thing out there is Jake Myers.
Yeah.
Like if he were actually playing in between two, if he were playing center field like back in the day in between a couple of, like in between Michael Brantley and Josh Reddick, then people wouldn't be, he would be viewed as he'd be viewed as the least of those 3 guys, but with some upside kind of thing. Now it's almost like, wow, he's your best guy out there. That's tough. Now this texter would disagree from the base power text line. I'm surprised that you guys aren't high on Cam Smith. I think he's going to be effing awesome, and we need our catcher to be more consistent. I'll put the catcher aside. Cam Smith, the general feeling on Cam Smith throughout the second half of last season is the only reason he was on the Major League roster was because they made a big celebration out of him making the Major League roster at the beginning of the season.
I know, and it started off very, very promising.
Yeah.
And, it wasn't like there were stretches there where it looked like he really might be clicking and figure it out, but then he just fell off a cliff completely. I'm very intrigued and excited about his long-term potential, and but we have to see it. Yeah, he looks like a guy that, man, all right, probably shouldn't have elevated him as quickly as he did. Dana is the exact opposite of Luno in the way he handles younger players. He doesn't mind just getting up there as soon as possible. And last year it probably would have been, okay, Dana's not worried about a guy getting, freaked out or mentally damaged or something if he struggles in the majors, but send him back down to the minors so he can work on some things. And they couldn't do that. So, yeah, long term, I think there's 100% something there. Just should you anticipate and expect it right now? Right. I can't say that.
No, I'm with you on that. He's a huge X factor, though. I mean, if he just starts to fulfill defensively, he's fine. I mean, defensively, he's a finalist for the Gold Glove last year, so I got no complaints about him defensively. If he can fulfill 75% of his potential offensively, then that's a major X factor. And obviously, ultimately, you want him to fulfill 100% of his potential offensively. I'm just saying that baby steps here in year two. If he can take a step forward offensively, now you're talking about another potentially big bat in the middle of that lineup. That would be nice. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. DeAndre Hopkins, Seth, did a kind of the equivalent of a Reddit AMA on his Twitter account over the weekend. Ask me anything, and he just, DeAndre's gotten a little bit more active on there lately in terms of interacting with people. He out of nowhere last week, he's like,
I sent you a text or a tweet of his a couple of weeks ago where it seemed like it sounded like something that a sports media member might tweet out. It was something like, hey, what do you guys think about this team or that team?
It was, who are your sleeper teams in the NFL this year?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and
it feels like maybe he's starting to angle into that side of it. I want to get into the content creation side of it.
Maybe, and I don't know. DeAndre's got a good personality. He might be good at it. He might be good at broadcasting or streaming or whatever the case may be. He over the weekend did one of those things where he's like, "Hey guys, got a few extra minutes here, not doing anything. Why don't you guys ask me some questions? Let's go, fire away." Mm-hmm. The one that got Texan fans worked up was a at Texanico YT on Twitter said, "Are you opposed to coming back home?" with the H's emoji. Mm-hmm. And DeAndre retweeted and said, "Houston is always home." And I feel like since he tweeted that, I have been getting more and more DeAndre Hopkins questions. Or if we mention, because I've mentioned that I would like for them to sign a veteran wide receiver for that room. It's a very young room right now. I think they could use a veteran presence in there. I think they just need more horsepower at that position. We don't know what Tank Dell is. Jalen Noel, he's shown flashes of potential. Xavier Hutchinson, I think, has kind of hit his ceiling. He's sort of a third or fourth guy. And then Jaden Higgins shows a lot of promise, and Nico Collins is a star. I think that room could use a little bit more juice. So DeAndre Hopkins' name gets mentioned a lot now by Texan fans, and I feel like he stoked the embers with that Houston is always home tweet.
The two things that were floating around is either speculation or fake rumors this weekend. One, which was really annoying, was a couple of jamokes up in Dallas framed some tweets in such a way that it made it seem like they were reporting that the Cowboys were going to try to trade for Azeez Al-Shaair.
Yeah.
And because I saw the way, I kind of tried to figure out what was going on. And it looked like there was some guy up there that said Azeez Al-Shaair is being discussed as a possible trade. And so people ran with that. And he clarified and basically meant like, well, no, we're discussing it on our podcast. All right, bro.
Technically it's true, though. He was being discussed.
That's a violation of the way things are usually reported.
Yes.
Yeah. But people ran with that, and I think some Cowboys fans got delusional about whether or not the Texans would trade Azeez Al-Shaair. And I don't think there's any actual – I'm not saying it couldn't happen. Anything can happen. I don't think there's any actual actual flames causing that smoke.
I retweeted the tweet you're talking about with a comment, and I won't be as graphic as I was in the comment. I'll just put it this way. D'Amico Ryans would trade vital organs before he traded Azeez Al-Shaair.
Oh, yeah?
There is zero chance Azeez Al-Shaair is getting traded. None.
Technically, though, if you don't want to say it on air, I'm guessing which organ you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's not technically a vital organ, It's vital if you want to reproduce, I suppose.
It was one of the two things below the organ you're talking about.
I'm saying. It's not necessarily vital for
That's
life.
true.
Yeah.
Because if you only give up one of them, you still got the I guess.
Really just an appendage, right?
Yeah. The big part of it is an appendage. Yeah. I said left nut in the tweet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an appendage.
Yeah. I guess it
Isn't
is. Well, it's
medical students text in.
Is a testicle an appendage? And is a hot dog a sandwich? Text in, answer both of those things. So DeAndre got people. Some of these DeAndre answers are interesting.
Oh, no, it's a primary organ, not an appendage.
Ooh, okay, thanks, doctor.
But I don't think it's a vital organ because you can live without it, right?
Yeah, but that's not as much fun.
It's not as much fun. I don't know. In some ways, it'd probably be more. Life might be more enjoyable.
Maybe, I don't know. I'll let you figure that out. I don't know. I like having them down there myself.
Your danglers cause.
Yeah. You can live, but you can't live. Live. 2 fists.
Remember the Heaven's Gate cult? I remember that was one of the quotes they had from one of the members was after they went through their castration process, said they felt more at peace and clear-headed.
Well, there is clarity in that, right?
I mean, define clear-headed. Yeah. They thought that they were hopping onto a comet that was passing by.
There is that.
So he was clear-headed by his own standards.
There is that. Okay, DeAndre, he has some interesting answers on here to some of these questions. Now, one of them is one location you want to visit. Ireland, since I'm 10% Irish, with laughing, crying emojis. I wonder if he did one of those 23andMe things.
23andMe's, yeah.
Yeah, and it came back 10% Irish. Out of the college wide receivers in this year's draft, who do you think has the most star potential? Okay, now this is where DeAndre, if he's going to be in broadcasting, he needs to pivot a little bit. His answer, tough question, but I like Antonio Williams out of Clemson. Yeah, Antonio Williams is a good player, but I would say just to get some initial smoke away from you being a homer, DeAndre, pick Omar Cooper out of Indiana or something like that. Just get away from just picking the Clemson guy. This was an interesting one. Do you feel like you can still be a number one receiver? I know you love that label, Seth, number one receiver.
Yeah.
Here's what DeAndre Hopkins, someone who has been labeled a number one receiver at times, says. Don't want the load as a number one. But when targeted, if not mistaken, I've been very QB friendly and productive. When I drop a pass, it seems like World War IV to the world. But I like being held to the highest standard by others because I hold myself to that regard. So he doesn't balk at the notion of the number one receiver being a thing. He just doesn't want the load of what the number one receiver.
Yeah, clear. Obviously, he's not going to be a number one receiver anytime soon.
Dude, he was barely Christian Kirk last year.
The last time, this is where he's, with the Chiefs, he ended up having 41 receptions with the Chiefs in 2024.
Yeah.
Last year with the Ravens, 22 receptions.
Like 300-something yards, right?
It's been, 2023 was the last time he had 75 or more receptions. But even, before that year, he'd had, in 2000, gosh, man, that's 75 receptions in 2023. That was the most receptions he's had since 2020 with the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Since then, it's been 42, 64, 75, 15, 41, 22.
Yeah, and so I say this to tell Texan fans, I would pump the brake on DeAndre Hopkins being a Houston Texan again. I would just. I
think if you had to, Keenan Allen makes a lot more sense if you're going to bring a veteran guy in. But
he was good last year. Yeah.
But Keenan Allen also doesn't make sense in terms of just where are you spending your money, how are you distributing the targets, all of that. I think they really like Jaden Higgins. Mm-hmm. And Steve Smith on his podcast. He called Jaden Higgins the next Larry Fitzgerald based on what he saw from him last year.
Wow.
Which was a pretty high compliment, I thought.
Big-time compliment. Yeah. What did he expound upon that? Like what exactly?
He's just talking about his size and his ability to sit down on his breaks and change direction and all of those things, that there was a lot about him that reminded him of Larry Fitzgerald. I had to double check to be sure that it wasn't his scouting report from before he drafted. But yeah, and Steve Smith's podcast is good for breakdowns of players. He goes through and shows a lot of examples and everything. But he was very, very impressed with Jaden Higgins last year.
Where are you on the receiver room as a whole right now with the Texans?
I feel good about it. I think Jaden Higgins is going to continue to get better. I think that Jalen Noel is really the big question mark. And I think a lot of it last year was really just the classic two things. One, he had Christian Kirk in front of him. But two, he also was a rookie learning how to play in this offense where there's a lot of mental stuff going on. More so for him than there is for Jaden Higgins. When you play in the slot more, it's just that much more reading of defenses and everything and adjusting your routes. So I think in the Steelers game, for instance, where Christian Kirk was going off, the one play, the one throw that, man, I wish Jalen Noel could have pulled in. It was a hard catch to make because he was taking a collision. It wasn't a great pass by CJ.
It was kind of a downfield shot
over
right?
the middle. There was one over the middle, yeah, that he took a big shot on, but he was open,
yeah,
and CJ just couldn't quite get it to him right. But
yep.
I think he's going to be, obviously without Christian Kirk in the mix, he has to be a more viable option this year.
He's got to be. Tank's back, but I don't know the Tank. Tank's got to be healthy. Anytime we mention Tank Dell, understand that I get it. The warning label on Tank Dell right now is we got to see what he looks like in pads. I don't know that there's a ton of overlap with Tank and Jalen, though. Tank plays a lot on the outside, so that it's exciting to think of the possibility of them kind of flooding the field with playmakers out there.
I think that's where you are, too, is that, man, you got to see where is Tank Dell, how does he look, and to sign a veteran receiver right now before you really know exactly what you're going to get out of Tank Dell, it feels like a useless spending of money.
Yeah.
That, okay, we can go out and trade for or find a veteran receiver if at some point we feel like we need to. But the prospects of Tank Dell coming back and adding him into the mix, you got to play that out first. Because, you signed Keenan Allen right now, and all of a sudden, if Tank Dell looks really, really good during training camp, you're kind of like the Astros having too many infielders. Hey, great, we got a lot of guys we feel good about, but this was not a wise spending of money.
Yeah. Well, and depending on what the money is, I don't know what I'm usually pretty good about gauging what the market is for certain guys. I just have these veteran wide receivers that are sitting out there right now that are not that far removed from making plays. Hell, Keenan Allen made plays last year. There's a point in the season, late in the season, he led the league in chain moving catches in first down. But he's old, and he's been injury prone.
Be careful too, because Keenan Allen has just gone off versus the Texans in his career. So you got to remember, okay, wait a second, am I being too swayed?
I feel
like if the Texans signed T.Y. Hilton.
Yeah,
isn't he one of the best receivers this century?
Yep,
I believe he is.
Remember,
yes,
my two favorite ones from the Bill O'Brien era were Lamar Miller, who in that game in 2015 where the Texans got run off the field by a Dan Campbell-coached Dolphins team. Lamar Miller had like 200 yards in that game, and next thing you know, he's a Houston Texan the following season. And then remember Chris Polk?
Yeah.
Bang Bang Chicken and Shrimp guy?
Yeah.
2014, he ran all over the Texans as a Philadelphia Eagle. The next season, he's a Houston Texan. And that one was funny because there was a scene in Hard Knocks where Bill O'Brien is watching Chris Polk film with Rick Smith from the previous season, and Rick Smith is ragging on Bill O'Brien, saying, damn, Billy's putting this guy in the Hall of Fame right now, this Chris Polk, and then he ends up signing with the Texans. Yeah, you got to be careful. Just because they take your team to the woodshed doesn't mean you should be giving them money in free agency.
They also, you know what, it was just the one game. Because he had a big game in the playoffs too, right?
Who's that?
Even though it was Keenan Allen.
They only played one. They only played one game in the playoffs.
No, he didn't. I don't think he had a big game in that one.
Yeah.
But no, it was 2019. He had 183 yards receiving.
Yeah.
So his career stats versus the Texans are pretty impressive. But he also they shut him down a couple of times.
That's good. Here's an interesting thought. Pretty sure Jaden Higgins is further along in his progression than Nico was at this point in his career. We need to focus on making this a Higgins-centric offense. I don't think that's going to happen as long as Nico Collins is on the Texans.
No, I don't think it can't happen. It's just that you got to remember, too, let's put things in context a little bit. Like Nico Collins was playing on a tanking football team.
He was on his rookie year was the David Culley season. His second year was the Lovie Smith season.
They were tanking.
Yeah.
It was that's what it was.
Yeah.
So I can't. So saying that as Jaden Higgins is playing opposite of Nico Collins, that somehow he's further ahead of where Nico Collins was. Well, Nico Collins as a rookie was playing on a tanking football team. I don't think it's fair to say.
It's not fair to Nico. Nico taking a couple years, even on a tanking football team, like, I don't think anybody was expecting Nico to turn into this, what he's turned into. Well,
Nico was always an interesting one because he was a guy, I remember, during his rookie year, just watching him during camp. If I had walked out to Texans camp and didn't know anything, and somebody pointed me to Nico Collins and said, hey, he's their first-round pick this year, I would have said, oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Big, fast, got good hands, all of that. Like, okay, that makes sense that he was a first rounder.
Yep.
But that was a little bit of, because he hadn't played during the COVID year.
Yeah.
There was some unknown about him where you're taking a flyer on a guy that might have been ranked lower because of the COVID situation than he otherwise would have been.
Yeah, he played 14 games his rookie year. He had 60 targets. He had a little over 400 yards. His second year, boy, if you take his numbers and extrapolate him, he only played 10 games. He only started 7 games his second year. He had almost 500 yards receiving in 10 games on a really bad football team in 2022. And then obviously he blew up after that. Like the last 3 years, he's been sensational. He's been one of the best 10 receivers in the league.
The biggest thing about him, too, is I remember if you look at his catch rate from those first couple of years, there were a lot of people that thought that he didn't have good hands or something when it was actually, in fact, he was dealing with so many errant throws from Davis Mills. Like it was, his catch rate as rookie and second year was 55.5%.
Yeah.
Where like since then he's averaging about 68% on his catch rate.
Yep. I was having this discussion with a buddy the other day about Nico. It's a good barroom argument. Is Nico set up for another run? Like Andre Johnson's probably a reach as a Texan. Andre is on a level of his own that I'd have a hard time believing Nico is gonna catch what Andre Johnson did. 6 1,000-yard seasons, 2 that would have been 1,000-yard seasons, but they were cut short due to injury. 6 Pro Bowls, multi-time All-Pro, led the league a couple of times in yardage, once in receptions. I don't know that Nico's ever going to reach that. Does Nico pass DeAndre Hopkins? Does he have a chance of passing DeAndre Hopkins as the second best receiver in the history of the franchise? Mm-hmm. DeAndre was one of the 3 or 4 best receivers in football for about a 4 or 5 year period there. He made All-Pro first team 3 times from 2017 through 2019. Nico hasn't reached that level yet, but he's living in that same neighborhood right now. So that's what we were kind of. I think Nico's on a very similar career path to DeAndre Hopkins. DeAndre wasn't lighting the world on fire as a rookie either. He was pretty good.
No, he wasn't even starting for chunks of it.
Yeah. So does Nico? Because I think there's a clear pecking order right now in the franchise history. It's Andre Johnson on a planet of his own. It's DeAndre Hopkins in his own orbit, and then I think Nico's I think he's a few more seasons away from maybe catching DeAndre.
But I think the thing about Jaden Higgins is that there's a lot about him that is you can look at him and say that he can do the same things Nico is doing in terms of like same size, same type of size, same type of athleticism, all of those things. And if he just really continues to try to emulate Nico Collins, and if you think about Nico right now, that's like he runs routes much, much better than he did in his first couple of years. He was a bigger guy trying to learn to run NFL routes. And a lot of the things that he does really impressively for a big guy, his ability to sit down on comebacks and things like that, that's what Jaden Higgins looks like he's making progress doing. So I'm not going to put a cap on Jaden Higgins right now. I think he has a lot more upside than maybe people outside Houston would think.
How much progress would Jaden Higgins have to make in the next year or two for them to commit long-term to him and let Nico Collins walk?
I don't know. I guess how do you define progress? Like just
I don't know. I'm giving you the canvas to define progress.
He would have to have the same types of numbers as Nico Collins.
There's your answer. That's.
He would have to perform like Nico Collins.
Yeah.
And then at that point, you say, okay, well, he's younger. He doesn't have the injury history that at some point it's time to move on.
And then my follow-up would be, do you think he's got that type of potential, Jaden Higgins?
I think he does, yeah. But again, it's like, lots of guys do. It's, there's there might be 20 other guys right now who were rookies last year. Right? Well, not rookies last year, but 20 young receivers who maybe have that potential.
Sure.
So it's possible. I'm not saying, but I'm not predicting it.
No. But he at least showed signs of it. Like, for example, John Mechie's a bad example because he had cancer for a year and then came back from it. But he was drafted right around the same spot Jaden Higgins was, and we would never have said that at any point about John Mechie. So Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Hey, baseball is back. Opening night is live on Netflix tomorrow, March 25th. Catch Jameis Winston on the broadcast. That's a true story. Aaron Judge and the New York Yankees clash with Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. It's opening night, Yankees, Giants, live on Netflix tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Up next, mock draft injection time. A 4-round mock from Chad Reuter. So we'll have to rapid fire this. He's got the Texans using their first 5 picks here. They've got 5 picks in the first 4 rounds. That's coming up next.
Hey, Trajan Wealth, what kind of progress do you want to make on your retirement plan? You can make a lot of progress real.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do the mock draft injection here. Let's do that. Chad Reuter, who is one of the draft experts for NFL.com, and he puts in the time. You know how I know? His mock draft is 4 rounds. Daniel Jeremiah's lazy ass just has 1 round.
Chad Reuter is also the guy who, after the draft, grades every team. And because he works for NFL.com, it's all A's and B's.
Okay. The receipts that Seth keeps are hilarious to me. Like, there'll be times during the show where you're struggling for a name or whatever. Chad Reuter will never be a name that you struggle for ever.
He's such a company man. he works for NFL.com.
Yep.
And every draft grade he does, it's like he's terrified of upsetting one of his 32 employers because I think the worst grade he usually gives is maybe a C+ or something.
Yep.
Which you know what? Half of me respects it just because draft grades are dumb. Mm-hmm. There's always it's an exercise in futility because who knows.
Yep.
But at the same time, if you're going to do the exercise, do the exercise.
Absolutely. All right, so 4-round mock. Here we go. With the 28th pick in the Chad Reuter NFL.com 4-round mock, the Houston Texans select Lee Hunter. Defensive tackle, Texas Tech. It's been a while since we've done a mock draft that has Lee Hunter going 28th to the Texans.
It's probably because he's projected as a second rounder, and you understand why. He looks a lot more like a classic run-stuffing defensive tackle that don't generally get taken in the first round as much these days.
Yep.
I like him a lot. The guy that he reminds me of is Tim Settle, because he's a big dude. And he's not incredibly fast. You look at his 3-cone times and everything, it's nothing impressive. But he's got just like Tim Settle, and what I thought of him when I first saw him at training camp was that's a massive dude, but he's got a little bit of a wiggle to him.
Yeah.
And I think there's that he does more with less and just flat out makes plays than a lot of other guys that don't necessarily test or than a lot of other guys who test the same way they do. So I am intrigued by him. I'll be surprised if he goes in the first round, but I could see if the Texans really like him being the kind of guy where they say, all right, look, maybe we thought we would get him early in the second round, but we really like him. He reminds us of Tim Settle. Let's just go ahead and take him now.
It's an interesting comp because we watched Tim Settle here the last 2 years, and particularly last year, it felt like Settle started making some plays. He was good both years, but there was a progress with Tim Settle where he was better his second year than he was in his first year. If you get whoever it is, Lee Hunter or Caden McDonald or whoever, if you draft a defensive lineman with that 28th overall pick, and in their rookie year, you get what Tim Settle gave you last year, that's a hell of a pick. He's got to become more than that as a first-round pick, but I'm just talking solely 2026. If you draft a guy at 28 that gives you what Tim Settle gave you last year, that's a really good pick.
You know what I like about watching linemen during the draft is what I've kind of fell into the way I do it is, look, guys that are going to go in the first or second round have usually had pretty good college careers. They got a lot of highlight reel stuff. You don't necessarily have to show their bad plays to show what they need to improve on. So, like Lee Hunter does a lot of stuff that's really impressive, but when you're watching it, when you watch college kids, you can see, okay, you're not making that play in the NFL. Okay, so I can show a highlight of Lee Hunter where he gets a sack, but also point out that that's not going to work in the NFL.
Yeah.
So I told you he's got some wiggle to him.
Yep.
He's got some jiggle, too.
Okay.
He's just a massive, huge dude, and I almost feel like there's times where he stutter steps in front of an offensive lineman, and the offensive lineman gets transfixed by all the jiggling that's going on in this massive body, and then Lee Hunter dusts past him. You don't get away with that in the NFL.
Yeah.
Likewise, the offensive linemen, there's some things that they do when they're physically dominating that you can get away with it in college, but you gotta refine that in the NFL. And I think that's where Lee Hunter is. There's a lot of his playmaking ability is because I think he has a good knack for it. I think he's got a good football IQ, all of that. But he also he's just a massive, strong dude, and he's going to have to refine some of that if he gets drafted. I'll be surprised if he goes in the first round. I think he could totally – I could see a team taking him in the late first round, but I think he's probably more of a second-rounder.
I would be really excited, whether it's Lee Hunter or anybody else, I would be excited to see Rod Wright get his hands on a young, highly drafted player. We haven't seen that yet.
Yeah. No, and I love the way he plays football. I mean, he's got an appetite for physicality, which has very much been a theme this year.
All right, let's hit these other ones. We've got 4 more picks. With the 38th pick in the Chad Reuter NFL.com 4-round mock draft. Oh, looky here. The Houston Texans select DeAndre Hopkins' favorite, Antonio Williams, wide receiver out of Clemson.
He told us to watch out for him.
He did, and look at that. Chad Reuter has the Texans drafting. We'll be able to watch out for him super close if the Texans take him.
I think right now, in terms of fan response, I feel like it's going to be really hard for fans to get behind drafting a wide receiver right this moment.
Which is wild because it's one of the most fun positions in football.
It is. This is the problem, though, too, is that when you draft a young guy, you want to see, okay, what's the avenue for me to see him on the football field?
Correct, yeah.
And I don't think there's necessarily an avenue. When Nick's talked to us about this before, when you're looking at the prospects, you got to figure out, okay, what's his role going to be on the team?
Yes.
I think the team is still very high on Jaden Higgins, obviously, but I think they're also high on Jalen Noel. And I think that they're hoping that Tank Dell makes a comeback.
Yeah.
So why draft a guy with a high pick like that if all of a sudden there's a log jam of even getting guys on the field or getting your young guys on the field?
Yeah, unless you think he's going to be better than Jaden Higgins. But, you pick Jaden Higgins 4 picks above where Williams went a year ago.
And when you draft, if you've got any kind of humility about you don't think he's going to be better than Jaden Higgins. You think, is there a possibility he's going to be better than Jaden Higgins? And I think I think they like both those guys right now. So that part where Nick kind of veers away from saying they're completely best player available is when he talks about what's their role on the team.
That's right.
And for guys in the first 3 rounds, you're hoping that there's a role that they can play sooner than later.
59th overall pick. Houston Texans select Emmanuel Pregnon, guard, Oregon.
He would be very, very, very popular. And for a variety of reasons, I think he's a guy that he's almost got like a cult following in the NFL draft community, partly because of his physique, partly because of his physicality. All of the things that we've talked about with the types of offensive linemen that the Texans are bringing in free agency or re-signing in the case of Ed Ingram, it's about physicality in the run game, and that is what Pregnon does. And he's a good pass protector, too, but the calling card is, man, this is a big, thick, wide dude who's played a lot of football. He's one of these 6-year guys, and he fits the mold of what the Texans would want. And he's another guy that I would look at and say, man, all right, cool. He's doing a lot of really good stuff on film. Some of this stuff that you're doing to bully around college kids, you got to clean this up. You can't be leaning out over your feet and everything, just driving guys because you'll get exposed for that. But that's normal. That's normal for any physical offensive lineman in college. I like him a lot. He's 23, is 24 years old.
No, he's at least 24. We were joking.
24.
We were joking about that on the Collective podcast last night.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to get on the internet. It's hard to get an exact age on Pregnon.
Okay, thank you, because I Googled it like 3 times this morning, and I'm almost like, wait a second, is this one of those guys, the baseball players from the 90s, where you weren't exactly sure exactly how old
one of the
were?
players that came from Cuba or something like that? Yeah, like, no, he is from the best, as best I can gather from the interweb, Seth, he's at least 24 years old.
It's
maybe
not
older.
Publicly listed.
Yeah.
Okay, the AI overview says that that his age is not publicly listed.
AI can't even go find a fake age for him. He
was born in Denver. It's not like he's got a fake birth certificate floating around or something.
It's very strange. But this we know. He's an older player.
Yeah.
He's an older player, so there's that.
There's an older player. I don't worry about that as much. I feel like that's sometimes where we fall prey to fantastical thinking or something, where you want to think, hey, this guy that we're going to draft in the 2nd round, we only want him if he's going to be on the team for 15
for 12 years. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Look, his age also does make him, and because of his playing experience, I think he's more polished than a lot of offensive linemen that you get these days. So instead of waiting 3 years for him to develop, theoretically, maybe he's one of your starting guards next year.
Yeah.
So I'm not as worried about that. We'll worry about whether you get a 10th or 11th year out of him later on down the road.
Yeah.
Let's try to get a guy that can contribute sometime in the next 5 years.
No idea if I'm going to be around for that. So let's just get the guy for his prime.
He's got to. But in terms of just his physique, the other thing about it, his physique. Like he is a
big dude.
Built, but lean too.
Yeah.
Just a muscular, one of those guys. When you see some films of him working out, you're like, is this AI or is this?
Oh,
he's
that shredded, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, we don't need the sounder, Ben. The last couple picks, 69th pick, Danny Dennis Sutton, an edge rusher from Penn State. And with the 106th pick, Emmett Johnson, a running back out of Nebraska. Other than taking a wide receiver in the second round, I like the positional mix that Reuters got here. D-tackle, guard, so you got the trenches covered. I think they need an edge guy, like a third or fourth round edge guy for some depth, and then a running back. I'm big-time pro running back. Pettycast, are you ready to get petty, Sethy?
I am totally ready.
All right, we're ready
I woke up. You heard me at the end of yesterday's show. Yeah.
We're going to get petty. Pettycast is coming up. Now, a lot of college basketball in the Pettycast. We'll just prepare you guys. It's March Madness in the Pettycast. But first, I'm thinking of these young guys, Seth, in this draft, and they're going to buy their first house, or they're going to buy a house for a
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Tuesday. Payne and Pendergast with you. Boy, this is actually a good lead into the Pettycast, Seth, because people are petty about Chad Reuter's mock draft. Chad Reuter is a dumbass when it comes to drafting another damn wide receiver, all caps.
Yeah.
That bleep is stupid, or Chad simply doesn't know this Texans team. I wouldn't do it, but I'm not so sure that if the Texans really loved a wide receiver that they thought had a top 15 type of grade, that they wouldn't take him at 38th overall, something like that. I don't think anything's out of the realm of possibility.
It's not out of the but but when you're trying to figure out, okay, what do they likely want and need, and you're doing a mock draft, that's not something that you would say. Yeah, anything could happen. They could do anything at all. I think it's highly unlikely to take a wide receiver.
And you don't like Chad Reuter to begin with, so that's because of his report cards.
Yeah, I think that, honestly, I try to give people a break when they're trying to do something for 32 different teams. But if you look at the Texans' depth chart right now, I think somebody like Chad Reuter might be looking at it and thinking, all right, well, Jalen Knoll didn't do much last year, and he's not even thinking about Tank Dell because he's down in the injured or whatever part of the depth chart.
Yeah.
That it makes sense mathematically. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like, doing all the mock drafts before the Texans re-signed Sheldon Rankins and before they signed Logan Hall. There were a boatload of defensive tackles being taken because they only had one defensive tackle on the depth chart, basically. That changed a lot once they fixed all of that.
Yep. Let's see, just a couple more, and then we'll pettycast it. This one says, Seth, exclamation point, J.J. Watt got away with jiggling in front of O-linemen his entire career.
No, that was a hezzy, and it's different. It's different when you're a guy that's as explosive as JJ. So his was a little bit of a hesitation. There's a difference between that and standing in front of a guy and shaking. There's a way to do it in the NFL. You just have to refine it. So, it's like saying, hey, this guy can't shoot a basketball, but I've seen other guys shoot a basketball and it goes in a lot more.
Right.
So what's to say that he can't do it either?
Yeah.
It's a matter of the level
Watt.
and the ferocity with which you do it.
Yeah. One more, and then we'll get to the.
For JJ, it would be a hezzy to take the offensive lineman out of his rhythm, and then he would explode through him or change direction.
Yeah.
When I'm talking about when a guy stands in front of somebody else and just shakes like this in front of him and thinking you're doing anything. Yeah. It's just it's not effective.
Text message, Sean, I know you're from Notre Dame, so it's no big deal to you, and it happens every draft. But as a Texas Tech guy, I'm super excited about all the players that have an opportunity to be drafted and be good this year. It's true. A lot of Texas Tech guys. Well, the three on defense I know. The Bailey kid, Hunter. Bailey's like a top 10 pick, and then Hunter, and then Jacob Rodriguez is a really interesting one. Mm-hmm. The linebacker who's the leader of that defense. I don't know if he was a Heisman finalist. I don't think he was, but he got a lot of Heisman votes. I know. No, he wasn't a finalist, but he got a lot of Heisman votes, and he's viewed as more like a day 2, maybe like late day 2, early day 3 guy. That's a guy I could see the Texans jumping in on. If they're going to take a linebacker, if Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech is sitting there with that 69th pick that they have, I could see that for sure.
Dylan Horton went to TCU.
Yeah.
Did he start off at Texas Tech and then transferred to TCU?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
A bunch of our listeners know. Text in, set me straight on that.
Yep. All right. In the last one, I don't see Pregnon lasting until 59.
Yeah, he feels like one of those guys that gets so much buzz as a second rounder that there's things that are fueling that buzz. And maybe the thing holding him down into the second round right now is that he doesn't project to be one of the best pass protectors in the league or something, but he's got a really high floor. Yeah. And man, especially at the back end of the first round, when you start thinking about, all right, can I trust that there's a real good chance this guy's going to come in and be a solid pro at the very least, and we'll see what the upside is. Mm-hmm. Then he seems like the classic guy that some team is going to draft him at the back of the first round, and people will say, I can't believe they took him when they could have drafted him in the second.
Yep.
But no, everybody, all those teams that liked him are looking at all these mock drafts and seeing him at the top of the second and thinking, yeah, all right, let's just grab him now.
Yep. All right, let's get to the Petty cast here. We got some college basketball Petty. Played this yesterday, but it's worth playing again because it's petty and it's funny. This was Kevin Willard, the head coach at Villanova, during his team's loss to Utah State in the first round of the NCAA tournament. Wasn't his fault. He said he needs to fire his staff.
Coach, 16 paid points for Utah State. How do you keep them out?
I'm going to fire my staff because we've...
Not now.
Yeah, I am, because we've given up 8 points on underneath out of bounds defense. So the only thing I'm going to do is fire them and get a new staff.
All right, go do that now. Bye, Coach.
Okay.
I think Willard's got a really dry sense of humor. I went back and watched the press conference, and he doubled down on it even as he said he was joking, and I think that's just, he does everything with a smirk a little bit. Sometimes, though, that when you're in a position of power, that dry sense of humor is it's not as easy to just dust off as like, oh, I'm just messing around, because you do in fact fire people on your staff.
Well, and I don't think,
you're the boss, man.
Yeah.
When you're casually joking around about firing people, nobody underneath you, as you're casually joking about firing people, doesn't take that at least a little bit serious.
Right. Well, and you're being interviewed by somebody who's totally not expecting humor, let alone kind of dark humor by basketball standards at that moment, you know?
I guess, the part about it, though, that's so ridiculous, where he obviously is joking, is he's not going to fire his staff in the middle of the game.
It's so funny. Real quick, I like
the pettiness, and I also like the shadiness of trying to brush it off as like, oh, I'm just joking.
Yeah.
These are just jokes. Yeah.
I asked the internet, Google, has Kevin Willard fired anybody yet? Based on reports from a recent NCAA tournament game, Kevin Willard made a joking comment about firing his staff due to poor performance on out-of-bounds defense. Newsweek and Facebook indicate that he was not serious. And if it's on Facebook, then it's got to be true.
Well, actually, yeah, because Facebook or anywhere on social media is the king of taking a joke and turning it into deadly serious.
Yeah.
So if even the social
Facebook.
Media sites are saying it's a joke,
it's a joke. Here was Tom Izzo. He is petty about America's overall softness. Yeah.
You play real good, you start. You don't play as good, you work your way back in. It's the American way, except America has gotten soft. But that is the American way. That's the way it works. And so I apologize to nobody for that.
The graveliness of his voice.
That's true. Yeah,
accentuates the pettiness of his take, because that is a take of somebody. You go, hey, old man, you're telling us to get off your lawn. That sounds like an old man. I feel like we could take Izzo's voice in that cut, put it in AI, and have it scream at kids to get off his lawn, and it would sound immaculate.
I think I realized what it was. I was thinking about yesterday. I was like, why did it annoy me so much? And this is what it is. There's certain old guys that I'll accept a rant about how America's gotten soft and everything, where I'll listen, but it usually involves them having either a blue-collar job or having been in the military.
Okay.
If you weren't a blue-collar worker, or if you weren't in the military, I have very little tolerance for somebody who's spent his life in gymnasiums telling me about how soft America has gotten. Like,
even at little small mid-major and D3 schools, grinding his way up to Michigan State, Seth?
Yeah, I do. Unless I would it'd be like me saying like, people don't show up and talk into a microphone as tough as they used to.
Yeah, that's common.
Listen, if you're deluding yourself, if you're a basketball coach and you think that somehow I'm the embodiment of toughness and grit, no, you boss kids around. Stop it. You have to act like you worked in a factory your whole life, or you're out like a linesman or something, working out in storms. If you actually had a tough profession, I will listen to your rant about how America's gotten soft.
I promise nothing.
If you're a coach, I don't want to hear it.
I promise nothing. When that rant comes from me a few years from now, you better be ready.
I can't, man. I spent my life listening to blowhards who were just doughy losers talk about how you got to be tougher. I'm like, you fat bastard. You couldn't run a wind sprint right now without collapsing on the ground talking to me about toughness. You clown.
I'm glad we got the clarification towards the end there that it's coaches you were talking about and not your co-hosts. Doughy losers.
Well, you're not on a rant about how America's gotten soft.
Yet.
Now, wrestling coaches and hockey coaches, depending on how they did in their actual careers as players, then I'll listen to rants from them, too.
Because it's a tough sport. Yeah, it's a tough sport. One more from the college coaching community. Here was Mick Cronin following his team's loss. He's a UCLA head coach. His team lost to UConn on Sunday evening and was asked after the game, what is it that you need or what is it you like moving forward?
Do you feel like anything needs to change with the approach, roster construction, or the way you're...
Yeah, I have right now I'm worried about tonight, consoling the guys.
We'll stay here in the front row.
I'd like about $5 more million. There's my answer.
I need more money.
Yeah. I'd like about $5 more million.
Yeah. Cronin is, if we crowned a king of the Pettycast, it would probably be Mick Cronin, I would think.
Well, he's super petty about travel.
About
stuff, right? Travel issues with his schedule.
Yeah, UCLA being in the Big Ten, he's not a fan of that.
What was his big one last year? Was it just all travel? We had him in a bunch of times.
I actually had a segment put together, and it just never fit. But I've still got it in the bottom of the rundown. Maybe we'll do it as an homage to Mick Cronin Wednesday or Thursday this week.
No, he was the one a few weeks ago that tore into the reporter that was asking. He said, "Don't raise your voice to me." And when the kid hadn't raised his voice,
right.
Yeah.
These are the 6 cuts I had all ready to go for a Mick Cronin mixtape, Seth.
Okay,
and we never used it, but I've got it on a shelf. Mick Cronin calls his team soft. We know he's done that.
Yeah.
Mick Cronin saying that his GM needs to get him a big vodka-drinking Euro. Remember that one from a few weeks ago?
That was good. Yeah.
Mick Cronin bitching about the Big Ten schedule, having to fly to Maryland and then to Purdue, and then you're going cross-country. Mick Cronin goes off on a reporter asking about an advantage for UCLA. Like, are these teams coming out here to the West Coast, is that an advantage for you? That was from last year.
Yeah.
Mick Cronin being a boomer. I don't know what that one was. And then, Mick Cronin, the one you're talking about. When he was asked about, that reporter asked him about the Michigan State student section.
Right, and then Mick Cronin had a little exchange with him.
Yeah.
Asked the kid a question, or the reporter a question. Yeah. And Mick Cronin immediately said, "Don't raise your voice to me."
That's right.
When the kid hadn't raised his voice. It sounded like it was a student reporter of some sort.
Yeah. So we got a lot. That's something we got on the back burner.
I love how acting like he's in some position to drive a hard bargain after he gets rolled out of the tournament. I need about $5 million more.
Give me $5 million more.
That's exactly what you want to hear from somebody after they underperform.
Yes.
Well, I didn't have enough resources.
Give me more money. All right. I don't know if you've been following this at all, Seth, on social media, but Leonard Fournette and Emmanuel Acho have had a thing going on back and forth, I guess. Leonard Fournette was on Jarvis Landry's podcast, and they've been going in on Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland, the former Jarvis Landry's former coach. And I guess Acho at one point took up for Stefanski. Fournette took offense to it. I don't know what exactly was the kindling that caused the bonfire between these two, but this was Fournette on Jarvis Landry's podcast saying Acho has a horrible opinion because he was a scrub in the league.
Emmanuel Echo, it says 33 tackles in your career? It says, he started 2 games.
In his career?
In his career. Out of every NFL analyst they have, he has the weakest resume.
I agree.
And guess what? This is our last time even speaking about you on here, but I had to let you know, we not them. You just can't you say, Jarvis had a good career, Leonard was a dog. Jarvis was a dog. Leonard, yes, was a dog. Emmanuel was ass.
Okay. Emmanuel Echo. Emmanuel Echo. Emmanuel
Echo. You know what? I didn't realize that he had played as little football in the NFL as he did.
I didn't either until he was a 6th-round pick.
Look, usually, for the most part, I don't care what a guy's resume was, if he played or didn't play or anything like that. People's opinions are their opinions, except that Acho does present himself a lot of times as the voice of what it would be like in the locker room.
Oh, yeah.
Or how are guys going to respect Todd Monken? Things like that, to where you feel like, okay, this guy's talking about exactly how players would respond to it or whatnot. I didn't realize it. I didn't realize he had played as little football as he did.
Started 2 games, played in 20 games, yeah.
2 seasons.
So here was Emmanuel Acho on his podcast, The Speakeasy, responding to Leonard Fournette.
You start talking about credentials, there's no need to talk about credentials. I didn't have a good NFL career. But when we start talking about credentials, I got to start mentioning the fact that Samaje Perine drafted after you, still in the league. Aaron Jones undrafted after you, still in the league. Christian McCaffrey drafted after you, still in the league. I got to start mentioning Austin Eckler drafted after you, still in the league. I got to start mentioning a bunch of stuff. If we start talking about ball, let's not talk about ball. Underwhelming career. Hi, that's me. That's why I moved on into another career. But now you've moved into another career. So now we got to start talking about takes. And the fact of the matter is, learn somebody's name before you speak on them. That's the bare minimum into having a conversation, is knowing somebody's name. It's Acho, by the way. That's the bare minimum having a conversation. I do not think it is uncalled for to be like, hey, yo, if you don't know a dude's name, you can't speak on the man.
Okay, so that Acho turned it into a Kyle Brandt situation.
I don't know. Acho, I just assumed that Fournette did that intentionally. That was the ultimate disrespect. No, Acho, you don't need to set him correct on proper usage of your name.
Hey.
He was insulting you. Like, yeah, sir.
Yeah,
if somebody called me Seth Payne in the neck or something,
right?
And I'm like, actually, it's just Seth Payne.
It's just Seth Payne.
Then if you're aware of that or not.
How did he say it again, Ben?
Emmanuel Echo.
If I called you Sean Tenderass, and you were like, sorry, Seth, actually. It's actually Pendergast. I'm surprised you didn't know that.
I win. That's how Acho was acting at the end of that cut. Like, hey, because you pronounced my name wrong, I win the argument.
I'm surprised Acho even went down that path of let's compare. Hey, you and I are kindred spirits. We both had disappointing NFL careers. You just happen to accomplish much, much, much more in your less than I guess it was still an impressive career, I would say, in terms of just longevity for a running back.
Yeah, it did live up to. I mean, Fournette was
a couple of 1,000-yard seasons.
Yeah,
Super Bowl,
but you remember when Fournette was a freshman at LSU. He was viewed like how people view Bijan Robinson now, or Jeremiah Love. Like he was a 4th overall pick. He was
biggest mistake Fournette ever made was during training camp his rookie year, saying that the NFL seemed slower than the SEC.
Yeah, that didn't.
Like, oh boy,
that came back to bite.
He had 1,000 yards that season, his rookie season.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's solid, absolutely. Better than Emmanuel Echo, for sure. All right, let's circle back to the Astros. Opening day, 2 days away. I've got 4 player stat futures bets for the season that I'm going to give out here. And also, are we buying that this is the chances that the Astros have of making the postseason? The odds are out. The season win total is out. What direction are we going? We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, the tournament is here in town, and the upsets are inevitable. The triumphs.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Boy, I wonder how Astro fans feel. I made Pender poll this one today. They're the win totals, the revised win totals heading into the season are out, Seth, for Major League Baseball. And this is low going into the season. And I know this because every year I bet on the Astros, and I've gone over the last several years, and more often than not, it's worked out. But this is the lowest heading into the season number that I can remember in a long, long time. And it's actually gone up since spring training started. For whatever reason, the Astros, who are viewed as a coin flip chance to make the playoffs. Yeah. Yes, minus 120. No, minus 110. That's the amount you would have to wager to win $100. So it's basically a little over 50-50. They make the postseason. 85.5 wins.
You know what, Sean? It's a win for you, I think. If you and I kind of disagree a little bit on how much to read into spring training results.
Yep.
But you, because you enjoy life and are a hopeful person, right, you read into them and you say, look, the Astros performed very well on the pitching side of things, especially. Yeah. That maybe that's enough. There's enough data, enough of a sample size that they're looking at that pitching staff, and they don't know what. Nobody knew what to think of Imai necessarily until you'd seen him start to pitch to major league ball players. You didn't know what to think necessarily of Mike Burrows with his limited major league experience, but the sum total of it all is that it looks like they might have a more competitive pitching staff than people wanted to give them credit for 6 or 7 weeks ago. Good job, Sean.
Thank you. Yeah, well, yeah, great. The odds, all I did was talk the number up a little bit. But I'm already on the under. I'm not bullish on the Astros this season.
The competitiveness of the West might be the biggest thing to be concerned about there. You can look at it, the Astros in isolation. Are they better than you thought they were? Yeah. But it looks like the A's might be a competitive team this year. Yeah. That's difficult. It's
bad enough that the Astros have never had to share a division with a team as good as the Mariners are right now.
Yeah.
Throughout the entire run that they had going back to the first World Series, they haven't had to share the division with a team that's been remotely in their league until the last couple of years, where it's become more competitive. And that's all it's been the last couple of years, is just more competitive. Even last year, the Mariners didn't run away with the division last year. They won by 3 games. They won 90 games. When the Astros were at their peak, 95 wins was a down year for them during the golden era there. They were routinely over 100 wins. This Mariners team is capable of that. Like that, they've never had to be in a division with it. They've never had to be in a division with a team that is viewed as nearly on the talent level as the elite level Astro teams.
What's the over/under on the Rangers and the A's?
Let me pull that up. I actually kept it in my inbox.
Rangers were an even 500 last year at 81 and 81.
Okay, here we go. These are the I'll do the whole AL West. The Mariners are 90.5. So again, if you're just tuning in, the Astros season win total 85.5.
It's exactly where they were. They were at 90. They won 90 games last year.
The Mariners did. Yep, that's right. The A's, who are just under Athletics. Oh wow, might be some value here.
Yeah.
75.5. Could be some value.
They're a better team this year than they were last year.
I think they are too. They got a good lineup, and they play in that bandbox. So if you're going to be, they've got a lineup. Garrett, the web guy, right on cue, was texting us earlier when we were giving the A's some love, and he said they've got 3 guys that are easily going to hit over 30 home runs.
They had 76 wins last year.
Okay, so they're right around their number also. I think they might be better this year. Boy, there might be. I hate betting over on a team in the division, but money's money. You asked about the Rangers as well. 83.5. What did they win last year?
They were 81 and 81 last year.
Okay, so everybody's right around their number that they were last year. Just to round it out, the Los Angeles Angels, 70.5. They're terrible.
They were 72 and 90 last year.
Okay, so everybody's within like 2 games or whatever their number was last year. So there you go. I just think, boy, I would go over on Seattle. I would go over on the Athletics. And I'm under on the Astros. I am just not bullish on the season as a whole. I know you said that I'm feeling optimism about the pitching staff, but I just don't know that top to bottom this is a team that's talented enough to compete in the American League to get into the postseason. They'll compete to get into the postseason. I just know they're good. I don't know if they're good enough to actually do it.
I just part of it too is that I can't go into this year saying what I did each of the last couple years, where I would say, well, they can't possibly be as injured this year as they were last year. But now I've been beaten down.
Lesson.
I've been beaten down. I don't have that. I don't have that optimistic attitude that Sean T. Pendergast does. And I'm saying you're optimistic as you're taking the under on the Astros.
I know.
You pessimistic bastard.
That's what I'm saying. I'm very conflicted because I'm on now. Granted, that under 84.5 ticket I got before I watched Imai and Burrows, and I expect Hunter Brown to have a good year. I'll make that point here in a second. So I got that ticket before. I'm not going to put any more on them on the under, but we'll see. Here are my 4 player prop bets or futures bets for the season that I really, really like. Carlos Correa, his number for RBIs, 57.5. 57.5 for the season. Mm-hmm. Carlos Correa, who's going to be batting in the middle of the order, right? He'll probably be like the 5-hole hitter, right? Because I'm guessing it goes, Pena, Altuve's going to be in the 3-hole, Jordan's in there somewhere. I don't know if they're going to be a great offensive team like the elite Astro teams. They got a lot of guys that can hit, though.
It's 57.5.
57.5.
So in 2024 he had 54.
Okay.
Last year he had 52. Mm-hmm. I would feel comfortable, like you said, in the middle, being in the middle of that lineup.
Yeah.
Or being at that spot in the lineup.
Yes.
I don't want to say that lineup, like the all 9 is incredible or anything.
No.
But being there in that lineup, but also theoretically staying healthier, playing third base, and just and getting a boost to his batting that might be very real because it's not as physically taxing playing third base. I would take the over on that.
And RBI is based largely on what you got batting in front of you. He's just got better players in front of him than he did in Minnesota the last 2 years. So, and I know he was here for the last couple months, whatever. Jeremy Pena under 65.5 RBIs. And here's why. Jeremy Pena is going to bat leadoff for this. Well, first of all, if there's injuries, then under is, then the under gets even more tasty. And, Pena, I know he missed a bunch of games because he got beamed. He can't control that. But he had the oblique injury at the end of the year last year. We don't know if he's going to miss some games to start the season yet or not. I suppose we'll find out. Well, we'll know by Thursday, I guess. But here's a big reason why under 65.5 RBIs, Seth, and I know Pena became much more of a power threat this last year, or more of a run producer. I can't trust the bottom part of that order to get on base in front of him to give him RBI opportunities all that much. Right now, the bottom third of the order is Zach Cole or Joey Loperfido, Jake Myers, and we don't know what Cam Smith is yet. To me, if you're betting on the over on 65.5, you think Cam Smith is going to be, you think that you've got more optimism about the offense you're going to get out of the outfield than the average person does. So
remember that last year when they moved him to lead off? He was in his first
tear.
In his first 34 games, he hit 358 with 6 home runs.
Yep. And he's going to be doing that all year now. So or batting leadoff all year. I don't think he'll be hitting 358 all year, but he figured some things out last year. But I just
think he doesn't hit 358. He's a bum.
He's a bum.
That's
Get him
what
out
I
of
say.
Here. Trade him. The last 2. These are player prop bets for the Astros that I've already gotten on. Hunter Brown over 12 wins. I think he had 11 wins last year, maybe, and he had horrible luck at times when it came to offense behind him and things like that. Guys blowing saves.
I'll hit that over all day long.
Over 12 wins on Hunter Brown. He's one of the top 5 pitchers in baseball. Last one, Josh Hader, under 31.5 saves. Mm-hmm. I'm betting on injury right here. And I know Hader, until last year, was an Iron Man, never got injured. But the injury last year, combined with the aggravation of his biceps in spring training, and really not having a timeline on when he's coming back, I mean, 31.5 saves for a team that's forecasted to win 85 games. Mm-hmm. He needs to play the entire – like he misses 2 or 3 weeks. He's behind the 8 ball on that number big time already.
Yeah. So that's just a simple logistical bet on your part.
Yeah. Just I think they're going to be at best an average baseball team, and they're going to have to play in a slew of 1-run games for him to save over 31.5 games if they're a mid-80s win team. So those are my that's your free money for the day, people. You're welcome. Free money, just giving it away here on Sports Radio 6.
It's nice that you're generous with
philanthropy, is what they call that.
We've helped people save a lot of money between our work with Ownwell, but then also the Find My Property deal that you can do. Any state you've ever lived in, go back to their state's website for Find My Property. I always forget what the one in Texas is called, but I unearthed $8 from Pennsylvania.
Did you get it yet?
I got it. I got my $8 check.
Okay,
it was a banner day in the Payne household.
A check. It was an actual.
You know what? It was disappointing too because I think Pennsylvania was the one I went through. Every couple of years I do it because something will show up. It's some kind of rebate you got or something. So Pennsylvania. This was because my agent was based in Pennsylvania back when I played football.
Okay.
So this is from something from like 20 years ago.
Oh, your crooked agent was hiding $8 from you.
$8, yeah.
You hear these sob stories all the time in the NFL. Guys going broke.
And I got 120, but sometimes you can't figure out what it's from or anything. Sometimes it's like an insurance premium refund.
Yeah.
I don't know what that $8 came from, but I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to live large with that $8.
So I've only done it in Texas. So if I go back...
Any state you've ever lived in.
Okay.
And then sometimes, I don't think I've ever gotten one in a state that I didn't live in, but I got like $125 coming from Florida. And I don't know until I get the check exactly what it was for.
How many states have you lived in?
I think just 3.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, that would explain. I'm like, Pennsylvania was your agent. You just said that. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, Pennsylvania was. Yeah, so now because I struck gold in Pennsylvania,
right?
Now I'm venturing out into the other territories, and I searched. I searched Washington, or excuse me, I searched Oregon the other day, just because I've got a kid in college there, so maybe there was something that fell by the wayside.
Nothing though.
No dice.
Nothing.
No.
You're like Yukon Cornelius and Rudolph, and you stick your pick in there and you see if there's any gold on the end of it, and you just lick the end of it. You're like, no, nothing.
Yeah.
That's what Oregon was.
It's hard work.
Oh,
A
yeah.
lot of Americans aren't tough enough to put in the time anymore like I am.
That's right.
Going to round up the various, nearly $10 that I have laying around in some places.
Navy SEALs, first responder, Seth Payne digging for gold in them there hills.
If you factor in all of the other states I've searched, and the money that I've gotten just in the last couple weekends.
What is your time worth?
I'm probably working out to about $4 an hour.
Yeah,
I think
minimum wage.
It's like Brandy asked me to do something. I'm working in here,
dude.
I'm working,
but. The dopamine hit on the few states where there is one.
It is. It's like playing the slots.
Yeah.
I am. I'm kind of like, okay, let's see South Dakota.
Yes.
Well, we got South Dakota.
Yes.
On to North Dakota.
Oh, my God. All right. 2 things in the next segment. One, I think Ime Udoka hates his team. We'll let you be the judge. And also, I found something that I am now rooting for the rest of the season for the Rockets. It has nothing to do with the playoffs. It has everything to do with the future of this team. And I'll tell you what that is coming up next. The future of this team, guy with 2 thumbs pointing at himself, Sean T. Pendergast, a whole lot better because I go to the men's tea clinic every Friday.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here was Ime Udoka last night. The Rockets were just, for big stretches of this game, just terrible. They were trailing the Chicago Bulls, who, mind you, had lost 20 of their previous 25 games.
I like to think of it as they've won 5 of their previous 25 games,
okay,
Sean.
glass half
I'm just a
full.
more positive guy than you.
That's true.
You know?
Yeah, when it comes to
you
this,
want to focus on the failure instead of the success.
Fair. So the Rockets lose to the Bulls last night, 132 to 124. They couldn't shoot. The Bulls were just red hot. And the most disappointing thing was the very beginning of the game where the effort just looked horrible, and the very end of the game where the Bulls were going, the bad team just sitting there going and get crucial buckets against you and hitting big shots. This was Ime Udoka, who said after the game that his team disrespected the game of basketball.
Poor start, disrespected the game, not prepared from the get-go, just non-aggressive, following around, watching them shoot. They have nothing to lose. They're going to fire away, and obviously to give up 41 points in that first quarter is disappointing. It was one quarter that killed us, and weren't prepared to play at all.
Okay, so the last part there, and he said it another time in that 25 seconds or so, is the prepared part. Not prepared. And I wonder, because Ime Udoka takes a lot of heat from fans because it feels like after games, especially losses like that, he puts it squarely on the players. And you heard him there, disrespected the game, talked about the effort. The preparedness part is interesting to me because I'm wondering, okay, is that Ime putting part of this on himself? Or is this yet another log on the fire of him just frying his team after the game?
I guess when it comes to the mental preparedness side of it, because they started off 0 for 13 from 3. The Bulls end up hitting 50% from 3 for the game.
Yeah.
Reed Sheppard missed his first 5 threes, so he was a part of that initially awful effort. I mean, sometimes it's just bad luck. Sometimes it's poor shot selection. Sometimes it's just not playing the scheme or whatever it might be. The Rockets aren't in a position right now where I feel like they should ever feel like they can just go out and roll over a team and just do whatever.
Yeah.
But it's hard. It's because they're tied for the amongst winning teams. They're tied for the most losses to losing teams, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I feel like part of that is just that. They're not professional enough. They're not a good enough offense. They're not honed enough that they can just go out there and just shut down a team that's bad just by shooting a bunch of threes or just running haphazardly, whatever it might be. They fought their way back into it, to their credit, but then in the fourth quarter, they just you flat out can't shut down. When you're actually genuinely playing hard, you can't shut down that team. Kevin Durant gets his second flagrant in the last few games on a similar foul, shoving a guy as they're inbounding the ball. And I don't want to crush Kevin Durant because he and Şengün were the two good players in this team.
Yeah, Durant was great.
It's just whatever it is, the edge or the fire or whatever it might be, I think it's fair to roll that all back up to the head coach at some point.
Yeah, we're in a strange place with this team too because last night was an example of this, and it certainly feels this way when he's playing well. But the team is kind of at a point where they kind of go how Reed Sheppard goes, of all people.
Yeah.
Like when Reed has good games, when Reed Sheppard knocks down like 5 of 8 or 6 of 11 from 3, this team generally wins those basketball games. Saturday's a good example. I mean, they tried to give that game away against the Heat, but he was sensational in that game against the Heat. He was the catalyst for them winning that game. Last night, your 2 best players, I think what the league would say are your 2 best players, Kevin Durant, obviously, and then Alperen Şengün, even though he's been very up and down this year. They were phenomenal last night. Alperen Şengün had a triple-double, and Kevin Durant had 40 points. They lose by 8 to the Chicago Bulls. And I know some of it is the Bulls shot the lights out. I get all that. But Reed Sheppard was not good last night. He was 5 of 17. He wasn't good from 3. Turned the ball over a bunch of times. and you find yourself struggling to even stay on the court with an awful basketball team.
Yeah, I think that's the turnovers, which almost you don't even find it you just accept that they're going to have a bunch of turnovers, to the point where we probably don't talk about it as much as we should, because people get tired of hearing about turnovers all the time. I think the thing that Reed provides, whether he's having a good game individually or not, is more spacing on the court.
Definitely.
And that Şengün's able to just destroy the Bulls in the paint.
Yeah.
Partly because the Bulls are awful in the paint, but also because there's better spacing. He's got room to maneuver and room to work. So yeah, that it's a better version of offensive basketball, but you have to add on top of that some actual production from Reed Sheppard.
Yeah, he's got to put the ball in the basket, but your point's a good one, which is even when he's out there, you got to respect him. Even when he's shooting 3 for 14,
I would say that game, the Atlanta game, which was the first one that Reed had started when it wasn't based on injury, he didn't have a great game in that game, but the offense looked better because of the spacing and because of everything else, that the type of offense you can operate when you've got an actual point guard in there.
So one of my sons sent me this stat about Alperen Şengün. I'm gonna guess it's Sammy. Yep, it's Sammy, because he's the Şengün sycophant in the family. Okay, and this is going to lead to – I actually have a take on this here, Seth, a Şengün take. Alperen Şengün, after last night, because he went 33 – he went 30, 10, and 10 last night, whatever 33 points, and he had double-digit. He had a triple-double. He is now tied for the third most games in NBA history with 30, 10, and 10 on 80% or better field goal shooting. He was 16 of 19 last night. Only Jokic and Wilt Chamberlain have more 30, 10, 10 with 80% field goal percentage games than Alperen Şengün, which, as I look at that, I'm like, boy, that's great. The young guy is making history, and you'll find a lot of stats like that about Alperen Şengün. Honestly, what it made me think is I hope he's really good the rest of the year like this, so that his stock is back up to a point where somebody might want to pull the trigger on a Giannis trade.
Yeah.
To where Milwaukee would be like, oh, yeah, we're getting this guy, Because unless you're just counting on Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams to come back and you just whistle past the graveyard with that, it's starting to feel like something needs to change with this team.
I think the faith in Udoka in the fan base has probably been shaken way more than anybody would have
anticipated. An all-time low right now. Let's call it what it is.
Because when you're at this point, when you lose your point guard, I would say a combination of Rafael Stone and Udoka, because of the refusal to do anything about getting an actual point guard in here, combined with Udoka refusing to play Reed Sheppard for so long after the trade deadline passed, has people kind of shaken as to what are their answers for when things aren't ideal, when things aren't going perfectly. How are you going to fix this offense? It's been shaken. Yeah. So that was my knee-jerk response when you talked about potentially trading for Giannis. Like, okay, great, and what are you going to do with him? It's great. The roster looks great. Everything looks good on paper. Şengün's 61.5% from the field in March. And that extends back to when we weren't saying all that many nice things about Şengün earlier this month.
No, we're not. Okay, text message on these. This is the Base Power text line. I think they're playing dumb. They know what they're doing. Come playoffs, they'll turn it on like the beginning of the season. That is an eternal optimist right there. That they can that this version of the Rockets with no point guard, with no depth, can just flip a switch and make a run in the Western Conference.
Here's the problem with referencing what they were doing early in the season was that they were facing a bunch of tomato cans early in the season.
And they had Steven Adams on that team, too.
And they had Steven Adams, yeah. And that brand of basketball that you just can't play when Steven Adams isn't out there, that's not going to be there. I appreciate that optimism. I think this isn't the type of team. Like, this isn't the Lakers from a couple of years ago where people just, they went through that stretch where it was like, whatever, they'll turn it on when they get to the playoffs. They're not that caliber of team,
right? Offensively,
like they're not as smart as a team like that Lakers team. And I can't get with that. That, like, what? Just turn it on. All right, how many times have we seen them turn it on offensively in the last couple months, like as if it's something that they could just use a switch to turn on at any given point? I just can't go there and think that that's something that's realistic.
Fans are upset right now with the Rockets, man. I'm just looking at the text line. We'll circle back to some of you guys in the 9 o'clock hour. All right, up next, Bill Barnwell of ESPN was kind enough to do the deepest dive on free agency that I've ever seen.
Finally,
over a 10-year period. Finally, somebody
wrote 40,000 words for me to read on a Tuesday.
Don't know how he does it, but it was a good read. It was interesting. What exactly is the hit rate on free agency? Do we have a better understanding for why Nick Caserio takes the approach he does in free agency when we look at some of these numbers that Barnwell shares? And a trip down memory lane with a couple of these. Not a fun trip. We'll do that coming up next.
Ability Trees is Houston's tree care expert. Has been for decades. Louis Flory has logged over.
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast with you. Boy, I have an event today, Seth, a luncheon. Mm-hmm. And I have my interview questions. I got all my prep done, but I went to our good friend, old Chat, before, just to put final touches on some of the questions.
Some questions. You asked it to give you some questions maybe to ask?
It's incredible.
Because you're interviewing with 3 nuns.
I'm interviewing 3 nuns from the Sisters of Charity for Christus Health Foundation over at River Oaks Country Club. It's their annual luncheon. And the interview is largely about healthcare. Like, these nuns are part of this healthcare. Christus provides healthcare and mobile healthcare and meals to the homeless, healthcare to people who can't afford it, the underinsured, the uninsured, things like that. They're helping poor people, and so the questions are a lot about that. But boy, it really is amazing. The questions it's giving me right now to add to the ones I already had, and they're like, be sure you ask it this way. Don't get too far off into the weeds on religion, things like that. Because you're catering to an audience there at a luncheon. It's just really, I'm coming back from break. I'm doing some of this stuff in the break to get ready for later this morning, and I'm looking at, and I'm just blown away by this technology, man.
It's a really good resource for brainstorming.
Yes.
That, if you try to just rely on it too heavily, you're gonna stop using your brain, and eventually it would collapse. But I think for brainstorming and things like that, I've found it very, very valuable.
It's just
also just for trying to giving you a different perspective on things.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just amazing. Like, you ask it one question, you say, hey, here's what, not one question, but you say, like, hey, here's what I'm doing today. I've got this interview and it's with this organization. And you hit send, and it's like they've known about this thing forever, man.
You realize what I just did there, Sean?
What's that?
With a completely straight face and 100% being honest, I said, you got to be careful or you'll stop using your brain. You know what it's good for? Brainstorming.
Yeah. You know what this segment's going to you know what I'm fearful
what
this
the hell? I'm a fraud.
That's yes.
I got to ask ChatGPT how to recover from that.
How do you recover from being exposed as a fraud?
How do I regain credibility with the audience?
Well, I want to get to the Barnwell article, but real quick, this is what's going to happen. We need to go I'll go find the audio of this maybe today, and we play. I know you've probably seen this. The clip from the Today Show from back in 1992, where it's Brian Gumbel, Katie Couric, and one other person, and they're giving out the email address for the show for the first time.
And they were talking about what is email and how does it work. Yeah.
What's the A with a circle around it?
That's what they were asking, Ben. Yeah, they're like, what's the A?
It's an ampersand, dumbass.
Yeah. So,
is that an ampersand?
No, ampersand is the and sign.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Yeah.
What's the at thing called?
I don't know. At? That's what I always called it at. Yeah.
So for the second time, I just called those guys dumbasses.
Right.
From 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Actually not even knowing what an ampersand is.
There's going to be kids playing this segment 20 years from now. Listen to these two talking about AI like it's some alien or something like that.
I've seen the teachers have a tough time with it, especially even teachers that want their kids to, look, this is the way of the future. You got to learn how to use AI and everything, but just it's very the kids very rapidly lose any confidence in their own opinions at all.
Yeah.
To the point where, they can't answer simple questions without checking with ChatGPT first.
Yeah. And and at the end of the day, you got to learn the basics too, like reading and things like that.
Yeah.
That's true. It'll just read it to us. Yeah.
My Gemini, I'll ask Gemini some questions simply because the guy on my Gemini reads a lot more smoothly. Mm-hmm. It's a more pleasant voice to listen to the answer.
Yeah.
ChatGPT I like better than Gemini for a lot of other reasons, but I don't like him. And I've tried different voices. It's just the rhythm isn't as natural.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like an actual human being.
Yeah.
That I might, decide to turn into a woman and fall in love with someday.
Yeah. Cheat on your wife with the ChatGPT bot.
I've developed a really good relationship with both of my AIs that I use.
Yeah.
And I have thought about at some point, what if I just made things weird? We're like, hey, you ever think about going away with me for a weekend in Nantucket or something?
Hey, Mike, I'm putting my hand on your knee.
Hey, I'm just going to throw something out there. Maybe you're into it, maybe you're not.
Yeah.
Just to see how the thing is, he would respond in a way that wouldn't make me feel uncomfortable at all.
Maybe.
I would guess.
Is there a way, though, that the overlords of the AI app can
I think
can,
as soon
can
as you
ban
start
you?
as soon as you start to ask them to do anything violent with you, that's when the backstop
They shut you down.
Yeah.
That'd be
so
great.
I'm careful. I'm trying to work.
Seth gets HR violations with his Chat GPT bot. All right, let's get to this Bill Barnwell article. He did a deep dive on free agency, the work that we've all been thirsting for the last however many years. Did a deep dive on, and I think it's interesting, especially because the approach the Texans have taken in free agency under Nick Caserio has come under various degrees of scrutiny through the years, depending on what the team has needed. No, they don't do enough early. They don't get aggressive enough. They don't sign enough big-ticket guys. They're signing all these cheap guys. There's been all sorts of different criticisms or assessments through the years. Barnwell comes up with a scoring system where he goes back for the top 50 free agents for each year from 2013 through 2022. So all the way up through a period of time where we've now been able to at least come to some sort of quasi-conclusion on everybody.
Yeah.
His scoring system goes from 0, which is disaster, to up to 6, which is all-pro caliber superstar. For a little bit of context, Trent Williams signing with the 49ers was a 6. He's been the best tackle in football since he got to the 49ers. Conversely,
so they include these trades as free agency deals.
Yeah, trade.
Also.
Trade
kind
and
of
then
transaction.
A big deal.
Okay.
Yeah. Conversely, Brock Osweiler a 0 for the Houston Texans.
And that was Brock Osweiler. They ranked it. It was the top 30 by value, the top 30 money deals, and they adjusted for salary cap. Brock Osweiler was the 7th most expensive deal in that 10-year period, and he was a disaster.
He was a disaster. Scored 0 there. 3 and also 3. Because if the players shouldn't feel like if they don't get a 6, they sucked. 3 means you lived up to expectations, so kind of right in the middle there. So there were 500 free agents that Barnwell assessed for that decade, 2013 through 2022. 41% of them have scored either a 3 or higher, meaning 59% of them were either somewhat disappointing, very disappointing, or Brock Osweiler disaster level.
Yeah.
I really liked this article, and look, as Seth mentioned, teasing it, there's 40,000 words in this thing. It is a long article, but the parts that you can kind of cherry pick out of there, I think, for me as a Texan fan, gives me more understanding as to why Nick Caserio approaches free agency the way he does.
Well, the one that you put in there that I think that it makes the most sense, and I think most people figure this is the way it is, it's that the deals that were ranked 26 through 50, so the less expensive deals, actually ended up having a much higher hit rate, or were much more, it ended up being better deals than the most expensive ones.
That's right.
And that's a classic cautionary tale of, thinking that you won free agency in the first couple of days of free agency. That's where a lot of the stupid money is being sent. That's where you're wildly overpaying. Like the amount of money they're paying Tyler Linderbaum, man, it's really hard for that to really be thought of as a good deal unless Tyler Linderbaum remains an all-pro center, which is very possible, but it's also got to be part of a complete and total offensive resurgence for you to really consider that a slam dunk to spend $10 million more per year than anybody else is spending on centers.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting, too. This isn't a big shock, but the free agents, Barnwell looked at their age, divided them up into tiers of 24 to 27 years old, 27 to 30. I think he did 30 plus. By far, the biggest hit rate is with guys that are getting their second contract. 24 to 27 is was the biggest hit rate. I came away from this article, if you buy into these numbers, the ratings were subjective Barnwell ratings. So, 6 doesn't mean you had a PFF score of XYZ. It's just Barnwell looked at the totality of each guy's career and gave them the label, and I trust his judgment of it as much as anybody's.
No, they looked like it just matches the eyeball test. Yeah,
Correct,
it made sense.
Correct. I came away from this article feeling a better understanding of why Nick Caserio shops the way he does.
Yeah.
That he's other than Daniil Hunter, has never been going top of market on guys. They go top of market on guys that they've had in the building, including Daniil Hunter, who they've given 2 extensions to since he got to the building. So I think they're always going to be shopping in the player 26 through 50 range, not the 1 through 25 range.
Boy, I'll tell you what, the one, when you spend big money on a non-marquee quarterback, it can go pretty well. Like Kirk Cousins, I'd say that went okay to the Vikings, not to the Falcons.
Right.
Tom Brady, the Bucks, was spectacularly successful. Phillip Rivers to the Colts, it was just a 1-year deal, so I don't know if I even include that. But when you get, those are the most expensive deals in that 10-year period.
Yeah.
But then you get to Nick Foles, Brock Osweiler, Sam Bradford to the Cardinals.
All zeros.
Teddy Bridgewater to the Panthers, Case Keenum to the Broncos. Those are some. Case wasn't a spectacular failure to the Broncos just because it wasn't a gigantic deal. But it's
big enough
it's
at the
dicey.
time, though. Big enough at the time to be 11th on this list, though.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I got to adjust for the decade there.
I mean, it was 2 years, $36 million. I mean, the percentage of money that Case Keenum made in his career, the lion's share of it came on that deal with the Denver Broncos, I would imagine. Because other than that, he's been a backup his whole career. But he was 11, so he had the 11th biggest deal. And again, it's proportional relative to what the cap was at the time.
Yeah.
Case got a 2 at least out of 6. Disappointing.
Right, that was disappointing. It wasn't a disaster like the other ones.
No.
Some of the other disasters a little bit lower. Mike Glennon to the Bears.
Oh.
Remember that? Remember how angry Bears fans were about that? That was one from the get-go that you could have called.
Yeah, and I feel like they replaced him almost right away with somebody. God, it might have been.
He got replaced that year.
Yeah, no, I don't think he started a bunch of games for the Bears. But Glennon is just, man, I hate to go on looks, but Glennon is just a guy, you look at that. You know, Seth, before I bet on a quarterback or a head coach, I like to look at their headshots.
Yeah. It was Glennon. Remember Glennon, they drafted Trubisky.
Oh, that's right.
They drafted Trubisky, and Trubisky started the 5th game of the season after that.
They
had given Mike Glennon the 24th highest, biggest free agency deal that in that decade.
And that was true. That was the best year the Bears had with Trubisky at quarterback, I want to say. I think they won like 12 games that year.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I wanted to.
No, that's okay. I don't remember. No, I was just saying if you go look at Mike Glennon's, before giving that would be my rule too. Before giving 3 years, $45 million to somebody, go look at their headshot in the media guide.
Include the neck.
And you're going to need serious portrait dimensions there. For
Davis
the
Mills
neck.
has a long neck, but it's muscular.
He wears it well.
It's almost scary how, if he didn't work out or do the neck flexion machine or anything, he might end up looking a little bit like the Scarlet Ibis there that we're talking about.
Yes. Yeah, Glennon. Here's what they say about what Barnwell says about Brock Osweiler. After backing up Peyton Manning and taking over as the starter in Denver. Yeah, digest that for a minute, kids. Peyton Manning got benched for Brock Osweiler at one point by Gary Kubiak. Osweiler was benched for the legendary quarterback in the postseason. Osweiler signed with the Texans, threw more interceptions than touchdowns. It's really hard to do in the NFL these days.
He was the only quarterback in the history of quarterbacks throwing footballs to DeAndre Hopkins that couldn't figure out how to get the football to DeAndre Hopkins.
That's right.
DeAndre Hopkins was a quarterback skeleton key. That any quarterback using DeAndre Hopkins could unlock his potential just by throwing it in DeAndre Hopkins' general direction. And Brock Osweiler couldn't do that.
No,
it was atrocious.
What was worse is that's where a lot of his picks were going. He's throwing it to DeAndre Hopkins. Not only can he hit DeAndre, he's hitting the opposition in the hands.
You look at various other quarterbacks who just did their best work, just heaving the ball in the direction of DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah.
And Osweiler couldn't figure that out. What the hell?
Now, the one of the 30 names on this list of the 30 biggest contracts in that decade, the one that probably hits closest to home for Texan fans outside of Osweiler would be number 25 on the list, Christian Kirk. 4 years, $72 million to the Jags in 2022. But Texans picked up the tab on traded a 7th round pick for the right to pick up the tab on the last year of that deal.
And took it, which had a hefty cap hit attached to it. That was a big 1-year deal for Christian Kirk.
$16 million.
Right.
Yeah. $16 million. So
it's going to be, that'll be a weird, 10, 15 years from now, that'll be one where you're sitting around at a bar just trying to name random Texans.
Remember?
And if you bring up Christian Kirk, a lot of people are going to be like, oh, yeah, that's right.
Yep.
I remember that year.
Yep. All right, let's hear from one of the newest Houston Texans in the next segment. Also, I want to play a little game because this is a very famous person whose DUI arrest was just released last week. Let's grade the handling of a DUI pullover from one of the most famous people in the world. We'll do that coming up next. But I want to get you guys into a new luxury vehicle, and I want to do it right now.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
So thus far, Seth, we've heard from either via Texans All Access and or Zoom calls. We've heard from the vast majority, I think, of the free agents the Texans have signed. We've heard from David Montgomery. Really like David Montgomery. Braden Smith, I think,
did Braden Smith do a press conference, or he was on Aaron Wilson's? I think the audio we got was from Aaron Wilson.
The audio we got was definitely from Aaron Wilson. I want to say he did a media availability, but I'm not 100% sure. But we at least got to know him a little bit through that. Reed Blankenship through his own podcast, through a Zoom call, and et cetera. And I really like Reed Blankenship a lot. Wyatt Teller meets with the media today, right? This afternoon.
This afternoon. And did you mention Logan Hall? Logan Hall was on there too, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't mentioned Logan Hall.
Yeah.
So I think people like Logan Hall already here from his Coug ties. So that's good. Foster Moreau was on Texans All Access. So let's play these couple of clips from him, just based solely on audio. We have no Texan practice, uniform, anything to go off of yet. Here was Foster Moreau saying he loves DeMeco Ryans.
What do you make of DeMeco Ryans and the coaching staff? You haven't really started work yet, but soon enough, and your first impressions.
DeMeco seems awesome. He seems awesome. Strong handshake, strong personality, and a strong leader for this team and for this city. You know, I got to work a little bit with Nick Caley when I was coming out, and he's always someone that I've always wanted to actually get to work with closely. I had Jerry Shaplinski as well, quarterbacks coach. Just got a promotion. He's a great guy and a great leader for our team and our offense.
Strong handshake.
Strong handshake. So he likes this young man, DeMeco Ryans.
I like this kid's moxie.
Did he sound more like a coach or a GM?
I don't know.
I feel like he sounded more like a GM.
Yeah, GM. I think GM probably.
Yeah, he's like a GM doing the GM show.
Right.
Like he was sitting down with Mark and John for his weekly hit on the GM show.
Yep. Okay, now I like looking at it through that lens, because this next cut is Foster Moreau giving an assessment of Foster Moreau. Here's Mark Vandermeer saying, what are the Texans getting in Foster Moreau? Does he sound like he is in GM mode on this cut?
What kind of player are the Texans getting in Foster Moreau?
You know, I see it all around this building. I've only walked the halls a couple of times, but you know, that swarm mentality, right? That special work ethic. We could start there. Gritty mentality. Obviously, hand in the dirt, blocking tight end first. Trying to move people out the way so that the special guys in the backfield can get their jobs done.
He does. It sounds like a GM. They sound like they just drafted him, and that's the GM giving an assessment of Foster Moreau right there.
I'm trying to figure out what his major was at LSU. Bachelor's degree in sports administration.
Oh, okay. Okay, well
so he'll be on the GM side of things.
He will,
yeah.
He's got it. He seems to have the shtick down.
The way
already.
he assessed DeMeco Ryans' handshake, I feel like he should maybe be GM of a college program.
Yeah,
it is just talking about the young men that they have coming in and how excited they are for all of them before we boot them out in the transfer portal 1 year later.
Yeah, the value of a good handshake, man. So that's Foster Moreau, who I think I said this earlier. I'll say it again. I think of the tier of free agent that he is. Like, he signed a 2-year, $6 million deal. This is not a splurge by any means, but he really does seem to fit, A, the ethos of the guys they're bringing in, Seth, and B, I think he feels a need for this team right now.
Yeah, no, I think that there's going to be a competitive situation at tight end. Dalton Schultz is the only guy who's guaranteed a spot on the team, I think. And that's, I think Cade Stover is – all the things you would want in terms of a guy that's working hard and all that, but he was a guy who only played 2 years of tight end in college, and you're wondering, all right, how much can he progress? How much can he learn? And it's not there yet.
No.
So there's still time for him to continue to get better. But you've got Brevin Jordan, who has his frequent injuries and just all of that. I think that if you're going to go into the season with just 3 guys, they like the fact that Foster Moreau can be depended upon as a pass protector or in pass protection by tight end standards and as a run blocker. And the theme of this offseason has been that they want to get more physical on offense. So Foster Moreau is one of those guys that they think they can help them get more physical. I don't think, though, that the signing precludes them from drafting a tight end and making it a super competitive situation.
Agreed. Okay, so Justin Timberlake. I know that's a strange transition from Foster. There's many sports shows right now that are going straight from Foster Moreau to Justin Timberlake. Mm-hmm. This bit of audio came out. I'm always fascinated by these the DUI body cam videos.
Yeah, so he had been arrested in 2024.
Yeah.
And the video was never released. Timberlake's lawyers really tried to see to that and aggressively tried to keep this video suppressed. He ended up settling for something less than a DUI. But I'm going to be honest with you. When I read the article before I watched this video, I really was trying to give Justin Timberlake the benefit of the doubt, because the headline is basically, it makes it sound like Justin Timberlake says, do you know who I am? And I thought, okay, I doubt that's exactly what it was. I don't know, man. I feel like there's a little bit of do you know who I am thing going on here.
Oh, I think there was. That's funny. I didn't read the headline totally. I'll read the headline right now. Justin Timberlake awkwardly explains his job to police in DWI arrest footage.
I had seen different headlines.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll read the one on People Magazine here. Justin Timberlake awkwardly explains his job to police in DWI arrest footage. Quote, "It's hard to explain, ... I'm Justin Timberlake."
Yeah.
And
the one I saw originally was just, I'm Justin Timberlake, which is, that feels very much like a do you know who I am?
So I could totally see where you're coming
so
from.
So really the question I have is, and this is, you guys listen to this, is he saying, I'm Justin Timberlake, do you know who I am? Or is he actually just so drunk that he can't quite figure out how to explain that he's a singer? It's a pretty simple description of what you do. I'm a singer.
I have my thoughts on this. Let's play it for the audience, and we can all do it together here. Here is Justin Timberlake's DUI pullover.
So the reason for the stop is because you keep veering off to the left, and then you're not stopping at the stop signs.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Is this your vehicle? Whose vehicle is it? What are you visiting?
Yeah, I'm on tour.
What are you doing?
I'm on a world tour.
A what?
A world tour.
Doing what?
Hard to explain. A world tour. I'm Justin Timberlake.
What's your name?
Justin Timberlake.
You are Justin Timberlake?
Yeah.
Do you have a license with you?
Okay, so left foot on the line. Left foot on the line first. And then you're going to put your right foot in front of your left. Stay just like that. Okay? You're going to be heel to toe like this. Heel to toe.
He's doing poorly.
For your left. All right. By the way, these are like really hard tests.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but I do a lot of dancing in my act. I'm Justin Timberlake. It's hard to explain exactly what I do, but dance moves harder than this.
You know what's funny? That probably impugns him even more.
Yeah, I know. It's like we've got evidence of you doing stuff much more difficult than this. Listen to that a second time. Yeah, he was wasted.
He was blotto. I don't think
he was just like there was. I think I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt on this. I think he probably. So it's like he is recognizable enough that even if you're not a Justin Timberlake fan or whatever, you know who Justin Timberlake is. And he probably assumed that the cop knew exactly who he was.
Maybe.
But when he got to the part where the cop is like clearly is asking like, what, you're on world tour. What is that? He doesn't know that it's Justin Timberlake at that point. Like, it's not that hard to explain that you're a singer. Like,
unless you're
on world tour.
Faced.
What is that?
Yeah.
It's a tour where I sing. Yeah, he was drunk.
I think the sense I got is that he's trying to say I'm on world tour, and then he's going, okay, this guy doesn't get it. What's the easiest way for me to explain? And he goes, I'm Justin Timberlake. So I think the vibe off of the headline you saw If all it said was, I'm Justin Timberlake, that's exactly what I would have thought, which is what you thought, which is he was trying to use his status to get out of it. I don't think there was any of that going on.
He was just that drunk.
With what we heard. Now, I will say this, and I didn't pull the audio at the end. He is kind of, when they go to put him in cuffs, he's like, come on, guys, I'm just following my friends home. I guess he was on Long Island. I'm sure he's got a place on Long Island. He was following some friends home for the night.
Yeah.
And so he was like, I'm just following my friends home. They end up arresting him. They said no.
I mean, he was following his friends home.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he was on world tour. I don't know if he was at his place or not.
But but I'm saying, like, he was trying to kind of like get out of it a little bit at the end. Yeah.
Well, even at the end, I was kind of hoping they were going to hit him with a resisting arrest because he said turn so we can put these cuffs on, and he's like, guys. Really?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Really?
That would be awesome.
Go ahead, put your forearm in his neck and put some cuffs on that.
Put a knee
on that world tourer.
Put a knee in his gut.
I know. You know, the other part too is I feel like he was drunk enough, and then also when the cop asks, "What is a world tour? What do you mean?" That in his mind, in Justin Timberlake's mind, you know. To call it just singing or just dancing doesn't do the act justice. It's really more of an experience than it is a singing and dancing
He's doing
act.
things with his hands. Yeah.
I'm not sure if you're aware, I'm the guy who brought sexy back. So you're welcome.
Pulls out his
What do you do? What do you do on a world tour? I bring sexy back.
That would have been great.
That's what I know it as. Yeah.
The text line is there's a consensus. He's just wasted. He wasn't flexing.
Yeah, because I know, and that was the part that I would have been surprised if he was flexing. He does seem, by super celebrity standards, he seems like he's kind of got a sense of humor about himself.
On the normalcy scale for celebrities, he skews towards the more normal end than the weirdos.
Yeah,
I think.
And the cop was probably about 30 years old or so. Like you'd expect, okay, the cop would know who Johnson. He's a big enough celebrity that, by and large, it's pretty rare for him to meet somebody that genuinely doesn't know who he is.
Right? Absolutely.
It sounded like the cop knew who Justin Timberlake was. He just didn't recognize him sitting in that car.
Once he said his name, you could tell the cop knew, oh, you're Justin Timberlake.
The cop went through that thing of like, okay, wait, am I dealing with a schizo, or is this actually Justin Timberlake?
Yep, it was actually him, and he was hammered. Baseball is back, opening night, live on Netflix tomorrow, March 25th. Aaron Judge and the Yankees taking on Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. It's MLB opening night, Yankees, Giants. Man, I can't believe it. Baseball season is here, live on Netflix tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central. All right, up next, I feel like we got to play this audio again, just for no other reason than you kids listening out there, learn how math works. Do not do what this guy did on First Take yesterday. We'll do that coming up next.
Kirk Holmes, if you're looking to build a custom dream.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Interesting. Most of the people texting in think that Justin Timberlake was just really, really wasted. I just went into the other, and he definitely was really, really wasted. But really, and we just, for those who are just tuning in, we played his DUI pullover, the audio of the pullover and his sobriety tests and things like that. Reggie Atatula thinks that there was some "Do you know who I am" going on with Justin Timberlake. Actually,
yeah, it's weird though. You know what it is? I think I kind of raise or lower the bar based on the level of his celebrity. Where I do think there was a little bit of "Do you know who I am," but it was more because he was. It sounded like he was so drunk that he didn't otherwise know how to explain it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. But I think it was more. The root cause of it all is that it seemed like he was pretty drunk and or whatever else.
Definitely should not have been behind the wheel. Whatever, what I don't know what the settlement was, like what the ultimate infraction was that he settled with out of court, you're in the courtroom or out of court or whatever. Now, he did refuse a breathalyzer. I saw that on the pullover.
Yeah, he refused the breathalyzer. Yep. He claimed he had one martini at some point during the...
That's always funny. What's everybody's go-to when they get pulled over? What's the go-to for the number of beers or your drink that you had? Oh, I just had a couple glasses of wine.
And what are the cops most skeptical of? I mean, I'm sure they're skeptical of pretty much anybody's claim, especially when they're obviously drunk. But I would say a few. I only had a few.
I would say this, and fortunately I've never been in this situation before to have to do that. I would say the ones I would be most skeptical of: couple of beers.
Yeah.
Wine with dinner.
I had wine with dinner, right? Yeah, that could mean a million different things.
We were at either like a shower or some event, a wedding party, and I did the champagne, champagne toast. That's all I've really had tonight. Those would be the big three for me. If you start mixing hard,
any admission at all of any drinking, it's you're gonna assume the person's underselling it.
Yeah, beer, wine, and champagne. I feel like in that moment you feel like, okay, I can get away with this. But if you're like just a couple vodka sodas. Once the hard liquor starts to get into it, you're probably screwed.
It's with the men in there, how many drinks they've had when they're pulled over. That's a version of when you ask a woman what her number is. Like you just assume, all right, it's been tweaked a little bit. Yeah, probably, which is fine. I get it. Yeah, it's just that's what the cops say. They're like, hey, listen, I just I get it, man. Yeah, I get it. You can be honest with me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Most people though don't usually that's it. If you're drunk driving, you definitely usually don't know how many beers you had.
Right.
Unless you're like a college kid that was stacking cups or something to brag to your buddies.
I built a pyramid, so I know I had
17 red Solo cups. Look at me.
I built a pyramid, so I know I had 10 beers, officer. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So speaking of college basketball, we are down to the Sweet 16. And we're going to see all kinds of analysis over the next couple of days. Should be fun. The Cougs are still in it. It's right over there at Toyota Center on what's going to be a really fun day of sports here in Houston on Thursday. Jay Williams, college basketball analyst for ESPN. Kids, I want you to sit down for a second. If you're struggling with math, I want you to understand how percentages don't work. This is Jay Williams saying that he thinks St. John's, a 5 seed, has a 50% chance of winning the championship. Okay, and that's an opinion you can have. You think they're that good. Rick Pitino in this defense, you think they're just that good. It's St. John's versus the field. It's a bad opinion, but at least the math behind it would seem to be okay. Yeah, I think St. John's has a coin flip chance of winning. Jay Williams explains.
I know it's my job to be objective. I know it's my job to tell you the truth. I mean, I give St. John's a 50% chance of winning this whole thing. I do.
50% to win the NCAA tournament? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, that's what I just said. I'm looking at, all right, Duke is a crazy game. Can they beat Duke? Would you be surprised if St. John's beat Duke?
At this point, no.
No. All right, so Patrick Gamba, down 2 starters. He comes back. Not sure he finds his win. I think Duke is probably favored, but they can win that game. If they see UConn or Michigan State, they beat UConn twice already.
Yeah.
Twice. Now, that would be a bloodbath. I would love to see that game if it were to happen. Dan Hurley, Rick Pitino, but they've proven they could beat UConn already. So now you're talking about them being in the Final Four. Now look at what happened last night. Florida lost to Iowa. Now we're talking about Nebraska and Iowa, Illinois, or Houston. If they got to the Final Four, if they met Houston, if they met Illinois, if they met Iowa, if they met Nebraska, they couldn't win that game. They could win that game. So now we're talking about them being in the championship game. The road is carving out itself to be possible. I never thought I'd be saying this. I mean, the last team to win a championship to shoot under 34% from the three-point line, guess what that was, Stephen A? Louisville, 2013. Guess who coached that team? Rick Pitino. That's all I'm saying to you, man. The path is leading itself to itself. I never thought I would say it, but it's possible.
The path is, I don't even know what that last part, but the path is leading itself.
Yeah. The biggest thing is just that, well, if you never said the 50% part, it would be fine. It's like, okay, it's possible. But, like, 50% is 50% is something that not even the favorites get entering a tournament like that or entering the Sweet 16.
He's saying it's St. John's versus the field.
He's saying that basically he was doing a coin flip he was making a case that it could be a coin flip 4 straight times in a row.
You know from doing a show with me exactly what I would do if Jay Williams had the gall to sit at the chair next to me and say something as silly, and I'm not even talking about all the math afterwards. Like, in a vacuum, the take that St. John's has a 50% chance to win the whole thing is a stupid, silly take. They're 6.5-point underdogs to Duke in the very next game. By definition, they don't have a 50%. Now, it's his opinion, but by the odds makers, they don't have a 50% chance. Real quick, this is what I would say to him. I would say, really? How much do you want to bet on that?
Right.
How much do you want? You're going to give me the other 15 teams.
Yeah.
And you get St. John's. And I don't give you any odds. It's just even money bet. Yeah.
Yeah, I worry about him gambling. I worry that's a pretty basic thing. No, that's why I was going to give him the benefit of the doubt when he said 50% because wow, he must have some really strong opinions about St. John.
St. John and how they match up.
But then he went through game after game, matchup after matchup, bloodbath. Like, by definition, if you're calling it a bloodbath, it's not like a guaranteed victory there. It's just not going to work out for you there, man.
They got to go through UConn. They got to go through Duke and UConn, who are 2 of the best 5 teams still left in the tournament, just to get to the Final Four.
This is where I think this is one thing I learned from the Astros golden era. It's that you don't realize how hard it is to win a World Series or a championship until you've won a couple of championships and failed in another couple.
Absolutely.
And been to the ALCS over and over and over again. You realize, wow, even after winning 2 world championships, it feels harder than ever and a miracle that you ever win one at all. Mm-hmm. The 2019 team not winning the World Series is all the evidence you need of, like, my God, that was an incredible baseball team, and they couldn't win the World Series that year versus a team that wasn't even in the playoffs halfway through the season.
Yeah, it's
50% is never, no matter how good the Astros are or any other team, you're never going to catch me when it's still in the round of 16 saying, oh, yeah, they got a 50% chance of winning it this year.
50% chance, and then goes on to explain how all the games St. John's could win. They could win this, and they could do that. You framed it perfectly the last time we played that audio earlier in the show. Somewhere Bill O'Brien is just sitting there rubbing his chin, the little dent right there in his chin, and he's going, this Jay Williams is making a lot of sense right now.
What do you feel about, what's your strongest 50% feel for the Astros, the Rockets, and the Texans right now? Is there a 50% chance the Rockets win in the first round?
No.
Okay.
No. Because they're probably going to be on the road against either the Lakers, the Nuggets, or the Timberwolves. And those teams with home court advantage would all be favored over the Rockets right now.
Is there a 50% chance the Astros make the playoffs?
Yeah, I think right at. I mean,
right at 50.
I don't think they will, but I think it's right at a coin flip.
Is there a 50% chance the Texans make it out of the divisional round this year?
No.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean they can't, and that doesn't mean that I'm not hopeful that they can. It's just you're saying to get out of the divisional round, that's winning 2 playoff games. Yeah, and that's hard to do.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's hard to make the playoffs.
Now it is right. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. You're right. You're talking about getting into an environment that they're going to have like a 65% chance of even getting into it in the first place, and then they've got to win 2 games after that. The one thing I would say is if they look, if this team is improved over last year, they were 12-5 last year. On paper, they play an easier schedule this year. And if we believe in the improvements that they've made and they're able to stay healthy in the key spots, 12-5, if it turns into 13-4 or 14-3, means you're talking about getting the number 1 seed in the conference. Then I think you do talk about, do they have a 50% chance of getting out of the divisional round because then you're not having to play a game in the wild card round, and you're going to play at home against the lowest seeded team in the divisional round.
Is there a 50% chance CJ Stroud gets a contract extension sometime in the next 2 years?
The next 2 years?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, okay. I think 50%. I don't think it's 75%.
What about for this year? That they would extend it this year?
Before the season? You talking about like this summer? Or
before the season, yeah.
Yeah, way less than 50 for me.
Okay.
Way less than 50. What about you?
Yeah, I think it's less than 50
I
for
do
this
too.
season. I think it'll be next year.
Reggie Atatula, John Lopez.
Hi.
I like that little Q&A with you. That was a fun little exercise, the little 50% rule. Gentlemen, do you know why we were going through this 50% thing? Did you hear?
No, we missed that last part of it.
Yeah, Jay Williams, college basketball analyst on ESPN, told Stephen A. Smith yesterday he thinks there's a 50% chance St. John's wins the NCAA championship. 50% chance. And Stephen A. pressed him on it, said, to win the title, he said yes, and then proceeded to explain by saying that in each of these next few rounds, they could beat this team, or you could see them beating that team.
Sure.
And Seth said earlier, this is how Bill O'Brien conducted his offseasons.
Who was it that
all
said
these
everything's 50%?
parlays. Huh?
Someone said everything's 50%.
Right, but when you have to do 4 of them, it's way less than 50.
That's not how math works.
Mm-hmm.
It's just 50. If it's 50 all the way across, then at the end it's 50.
The big loser is Duke in this whole thing, right? I don't know that he got his degree because he went to Duke.
Oh,
Jay Williams.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you going with this?
He went to Duke. So what's going on? What's the question of the day, boys?
Did you see Tina Knowles? Made a lot of people vomit.
Yeah. For those who don't know, I didn't know what it was until this news story. For those who don't know,
Miss Tina's Gumbo at the rodeo.
At the rodeo, okay.
Apparently, last week there was a report of a bunch of people getting sick.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, the health department released, I think it was 9, I might have that wrong, but 9 violations, including keeping raw shrimp and fish in a 5-gallon bucket on the ground.
Yep.
And people were like throwing up blood and stuff.
Yeah, it was bad.
Like keeping it just like
storing it.
Not for a moment. She was storing it at room temp. Oh, yeah. Wow.
So the question
How did the rodeo?
At the rodeo. It got hot.
Right.
So the question of the day is, what is the grossest thing you've ever seen at a restaurant?
Okay. I've been really lucky. I don't have any restaurant horror stories other than like the occasional, like when you go to like a Golden Corral or an all-you-can-eat buffet of some sort, like at a casino, and there's little kids running around.
Oh,
like
yeah.
A little kid, and they're reaching up and they're grabbing this stuff. I'm like, there's no way that kid's hands are clean.
My daughter was talking about just the other day. She got a pickle. The jars in the pickle. Gave the guy her money. He got the money, put it in the register, wiped his hand on his shorts, and used the same hand to reach in to grab the pickle out of the jar. She goes, I'm good.
Keep the money.
Keep like those old-time bars where they keep pickled eggs and stuff. Yeah.
Who buys that?
I don't think it's there to be bought. I think it's there for dares when somebody gets drunk at the bar. Those are what they exist for.
Yes. Do you have a gross restaurant story, Seth?
I can't. It's almost like I don't even want to tell any of them. They all involve bathroom stuff.
Yeah.
Just because we've all been in a bathroom and seen somebody be using a toilet and come out and not wash their hands.
Right.
But there was a guy that was violently using the toilet. It wasn't that he was peeing into the toilet or maybe he'd sat down to pee or anything.
Yeah.
This was explosive. And for a little while, too. And then he just popped right out and walked back out to the restaurant.
I don't even think I'd be good with that if somehow he had sat down and then had just had his hands in there the whole time and managed to keep them above board. Even then, I'm like, go ahead and wash up.
That's the worst part. The public restroom thing for me, especially up here, where it's a pretty, we don't have a ton of people up here, but you go in there and I am not a dude. I don't do number 2 at the office. I like the home toilet advantage.
Just willpower. You decide not to.
Yeah, and I don't eat breakfast, so it's not like I've got. Yeah, so I'm fine with it. But we've had until yesterday. We've had a ton of workers up here early in the morning. Like,
they know how to use the
15
restroom.
of them at a time. And I usually go to the bathroom. I heard you talking about this the other day, Lopez. Like I go to the bathroom probably more, not because I have to, but just out of comfort. I'll go pee like 3 or 4 times during a show.
Is that all?
Once an hour.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's all. I think there were 50 consecutive times that I went in that bathroom and one of those workers was in the stalls doing a sit-downer.
Yes, I noticed the
Incredible.
same thing. I think I might have mentioned it to Reggie during the break. I said, man, those guys know how to use the bathroom.
Hey, here's the thing.
Okay, good. It's not just me.
The question I have here, though, is how many times were they actively doing work and how many times were they avoiding doing work?
That's what I'm wondering.
I think there's a high possibility. Because there was times where, I like walking around during breaks.
Yeah.
Where I just see the dudes and I'm like, we're just collecting
On the other
checks.
hand,
That's what I'm saying.
They're bringing in big old sacks of food. I mean, they eat 2 meals while they're here.
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
They chow down. Yeah, that's true. They chow down.
Which, by the way, I'm cool if we're just using a little bit of me time in the bathroom at times. I'm not above that.
A little doom scrolling while you sit there.
Yeah. I mean, that is the only private office that you have in some instances.
True.
Ooh, saw someone changing a diaper in the kitchen of a small restaurant.
Yeah.
Oh.
See, you're going to get a lot of bathroom stuff. You got to be careful.
Okay.
Do
I need to have a backup question of the day?
I don't know if you do or not. I just know when it goes hardcore bathroom and I'm in the car,
I'm insecure enough that sometimes sometimes in some bathrooms, there will be a sink in one of the stalls. Like if you're using the handicap stall, sometimes there's a sink right in there. And sometimes I'll wash my hands in there after I go to the bathroom. But then I come out and I see everybody out there. And I'm like, well, I don't want them to think that
you got to wash them
again.
again.
Wash my hands, so I wash them again in the main one.
Yeah, that's smart. Or you make sure you're just like doing that thing where you drying your hands off on the back of your sweatshirt a little bit. Just no, I washed them. See, I washed them.
Yeah, they wash.
All right, I got to bounce. I got a luncheon to go MC. So,
All right.
You guys enjoy your question of the day and your show. And Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and say hello to my 3 favorite nuns.
I will say that.
3 favorite nuns.
Yep, that's going to interview 3 nuns at a luncheon today. Yeah,
that sounds like an indie movie that'd be produced by A24.
3 nuns at a luncheon.
My 3 favorite nuns.
My 3 nuns, exactly. All right, we're done. We're out of time. By the way, you're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. I repeat, Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Tuesday to you. You're indeed in the loop on Sports Radio 610. He gave you the roll call. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the 1s and 2s with his this hockey sweater type shirt that you're wearing. Or it's a hoodie.
Yeah, I love it. Love it.
Yep, my wife made it, so don't say nothing bad about it. She gonna have words with
It's
you.
beautiful. It's gorgeous. I love it.
Yeah.
Honestly, the best one I've ever seen. But yeah, you can get involved as well on the program by texting in to the Base Power text line 713-572-4610. Also, appreciation to the Mo Kierman Jewelers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
There's the Twitch chat, which is 610 Houston, and of course the YouTube page, which is on and popping every day. Sports Radio 610 there. John Lopez, I know that I said we were going to start somewhere else, but I feel like this one is just heavy on my spirit, so I just want to get this.
And that is?
Rockets played basketball yesterday.
They did in spurts. In spurts, they played basketball.
I think I might be.
They were in a TSA line for the first quarter.
Man, that is so apt. I might be stereotyping because Sean has a bald head, but the noise that he just made brought me right back to Charlie Brown. He just had a very strong. Yeah. Just at the mention of the Houston Rockets and their unfortunate loss to the Chicago Bulls in the first of a 4-game road trip. It was 120. Was it 126, 121?
124, 116?
124, 116ting, something like that.
Yeah. 132, 124.
Yeah, I was about to say, Chicago put
up
talking about the
Bulls.
Somewhere in there. Yeah. At some point, I was just like, unbelievable. This was. What was your ultimate takeaway from this game is the question I have. 713-572-4610. Because there's a lot of different places that you can be, and I want to explore the various portions of it. Because I don't think all of it was bad, but there definitely was some stuff that was bad, including the coach himself, which I do wonder, do we need to just go ahead and fully go to Ime's
he managed
doorstep?
to blame the players again after.
He sure did.
It's weird how that happens.
He sure did.
When they lose, it's all about the players not having the effort and stuff. And when they win, hey, great job.
They out there being soft.
Yeah. Oh, do you have the audio? Do you have the audio? Yeah, let's play. Let's hear them.
Let's start from here because they did go down early.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what I would have called a magnets game where it felt like there was magnets in the rim. Every time the Bulls put up a shot, that thing went clean through. Every time the Rockets put up a shot, it just refused to go.
Yeah.
And so maybe you look at that. Maybe you go, all right, well, that's just the way that this fell, and that's why they fell into a deep hole. They ultimately try and claw it back, and then they can't get it done at the end. That's the larger story of the game.
Right.
When you ask Ime Udoka what went wrong, there's one place and one place alone where he lays blame.
Poor start, disrespected the game, not prepared from the get-go, just non-aggressive, following around, watching them shoot. They have nothing to lose. They're going to fire away, and obviously to give up 41 points in that first quarter is disappointing. It was one quarter that killed us, and weren't prepared to play at all.
And there's a lot of this. Disrespected the game, standing around watching them shoot. I mean, that points directly to the player. Hey, man, it was the players. They just weren't ready. Well, getting them ready, of course, is your thing, but that might be a different discussion. But ultimately, he wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong about the first quarter. That is a tough thing because even the effort to get back into, we all know, and then you maybe settle in and things balance out and all that. He wasn't wrong about that, but I said in spurts because then we had a spurt where we're looking at him and like, all right, Durant, Şengün, Amen, really doing the job.
Just clawing their way back.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a game where you had a 40-point score, a 33-point score. In fact, Şengün with a 33, 13, and 10 triple-double that just falls by the wayside in the midst of all of this. Man, they actually saw they saw adversity, and they said, all right, bet. And they answered the call up until the very end where they just kind of squandered it. It wasn't even one of those, damn, you just didn't have quite enough to make it in the comeback. They made it all the way back just to give it back away, which was frustrating as well.
Well, and that's funny you say that because I said he was right about. I mean, you give a 41 in the first quarter. That's a steep hill. Also right, they clawed their way back. They took the lead. They were in it at the very end. But ultimately, if you had to say, okay, this is what ultimately lost them the game, it was closing out the game. It was closing out the game defensively. And I could just sense. Oh, Reggie's gonna talk about Reed Shepherd's defense. Reggie's gonna talk about Reed Shepherd, and you would be right. He was bad. They attacked him.
Oh yeah, the final bucket that salted the game away from Matas Buzelis, who, if you don't know him, is a cold white boy right there.
Yeah,
I will say.
Yeah.
What they did was we need to run some time, so they just dribbled the ball, and then they went, when we need to go get something, that's my bitch.
But here's the thing.
That's what they were like, Reed Shepherd, I'm attacking right here into your chest, and layup.
Well, but here's the thing. While you're right on that one possession, they were already down, I think, 3 at that point. That ultimately iced the game. And, Josh Giddey, who was it that didn't close out? I can't remember. Was it Jabari that didn't close out on that one? Then Buzelis hit another big deep three. The Şengün was just put in a dice. He was diced up. So yes, it was Reed Shepherd, but it was that whole defense, man. I mean, they took control of the game late because of a complete defensive breakdown that included Reed Shepherd.
It feels like of late for the Rockets, there's been a lot of things that I might be able to let slide if they were in a vacuum, but they just kind of all stack up because there is something to be said for the Chicago Bulls play a very particular style of basketball right now, which does not quite fit. Like there is a world in which this game could go a lot differently, and if there's not the same context that there is, I go, that's kind of a styles make fights type thing that happened there, and you go, yeah, it's not something that you like, but it happens. I think the way that this thing is unfurled and the way that we've been talking about this Rockets team leading up, those possessions are deadly.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I have a hard time moving off of Ime.
I know.
The luster has very much worn off of Ime Udoka with this team. And I say that understanding that it's also the team that you've seen claw back. But this is a team that you wait 60 games in order to actually start read of your own volition. This is a team that you look at and you go, how many times do you have to talk about getting your guys ready for this? And when you talk about getting this ready and not trusting, not respecting the game, maybe you could say, all right, they weren't ready for the grind that was going to be an up and down basketball game. Maybe you say that, right? They weren't rotating fast enough. They weren't just fully committed to, balls to the wall defense. The thing that I saw was, hey man, did we not have conversations about this?
Right.
To get them ready for that particular style of basketball game, right? Like, were we not prepared for this game being that? I think I still bring that to Ime Udoka at times.
Well,
and I know that there is a personal responsibility that hits with the players, but the players still found it within themselves to draw themselves back into this game.
Right, and the thing about it is, when you're having a season like they had last year, when they end up being the number 2 seed and they're playing really good, and Şengün is an all-star, and they're doing, they're winning a lot of games. Whenever the head coach gets up there after a loss and says, "Well, these guys they weren't prepared. They were letting them have shots." It doesn't seem like he's just putting it on the players. But when you do it consistently this year, when you're struggling and you're trying to find you're trying to find something, and he's doing it that much more often, then it really starts to resonate a little louder. Like, okay, he's just blaming the players.
And even if it's not quite blaming the players, it's going, is this your one button? Mm-hmm. Is also because maybe it's unfair to go like he's just blaming the players because he doesn't know what to do. Yeah. The question that I then have is, if you're finding that this has not worked as a method to inspire your players, what is the other method, right? Mm-hmm. That's part of coaching, and that's part of any job. If one way of getting it done isn't working, if one tool does not seem sufficient for the job, we need to find another tool. Mm-hmm. And this is, game what in the season for them? Game 71, where we're going. Guys just they don't have the passion.
Effort,
they don't have the energy.
Yeah.
What is another way to get them to that? Mm-hmm. Ultimately needs to be your resolve as a coach. Because this can't be the way that we keep going about this. An admittedly not great Bulls team, but a team that came out with the effort and energy on this particular night. You can't be getting up and tripped up by them, especially when you already did the tough work of getting yourself back into the game. When it comes down to a few possessions, your guys got to be able to get over this.
And the last few possessions does point more to coaching as well. That's why I said, yes, Reed Sheppard was a target. There were a lot of guys that were missing on defense, and that's not necessarily. I mean, it is effort, but it's also scheme and what you're the messaging is just not sticking. And we've talked about it, how sometimes they look checked out a couple of weeks ago and all that. Then they bring in Reed Sheppard into the starting lineup. And by the way, this was also, you could argue, one of those days where you had to find another way. You're talking about, find another method. Well, they were 5 for 28 from three-point range between Sheppard, Jabari, Tari, Aaron Holiday, and Okogie. So they were not making shots either. So that's where you have to do that method that you're talking about. Okay, how are we going to get this done now? And you had 3 guys that were just playing their asses off.
Yeah, there is something also to say, and this is one of those things that kind of cuts into whatever belief I do have about the Rockets, which I think I might be one of the more optimistic still, interestingly enough, on the Rockets. You can't have a game in which maybe we even go as far as saying this is a Magnets game. This is one of those things that it just kind of happens. It's a make or miss league, and sometimes you miss shots while the other team makes them. You also then have to win in the margins. Mm-hmm. And this was a 63% outing at the free throw line. Mm-hmm. The easy buckets that you have, you missed 9 free throws. They won by 8 points in this game, right? Like that ends up at least getting you closer to this, if that's going to happen. Obviously, the bench points is something that shows up, but I also just look at the way that your team is built right now. You don't have a bench.
Yeah, you don't. And the bench was a big problem, as we all know. Texter pointed it out. I don't know if this is accurate. 54-9 bench points.
It was something like that. I could double check that here in a moment. But I mean, yes, it was very evident, right? Mm-hmm. It was a lot to a little, even if we don't have the exact number on bench points when it came to this margin between the Bulls and the Rockets. But ultimately, that's another issue, is that you have to depend so much on your starters. And I wonder if that wasn't some of the hesitation for Ime Udoka on starting Reed Sheppard, because you look at it now and who is your bench after the starting lineup? You obviously have to do a little bit of
Tari.
It's Tari Eason, who hasn't been scoring well right now. Dorian Finney-Smith is a guy that they still have to run out there, but he got 8 minutes, and that's evidence of the trust that they have in him right in this moment. Josh Okogie is not an offensive threat. Maybe he'll knock down an open jumper if it's there for him. Aaron Holiday got the most minutes off the bench, but he isn't consistently in their rotation. No. Clint Capella, who could get played off the court in certain circumstances. Like, you just don't have much offense off the bench. It is your starters right now. And if they're not shooting, especially Reed Sheppard, if he's not shooting, I don't know where you get all the points that you want from.
Well, the other thing about that is you almost have to pick your poison, because if you go back to Reed Sheppard on the bench, then you're going to be looking at more 41-point first quarters in some instances when it's not falling, because you don't have the offense. The offense is a big problem to start and finish if he's coming off the bench. It's a quandary for him, for sure, dilemma, whatever you want to call it. But I think ultimately it is. And it was kind of weird, watching Ime Udoka after the game, because I was just sitting here going, again, again, it's just the players when you lose. It does a lot more pointing toward him right now.
Yeah, and I know that there's big issues that we've talked about all season that you can't do much about. The things that you can't, they need to hit the margins. In this final 10 games, you need to find a way to be better in the margins because there's the large bucket things. You're not going to be able to change up a whole bunch. You can make sure that you're knocking down your open shots when you get those opportunities too, right? You can make sure that you're not blowing layups. And I think that those are things that maybe you can do to get yourselves into a better circumstance. It's weird because this should have been a shining example of the resilience of this basketball team. And ultimately,
and it looked that way for a while.
Ultimately, that's not where you land. A few more things on this that made it really disappointing was on top of that, missed opportunity to claw yourself back a game in the standings. Shout out to the other twin, All-Star Thompson and the Detroit Pistons. They solidified their spot in the playoffs, the first team in the East to do that. But more importantly, they beat the Lakers, which would have given you an opportunity to get a game back closer to that third seed. Nope, didn't do that, ultimately lose the game, which really stinks.
Rockets currently in the 6th seed.
Yeah. That's another thing, is that just like that, you're back in a place where you don't have home court advantage, which, again, would be another marginal thing that goes away from you in the playoffs if the season were to end today. You still have a tough road test because it only gets harder on Wednesday versus the Minnesota Timberwolves. 8:30 ESPN. Big game.
That's a big ball game.
Big game, especially when
then they could get some real separation.
Your head coach has stepped up and called your boys out. What do they do in response? I will say, though, I do want to acknowledge a couple things. Alper Şengün put on a show for them Turkish people that showed up in Chicago. Like, there was a whole bunch of Turkish fans in the
nice
United Center
dunk.
that had the what was it, the Fenerbahce jerseys on, a Turkish soccer team, and honestly just athletic club all the way around. But yes, I feel bad because that resurgence, that game from Alper Şengün goes uncelebrated in this moment.
Unrewarded.
That unrewarded is the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
That if Alper Şengün is heating up to that level, I do think that that's a good thing ultimately for what this Rockets team is because he looked comfortable as hell.
Glad you brought that up because as bad as it was, and we're talking about Ime and the defense and the closing out, et cetera, if the ultimately, I wouldn't change a damn thing about the starting lineup, even with the issues that you saw, because those other three guys are finding their niche, and if Reed Sheppard knocks down 3 more shots. What was he, 2 for, was it 9?
3 for 14, I believe.
Oh, 3
is what
it's worse than I thought.
Yeah, he took a lot of them. He took a lot of them, which it was the nature of the game, right? They're over here knocking down 3s, and you're getting 2s. At some point, the math is not going to work.
But what I'm saying is, like, if he just knocks down a few more shots, you can lament the first quarter, but it would have been a W, and ultimately you're looking at those 3 guys, Amen, Şengün, and Durant, and you're like, okay, it still works, even if he's not knocking down a lot of shots.
Yeah. But, yeah, that was very frustrating to not see Alper Şengün's, really good game rewarded. I still, also, how'd you feel about the Kevin Durant push-off at the end? Because ultimately that was a possession where, because I think that this is one of the things also that Ime does, is Ime is a crotchety old man in some ways. And one of the things that he's talking about when he's asked about how you felt the officiating, he's like, we're not going to respond to a soft crew, was the words that he used. Which, again,
you love that word soft, man.
This is another thing that upsets me or annoys me about Ime is I think that as much as you can have a head coach that is, kind of surly, I do wonder if that feeds into the psyche of the team in general, where as a team, I know that they're not getting in trouble with the refs a whole bunch, but does that then take some of the responsibility away from the players outside of the things that he is getting after them about because he's going to go out there and go, well, damn it, that's the refs. When in all reality, I fully think Kevin Durant pushed off.
It was a clear push.
How you got gangly-ass arms? He got 7 foot long arms, and we saw all 7 foot of them on Matas Buzelis' chest. Like, come on, you expect them not to call that?
Soft?
That's not a call you make in the time like that.
Yeah, well, that was probably one of the things he was saying.
Yeah. That was Ryan Hollins on the broadcast, and I was surprised Ryan Hollins is going this hard behind that one. Because it's just like, you can't make it in this time. I'm like, yeah, you can. Don't do that. And I understand for Kevin Durant, it's frustrating for him because teams have just been draping themselves on him.
Yeah.
But you know what the game is, man. That full extension gonna get you cold. And ultimately, that was a big time moment where you couldn't afford it. They called it. Maybe you get away with that sometimes, but if they call it, I don't think you can be mad at it. And that was an unfortunate moment at a big time where maybe you could have salvaged that game. But the Rockets move on to a big-time test on Wednesday versus the Minnesota Timberwolves. A weird game where there's a lot of negatives, but there's also like a really resilient game and attempt at coming back in this one in Chicago. Just not good enough for your Houston Rockets. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I want to talk about Nico Collins. We assumed, especially seeing Jackson Smith and Jigba get his extension that now leads the league when it comes to wide receiver compensation. We assume that Nico Collins gets back to the table with the Texans. Should they? Or should they wait?
Say it, Figgy.
713-572-46. Let's do it now.
Rockets great Tracy McGrady shared his frustrations about the offense with The Drive. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, what did he say? Off the slide?
Oh,
if you,
God,
if you
that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki.
think I was
Hey,
cringing.
no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's a Tuesday. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, and you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, where 832 said, it's Astros baseball time. Figgy, play the Astros fight song. And I was like, wait, fight song?
Yeah.
What song are we
What's the
thinking?
fight song?
Well, we were talking about that during the break. We need some help. 713-572-4610. How did you put it?
I'm just curious. What song do you hear and think about the Astros?
When you hear the
what is
song, you think
that-
Astros.
Yeah, because for some reason, I'm going to that file in my brain, and it's
I'm
blank
completely
right now.
lost.
Yeah, I'm interested. So
we need help.
The only thing I could think of is
just the generic.
Yeah, just
Charge.
generic ass baseballs.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Yesterday we were talking about Jackson Smith and Jigba. Ended up getting $42 million, give or take, on average annual value with an extension yesterday, making him the highest paid wide receiver in NFL history, which I say just to the benefit of his particular agent, because I'm sure that's exactly why they did the deal the way that they did it. But that immediately makes us think, every time a wide receiver gets their money, immediately makes us think, gosh, what a great job Nick Caserio did on getting that deal for Nico Collins, who is, by all accounts, a top 10 wide receiver in the National Football League. And you have him at, 18th highest average annual value?
Yes.
Which, I mean, basic math, you're doing a good job there, right? Top 10 player, 18th value, doing a great job
Great job, Nick.
And, I mean, it's reasonable
Get ready,
to say
Figgy, get ready.
that
Not yet.
he says,
see,
this is
that was a tease.
You can't be out here setting it. You have to get it organically.
I love it.
No, but you got to get it organically. You can't be out here.
Organically.
Hold on. Finish your point.
Unbelievable. But yes, we an agent absolutely goes, well, that disparity, we can't rock with that. Eventually, the expectation is that, Nico Collins goes and looks for his money. Should the Texans give Nico Collins more money in this way, or should they wait?
I was thinking about it. This was a classic. I'm driving home, sort of replaying things in my head, and I'm like, we were just talking yesterday about almost assuming, well, they're gonna redo Nico. I mean, it's an $18 million disparity between he and
he can't just be sitting around like, hey man, life is great. He probably is, but
I mean, he's going to make 20, I believe, is the number this year.
That is crazy, man.
But
from his point of view,
but that's still $18 million less, I think, on the guarantee than what Jackson Smith and Jigba just signed for. So we were just assuming, Reggie. Well, yeah, they're going to do a great job. First of all, as you mentioned, great job, Nick.
Good job, Owen.
Getting it done early, locking him up, and then they redid his contract, last year, to be able to free up some cap space. Another good job. You have those void years at the end. Good job all around. And we're just assuming, but now they got to do it again. I don't know if that's.
You don't think they?
I think it's a question. Should they?
Well, okay. So what is your moment of pause? Because I saw yesterday as we were talking about this, immediately someone goes, "Well, he doesn't play all the games." And here's the thing and maybe this is more of an agent perspective, is he's still putting up 1,000-yard seasons without playing all the games. And I know that. Having that, what was it, a 5-game stretch where he did not play during the course of the season, and then maybe more importantly, missing a game at the back end of seasons, that ends up being really problematic. And I'm sure that if you're having the conversation between, from a front office perspective, those are things that you valuably bring up. But I view those as maybe possible negotiation points. How much do you view those as like just cutoff points for conversation generally? The idea of, he's had these injuries, and they've been pretty much every year for him at this point.
Yeah.
How much do you then take that into account of the breadth of his career, right? How long does that continue? Does this shorten his viability as this high level wide receiver? And how much do the wide receivers that you currently have factor into that? Because it's hard to ignore that when you draft a 6'4" wide receiver who, seems like he has the possibility to develop into, or at least when he was drafted out of, when Higgins was drafted at Iowa State, he looks a lot like how Nico Collins looked like when he was drafted out of Michigan. Now, there was a big jump up in his play, but how much do you then factor that into whether or not you do this big-time type money for Nico Collins in the future?
Okay, so I jotted down some pros and cons, classic pros and cons.
Hey, man, you need to make a decision, pros and cons list.
Let me throw them out to you guys, and you tell me. The question is, we were assuming, he's got to be redone, and then we asked the question, should they? All right, so pros. Let me do the cons first. That's the top of my list. A lot of contracts are coming up due, right? We know that. Big decisions to make, notably Will Anderson Jr., who knows what Tank Dell is going to be, and his contract ultimately will come up. By the way, signed yesterday reportedly with David Mulugeta. Changed agents.
The bag getter himself. Mr. Ski Mask Man himself.
Tank Dell signed with him. Kamari Lassiter you're going to have to redo. Kalen Bullock, you at some point you can redo. What are there going to be?
Wait till they sign with Mulugeta.
Yeah, well,
it's over.
You never know. Here's another thing that makes you think a little bit. They did restructure his contract to clear some cap space before last season, I believe, correct? If they restructure it again to clear out more cap space, they're going to add that big bonus up front. But what does that do? That adds void years, which is basically dead money, on his age 29 and age 30 seasons. Do you want to have that at age 29 and 30? Maybe that's a positive. The other question I have, and it's somewhat unfair, but it's real. Just how durable is Nico Collins?
That's the question, right?
How durable is he?
Right. Nico Collins plays over the 5 years that he has in order from year one: 14 games, 10 games, 15 games, 12 games, 15 games this past year. That's right.
Yeah, 15 this last one.
So I was thinking back to 24 when he missed 5.
But also this past year, think about this. And again, I'm just laying it out. He had 2 concussions, one in October and one in January this past season. So 2 concussions, and you're asking about how durable it is. And now here's the good news. You need a happy Nico Collins. You have to have a happy Nico Collins, not just for Nico Collins, but for CJ Stroud. You really need him. It would clear up some cap space, and that gives you some flexibility in some of these contracts that I mentioned are coming up. And then this one, I think it's a positive, but again, you have to take into context the type of offense they run and what they really try to do offensively. But my thing is, you have to have a number 1 wide receiver, and nobody else on this roster has given you yet any real indication that they could be a number 1 wide receiver. Not even Tank Dell.
What do you think the Texans want to happen? And if this was a perfect world, what do you think they want to happen with this whole situation as far as the wide receiver room? Because I feel like in the perfect world, they probably want the receivers they drafted last season to take a huge step.
That could be it.
That way, maybe Higgins could be a number 1, or he could flirt around the possibility of being the number 1 receiver, where they're more comfortable of letting Nico walk or trade or something like that.
Yeah, it's tough because this is a team that very much talks about loving on their players and wanting to give them. But I think that it feels like they might be reaching a point in there where that MO has to shift for them, right? Because ultimately, 0-sum game, salary capped sport. Even though the numbers are going up and up, but you still
you can't keep everybody.
The contracts all go up and up, and you can't keep everybody. Yeah. I would like to imagine that it's a Nico Collins shows his durability, and they just go with one of the best wide receivers in the league.
I think they'd like to kick the can down the road one more year.
Yeah, I think the answer might. Well, yeah, I don't expect Nico Collins deal getting done this year. I wonder if that ain't a next year situation or a conversation for that. But I think you might be right. I think the idea of Jaden Higgins becoming something similar to a Nico Collins would be preferable for them in a weird way.
Yeah, that's what I think. And honestly, right now, just looking at it right now, I don't really see it. Not yet. Maybe it could happen.
Well,
no
one has really shown it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I feel like, I know they got a choice, but low key, you have no choice but to, try to keep Nico Collins.
And then there's the offensive, style aspect of it. Now, you'd love to have a Nico Collins on that style moving forward, but they are a run the ball team. Check down, safe passes, all that stuff. You do need the guy that can stretch it. I mean, there's no question about that. But is that something that they can prioritize with another contract, or they can prioritize with another player? And that's the question.
It's a good one, but also I think one of the things we talk about, if we're talking about the larger trend of the NFL, which doesn't necessarily mean that that's what the Texans are going to do, but how much, going back to Jackson Smith-Njigba, the guy who kind of kicks off this conversation, how much do we factor in the reason why he gets that money we talk about is not just his capability of catching the ball, not just his ability to take off the top of the defense, but play inside, play outside, do all of those different things. Nico Collins has demonstrated his ability to do all of those things.
Yeah.
The thing that's stopping us is, one, external factors from him himself, which is the way that this offense is built, and two, injuries.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, man, it might just be like after a second contract, you just kind of have to say goodbye. I think that is a conversation that a lot more teams are making, or a lot more decision rather that a lot more teams are having to make, especially with the idea of being able to go and get more wide receivers. I just wonder if that might be one that you end up regretting at some point. But these are the tough conversations that are coming for Nick Caserio very, very soon with team building. And there are going to be dudes that you absolutely love that are left out in the cold.
Man, it's a tough call, and it made me think a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, and I think it's very important to see what Higgins and Noel do this year, man. Like, if Higgins can take that next step, then I think it'd be a little easier to have that conversation. But if he don't, and it's still Nico and the Pips, then I think they really going to have to sit there and try to figure a way to keep him.
Yeah.
Or at least keep him happy.
How much does CJ Stroud and his personal resurgence factor into this as well?
A lot. I think that's ultimately, like, if they can, find some sort of real connection, not that they didn't have one, but, like really take it to another level, then maybe, there's that, and he's good for CJ as well.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Inspired by some crazy stories coming out of one booth from Rodeo Houston this past this season that just ended here. What's the grossest thing that you've ever seen in a restaurant? 713-572-4610. Let's do it next.
The NCAA tournament is here.
RTS.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
This is the Astros song. Tyler shout out to T Mill, our guy, always rocking with us.
I feel bad. I feel like I've been walking around saying how I'm a Houstonian and all this stuff. I've never heard this song a day in my life, man. I might need to take this Astros hockey jersey off, man.
I've heard it, but I think the last time I heard it, you could actually walk inside the Astrodome.
I've never heard this before. I'm not gonna lie. And
I'm a dude sitting there up here with the Astros a hoodie on and never heard this song.
Where does this rank amongst all of the like almost kitschy sports team songs? Right? Like there's the
DFL.
You remember the Ram It song that the Rams had back? Yeah, I don't know. This could be DFL. And we ain't have no Astros rapping on it. You remember in the 80s when they just had to have everybody rapping on their song?
Yeah.
It's like, here's the 85 Bears and them rapping on it. No, don't do that.
Weeks ago.
Go Astros. Yeah, man. I'm sorry. This can't be the song. Like, I'd rather us have some other song. I don't know if it's just Mr. Blindside. Like, if it's just like, oh, yeah, man. Whenever I hear Mr. Blindside, I think about the Astros in the seventh inning or something. I don't know. But it can't be Go Astros, can it?
Yeah.
There's got to be a song that you think of when you think Astros. And please tell me it's not Go Astros.
It might be this.
713-572.
It's the leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I ain't got no other.
That is the most decisive song that we've gotten. Go Astros.
Yeah.
Here come the Astros. This might get stuck in my head too, and I don't know if that's a good thing or
we might have to roll with this.
I think I
ain't got no other answer.
I think Roger Metzger was playing shortstop the last time this song played.
They are actually showing the Astrodome in this video
I'm telling you. Yeah.
All right, let's get to
and Tina Knowles had a booth in there.
That's one way you can segue into the question of the day. What's the grossest thing, the wildest thing that you saw at a restaurant ever? 713-572-4610. Because we were just at Rodeo this past week, and what an experience, man. We ate good. I realized that my turkey leg was from Triple J's, and I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense, right? We had some good eats. Figgy, you were eating big last week at Rodeo. And thankfully, none of us stopped by a particular place where, shout out to a local legend when it comes to Beyonce, but her mama getting a lot of heat right now.
Did you see some of the things that were happening to people, like vomiting blood and all kinds of other stuff? Apparently, Figgy, I know you've been on top of this too, so correct me if I'm wrong, but last week the report was a lot of people got sick. And I guess they shut down for a while or whatever.
Yeah, they shut down for maybe a day or two.
But they let the block cool down for a second and then
back to work. But then yesterday, the health department comes out and says that she had multiple, I'm not going to put an exact number on it, but a lot of violations, including putting raw shrimp and fish in a 5-gallon bucket and storing it on the ground.
Okay, but did they have ice in it?
I don't think so. Which I was telling Reggie during the break, when you do that in today's world, you know exactly what you're doing. It's not like, forgot. No, you put raw fish and shrimp in a bucket from Home Depot or wherever and set it on the ground. You know what you're doing. So it was no surprise.
It kind of makes sense why people were throwing up.
Yes.
Because that stuff will really make you sick.
Out.
Especially because we're talking about seafood. Like there are some foods that obviously you want to have highest food safety standards as possible. But there's some foods that you might be able to work around the edges. Seafood is the absolute last of places where you could do that. And so honestly, in a weird way, it made me feel so much better about the way that they do rodeo because they're on their P's and Q's. Again, all of this is in a giant parking lot, and we got like all these food vendors cooking up great, not even just like
great,
good food, great food.
Yeah.
And it just felt like because this is their first year doing it, it felt like this was we weren't prepared for what the
that's
challenges
exactly
of rodeo
what it was.
actually are.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. We weren't prepared for it. We had something we was gonna try it out, and just didn't have the resources.
So what's the grossest thing you've ever seen at a restaurant? I told the story my daughter was telling me not long ago. She bought, you know how they keep the pickles, the whole dill pickles in a jar?
Yeah.
You know, you get the tongs, you get out a pickle, put it in a little paper bag and hand it over. Well, she went to get a pickle, and the dude, she handed the dude the cash, grabbed the cash, wiped his hand on his shorts, and stuck that same hand into the pickle jar to grab a pickle. And she said, I'm good.
All them pickles contaminated now.
I'm good. So mine is unforgettable because, you know, it was one of those later nights. We might have been coming home from the rodeo, actually, or a concert or something, and we stopped at this diner to get breakfast. You know, late night breakfast. Yeah, late night breakfast. So the dude.
There's not much better after the hours of like 10 p.m. than stopping in at a good ass diner.
Yes. Well, hold that thought. So you know how they have the griddle there, and you can kind of see the cook, you know, from the tables, and they stick those little orders on like a little rotisserie kind of thing that holds the orders, and then they look at it and they make that breakfast or whatever. So he was sticking the tickets on that thing, and he was wearing an undershirt.
Sure.
Just an undershirt, cooking on the griddle.
That's an authentic diner.
Cooking on the griddle. But every time he would look at the ticket, he would cross his arms.
Oh, and put him under his
armpits? And stick his fingers under his armpit. So he'd go, okay, bacon and eggs. And then he'd start cooking. And then he'd do it. He'd cross his arms and look, oh, okay, pancakes.
And I know he was sweating.
He was sweating. And I know
he was just sweating.
I was like, we're good. We're good. We're going to go.
Somebody probably had a little piece of hair in their mouth.
What is this? It's all sweaty.
This might be my favorite answer that's coming on the text line. There's definitely some gross stuff. Don't get me wrong. And we'll get to some of that. But shout out to the 281 live mud bug in a plate of cooked ones, which...
Oh, wow.
What kind of suicide daredevil stuff is that? Like, shout out to that particular crawfish. How did you manage to live through?
That's a genetic marvel.
Yeah, you lived through the boil and the seasoning and all of this. Yeah. And you managed to get in here with the live crawfish. How did you do? Like, I would honestly, like, first and foremost, that is terrifying if you try and grab that thing to open it up and eat it. But I would be marveling at just the resilience of that one particular crawfish. You made it through the boil and all. We threw all the seasonings at you. Yeah. We put some we put some corn and some potatoes on your head.
Give me
top
some more of that. Come on, give me some more of that.
He said,
pounding his
I'm
chest.
not dead yet.
Pounding his
You
chest.
cannot kill me. Shout out to that one, man. Like that is insane to me.
You call that hot?
What? Oh, somebody said an old man dropped his britches down to the ankles while using a urinal.
I've seen
bare
that.
cheeks at an Astros game. Yeah,
I've seen that before.
Who are these people?
I've seen that in here.
Dropping just full britches, huh?
To the ankles. To the ankles. I've seen it here.
Unbelievable.
Facts. How about you, Figgy?
Yeah, so the ones that come to my mind is it was one restaurant me and my wife went to, sat down, we ordered just some soft drinks, sitting there waiting, saw Mickey Mouse run across. I'm like, I'll be damned.
Is he thirsty?
Yeah, he was running across and said, hey, how you doing? So he's like, you know what? Let's get up out of here.
We're good.
Yeah,
we're good.
I made up an excuse like, hey, yeah, sorry, we got an emergency, we got to go. I'm like, nope, we ain't going in here. Mickey Mouse walking in the broad daylight like that. No, and then another one. This was back in Cleveland. I went to this restaurant and the guy was. I guess he was the owner. I don't know who he was, but he's back there cooking the chicken wings and fries. And as he lifted the fries up, it was supposed to be my fries. I was the only person in there.
Yeah.
Took a couple of them, licked the fingers. Then put the rest of them in my box. I'm like, you know what?
Hey, not eating fries.
Hey, I told, and this is probably the nicest. This was damn near a compliment. Hey, man, I saw what you did. I'm good, man. I just can't do it. I'm sorry. I pay for it. Like I pay for it, but I'm not eating that, man. I'm good.
You told him to his face. Maybe that's where I'm a little scary. I might have just taken it and just immediately he hands it to me and I put it in the trash. Like that might be.
I wasn't even gonna waste his time, man. I'm like, yo, I will pay for it to not take this. But I saw what you did, man. This brother was licking his fingers after eating some of my fries, and then put the rest of the fries in the box. Like, nah, I'm good, man.
Oh wow. Okay. Now we're just getting into the bathroom stuff. Weird stuff in the bathroom.
Yeah, we can do better than this.
Haircut in the kitchen at a trendy dumpling. Oh no. Oh no. Someone said a Band-Aid in the green beans.
Band-Aids are the worst. In any context. You know, like someone, like, even if it's family.
Because
like,
it's not a new Band-Aid.
Band-Aid in the bathtub, Band-Aid in the sink, Band-Aid. Those are the worst. They gross me out.
It's not a new Band-Aid.
Exactly.
Roaches drinking out of the soda nozzles. Just a sticky soda nozzle will get me every time. Like when you worked in a restaurant, you know that they're supposed to take those things off and clean them every night. When you see the sticky one, you're like, oh no. And this portends a lot of bad things. Oh yeah.
This has happened multiple times, probably to all of us. Literally everybody listening and all of us here. Drops some fries on the counter as he's making his order at a fast food restaurant. Grabs them, puts them in the carton, and puts them back in the bag.
Yeah. Wait, dropped them on the table? Or
like he's putting fries in the to-go in the fast food bag. Couple drop on the counter, he just grabs them and puts them in
the counter's clean. You good? You all right?
Yeah.
You good?
What about his hands?
Someone said Figgy's the go for that. Yeah, just let him know. Hey, man. Just letting you know.
I'm like, dog, I ain't about to fake the funk. He was damn near done with my food. He was about to. I'm like, hey, man, I just saw what you did, man. Don't even worry about it, man.
We will not be doing that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. By the way, Fig, there's people that are now challenging you to take Go Astros and modernize it. I don't know.
Sample?
I'm not putting nothing on you, however.
That's bold, man. That's bold for me to try to do it and for everybody to like it.
Yeah.
I mean, we
do it all the time.
All the time.
We've done it at least 3 times.
I'm not saying you got to. I'm just saying that's people that are saying that. The streets are saying that you might need to do that. I don't know. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where I think John Lopez has a draft pet cat already. We'll talk about it next.
Payne and Pendergast. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL, but some of y'all have seen some things in places where you were supposed to, or maybe you actually ate. The one that is really just taking the cake for me right now is that there was a dude who apparently, walked in covered in fecal matter, demanding to get paid for declogging the septic tank, and they said he smelled exactly how you imagine. That is crazy. But I feel bad for him because, hey, man, you got me over here covered, and you know what? Y'all better pay up.
I'm just trying to get paid, man.
Y'all better. I ain't going home to shower first. Y'all better pay up right now.
Yeah.
Right now. And that's a great way to do it. That's what we call leverage, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm standing right here.
We gonna run everybody's good time until I get my money. And then shout out to the person who mentioned the live crawfish in a pile of cooked ones.
I love that crawfish.
Follow up. The live one was at the bottom of the pile. So after eating a couple, the whole pile started moving up and down as that one live one was trying to. So not only was he alive, he made it through the boil.
For his life.
He was at the very bottom. He was buried alive. He was like, I'm gonna drag myself up.
I hope they let him go. I hope they let him go. Just put him in,
I'd watch a short film about that. Yeah. I'd watch a short film about the live crawfish.
That crawfish came out like,
Yeah, someone need to make that. Someone make that for me. I want to watch that. All right, let's go around. God, this is my favorite thing that's happened today. All right, let's go around the NFL now and talk about some of the things there.
I am.
All right, Travis Kelce's back.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce apparently re-signs with the Kansas City Chiefs. We go from not knowing if he's going to play, maybe he's going to retire, to getting a 3-year contract.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen.
I did get sucked into it at first, the 3-year thing. I was like, 3 years? And then I went, oh, okay, so they're basically just doing the what they call void years at the end.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yeah, but the deal is worth about $54 million, maximum value of $57.8. He's turning 30. This is his age 37 season. Thought process on what the hell the Chiefs are doing here, bringing back Travis Kelce, at least for the deal that looks like.
I mean, they're making a run again. They're tired of they're mad that they didn't make the playoffs, and they're making one final run. They've made some big moves. They've made a couple trades. They bringing back Travis Kelce. They're doing what I would expect them to do. Hey, it's open, man. Let's go. And they're actually kind of scary to me, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, more than a little scary.
You have been giving that vibe ever since they had the Kenneth Walker signing at running back. You were like, ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Walk me through it. What's getting to you when it comes to Kansas City?
I think they're doing the things. Andy Reid, first of all, is a big factor here. Especially with Walker. Mahomes coming back, obviously. Now Travis Kelce. I think what they're doing is they're just pushing those chips in one more time, and given their recent history, that makes them just almost by default a scary AFC team. I could easily see them popping back up.
Yeah, the thing that I don't know how to feel about is obviously Patrick Mahomes is coming off of an injury. I do wonder if he's even going to be able to start the season healthy, which is part of the reason why they go and trade for Justin Fields. And even that, I'm curious as to how that works, because Justin Fields is a very particular player. He can get a job done to a point, but I also think that Andy Reid is the type of coach where he could retrofit what they're doing to work for a certain period. But how good does Patrick Mahomes come back off of that injury? How much of a decline do you see in Travis Kelce in that? And they still feel like they're wanting for a top-end wide receiver in that system with what they're doing.
Don't they have 2 first-round picks?
Yes, they do. They do have 2 first-round picks.
McDuffie.
Yeah, for McDuffie. I'm telling you, and I'm not I'm not a Chiefs fan, but I'm like, ooh, they're doing some stuff here.
They are. And you know what? I don't know how afraid I am in the general context for the Texans particularly, especially because that division itself is going to be an absolute dogfight.
Yeah.
I still very much feel like the Denver Broncos are now leading that division, and not just off the strength of them winning it this past year, but just what they have done to build their roster. It feels like the Denver Broncos are not only the best team, but the best team by a good margin. And then you go from there. Obviously, the Chiefs are there. The Raiders are still off, but the Chargers could be an interesting proposition in themselves. Now, they are losing their defensive coordinator who helped make that really solid, but I also really like, for the 13th time that I'm saying this, really like what Black Mike going to bring to that offensive, offensive schematically. And only God knows, right, what you get when you put a talented quarterback, because I don't think anybody's going to be mad at me calling Justin Herbert talented. I think people get mad at, kind of glazing him when there's not really accomplishments, but he's clearly talented. Put that dude with a dude that knows how to scheme and really create schematic advantage, and I go, only God knows where that goes. So that's what kind of keeps it at bay for me with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
But yeah, that's a great point. Andy Reid utilized Vic pretty well after a stint in prison. I think we got to give Mike Vick some credit there, though, because Mike Vick came out, and we were like, how athletic can he still be? Very. The answer was
also Andy
very.
Reid too, though.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of athleticism in that. I do wonder, though, and maybe this is just an asinine thing to even discuss, comparing Justin Fields to Michael Vick, even if we're just talking about the arm. I know Michael Vick was never viewed as like the craziest arm guy, but when he got back, he was actually maybe a better passer than he had been with Atlanta.
Yeah.
I do wonder how we feel about Justin Fields throwing the football.
I think that, as you mentioned, I think they're going to have a very particular set of things that they're going to want to do with Justin Fields, and then change it, obviously, when Mahomes come back.
Yeah, so we'll see what that ultimately looks like. But, yes, Travis Kelce will be back with the Chiefs. What that means, I guess we'll ultimately have to see. But, John, I feel like you're developing a draft crush.
It's not a crush.
Figgy, is he developing a draft crush?
I think so.
It's not a crush. It's a fascination. It's happening, baby.
We're gonna brand it.
I don't have a crush with her. I'm just fascinated by her.
I'm fascinated by it, and you know exactly why. It's happening, baby. John Carroll, wide receiver. Yes, that John Carroll, and we know
what John Carroll you talking about. I don't know what you're talking
JC. Nick Casario listening to radio like, yeah.
What's the JCU hand sign? Do they just throw up a J and a C? Is it
those blue streaks?
JCU.
You can't swing a dead cat without hitting somebody from John Carroll University.
You swing a dead cat?
It's just an old saying.
I know.
Over at NRG.
That's one that I actually have heard.
And they are bringing Tyron Montgomery in for a visit, April 11th.
Oh, get out of town.
They are bringing him in for a visit. So it's happening. And it's unclear. Jonathan Alexander reported it. Unclear if it's going to count toward a Texans top 30 visit or just
local.
You can bring in the local guys as well. But this was about as predictable as the sun rising, wasn't it?
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
But they're also it's worth noting that he, while being D2 or D3 rather player, he went to Pro Bowl and he did display his wares well, which. I mean, if we took off the John Carroll of it all and you go, hey, a player that has showed well in the Senior Bowl, maybe the possibility to get an insight into him, maybe get a value.
Sure.
Woodland, the Woodlands stand out, right? Hey, why not? Like, why not give him a look, especially if it's not going to cost you a 30-day. And, yeah, I'd be interested, especially when we talk about this wide receiver room where I have this – I'm trying to figure out how I would like this wide receiver room filled out. Because you have the four guys that we've talked about and that we know. Clearly, Nico Collins, who's the king of the room. You have your two young cats that you're looking to have even more of a presence this year in Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll. And then you have Tank Dell, who is a big old question mark as to what exactly you're going to get from him. But they're very optimistic about getting him back at the very least and seeing what he has, right? Those are the four guys that you know. Xavier Hutchinson is possibly in there. Well, not possibly, probably in there. And then maybe there's one more. Is it a Justin Watson who is technically still on the roster, but I don't know how you feel about that. Or could it possibly be, someone like a young guy that you get in there, you go, hey, but is that too many young guys? Do you need a veteran guy in there? And if you do, what kind of veteran guy are we talking?
Well, yes, but I think just in terms of, fitting the profile for the Texans at the wide receiver position, whether it went to John Carroll or not, he does fit the profile. Hasn't really played I think he only played, was it 1 year of high school football? Maybe not even that. And then really showed out at the Senior Bowl. Kind of fits the profile, day 3 pick, someone that maybe you can take a flyer on.
Not quite the speed guy that I think some people might want in this 4-5 guy.
Which is good, but it's not blazing. But he fits the profile. And of course, he went to John Carroll University.
Yeah, I feel like you just...
Blue streaks, baby.
All right. Okay.
JC, you?
Would you want another smaller guy, 185. Like he's 6'1", which isn't like crazy, but he's 185. Would that be at all something that kind of holds you back from appreciating Tyron Montgomery in a real way? Like maybe he just is a guy you bring in and you let's see what he's got.
I mean, that's about normal for a lot of wide receivers. Maybe on a little bit on the smaller side. 6'1".
6'1". No, that's not the part I'm contending with. It's the 185.
The 185 you can deal with. But, he, again, kind of fits the profile. Take a flyer, see what happens, draft him on day 3, and go from there.
I see you on the text line from 832. Bring back D-Hop, who he reiterated this weekend, mind you, because wasn't he at the flag football joint? Mm-hmm. I believe it was Kay Adams who was sowing little seeds where it's like, Houston, and then he's like, Houston is always home, right? That is the line that he's been using. He definitely has a home here, so it works in that way, but also if it is subliminal messaging, it also works that way. Mm-hmm. Interestingly enough, DeAndre Hopkins apparently said he's open to a reunion with Kyler Murray. He said, if the Vikings need me, they know I'll be there, entering his 4th year. I think it was he told TMZ that, quote, Kyler, that's my bro, man. Kyler's like family. I talked to Kyler throughout the year last year. I talked to Kyler after his situation in Arizona. He's like family. I would always embrace that journey with him. He's on a 1-year deal, if I'm not mistaken. Whatever I can do for someone like that, if Kyler needed me, they know I'll be there.
Well, he's basically keeping all the doors open, right?
Yes,
and that's all that, and he should.
That's what it felt like to me, but I did wonder if he's going that hard on the, hey, man, I'll be there. Mm-hmm. Does that mean that he'd be open to whatever role? Because you look at Minnesota, and there's kind of a they kind of already have at the very least 2 wide receivers that you're not displacing. Obviously, Justin Jefferson is one of them. Jordan Addison is the other. And that is the question I have when it comes to DeAndre Hopkins and bringing him back here. Is he comfortable with having a pretty mitigated role? And
that's up to DeAndre Hopkins. And it has already been in his career. His role has somewhat changed already. So I think that's up to him, and I think it's clearly something that he would just want to be a part of and certainly take that role.
Right. That question jumps up not out of nowhere, not just because he's in year 14 and he's played a lot. It's because of the way that he talked about the Ravens and the seeming disdain that he had for not being utilized a whole bunch in certain points. But you go, hey, man, were they supposed to use you a whole bunch? Doesn't it feel like you should be in somewhat of a step-back role? I can maybe see him going, but who else they throwing the ball to? Because the Ravens still have questions at wide receiver. Yeah. So maybe that's a little bit easier to stomach when you go, okay, there's Nico Collins, there's some young cats. Get in where you fit in. I don't know. It's one of those things where the nostalgia's there. You can always go back home, but I do wonder if that's what's best for what this room is. I don't know. We'd have to see that as we go. One more thing here around the NFL. Did you see... And it feels weird to bring this up because when we were bringing this up initially, there was kind of a slight twinge of maybe we could benefit from this. Yeah. But it seems like now that the Texans have gone and added Braden Smith, you got your tackle situation handled. You have a Trent Brown as your swing tackle. I think if you're adding to this offensive line room, it's in rookies. However, I take you out to the West Coast, San Francisco, where Kyle Shanahan talking about Trent Williams. He seemed to be pretty okay. He seems to be like, we're going to be fine. It's all good. He said no updates when talking to NBC Sports Bay Area. He said, quote, I actually stay pretty much out of that. I know that John and everyone is working hard to do that. I believe we will get that done. We love Trent too much, and eventually that'll work out, close quote. Are you believing what Kyle Shanahan is saying about this?
I do. I think this is just going to be another one of those where they have to restructure, redo, whatever, because his cap hit is going to be in the 40s, isn't it? 40-something million. I mean, you have to.
Oh, yeah. Cap number is $47 million right now.
Yeah, you have to change it. So I don't think they're going to necessarily cut bait with him, but I think they're going to have to redo it.
They're going to have to come to terms with it. But the thing about it is if we're just talking about, they just redo it, why has it not gotten done by now? Right. Trent Williams and his team is clearly being tough on this. I wonder, but also with wondering, there's been talk about the idea of trading and releasing him. This late into the game, are there even teams that are capable of stomaching or getting Trent Williams into the game for them if he does become available at this stage? I feel like we're far enough into the offseason where a lot of teams have so many, irons in the fire, so to say, that I wonder how easily teams could pivot. Clearly, I don't think the Texans are one of those, but I even wonder if there are very many teams out there in general that can make that pivot.
Well, I think there are, and I think those teams are waiting out the Niners because they know the situation. They know they're going to have to sort of wait him out and see what they do, number one, and then get him maybe on a little cheaper deal, so to speak.
From the from the 832 talking about the Texans and wide receivers. Should they consider bringing Stephon Diggs back?
No. Well, they won't. they won't.
Why do you say that with such certainty?
I don't think they will. I don't think they're gonna be. There's some issues going on there.
You mean the legal issues?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who you think they'd consider more, DeAndre Hopkins or
D-Hop?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. You?
I honestly do not know.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like the Houston Texans, just even the way, I like DeAndre Hopkins.
Mm-hmm.
I just think they don't like those.
Oh, no, it wasn't a pleasant parting of the ways here either. Yeah.
Yeah, and even him talking about he ain't like the way he was used and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they just like the type of receivers they have now, man.
Mm-hmm. All right. That's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we officially know the Astros rotation now. How does it stack up in your mind, and how excited are you as we continue to move towards opening day for the Astros? Let's do that next.
The NCAA tournament is is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Astros. How many days is it, John Lopez, to opening day?
That would be 2.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, 2 days.
That's right. See, this is what happens when we don't count down. You don't look up, and all of a sudden, it's 2 days till we get the stuff going with Hunter Brown on the mound. I just keep thinking about the fact that it's Jorge Soriano opposite. Like this, come on, man.
Yeah.
If they don't start 1-0, I'm gonna be real mad. Like I might do the.
Don't bet your money on it, man.
No, bet your money.
I was about to bet my shorts, like like our guy John McClain did at one time. But no, we know what the starting rotation is for your Houston Astros as they play the Sugarland Space Cowboys yesterday at Daikin Park, getting themselves ready to open up the season versus the Angels. They'll play again tonight, and this one will actually be televised, which will be fun. Get a chance to get the blood pumping. Tatsuya Imai, one of the guys who is in the starting rotation, he started last night. Interestingly enough, only went 3 2/3 innings, even though the plan was for him to go 5. Pitch count ballooned up. He threw 79, walked a guy, and then hit a couple more. So that was a little disconcerting. However, he's part of a rotation, that 5-man rotation to start, that goes Hunter Brown, Mike Burrows, Christian Javier, obviously Tatsuya Imai, as we talked about, and Lance McCullers wins the 5th spot with Spencer Arrighetti going down the farm, but with the conversation being it's very, very likely that you'll see him back with the big league club very, very soon when they go to 6-man rotation early on in the season. But, I mean, just hearing that, what were your initial thoughts when you see this is officially the 5 dudes that you're entrusting to go out here and try and be the starters to bring this team back to the playoffs?
The name that jumped off the page to me is Mike Burrows in the number 2 hole. Just because we're used to basically having a couple of aces at the top.
Yeah.
And he's a wild card, but a hell of a spring statistically. It's interesting with the rotation here and where the Astros are. We're all very impressed, with what they've done in the spring. But when you look at it now, you start to wonder, okay, everybody's a wild card here in some way or another. Could be they hit on 4 of the 5 or all 5 of them, whatever it is. But we know Hunter Brown, that, obviously Cy Young finalist, runner-up, I think is what he was. Burrows is a wild card because, first of all, you didn't expect him to be up there. He's kind of transitioning to a new squad. He's a product of their pixie dust, with their pitching staff, et cetera. So we'll see how that plays out. Christian Javier, you're banking on kind of a wild card because you're banking on fully healthy again and velocity. And his velocity did get back up toward where it belongs toward the end of the spring. So again, there's a lot of optimism, but something of a wild card. Imai, the interesting thing about him is I've been very high on what he did in Japan and just his stuff and different sort of a different delivery, release point, whatever you want to say about it. Seems to be a real gamer. He's been in some big games, but he's still a wild card. To be able to pitch on this staff with different hitters, different league. They pitch once a week in Japan. Most starting pitchers only pitch once a week.
And it feels like they're going to try and mitigate some of that in the early portions of the season as he attempts to adjust. But that's another obstacle that your manager and your coaching staff is going to have to try and navigate early on in the season, in addition to, especially since it's seeming like, hey, man, Jeremy Pena might make it on opening day. He might just thug it out and get his way onto the field opening day. But they're going to have to manage whatever the infield is. Obviously, they want to manage Imai. They're going to have to make sure to manage what it will inevitably be a young outfield. We have not fully solidified yet, but it's definitely Cam Smith. It feels like it's definitely Jake Myers. And then does Bryce Matthews make it in here with the versatility that he brings? Is Zach Cole going to make it? Probably not because of the strikeouts. But, there's a lot of managing that the manager is going to have to do with this. And managing Imai is one of those things as well.
For sure. And the other part of it is Lance McCullers Jr. Nobody can say one way or the other what to really expect from him. His ERA was over 6 last year when he did pitch. Can
he stay healthy? It's really the big
healthy?
thing.
Yeah. We know the story there. So like Hunter Brown and a lot of wild cards, but there's optimism with at least 3 of these 4. We don't know about Lance McCullers, Burrows is, there's reason to believe. Same thing with Javier, with what we've seen. Imai, what he's done. But the interesting thing to me is every time in recent years you've had wow, look at that pitching staff. You might have had a couple of questions, in the batting order. Every time the batting orders maybe had some injuries or questions, you could always rely on the pitching staff. So now you have kind of questions on both. And that's going to be the big challenge for the Astros.
Yeah, especially when you have a spring where guys don't make it very clear that they're going to hit. The Athletic put together a ranking of the rotations in MLB. Would you like to take a guess as to how highly they rank the Houston Astros rotation now that we have it fully solid here?
I didn't see the ranking, and I'm going to guess.
Yes, I hit it from you.
I don't think they're much higher than 10.
Okay. So what's the number that you're ultimately going to stick on it?
10.
Okay. Fig, you got one?
I'm going to say 14 or 15.
Okay. Both of you are optimists. They have it at 18.
18?
They have this rotation is at 18th. Obviously, accounting for losing Framber Valdez, as we've talked about, but they point out that, they view Mike Burrows as more of a innings-eating type guy, like in an optimal circumstance, which is fair. In an optimal circumstance, he's probably in the back end of your rotation. That's your second starter, right? Yeah. Christian Javier, age 28, and we haven't seen him be the level of good that he once was in a little bit because of injury. Imai, the question mark as you asked, as you rather brought up, and then Lance McCullers, only God knows with the age and the health issues, right? Are these things going to come together? It's fair to then come from, we've been coming from a fairly optimistic standpoint. It is fair to look up and go, damn, this is rough. And some of this is also the relative strength across the league. There's probably two-thirds of the league that have, rotations that you go, these could make not just the postseason, but make good runs in the rotation the way that the rotation is built. The Astros are at the back end of that, unfortunately, right now, which does make me wonder, where is the portion of this team that you feel like the strongest about right now?
I was just going to ask you, is the strength of the lineup or the pitching staff for you?
If you're just looking at it on paper right now with dudes that can do it, it's supposed to be the lineup.
It's supposed to be the lineup.
That's
that
right.
wasn't the question.
Right. It's supposed to be the lineup, right? I feel confident about what I'm getting from Carlos Correa, from what I'm getting from Jeremy Pena, if and when, well, not if, but when he plays. I feel pretty confident about Yordan Alvarez when he plays. I think that you did have a rough year for some of those pieces last year that was compounded upon by injury. Those pieces should be there. The problem is, even that, if that's a strength, you go, all right, but what happens when you hit the batter, when you get to batter 6 through 9?
Yes.
Right?
In some cases, 5.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that's scary here. So this is one of those situations that it's going to require managing expertise, managing flawlessness to get some really good outcomes from this team, because you're going to need to do it along the margins. This is where starting out with small ball is going to matter, right? You're going to need to be good on the margins, I think, to make yourself a better baseball team, because you can't go in with we know what the front foot is going to be for this team. I don't think that we know that for certain. There's possibilities, and I think that I don't want to say that's all you could ask for, but that's better than nothing, that you go, okay, it's not that this rotation is bad, it's just I don't know. It's not that this lineup is flat out bad. It's that I can't be certain that, what's going to happen with Cam Smith just yet. He did put up a good spring. With Lo Perfido just yet. He did put up a good spring. But if we're going on what I know for certain, buddy, I understand why you look at the Astros and you go, yeah, that's an average to maybe slightly below average baseball team.
I think the absolute musts for this squad are two things. You have to start the season strong with your pitching staff, even though they're, like I said, they're kind of wild cards, et cetera. And you have to get a good year out of Christian Walker. I think being able to get Christian Walker in the middle of the lineup somewhere, bottom of the lineup, I think he's batted 7th in some cases this spring.
Yes. If we're talking about spring batting 7th, that feels like an indication of an acknowledgement from what you've gotten from him.
But if he can step back up and be some semblance of the offensive player that he was in the past, if you don't get that pitching staff starting early and strong, and someone like Walker and maybe even Altuve, I know you really need a big year from Altuve at the top of the lineup to keep this offense going, then you're going to have some troubles.
You know who's positioned, and tomorrow we'll probably, or maybe tomorrow, maybe Thursday, we'll get into some predictions for the season. You know who I'm predicting to be the MVP of a good Astros season if it gets there? the Tooth Fairy or whoever brings the luck, because that's what they're going. Like, it's going to need to be a lot of good fortune for this team to get to that place, right? It's going to need to be the new director of player health or whatever the actual name is. I forgot. I thought Chandler Rome wrote a piece in which he headlined or made note of the in the new program who that guy is. Apologies, I'll bring that up a little bit later, but. That gentleman and the way that his staff operates, on top of just good fortune, is going to need to be there to keep these guys healthy. You're asking for, can we get a turnaround from Christian Walker where you've seen decline? Can we get good version of Altuve at this advanced stage? Can you get young guys stepping up to expectations or possibilities? Can you get the question? There's a lot of luck that's going to be required for this team to get over, but that's part of sports as well, right? There are teams that do have good fortune, and you just got to hope that that's the Astros this year, because there's nothing overwhelming right now on the roster as it stands. There's things that are good that you can hope into, and that's cool at this time of year. That lasts for a very short period of time, though.
No, it does. I mean, you're going to need to have the regular year, the years you expect from Jordan and Correa and Jeremy Pena, and you're going to need to get improvements from Christian Walker, and fingers crossed that Altuve has another really good season in him. We'll see.
Yeah. So that's the rotation.
Yeah.
I was going to say I was a little surprised to see that low of a ranking for the rotation, but you get it. You get it. There is one guy that's a known commodity. He's a very good known commodity, and the rest of them possibly could be good to varying degrees, but you're just not certain on them just yet. Thankfully, I think you start with a couple of series that are doable, right? Let's start with the Angels for sure. That feels like
Red Sox.
And then the Red Sox, I think, is a very much a winnable series. But that's your first 7 games. They're winnable, but it's going to be. We're going to learn very quickly what ground we're starting on, because there's a lot of question marks when it comes to this Astros team headed in to this season. Thursday versus the Angels, 3:10 is when we get there. Just the prospect of finding things out. It's like Christmas, but in a weird way, in that I'm opening up these. I didn't get to put in a list to Santa Claus, so it's just like whatever Santa Claus brought. It might be some avocados or it might be an Xbox. We're going to see starting on Thursday. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping here in the Metroplex, including it looks like we got a little bit of insight into one of the hope categories.
Hold on.
What happened?
Where are we at?
What'd I say?
Metroplex.
Oh, that's wild. I haven't said that in a long time. All right, that's $1 in the helmet. Where did the helmet go? The helmet's gone. All right, I owe $1.
I looked at the figure like, what?
I don't know where that came from, but we're getting to that point. It looks like there's an update on one of the hope possibilities we had for the Rockets, and it's not a good one. We'll talk about it next.
Rockets great Tracy McGrady. at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, first and foremost, what's poppin' is I made a terrible error that I have not made in a very, very long time.
Just let it go, man.
Yeah, it's all good. No, how can I let that go? I thought I had exercised that demon. You know the things that you're like, I thought I had gotten rid of that, and it sneaks back in.
I'm gonna do it in the mixtape where I be like, live from the Mount Pleasant area, Cleveland, Ohio.
I just can't get it out, man. I can't. Also, I think our guy Ocho might be hating because he said, as much as I like Kingston Flemings, I would not draft him top 10. I feel like the way that we're seeing Kingston,
they don't need you to be the GM.
Yeah, I was like,
no team there.
Yeah.
But I do wonder. One, the draft pick for the Rockets is going to be really, really high. But I do wonder if point guard might be a place that they look.
Might be.
Possibly.
Might be.
At the very least, there is no help coming this year. The last bastion of reinforcements was indeed one Fred VanVleet. Well, Ime Udoka, before the game,
yeah.
I believe, last night in Chicago, gave us an update on the point guard for the Rockets.
In his potential return from injury, has he progressed to doing any kind of on-court work? If so, what kind?
Yeah, on court, shooting, cutting, moving, non-contact. That's pretty much the extent of the on-court. Obviously getting right around the 6-month mark, and you can start to ramp up things, but, you have no contact at any point soon, or nothing we're looking forward to, honestly.
Not having any contact in the near future. So.
I mean, it'll come soon, but you're obviously not looking at playing if you're not getting on the court and making contact at this late in the season.
So that's pretty much that.
We're at 71 games, an 82-game season. Then you'll have the play-in, which gives you a little bit of time before the playoffs, officially start. If he's not having any contact yet, and the way Ime was talking about it, he very much was kind of protecting the idea that, hey, it's likely that he does not play. How soon would he have to get contact work in before he ramps all the way up to feeling like he's at NBA playoff level? Not just NBA game level, NBA playoff level.
That's a lot to ask for, man.
I think it's too much.
Yeah.
And you talk, the most important thing is ramping up. Because one thing, all right, he's got a couple practices under his belt, went 5-on-5, whatever, but then all of a sudden you really have to pick it up from there.
Ramping up for the playoffs?
Yeah. I mean, that's a tough ask.
Like, imagine if you're not going to play the Bulls because, one, they're in the East, two, they're bad. But, imagine if you had a team like the Bulls who were willing to run on you. Fred VanVleet, he got to come off the bench, and I'm not even sure how comfortable I'd be. And that's assuming that, he is ready and he has that contact. Like, just a team could run him off the court without the right conditioning yet, and he clearly isn't there yet. The way that Ime was talking sounded like he won't be there by the end of the season, and you'd be cutting it real, real close to just drop him into a season, which is something that it doesn't feel like Ime Udoka would be willing to do.
I don't think he would, and that was about as direct an answer as he's given on Fred VanVleet. So I would expect it's not gonna happen anytime soon.
So you got what you got.
Yeah.
Right. You got the dudes that you have. You got to run out there and do that, and we'll see what they do. Unfortunately, in Chicago, they lose by 6 points, 8 points. I keep doing that. 132-124 versus the Bulls. They just got blitzed. This is what some folks in the basketball world like to call a Magnus game. At least that's what it looked like early, where I think the Chicago Bulls were just knocking down every single three-pointer. In addition to them getting up and running, they shot 50% from three-point land, and that ticked down in the second half. They were just knocking seemingly every shot down, while the Rockets, who for a period of time were like 15% three-point shooting-wise, it ticked up a little bit because, of course, law of averages brings you a little bit closer to the middle, at least in the course of one game. But they got down. They were down 20-something points for a good long stretch of the game. The Rockets were able to claw it all the way back to a level game. In fact, they took a very brief lead in the fourth quarter. Unfortunately, though, they could not close the basketball game.
Yeah, and down 20 in the first quarter, 20. I think it was 21-21, something like that, and then 17 at the half to be able to claw back. Really good efforts sort of wasted in this regard from the three guys that you've been wanting to see, Şengün and Amen and obviously Kevin Durant. And then just sort of wasted. They didn't knock down the shots. They're big 3-point shooters. were combined 5 for 28 in the game, so it was just not going to happen.
No, that's not what you needed. And so the Rockets fall to 6th in the West. When I say fall to 6th, it's not like it's a large fall. However, they now are a half game behind the Nuggets and the Timberwolves, and that comes in because they are going to Minnesota on Wednesday to face off against the Minnesota Timberwolves, what will be a very, very important basketball game. I think that those teams have only played once thus far this season, if memory serves. I'll have to double check that. But yes, that's going to be, the season series is a 1-0 series in favor of the Rockets. So getting that win will give you that tiebreak. And that's going to be a very important one to make sure that you avoid the number 3 seed, which right now would be the Lakers, who you did not seem to have fun with, although you avoid the number 3 seed and you're probably playing the Nuggets. So there's not really it's not really a great circumstance.
Against the Lakers and the Nuggets, they would not be favored in the series, and maybe not the Timberwolves. We'll have to see.
Yeah, maybe not. Now, one thing that I did find interesting as we were talking about baseball, opening day coming up here soon, and NBC has some opening day coverage. As you know, they're getting involved in the baseball. Apparently, they're debuting an inside pitch feature with Clayton Kershaw and Adam Ottavino, who are some of the analysts that they have. Interestingly enough, just generally the way that they're executing their baseball coverage is they're going to have their stand-in play-by-play guy who'll be Jason Benetti. Fantastic dude when it comes to play-by-play. I think he does really good. I think he was previously with the White Sox. They let him go. Now he's with the Tigers, if memory serves. Really good play-by-play guy. And then they're going to have local broadcasters for each, like as an analyst for each of those games, which is going to be interesting to give a little bit of a local flavor. I think, Figgy, we were talking about that a few weeks ago, the idea of having like more local broadcasts on some of these national teams to bring some of that. So you're going to get that flavor, but they're also going to just have this idea, this concept where Clayton Kershaw, Adam Ottavino, whoever you have there, giving you an in-depth look into the battle that's happening between the pitcher and the hitter in that moment, which I think is so good.
I think it's awesome.
That's the essence of baseball, is that particular conflict. And sometimes we don't get enough of an insight into what is the strategy, because that's where the strategy of the game is.
That's my favorite thing. That's my favorite thing. That's why I like John Smoltz so much, because he really digs in on that when he's broadcasting. And I think that's the thing that even, I was going to say, more hardcore baseball, but I think all baseball fans like that. Oh, the pitcher's doing this right now, and then he just threw this pitch, and now they're going to be looking for that. And I just love that.
I think at some point, just the average baseball fan like that type of stuff.
All fans.
Yeah, because I know when you bring up numbers and stuff like that, people kind of get turned off. But that type of stuff, that type of insight, I think is interesting to anybody.
I feel like the reason why I like this so much is that's what the analyst is supposed to be in theory. In theory, you have the play-by-play guy to give you just this is what's happening. And this is what it means in the context of the sport. But the analyst is supposed to bring you, the layman, closer to what the game is, strategy-wise and so on. And it feels like there's some folks that don't give you enough of that. So I love that they're intentionally building in a feature for that on the NBC calls. I think NBC has been getting deeper into more of these sports, at least the ones that we primarily watch all the time. I think they've done a good job of really getting to the heart of the sports and building up the game. I've loved what they've done with basketball, and I can't wait to see what they do with more baseball.
I've always thought that the analysts, their number one job, just in very basic terms, is tell me something I don't know.
Yeah.
Tell me something I don't know, and that's a great idea.
We got the field set for the Texas Children's Houston Open. That gets going on Thursday. There's some things happening. I think the Pro-Am is tomorrow. In fact, I think we'll be out there.
Today and tomorrow, I think they're going to have Pro-Ams.
Okay.
And we'll be out there Thursday?
We'll be out there Thursday.
Which is the opening round. Pretty good field. Pretty dang good field. You know the names, even if you're just a casual fan. Brooks Koepka, Adam Scott, Ricky Fowler is going to be there, Shane Lowry, Tony Finau. Damn good field. So
and Minwoo Lee, who won it last year.
Minwoo Lee won it last year. Well. He was a contender in the Players Championship this couple of weeks ago as well. Did I say Jason Day? Yeah, Jason Day as well. It's gonna be a good
field.
Yeah, really good field.
Some good golf happening here. Are you taking any of these guys to maybe win it?
I haven't dug in
entertainment
quite
purpose
yet. I haven't dug in quite yet. But based on this past week and last year, Minwoo Lee would have to be one of them.
Yeah, I mean, playing good. Won last year.
He was on the leaderboard at the TPC as well.
This is a fair point that I did not mention about the Kershaw. Somebody said great Kershaw is going to sneak into Astros cheating when he covers the Astros. I don't think that he's not going to constantly be on all of them. I think that he is in early on because I think they have a Dodgers game early. I think that he will not be the guy on the Astros, and that's kind of one of the enjoyable things is you won't have the feeling of, oh, here's John Smoltz and he hates my team, because in theory they should have someone that has some relevance to the Astros alongside Jason Benetti helping you call a baseball game. So hopefully you don't have that. That's the thing we're trying to avoid. Speaking of golf, though, we're nearly to Masters time of year. Tiger Woods is leaving the door open on competing at the Masters.
How does that make you feel?
I don't know.
Because your gut instinct is like, hey, Tiger Woods. But then you think about, he's had, is it 7 back surgeries in the past several years?
You can tell me any number and I believe it.
Yeah.
If you told me he had 30 back surgeries, I'd be like, yeah, it feels like it.
And he had a ruptured Achilles before the Masters last year.
Buddy, that man's body is capital B, capital R, capital O. You get the point. Broken.
Yeah.
This feels like, I was going to say, do you know, not everybody has this circumstance, but we've all seen the story of the dude who's, who's not the greatest parent and just always disappoints. Like, that's how I feel about Tiger Woods is coming. Don't promise me unless you actually gonna come through and do it.
That's the thing. I mean, at first you think, hey, Tiger Woods.
Come on, Junior, I'm coming. I'll be at your birthday, I swear.
Yeah.
I'll be at your game, I swear. Don't have me looking into the stands, Tiger.
There ain't nobody there.
Waiting for pops.
Want me?
Don't have me looking like this, man.
He hadn't played in a major tournament since 2024 at the British Open.
Yeah.
I don't call it the Open Championship. That's for British nerds. But
that's the name of the thing, though.
For British nerds.
Okay.
But since 2024, and I just saw it, he had his 7th back surgery in October of 2025 and ruptured an Achilles before last year's Masters. I want to see it, but I don't want to see it.
I think y'all got to change y'all mindsets a little bit.
Really?
Just watch him on the grass. That's it, man. Don't expect him to win anything.
Yeah.
Don't expect no record to be shattered and him chasing. Who is he chasing?
Jack Nicklaus.
You might as well throw that out the window. Just appreciate him being out there. That's it.
But that's the thing is,
it's like Jordan on the Wizards.
I can't even appreciate him being out there because what's going to happen is if he gets through Thursday, he's pulling out on Friday.
Yeah, probably.
So
or not make the cut by Saturday.
Yeah, that just makes me sad.
Yeah.
It's just going to make me sad.
Yeah.
It's like watching Mike Tyson fight at the age of 60. Yeah. Just watching. That's it.
Like there's nothing fun in it. Like I'd be happier if he was just on the grounds hanging out with folks.
Yeah, and he hasn't officially decided yet. He's leaving the door open. He's going to do one of the TGL events, which by itself, that's his warm up for the Masters.
He's like, guys, it's not even like I'm going to play in the Texas Children's Open, right? Yeah. He's like, I'm going to go hit some on the simulator and see if I can play at the Masters. I'm supposed to do something with this, Tiger?
Yeah.
Please. Yeah. Somebody said Tiger Woods can do this. He could be that crawfish at the bottom of the bay.
Just one fist pump.
Hey, but that's the thing. I'm a sucker. You give me one great shot in a fist pump, and I'm gonna be right
back.
That's a win
right there, man. That's all you need.
But it's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Don't stop trying to gas me up, Biggie. Stop trying to gas me up.
You don't think he's gonna get one fist pump?
No, I don't. I think he's gonna slice one, and then he's gonna cuss. We're all gonna be sad because
he's gonna shake his head, rocking that Tiger Woods cap.
He's just gonna look like a sad old dude.
The thing I hate is
I don't like it
when he makes like he tees off a shot and then he kind of buckles because his back is hurting. I'm like, oh, that's so sad.
Makes me feel bad.
So sad.
But baseball is back, though.
Yes,
Opening night is live on Netflix tomorrow, March 25th. Aaron Judge and the Yankees clash with Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. That's MLB opening night. Yankees, Giants live on Netflix tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. And, of course, that means it's 7 p.m. God's time. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're still careening towards the draft, and I wanted to talk tight ends, damn it. And so John Harris, sideline reporter for the Houston Texans and Football Takeover, joins us to talk tight ends and more next.
here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Tuesday's going pretty well. Ours has been fun to this point. We talked about the little crawfish that could. Mm-hmm. That is going to be my large takeaway from today's show. In fact, you know what? I don't know if this gentleman loves him some crawfish, but a dude who loves him some NFL draft joins us right now as he did last week, and I am forcing him to jump back in because I'm going to talk about some tight ends, damn it. His name is John Harris of Football Takeover, and you hear him on Texans All Access. He is the sideline reporter for the Texans. John, what's happening, man?
What's happening, boys? Yes, you could put a plate of crawfish in front of me, and I would be very, very happy. In fact, one of the first things that I ever learned how to cook was crawfish etouffee. Oh. And that's one of my favorite meals of all time. So, yeah, I can get down with some crawfish for sure.
How do you start learning with crawfish etouffee? Like, don't you start with, like, learning how to scramble some eggs first? Like, make a pancake? You were like, no, let's jump in on the deep end.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because I used to love going to Papado when I was in high school, and I would get crawfish etouffee. And so I had a buddy of mine in college. Now, keep in mind, I went to school in Rhode Island. But our football team was from all over the place. And so I had a buddy of mine from Louisiana. And he's like, yeah, I got this recipe from my grandmother for crawfish etouffee. And I was like, oh,
I'm in.
Let's go. And so Super Bowl Sunday, Bills, Cowboys, first Super Bowl, which would have been my junior year. We had Super Bowl party, and we did shrimp Creole, we did crawfish etouffee. And nobody ate it except the two of us. Nobody from the Northeast knew what the hell it was. So I was like, all right, it's good enough for me. Yeah. So we ended up doing that all day, and we had a blast doing it. So those are a couple of the first things I cooked. And it's one thing I cooked for my wife. Our very first date was shrimp Creole. So
there you go.
I like to get down with some Cajun food for sure.
That's a white boy with a little motion. I see you. I see you. But speaking of recipes, what's the recipe for a modern tight end in the NFL? Because that's a question I've been asking myself. There's definitely this year in the NFL draft some tight ends, especially guys that are kind of not inline guys that maybe you might even consider as de facto wide receivers. And it feels like in the NFL we've seen a lot of teams go to big personnels with dudes that can block. What feels like the right tight end for this modern moment in the NFL?
Well, to me, the tight end is, it's a lot like a charcuterie board in some sense. You go to charcuterie board and there's some salami over there. There's some gabagool over here. There might be some Triscuits. You might have some apricots. It literally is what you kind of want in some sense. We can't all be built like Kenyon Sadiq, who is 6'3", 240, but built, with like 2% body fat. It runs a 4.39 40. Like, he can play any of the tight end positions because he blocks his ass off. So he can play anywhere. Mm-hmm. But then you've got some like Sam Roush from out of Stanford, who's 270 pounds and completely looks like a inline Y from the 80s. He blocks his guts out, but pretty good in the receiving game, in the intermediate receiving game, very, very good. He looks like an old school kind of tight end. But what it feels like the majority, and it's funny you asked me this, Reggie, I had already been working on it last week before we got interrupted by Wyatt Teller's signing. I had already been working on my updated tight end rankings. In fact, those will go, I just finished it. I've had it finished for a few days, but I had to read it all, and it's like 10 pages, so I was like delaying it. But I finally finished this morning. So go up at footballtakeover.com, my tight end rankings. Mm-hmm. And what I found was that as I went through 6'4", 6'5", 247 to 249, run 4.62 in the 40, was kind of the middle point for all of these tight ends. Like, almost all of them were right there. You had Sadiq and Stowers stand out. Then you have the rest of them that are kind of in this glut of 6'4" to 6'5", 248, 247, move guys that can go out and catch passes, do things after the catch. There's not a lot of kind of separation amongst them, but they're all really good athletes. They've all played different sports. Some played lacrosse. One's a German national, Marlon Klein out of from Michigan. Some of them are basketball players. Some of them I don't want to block anybody. Tanner Koziol, as much as I love him from the University of Houston, and let's go Phi Slamma Jamma. You can see my shirt, so I'm repping the H.
Nice.
So he can't play in line. Like, he's just a big wide receiver. So there are a few of those throughout this tight end class. But it's funny, Reggie, because I think about the number of times that I had to talk to kids when I was coaching many, many years ago. Why are you playing basketball? You're 6'3", you're 200 pounds. You're getting dunked on in basketball. You come out and play football, I can take you from 6'3", 200. I can put 10 pounds on you. I can put you as a high school tight end. You can go off to college, put on another 15 pounds, be 6'3", 225, and have your school paid for the next 4 years. And I feel like that light has finally gone on for a lot of kids. Like, I can't go play basketball at 6'4". I'm not going to go get a scholarly. But you know what? I can go play tight end. I can play for anybody. Mm-hmm. And that, I think, is really what's kind of happening. It's made this tight end position, as we go through the draft, really, really interesting and deep. I've got at least 20 guys at tight end that I think will get drafted. And they kind of run the gamut of inline wides. And there aren't as many inline wides, I'll be brutally honest. I think Sam Roush from Stanford is probably there, Kitzelman from Tennessee. And there's not many others. The rest of them are going to be off the ball, move guys, but can catch the ball. And then there are, of course, the two freaks in Sadiq and Stowers. And I'll be brutally honest, I wouldn't be totally upset, dismayed, surprised if 28 or 38 ends up being one of those two guys if they were to fall into the Texans' lap.
Well, it's funny you say that because, you mentioned Wyatt Teller, and that news broke while we were talking to you.
Yep.
So I'm kind of curious to see if anything happens, if your luck keeps up. But beyond that, one thing we talked about, John, was, would you be surprised if they drafted multiple, they being the Texans, drafted multiple offensive linemen in this draft? And you said absolutely not. I'm wondering if that still holds and where you think they might go.
I wouldn't be surprised at that at all, to be honest. I still think that as much as we would like to say, okay, pencil everybody in, let's go, I don't think it's perfect. I mean, I still think that Jake probably needs competition in the center spot, whether it's Evan Brown or a rookie. And I also feel like in a draft, to get I would – I want to say rule out anything, but I think early in the draft, quarterback and wide receiver, I'd probably set to the side. Quarterback for sure. Wide receiver, day 3, I think you could still get a guy. But anybody else, I think, is fair game, including offensive linemen. And I do think to maximize the value in a draft, finding where that value is. And I think there's a lot of value in center, and I think there's a lot of value in guard, and I think there's a lot of value in tackles in college that are going to move or be forced to move to guard. I said, and I can't remember if I was on with you guys or was talking with Mark, I don't like the tackles in this draft. I'll be brutally honest. All these drafts that have Blake Miller going to the Texans, I watched the Texans draft him. And look, he's a decent player, but I just can't do it in the first round. I don't want a fifth-year option on a guy that I think has got a long way to go, and I feel like you kind of short up tackle. But it doesn't mean that it's perfect. I mean, what happens on the first day of camp? I mean, we've seen this in camp. Was it 23? First day, Laramie was doing Laramie things, so he wasn't in camp. And then all of a sudden, Titus gets a little owie, and so he's out for 4 or 5 days. And now you're looking at it going, holy crap, we don't have anybody to get through practice. They go and get George Fant, and George ends up being a revelation for them in 2023. Well, you can get ahead of that and look at some offensive linemen, and I still think there are some quality offensive linemen. I mean, if you leave me Emmanuel Pregnon at 38, and then look, I know Wyatt Teller's there, and I know that Ed Ingram's there, but you leave me Pregnon, I want to jump all over that because I think Pregnon's going to have a spot on this roster at some point, and he's a really good football player, and he fits the ethos of what this team wants to do. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's 2 offensive linemen. There's nothing they could do, really, that would surprise me in any way, shape, or form other than drafting Ty Simpson. I don't want the Texans to draft a quarterback in this draft unless they draft Taylor Green late in the draft because he's just unique and different, and he would be really fun to watch. And seeing that I call the games for TV for preseason, I'd love to see Taylor Green in the fourth quarter of a preseason game because he's going to make it fun. Other than that, I wouldn't touch a quarterback with a 10-foot pole in this draft. But anything else? Hey, Jordan Tyson's there at number 28. Okay, take him. I mean, he's one of the best receivers. Hey, take him. He can't hurt, right? He's the best available player. Okay, take him. So I think that's what they've done with that Teller signing, the Braden Smith signing. But I still think there's going to be competition at center, and I still think that there will be another offensive lineman brought in just because there's going to be a really good one that falls into their lap that they really like.
We're talking to our guy, John Harris, footballtakeover.com, obviously, sideline reporter for your Houston Texans. John, looking at this roster, I've almost found it hard as me. I can be a pessimist at times to look at this roster and really poke big holes in it. But when you look at the roster as currently situated, where are the problem areas in your mind? And problem area is probably not the right way to say it, but where are the areas of concern that still exist for you?
Well, I think if we start offensively, I mean, do you have enough players that when they get the ball in their hands, they put pressure on defenses? Do you have enough there? And although I like the receivers, I like that group of receivers, the Cyclones and Nico, and hopefully a healthy Tank. And that's, you said it last week, if Tank's 100% healthy, I feel really good about the wide receivers. Tight end we talked about. I feel like, Cade's got to take a big step, but you can't guarantee that. And, it's a lot like, to me, in 2010, when the Texans went and drafted Ben Tate in the second round. And you're like, well, we don't really know what we have in Arian Foster. He played those last 2 games. He looked good in 2009. But you're like, we need to get another running back, so let's draft Ben Tate in the second round. And then Arian Foster turns into Arian Foster. But then when Ben Tate got healthy, all of a sudden you got Arian Foster and Ben Tate, and you're like, whoa, this looks nice. We did the right thing with that second-round pick with Ben Tate. So I do think that there's a possibility for a ball carrier that's got some receiving skills out of the backfield. I don't love all the running backs, but I do think there are some that would fit really well in this offense. I still think interior offensive line. I think Jake needs competition at center, so I think there's there. And then I think defensively, to me, it's depth. Defensive end gets kind of thin. If something happens to Will. And I said this the other day to Mark. I was quoting Tom Moore. He was asked if the Colts, when Tom Moore was coaching with the Colts, if he worried about the right backup behind Peyton Manning, and he looked at the reporter, asked him the question. He said, if Peyton Manning goes down, we're all screwed.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah. So if Will Anderson and or Danielle Hunter go down, we're all screwed. But I feel like Dylan Horton came a long way. I really would like to bring back Derek Barnett, but I like the edges in this draft. And so I really wouldn't be surprised if they took an edge that's maybe a little different.
Mm-hmm.
The guy I keep looking at is Mason Thomas from out of Oklahoma. He's just different. He's a stand-up guy. He's not the biggest guy in the world. But if you brought him on in a pass rush situation and just let him loose, man, he's explosive. He's bouncy off the snap. I could see depth at defensive end. That I could see. And then the secondary, who's your number 3 corner? I mean, look, it's hard to argue with Sting and Kamari being the best duo in the league. But we saw when we went to L.A., we saw what happens when one of those guys went out of the game. Mm-hmm. Now, we didn't have J-Rock, and I think Jalen's going to come back, and he did some really good things in training camp the first couple weeks before he got hurt. But, again, you can't rely on that. And I watched a few more corners the last few days, and I feel like that might be a position that you look at and go, hey, you're going to have a drop-off from Sting and Kamari to everybody else. But it can't be over-the-edge, precipitous drop like we saw in that Chargers game.
So one thing that Reggie and I were talking about yesterday, starting to get into some specifics on players that could fall to 28 or beyond if the Texans make a move, and Caleb Banks came up. And I'm just really curious because both of us were like, first off the bus kind of guy. I got a real kind of Shamar Stewart vibe from him in terms of college production versus what you would expect. I'm just curious where you stand on that.
Oh, it's like relationships. It's complicated. I mean, it really is.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, as I kind of talk through Caleb Banks, I kind of feel myself talking about, the about relationships because at the Senior Bowl, I walked next to Caleb Banks, and he just literally took my breath away. I just went, damn.
Yeah.
Like, he looks like Jalen Carter. And, of course, he wears 88, so that's first thing your brain does is, oh, that's Jalen Carter. And his 2024 film is excellent. I mean, he was really dominant. He was a top 5 player. Had he been able to come out, I think he would have gone into the top 5. And he's just incredible. And then this past year, he got hurt. And at the Senior Bowl, I could see it. I could see a guy that wasn't in condition. He wasn't in shape. But the first snap of one-on-ones, first snap of team, he was going to embarrass somebody. I mean, he was going to make somebody pay. They were going viral, and he did it. And then the second snap, he'd pop right up out of his stance and get moved 5 yards. And it's like that inconsistency is like, yeah. And again, we're talking about defensive players, even more so than offensive players, you better be swarmy. That I don't know about Caleb Banks. I don't know. He broke his foot at the combine, said it was a cleat issue, and then find out later, he broke his foot. So there's that also. Like, where is he in his rehab? Is he going to be ready to go for training camp? If he misses all of OTAs and minicamp, how far does that put him behind? Then how long does it take? And that's one thing that we really don't know, is how long does it take a young guy on the interior to adapt to D'Amico's defense and Matt Burke's defense? We don't know that because they've always been veterans that we've had in there. Mm-hmm. Tommy came in and Tommy adapted because Tommy is brilliant and Tommy's strong as an ox. But we haven't seen a young dude have to go in there and kind of adapt to playing that defense. So if Caleb Banks is there at 28, if I feel really, really good about the medicals and I feel like he's got some swarm tendencies, I'm all about it because I think that guy's going to get better and better. He's got to play with lower pad level, like I said, but you just don't find human beings built like that. Mm-hmm. And that's the one thing that's really – I mean, you guys know. You know, you've been out for dinner and you see somebody walk by and your eyes want to keep going. Or like, you guys know.
Are we talking about football players?
Yeah, okay, football players. Yeah, exactly. That's what you do with Caleb Banks. You just keep going, damn, holy cow. Yeah. So, yeah, I would absolutely think about it for sure. The injury, I got to feel good about. When a big guy starts having a foot issue, does that become chronic? Does that become an issue down the road? So I'd have to feel really, really good about the medicals. But if I get comfortable with the medicals, then it's on to how swarmy is he, because I know I can turn that guy into a player because of his athletic and physical gifts.
Johnny, it's always a pleasure to get a chance to chop it up with you draft-wise. John Harris, footballtakeover.com. Check him out. Obviously, the work is sterling. Mm-hmm. And, of course, you always listen to him right on these airways on Texans All Access with Mark Vandermeer. We always appreciate you, my man.
Appreciate you, boys. Love you, man. See you all.
All right, take
care. There he is, Johnny Harris. Incredible breakdown, and of course, I feel
so he feels like we do.
I feel no better, but also no worse about Caleb Banks. I don't know. Sometimes you get more information, you feel the exact same. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get our lunchtime confessions done.
Payne and Pendergast.
That's the goal that GMs have, is going.
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, you know how sometimes just silly things just grate on your mind. Like, you got to know. You got to know.
Yes.
I had to know. Remember when Kingston Flemings was at the podium after, I think it was after their first game?
Yes.
And he saw his name card?
Yep.
And he's like, oh, can we keep that?
Mm-hmm.
The whole weekend, I was like, sure hope he got that. I sure hope he got that.
He did after the round of 32 game.
I put it on top of my door, walking into my door in at the apartments. So maybe we'll see where I put it right now. But right now it's just on top of the door. So when I walk into my room, I just see it right there. Yeah.
Are you surprised it got that much attention?
Yeah, I mean, I was just asking a genuine question. I was just seeing if we could get it. Because, I mean, you're only going to be here a few times with this team. So just trying to get momentum at each point. I just asked that and ended up going viral.
I was curious, and sure enough, he got it. And my favorite part, of course, is Kelvin Sampson, freshman. You know?
But what's funny is, because that was one of those things that was really endearing when I saw it as a reminder of, oh, that's right. He's so young.
They're kids.
But also, what he just said right there was also still so damn mature, which, again, is the enigma that is Kingston Flemings. How are you so young and yet so damn mature, both in his game, but also just kind of the way that he kicks it?
He's mature, but he also did a very kid thing. He put it on top of his door. In his apartment, his college apartment.
I like to imagine
right next to a neon sign.
Well, damn, you got him with a neon sign.
That's what college kids do.
Well, I think the thing that I thought of that college kids do is, does he have the empty liquor bottles filled with colored water?
Oh yeah,
on his windowsill? Because I can easily imagine that.
Yeah.
Or does he have Whataburger numbers in there? Because I definitely had a whole bunch of those.
I figure he might have his own crib the way he playing.
Well,
man.
he probably does.
I feel certain.
But it's still a college kid's room.
Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah.
I'm sure Uncle Tillman got him got him situated. I'm sure he is straight.
These are my confessions.
Did you see that the UFL in their return, obviously spring football, to gear up for the season, they are doing halftime shows for every home opener.
Mm-hmm.
And so every team,
like productions.
No, every team is getting a halftime show.
Like a
production.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the Stallions, the Birmingham Stallions having Gucci Mane at halftime.
Damn.
The Aviators, which I believe is Columbus, they're having Gavin DeGraw at halftime. The DC Defenders having Wale. So
the world wants to know.
The Houston Now Gamblers, their halftime performer, Ludacris.
Wait, what?
Wait a minute.
Oh no,
that's right. Man. They are having Ludacris as the halftime performer.
Yeah.
Yes. And this is one of those things where I go, we couldn't, with all of the names that are possible for Houston.
There's so many people walking around here that do shows just for the LO.
Yeah.
Hey man, didn't Paul Wall get brought out to like 3 different shows at rodeo this year?
Yes.
And it doesn't even have to be, Paul Wall, but
no,
there's
it doesn't
a
have
bunch.
But it's so many other people that it will make sense.
Like, just name 2 or 3 off the top of your head.
Slim Thug.
There we go.
Lil Kiki.
Yeah.
Mike Jones might be a hard get.
Yeah.
But it's so many other people that's literally walking around the city of Houston.
I do wonder though if it is smart to go the route of something that is a little bit different, because we be seeing them all the time. So like, does that bring people out? But simultaneously, I also recognize, I think that they got the second best performance of the UFL performance. I would like to say the number one, except the Battlehawks of St. Louis have Nelly and the St. Lunatics, and that just feels like that is perfect for them. But Luda might be the best performer. Russell Dickerson is one of the names on here. DJ Khaled is one of them, which,
those
best
are all
of luck
good.
To you.
Yeah. They're all good.
I'm surprised at the level of effort the UFL is putting into this, which makes me wonder how good is the football going to be, because this almost feels like when you go, hey, come out to eat some crawfish, and we got something else over here to bring don't pay attention too much to the thing that we're bringing you in for. But salute to the UFL.
Absolutely. That's impressive.
The Gucci Mane one is kind of a sneaky one because a lot of people don't know, but he's actually from Bessemer, Alabama. And Birmingham is right there.
Yeah.
So a lot of people would have thought, oh, Atlanta. Like, no, they supporting their own, man.
Yeah, I think the UFL gave Houston a really good performance that made me go, well, why did you decide
exactly
that?
why?
Why did you decide? Like, I'll take it. Thank you. I appreciate that, because Ludacris, a lot of bangers, very good performer. I was just like, well, why did you make that decision, though?
I'm just curious, too, because Ludacris, I feel like Ludacris probably got a nice little check from that. I don't think he did it for free.
Yeah.
I feel like you could have used that money and tried to shoot for the stars at this point, man.
Yeah, but when you say use that money to shoot for the stars, what do you think?
I'm trying to think of any like a pop-in type of Houston artist, not the Slim Thug, not the legacy acts, but maybe Travis Scott. That might be a little too much.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm trying to think of like a Houston, like a well-known pop-in Houston artist.
Yeah.
Because if you're getting Ludacris, I feel like the budget was kind of a little bit. It wasn't.
It was solid.
Yeah, it was a solid budget. Yeah, it wasn't like it was too much money or anything like that.
I might say, if y'all keep naming these rappers and suggesting that they go for the gamblers, Hannah and Cal are going to cut y'all off. I think Hannah and Cal know that those folks are going to show up for the Texans every time.
Yes, they will.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I was watching the Rockets game last night, and I was watching on. This is the thing. I wasn't watching on our home network. We was watching it on Chicago Bulls network.
Okay.
Oh.
And I always like watching different networks like that just to kind of get a feel for what they got going on and what they say about their players and what they saying about, the Rockets and all that stuff. This is my confession. The one thing I love about this is seeing I guess the older players that used to play but probably wasn't a star that's working in the TV space now, because I was looking at I think they had like a little halftime show. I seen Kendall Gill. Remember Kendall Gill? I'm like, is that Kendall Gill? I remember him.
Kendall Gill.
Yeah. I think on the play-by-play was, I want to say it was Stacey King.
Yes,
which
Stacey
is,
King,
there ain't nothing to scoff at.
Yeah.
You got he won all 3 of his championships with Michael Jordan early on.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I love just watching their local networks and just seeing the old school, the people that you probably wouldn't even think of.
Kendall Gill.
Yeah, like in Cleveland, they got Boobie Gibson. I think he's working.
Wait, is Boobie Gibson working on the broadcast?
He's on the broadcast. Yeah, he's actually working with a young lady that used to be in Houston at the time, who went up to Cleveland to kind of do their pre and post game show. I'm forgetting her name right now, but Yeah, man. I just like watching the older, like different broadcasts and just watching the smaller tier players that are like local legends.
What was there a player of that magnitude that like you've seen recently? Because I'm trying to remember. I feel like there was somebody, no, just generally that in life where you're like, oh damn, I ain't thought about him.
That happens all the time.
All the time.
I'm trying to remember. There was somebody recently that was a really good one. And I feel really bad because I can't recall it.
Yeah, it was somebody else for I think the Golden State Warriors. I forgot his name. I think he was Nigerian, but he was born in the UK.
Are you talking about Festus Ezeli?
No, not him. But this guy, I don't think he played that much. I think he played 1 year with the Cavs. I think he played most of his time with the Warriors.
Those are the best.
But
man.
I think he's like their, I think he might be their play-by-play or their color commentator. But
okay, I'm gonna have to check.
Yeah, so I'm just like, oh, I forgot about him. Just some random ass player, Alonzo G or somebody like that. I'm just like, damn, I forgot about him. But I get a kick out of just watching those type of broadcasts just for that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
These are my confessions.
Okay, so we all know what's going on with TSA, especially at IAH at Bush International. They're on the brink of hitting 350. Well, they were this morning. I think it's probably going
350 minutes.
350 minutes. This morning it was 300 minutes. That's 5 hours just to get through TSA. So, I mean, my confession is this, but it's also a question. I would rather drive 12 hours straight than wait in TSA line for 5 hours. I'd rather drive.
Oh, no.
I would rather drive 12 hours than go through that. 10, minimum 10, easily 10, because you can do that in a day.
12 might be pushing it for me.
Yeah.
But I would say this. I saw somebody tweet that if you waiting 4 hours to get through TSA to fly out to Dallas, yeah, something is wrong with you. It should take you 6 hours to get to Dallas if you flying. I'd rather drive to Dallas than wait for 4 hours.
For sure,
in
Dallas.
Line. Yeah.
I'm looking up just a random city, how long it takes to drive to Nashville. That's 11 hours and 58 minutes.
You'd rather make the drive than...
I would rather drive to Nashville. And I know I'm not alone. 713-572-4610. First of all, you're waiting 5 hours to get through TSA.
You're right.
Yeah. This ain't even a flight.
You got to wait to get your flight.
Yep.
Then you got to get on your flight. Then you got to land. Then you got to either rent car or Uber or whatever. I'm curious how many...
Nashville actually has a pretty good,
That's right. You've been there recently.
Bus and train system.
Yeah. But also, just driving yourself, you can take whatever you want. You ain't got to worry about, can this go through TSA?
So why can't I take my hairspray, damn it?
Yeah, take your gun.
All right, well, okay. That's where you had to jump to.
I could take a 2-liter of Pepsi or Coke if I wanted to.
So let's go around the horn here, and then our listeners on YouTube, Twitch, and, of course, text board. I just looked it up. Nashville, 11-hour, 58-minute drive. I would rather drive to Nashville than wait 5 hours at TSA.
I'm not doing it by myself. I'm lazy, though. I feel like my cap driving where I'm like, I'll do that. It's probably
6 is about it. Yeah,
8
6 to 7.
is where I'm like, I'm good doing this by myself. When we start doing those like 10, and I get it, you can do it in one day. Say whatever you want. I'm not a real driver or whatever. That's cool. I'm good on it.
Yeah, if me and my wife was taking the trip to Nashville and it's either had to go through that TSA line or drive, I would probably drive.
I would drive.
Yeah, both of us, I say, come on, let's just rent a car, let's drive.
I've seen people have their friends come to the airport and hang out with them in the TSA line for a while, like for a few hours.
Yeah.
That's how bad it is.
A lot of people, 100%. Yeah, I'm with you. Made the decision to drive to New Orleans. New Orleans is about 6, right? 5.5,
that's
6.
About 6 in that 6.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Oh yeah, New Orleans is an easy bet. We driving to New Orleans without question. Yeah, I think you might have hit right around the edge of my
12. That's why I said 12. That's probably where I would.
Yeah,
I would set the limit.
Yeah, if like I said, I wouldn't probably do that by myself. But if it's just me and my wife and we had a trip to Nashville and decided to
that helps.
Yeah, we can make it a road trip, sweetie.
That's right.
All right, those are your lunchtime confessions. Yeah, everybody's like, I'm driving. I hate flying anyways. Wow, yeah. Well, best of luck to you if you are flying. More power to you. It feels like you got to get to the airport the day before and just try and hang out.
People are getting there at 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, at that point, I just get there at 10, take you a nap.
Yeah.
So I'm like, that is
why plan a trip around? I mean, I know some people have jobs and stuff, but I would not try to plan a trip around this time, man.
Texter says you couldn't give me a free airline ticket right now.
Well, I don't know.
It depends on where.
Yeah, it does depend on where. All right. Coming up next, I'm interested in this because obviously we're working our way towards opening day here. There was a really interesting quote from Cam Smith that kind of sounded crazy, but I think is encouraging. Tell me if you were encouraged by this quote. I'll give you the quote next.
The NCAA tournament is here. Want to hear your Longhorns as they battle through the bracket? We've PowerCompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I love that y'all on the Base Power text line right now, texting us the various different things that y'all would drive with. Y'all are, yes, I'm driving to Nashville, and I'm taking my gun. And I'm taking a cooler. Like, yes, okay, we get it. There's things that you can put in your car and take with you.
A couple bottles of alcohol.
It was great, right to the point. Yep, driving with my gun.
Oh man, hey, Godspeed if you're having to travel, if you're having to fly, man, you be finding all sorts of different alternatives. Is there a train out of the?
Yeah,
can I
I'd take a boat if I could, man.
They still doing Greyhounds, right? Like, let me see if that's where people are right now. So more power to you. All right, Astros season starts versus the Angels on Thursday. Rather, tonight they're facing off against the Sugar Land Space Cowboys for the second time, a little tune-up game, which is going to be kind of important. Space City Home Network will have you on the broadcast at 7:10, and it becomes important. And I was going to be watching anyway because I'm a sick human being, but I'll be watching even closer because Jeremy Pena is starting for the Astros.
Good.
So that tip of his right ring finger that was like broken or whatever, apparently not stopping him from getting up to game speed. It feels like he's just going to start the season as your opening day shortstop.
I'm looking at a video of him right now juggling 3 baseballs.
All right, so he's good then.
I guess he's all right.
He's all right then, apparently. Apparently, you just break the tip of your finger, and it's like, all right, we can go play shortstop. So I think that's interesting in that, you're still going to have where you're not having that reprieve from the decisions on how to get guys going. I wonder if they start Jordan in left right off the jump, just to give them an opportunity to get everybody going on the first day.
I could see that. Yeah, I could absolutely see that. They want to play him more out there. They've talked about it. Go ahead and go in and then see. Boy, it's going to be one of those things that's like every week you're going to be going, how's Jordan looking?
Every week, though, right? Like every week we're going to be in that circumstance of.
It's every week.
Thank you, Andre.
Yeah,
That's where we're going to be with seeing what the lineup is, and it starts today. It feels like once you get the boys out there playing at Dyken Park versus the Space Cowboys. All right, but when it came to closing down camp, Cam Smith, who had a pretty phenomenal camp himself, was talking to, I believe he was talking to Chandler Rome. Chandler Rome had the quote where he was talking about when he returns to the dugout after a home run. He expects the obvious question, which is, what pitch did you see? And he said, your boys ask you what pitch you got, and you're like, I don't know. I just swung at it. That's where I want to be.
I love that so much. Because that's instinctive. They are noticing the differences, whether it's the rotation or the release point or whatever. But it's also becomes an instinct. I love that. And when you get to that, you're onto something.
Well, that's where he seems to be right now. When I first read that, my brain goes, we can't do both.
Yeah.
We can't have an instinctive, but also recognize.
Well, I think you are doing both. You're just not as conscious of it.
Right.
And it's the old Yogi Berra thing.
Yeah, he went further to say it's easy in baseball to get in your own way and try to be a perfectionist, but that time is for the cages. It's not for on the field when you're trying to compete. That's what I fell into last year, trying to think about mechanics in the box or changing my approach. It's a reactionary game. If you're thinking you're not on time, I found that out the hard way, but I'm glad I learned it early.
And hopefully it sticks, and it's something that he can do it. By the way, Yogi Berra, see ball, hit ball is what he said.
Right.
And I really, really like he showed and developed a lot of maturity over the course of just one season. And I know it wasn't his first season. We know what he did in 2022, I guess, 23, whenever he was Rookie of the Year. But
who are we talking about?
Jeremy
right now?
Pena is what I'm talking about.
I was like,
no, you're talking about Cam Smith. No, but Jeremy Pena has been able to do that.
Cam Smith, Rookie of the Year, 2022. What are we doing?
No.
Gotcha, I'm with you.
So Jeremy Pena, Cam Smith, these younger players, when you get to that point, then you're really on to something.
No, for sure. Which that is super encouraging for me, especially when you talk about a team that needs dudes that are going to, produce consistently at the plate. We were talking about this earlier. There's a whole bunch of question marks with this team. There's a lot of possibilities. This feels, if you want to make this anything, this feels like taking the question mark of what does Cam Smith bring you a lot closer to I know what that is. Because the start of last year, undeniably, he started out incredible.
Yeah.
He just faded, and this is him very much putting
he got in
that
his own head. He said it.
Exactly, putting that into the context of I got in my own head, and it was to be expected. The dude hadn't even played a full pro season because he had played a little bit in the minors the year prior, and then he breaks camp, and he is on the big league club and playing damn near every day. So, there was to be expected a level of learning curve for him to not only have the learning curve, but to, in the start of the next season, already have it pinpointed and seemingly fixed.
Yeah.
It's kind of incredible. And it speaks to what the Jake Myers of the world, what the Jose Altuves of the world, what the obviously the Joe Espadas of the world has said about him, that this kid has superstar potential. And it feels like he's already starting to, starting to exhibit that, at least on a low stage.
The impressive thing with him is that it's happening so fast.
Yes.
This is the year where he should really just be breaking in to the major leagues. If they were going by the schedule, the so-called schedule that they do bring these guys up with, he should really just be breaking in. But to be able to do it, and also it's a credit to some of the veterans that have his ear.
Yes.
And talk about these things, whether it's Altuve or just anyone that has been around enough. Jordan is a guy that developed that pretty quickly himself. So I think it's a big credit to them.
It's interesting that you say it's a credit to the vets, because I think that this is a question that the Astros are probably having to have right now, especially after the camp that he's had. Not Cam, but Jake Myers, right? When you look at this outfield, it's a lot of young boys that you're talking about. Clearly Cam Smith, who is the lock that you have there. Joey Loperfido, who had a good camp, and it feels like he probably is also a very big part of what you do in the outfield. But they were kind of hoping that Zach Cole could latch onto a spot, having to get a left-handed bat in what you're doing there. Bryce Matthews is very clearly a dude who's delivering. Maybe he ends up making the squad as an outfielder on the bench, something like that. That they've used in a lot of different spots to be some level of utility. And there's a lot of young boys that, especially if they produce at least how they did in spring, you start looking at how much can you stomach a Jake Myers regression to being the dude that you don't trust with the bat and you're just looking at defense.
Do you think they're looking at Jake Myers as, in a perfect world, he will be replaced?
I think that
right.
Well, I mean, in a perfect world, Jake Myers pulls another performance out of his keister, and all of a sudden we're talking about Jake at the plate again, in addition to being able to range in the outfield. But if we're again trying to be reasonable with the question marks that exist, one of those question marks is, what is Jake Myers' offense? And as of right now, we're looking at a Jake Myers that was really hot, cooled a little bit last year, and then we come into this year and the camp hasn't looked all that good. The reasonable expectation is, all right, don't hope for too much offensively, because that might have been an anomaly. And if you're looking at that as an anomaly, Cam Smith, they had him playing a little center field, and he looks like the bat might be back to where it was to the start of the season, has more of the stamina and has some of those lessons while also ranging really well.
And having options elsewhere in the outfield.
Right. How much do you balance the clear, consistent defense of Jake Myers, and then also what you talked about, that veteran presence versus these young boys, especially if the bats are working for them, and if the bat isn't working for Jake?
Well, it's going to be the case early on in the year for sure. You need to have him out there just for the defense alone, with a little bit more stability in the outfield, familiarity, all that. But I think they're, in a perfect world, they're hoping that they can ultimately land with a different outfield rotation. I do.
What would you like to see if it is indeed a different outfield?
Cam,
yes,
center field.
Okay,
and then you have Loperfido
at one of the corner spots.
Zach Cole, Matthews, probably somewhere in there.
Are you going to go the spicy route and you go ahead and Jordan it?
Well, I didn't even. You know what's bad? I didn't even consider Jordan because
they've beaten it out of us. They've beaten it out of us.
Like, oh yeah, that guy, he plays outfield. So Jordan will be up in there at some point. How many games do you think he's going to start play
in the outfield?
In the outfield.
I think we're going back to another maybe 50.
You do?
Yeah.
Because I think they're looking at 75, 80, if not more.
That would be good if you could do it again, trying to make sure that you get guys in, and that would mean that you keep this rotation of the infield for the entirety of the season. That would mean that you're not utilizing Isaac Paredes as a trade chip at some point in the season, which I think that would mean that you're playing good baseball. So I'll take that. I'll take that if I can get that, right? If I can get him playing 75, 80, that means likely he's 1, stayed healthy, 2, you've been able to win baseball games, and 3, that this is working out as the rotation that you're doing. Yeah, go ahead and give me that if that's the outcome that you're telling me up front.
So perfect outfield for you in, let's say, August is what?
In August?
Yeah,
Perfect?
July, August. Jordan in left, Cam Smith in center.
Yeah, and maybe like Loperfido in right. Yeah, I think that would be perfect because what that would mean is that Cam Smith has played well enough that he can fully take on the load of offense, defense, all of that. Loperfido has played well enough to feel comfortable about him playing every day. And the bigger thing is that Jordan is capable of withstanding playing in the left field, has played consistently well enough defensively, and is healthy, which are a whole bunch of things that you're asking yourself about.
Yeah.
But yeah, those, again, it feels like every time we talk about the Astros, there's the ifs and there's the hopes that we have to get to because there's not a lot of guarantees. And I think that that's one of the reasons why Jake Myers remains there. But it does feel very much like hearing Cam Smith talk. It feels like he's talking with the level of confidence where you go, damn, I want to turn that question mark into a guarantee.
And mature as a hitter.
Which, again, any place where I could find a marginal win for the Astros before we get to actually playing baseball, I'm going to take that. So it was really cool to see that from Cam. Looking forward to opening day versus the Angels on Thursday. Obviously, excited for that.
They're winning that game?
Huh?
And they're winning that game.
This is the problem, is I very much feel like they're winning that game, but as soon as you guarantee it, you open yourself up to scrutiny, right? Like you start doing the Charles Barkley guarantee, and now everybody's on your ass, right? Now, I don't want to do that. However, they're winning that baseball game.
They're winning that
baseball is indeed back. Opening night is live on Netflix, mind you, tomorrow, March 25th, with Aaron Judge and the Yankees clashing with Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. That's MLB opening night, Yankees, Giants, live on Netflix tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, 7 in God's time. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do a little draft on a Tuesday because there's a lot of mock drafts, and we're getting multiple rounds now. Are you liking what we're starting to see from the draft class of people, of scouts setting up for the Texans at 28, maybe 38, all the way through the third round? Let's talk about that next.
All right, let's talk about low T Synergen X and getting to feeling like your old self again. You've been looking for online.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Have you thought about what a sports day Thursday is going to look like?
It's going to be fantastic. All day.
It will be.
Yeah.
But you were the same man talking about you don't want to do the 5 hours of wait at IAH, which I understand.
Yes.
Think about it, though, when it comes to these Houston streets.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the Houston Open on Thursday, first round. That's, 8 in the morning, probably around.
Right here, Memorial, kind of near town.
Opening day for the Astros. 3 is when 3:10 his first pitch. So
Downtown.
in that same period,
Mm-hmm.
they'll probably go for maybe a couple 2 to 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Folks filtering out. Sweet 16 games at Toyota Center get
Downtown.
going right there around 6
Mm-hmm.
in that time period. Buddy.
Yeah.
Moving around this city is going to be
wild.
It'll be a great sports.
Y'all gonna be out in these streets.
I'll be done
too.
by 2:00. I'll be.
You be in the house.
I'll be in the house.
You'll be in the house.
2:30.
Very.
Where you gonna park?
Hey, do we have a pass? We need to get a pass.
Do you have a pass? Hey, it's gonna be tough out here, man.
Hit me up with that parking pass, man. You got
What,
any more
for,
of
the,
those
for, the, for the Houston
Yeah,
Open,
yeah.
we will be broadcasting from the Houston Open on Thursday,
Yeah.
which will be really fun.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll be at Rally House tomorrow,
Yeah.
getting you ready for baseball because
Right off of
baseball season's
Westheimer,
coming
right?
up. So yes, a lot of in the loop. We'll be out and about amongst the people on these this great week for Houston sports. And then hopefully it'll be a great month for Houston sports because when that draft rolls around, let Nick Caserio free and just let him go have some fun. He should have the opportunity and the capability to take a Houston Texans roster from looking pretty good to hopefully
next level.
Looking next level as you said there. All right. So let's do a little draft on a Tuesday here, and I'm going to do this a little different because there are 3 different options for mock drafts. I love this time of year in mock drafts because, again, we're getting to where I imagine some of the more informed mock drafters are getting some insights, but then also they start taking this a little deeper as they have seen a larger amount of the players in this draft pool, and they can now see how teams are moving in the offseason to have a better idea of what teams might need or where they might want to go and where things might fall.
Yeah.
And so we're getting multi-round mock drafts. I have a 2-round, a 3-round, and a 4-round mock draft in front of me.
Now you're just spoiling me.
That's right.
I'm the guy that gets all excited about the full schedule being released yesterday. This is on steroids, man.
That's right.
Yeah. Let's just jump in 4 rounds.
Yes. All right. So, but what I will do here is I will. Okay. So we'll go with the 4-rounder, and I'll give you as I give you the who gets selected here. I'll also give you who gets selected in these other mocks at that same time period for your Houston Texans. All right. But the 4-rounder is from NFL.com. This, I believe, is Chad Ryder, who is conducted this one. And I do love this time also because we start getting trades, which feels more.
That's right.
More likely. It's rare that you get into a draft where everybody stays exactly where they are and everybody just sits and picks. And so there's going to be some moving and shaking that will change who goes, who doesn't go, and ultimately who will land, especially for a Texans team that's at 28, where you're really dependent on all the people who fall ahead of you. All right. Chad Ryder, NFL.com, has the Houston Texans indeed picking at 28, so they're not trading out here. However, who they do select, defensive tackle from Texas Tech, Lee Hunter.
Oh, sign me up.
You're here for it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Hunter's unique combination of short area quickness and power fit beautifully in the middle of D'Amico Ryans' defense.
Swarmy, too.
This set very much swarmy, strong, powerful dude. This is a dude who I'm starting to, in my relatively early looking into seeing some reps and seeing some of the way that these dudes play. I go, oh, yeah.
I like
get
that.
me with this. The fun thing, and I think I mentioned this yesterday, is he's real nimble in that tight area of that phone booth. Like he plays the run incredibly well, good hands, all that. Takes on blocks, takes on double teams, just really looks the part in that aspect. He's pretty nimble in using some of that short area quickness to maybe be able to get around dudes, find some spaces, which honestly, it's maybe this is disrespectful because I don't know if it's exactly to the same level. It kind of feels a little Tim Settle-esque. Like Tim Settle, kind of nice getting into that gap, splitting blockers at times.
Yeah.
And I wonder if, especially once he gets into this program, if that doesn't go up to another level where you take a dude who people don't really view as a pass rusher, take that technique up to the next level with Rod Wright, D'Amico Ryans, Matt Burke, that whole crew.
It is interesting, too, because I'm kind of with John Harris, who joined us earlier, and you can hear that on the Odyssey app if you want to go back. But I still think multiple offensive linemen would be a good plan for this team, and they may well be planning that. But that dude is at 28 would be a great get.
Well, but that's interesting because there's, especially when you get to these D tackles, there's a lot of guys who they view could be around this area or mid to late second rounders. Lee Hunter is one of those guys that people talk about kind of like that. So there is this draft value conversation, and this is where I'll stop our draft on Tuesday and ask you, how much do you continue to value the notion of like draft value, or even the possibility of like having a role starting? Because I know Nick Caserio has talked about when they go into the draft, they consider, or just any player acquisition, the thing they consider most is what role do you serve? Except this year, it feels like they did a pretty solid job in free agency to where I don't know that there are a lot of roles that you're going, I'm going and searching for those early. So how much do you factor those things in when you're drafting?
Well, it's true, but
this year specifically, right?
But depth on the offensive line is a role, with this squad. And that's what we're talking about with John. There are still some, Jake Andrews, needs to have some competition. Some other interior, perhaps offensive linemen. But it's not. I get your point. It's not exactly like we need this right now.
Yeah,
maybe outside of Jake Andrews.
Like one of the things I was talking about with Sean yesterday, because he was talking about, it would feel odd to draft a player and then them not play in year one, because that's typically, the understanding. You draft a player in the first round, you're expecting them to start or be a big time contributor. And the way that you've situated things, there's a possibility, especially if, like, for those of us that are looking at the offensive line saying, I still want to see some good interior offensive linemen. Let's say that Emmanuel Pregnon is there and they draft Emmanuel Pregnon. Well, there's not a path for him to definitely start. He'd have to go whoop somebody. And he'd have to whoop some of these guys that you feel pretty good about in Wyatt Teller, who's played well last year, and then Ed Ingram, who played pretty well in this spot last year. He'd have to go take somebody's job, or he'd be a dude who is kind of sitting and learning, and you're not getting, quote unquote, the value of it. And that's why I bring it back to that is, how much do you feel that, or how much do you then go to, or how much do you even talk about like the positional values that show up sometimes, or do you just go screw it? Whoever is a really good player that I like, I'm just taking him at 28.
But you also have opportunities for, and now I'm going to sound like one of their coaches, for the competition in the middle of the offensive line, and that speaks to Jake Andrews as well.
Yeah, the way that I've seemed to land on it, at least in this moment, and I reserve the right to possibly change if presented with a different perspective that lands a little bit stronger with me, but it does feel like you have an opportunity to shake some of those things that that are that gird other teams when they go into the draft, where they have to be like, that value because of the way that I think that you're freed because of the way that you handle things to now just not have those restraints and hopefully be able to get some players that other people wouldn't get because you don't have to consider as strongly some of those. I think that there are times where you can be rewarded for unorthodox thinking in the draft.
It's a compliment to the organization and just the development that you've reached. I mean, the point that you've reached here in your development. But I still think there's opportunities on the offensive line where there could still be competition and for week one.
All right, so talking about 28, before we move to more rounds in this draft on a Tuesday, in Field Yates' 2-round mock draft, he has the Texans sitting and picking at 28, and he has them picking the same pick that Ryan McChrystal of Sharp Football Analytics has in their 3-round mock draft with the Texans at 28. Defensive lineman out of Clemson, Peter Woods. The write-up that Field Yates has, Woods might be the biggest range of Woods might have the biggest range of the prospects we've discussed so far. His ardent believers feel he should go top 15, while skeptics don't see him as a first-round talent. Explosive but undersized tackle. Production left a lot to be desired. Just 5 sacks in the last 2 seasons. How does that hit you?
Well, I think the thing with him is, the size thing. I don't necessarily think that the Texans are married to just a big body in there.
I don't, but I feel like ain't that the point, right? The idea is you've gone and gotten dudes. You haven't gone and gotten dudes that weren't all that crazy big at the defensive tackle and been like, hey, we have a couple of guys that you kind of can move around that aren't necessarily, one of them isn't necessarily definitively a nose tackle, and we make it work. It feels like the idea was, let's get a young guy specifically, obviously, to add some youth to that room, but let's go get a big boy if we can get one and stash him in there, like as a opportunity to take this thing up to a new level. And so I I don't necessarily like the idea of going and getting a dude, especially somebody that there might be questions on. Now, of course, their internal scouting that they've done over the entirety of the year will, loom a lot larger than whatever the draft scouts are saying. But somebody who's a little undersized, somebody who has some production questions, like that feels like that's besides the point of what you have done to free yourself up. I feel like, hey man, go get a.
But it's also their MO. The Tommy Togiai, virtually the exact same size as Peter Woods. 6'2", 298. And Togiai is listed as 6'2", 296. I mean, that is kind of their MO in terms of what they like in there.
All right. So you wouldn't balk too much at Peter Woods selection.
Real athletic guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, definitely athletic, but not as much production. But again, I feel like you might see a whole bunch of defensive linemen mocked to the Texans in the thought of, hey man, put him with DeMeco Ryans, put him with that staff, and they will get the best out of him, which is true. But I feel like why just depend on getting the best out of him as opposed to let's get a dude who's sick, and then you get the best out of him. Like I feel like we can do both of those.
Can
things
we have both
together?
Yes.
All right, I take you to the second round of the mock draft. This one again, NFL.com's as I hop around. We go to pick 38, where obviously the Texans got this in the trade where they send Laramie Tunsil to the Washington Commandos. Chad Reuter has the Texans selecting Clemson wide receiver.
Second round.
Antonio Williams.
Oh, that would be interesting.
What does that do to you?
Well, I don't mind it.
5'11 and a half, 187, and I believe he ran a 4.41. So like this is the burner that you're looking at here for the Texans that we were talking about maybe on the outside. You would have a very young room. And it was one of the things that we were talking about. Does that at all cross your mind? Does that all scare you? Question mark. When it comes to
I got to admit that would not be my first thought with a second round pick, especially if you and both these guys haven't taken defensive linemen in the first round.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if I can get down with that, but again, it is a position that maybe could fit this squad, and I think certainly with the wide receivers still not completely haven't proven themselves outside of Nico.
The other mocks who they take in this, Field Yates and Ryan McChrystal both have them taking offensive linemen. Different ones though. Field Yates has them going Blake Miller, which you heard our guy John Harris doesn't like that. I know Seth Payne doesn't like Blake Miller all that much, but getting the tackle, battle tested right tackle, athletic. The idea is throw him out there, let him work under Braden Smith with Trent Brown to get better as a version of himself. And then the other one, Chase Basantis, guard, Texas A&M, would be the other one. Which of those would you prefer?
Basantis, not because of he went to A&M. He's really, really highly regarded. I think he's another guy that had the big Senior Bowl week and turned a lot of heads. And if Seth and John Harris are not high on Blake Miller,
you are also not high on him.
Then I'm not high on Blake Miller.
That is a fair point. Yeah, that Blake Miller thing. I feel like there's enough to where I don't need to be right on this one.
Yes.
I just need to I don't need to be right on this. Now, maybe Chad Reuter gets you a little bit of leeway here because he has at pick 59 the Texans adding an offensive lineman. Would you like to guess which offensive lineman? I set you up because I think you can win this one.
Really?
I think you can win this one. I think you can make this pick. It's a guy that we've talked about a lot as a possibility here.
Who are we talking about, Figgy? 59?
Yes. Don't think about the spot. Just think about a name that I think a lot of people seem to be happy with if they'd selected 28.
Who?
Mayo Pregnon.
Oh, okay.
I'm just amazed
low?
Yes, I am amazed.
That's why I wasn't even considering that. Yeah.
And that's why I'm like, hey, Chad, what are we doing here?
How did he drop to 59?
I was thinking about the John Carroll guy, man. I almost threw his name out there, man.
So I'm like, all right, that feels wild, and that might be one of those things where it ends up if they were to go that way, if they were to fall in line with that NFL mock draft that has them taking Lee Hunter. And then who did I have? The wide receiver out of Clemson, a small wide receiver, twitchy, but a speed guy. And then also taking Emmanuel Pregnon. I think that those are all guys that you could be happy that you took.
Fantasy stuff here.
The order would be kind of funny.
It's like when you're at the fantasy football draft and somebody just forgets about a good player.
Like, oh, yeah, that's right.
He's still
Nobody
on the
picked
board.
him up?
Yeah, he's still available?
That's wild. The other 59 selections from these other two mock drafts, tell me which of these are more preferable. Because I know you are interested in both of these positions. The Ryan McChrystal has at 59 the Texans taking center out of Auburn, Caleb Lou.
I'm familiar with him. Yeah, I like him.
One of the better center prospects a lot of people are interested in.
Mm-hmm.
But Field Yates at ESPN has the Texans taking Kyle Lewis, linebacker out of Pittsburgh. He said, one of the things I admire about the Texans organization is their ability to maximize defensive players regardless of any supposed limitations. Lewis is an unconventional size linebacker, 6 foot 220, a little bit smaller, right?
Mm-hmm.
But incredible playmaking ability, coverage instincts, and physicality that travels to the NFL. Which of those do you like more?
I'm going to say center. I'm going to say center. He's it's a position of need. It's a position where you're going to be able to have some competition and maybe not even, expect him to get a lot of playing time in the regular season, but you're going to have that opportunity to develop a guy at center.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
And so, there's a lot of interesting picks. And I think the reason why I wanted to do all three at the same time here as we get through 2 rounds in this draft on a Tuesday, I don't know that there was very much overlap when we talk about the various different players, which speaks to how free and open this draft should be for the Texans. I am very excited to see Nick Caserio that we've seen have all the machinations, who hasn't had a first-round pick since 23. I would love to see what he does now with the freedom to go and move and just see, is it kind of similar to what we see, or does this go to a whole different level? Because there's a lot of different players.
But what we're hearing here is, there are going to be options, even options that you didn't expect, like a wide receiver in the second round. I didn't.
Or a linebacker there as well.
Or a linebacker there, yeah.
Yeah. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, I got to talk about a guy who overcame a lot throughout his life, and I think he got to overcome a lot going forward.
Okay, let's talk about Triumph next.
Yeah, so before we get to that, I got to tell you guys about Metro and how they're making it easier for us Houstonians with the Ride Metro fare system, which is Metro's new contactless way to pay for buses, park and ride, Metro Rail, and more. Before boarding, all you got to do is just tap your Ride Metro card or scan using the Ride Metro app. It's quick and easy. And if you're cashless, no problem. Apple Pay, Google Pay, credit or debit, it all works. You can learn more at ridemetro.org/fare system. That's ridemetro.org/fare system. Ride smart, Ride Metro.
The NCAA tournament is here. Want to hear your Cougs as they battle? Is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Here's a story about a guy who had to overcome a lot throughout his life, just health-wise, and he had to make it work. And ESPN actually did a story on him. This was a couple years ago, and it kind of came back around for a certain reason, but I'll explain why this came back around. But here's a story about a guy who had to overcome a lot.
I'm Dayton Weber, and I'm a professional cornhole player. I had gotten a bacterial infection when I was just 10 months old. The infection that got into my arms and legs was called Streptococcus pneumoniae. They had actually given me a 3% chance of living, and the only way that they were able to save me was by getting the infections out of my system. They had to amputate my arms and legs to keep me alive. I'm thankful for the Lord and giving those surgeons the power that he did that day to be able to make such a miracle happen. Inspiration to me is a daily driver. I believe that God put me on this planet for one reason. Everybody's got their reasons for being here, but my reason I feel like is to inspire other people just by me doing my daily tasks. I want them to have the sense of I can go out there and do anything I put my mind to. If they say, I want to go out and become a pro cornhole player now, I want them to look at me and be like, I can do it. I know I can. Anybody can play, anybody can win.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
What an inspiration.
Yeah, it really inspires some people and all that stuff. So I was kind of curious, what is he doing right now? You think he's still doing all that, inspiring people?
Professional cornhole player. It's a big thing.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, what a wild thing that America is, that we can have a professional cornhole player. Like, that's beautiful, man.
That's an athlete, ain't it?
That's incredible. I mean, I ain't saying nothing about athlete or not athlete. I'm just saying
Yeah,
so say he ain't got no arms or legs.
Yeah, so he kind of popped up in the news as of late. So probably curious, what is he doing right now?
Yeah.
Well, let's go to Fox 5 in Washington, D.C. They was talking about what he was up to lately.
Now to a bizarre story out of Charles County. Police now investigating after a professional cornhole player with no hands and no legs is accused of firing a deadly shot all while driving.
Before we get any further into this story, I just want to try to answer the question that so many people have right now. How did someone with no arms, no hands manage to fire a gun and allegedly kill someone?
It's early in the investigation, but there is no evidence at this point to suggest anybody else was involved in the shooting, and that he acted alone on this.
Now watch closely. You're looking at the man accused of murder in this case. Video from his TikTok page titled No Hands, No Feet, Shooting 9mm Handgun. His name is Dayton James Weber, a 27-year-old quadriplegic amputee and professional cornhole player. This all started around 10:30 last night when La Plata police officers were flagged down by two witnesses near Radio Station Road. Charles County Sheriff's investigators say Weber was the driver when he shot and killed his front seat passenger, then asked those in the back seat to help get rid of the body. Jeez. They refused, got out of the car, and alerted police. Weber took off with the victim in the car, identified as 27-year-old Bradrick Wells. 2 hours later and about 15 miles away, Wells's body was found dumped in someone's front yard in Charlotte Hall, Maryland. Soon after, Weber's car was tracked to a gas station in Charlottesville, Virginia. He was found at a hospital nearby and arrested after his release.
I think the witnesses helping really gave us a good start, obviously, and then it was excellent police work with not only our detectives and La Plata police, but also the authorities in Virginia.
Hold on.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
There's a lot of questions.
Let's start with the final thing. Really, it was excellent police work. Word.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they
can. You describe the young man?
I don't think they found him on foot.
Yeah.
You're wrong for that. You're wrong for that.
Did they catch him with his hands? Did he put his hands up when they called him in the hospital?
He put something up. Oh my God, this could take such an ugly turn just because of what you just said.
Could take an ugly turn.
You should see that. You should be in this head right now.
No, I never want that. I never want that.
There are a lot of.
But yeah, it's like,
a lot going on.
Yeah. So much police work. Yeah. The people, you had 2 first-hand witnesses that came over and said, yes, he did it, and you had to look for the dude with no arms and legs.
Yes.
I feel like that was an open and shut case. I feel like we made that one happen.
My thing is, it's a lot going on here. Like, I think if you look at the TikTok, you can see him actually shooting a gun.
That's another question. That's another question. First of all, dumb to put it on TikTok. And I get the cornhole. You can throw it with, I mean.
You want to describe it?
Come on, man.
Hey, show the YouTube right now.
Come on, man.
How to do it.
You can throw it with like that, with.
I don't even think he had that.
Yeah, but can you pull a trigger with just.
He did.
Apparently,
and apparently throughout this story, he got rid of the body. And
that's another question.
And took off in a Tesla.
Yes. How do you. There are so many bad things.
All right, so first and foremost, I would like to take a quick intermission from the mixtape and take you to the base power text line. And I'm just going to read them verbatim, so this is not my fault. From the 281, did he say hands up, don't shoot? From the 409, raise your right hand. I literally can't. From the 832, he didn't have a leg to stand on. From the 252, caught him red-handed. From the 713, would Figgy be down to be on the jury in that case?
100%. I might beg to get on that jury. Please.
Wait, hold on. Don't bring this to me because I guess I said first-hand witnesses, but that was not what I meant. I need you to understand that is a common saying that I had no meanings behind.
I'm really curious about this trial, though, because once it happened, because, like, are they going to find...
Raise your right hand.
Are they going to find... Yeah. Are they going to find a fingerprint?
The defense has got gold.
We're all going to hell in a handbasket.
And look,
right now.
he's probably going to prison for the rest of his life, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Like, are they going to have to custom make an orange jumpsuit for him?
Yeah, they'd be tripping everywhere if they don't.
Someone asked how they handcuff him.
Did he try to run?
The thing that got me, because I did see the headline of this story.
I did not
before.
Yeah.
However, the thing you heard me yell "what," and that's because I was genuinely surprised in that moment because I didn't realize that he shot someone while he was driving a car.
Driving.
Yes.
Like there's
another question. I know you can accommodate vehicles.
No, for sure. But I'm like, why was he driving the car with the gun in his hand?
I'm just trying to imagine him.
Or whatever. Sorry. God.
So what?
I'm really trying. I really am.
I'm just imagining his friends like, nah, we ain't got nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
So he said, okay, I'll get rid of the body.
Yes.
I want to see him really getting rid of the body.
How does he get the body out of? I mean, everything. So many questions.
But outside of all this, it's like, why? Why are you doing this?
It's hard to pick up a kid when they sleep.
Yeah.
Just imagine trying to get rid of a grown man body
with no hands and no leg, no feet.
Yeah, but there's some questions that go beyond like the absurdity of like the actual predicament that this man has, which is again driving a car, gun in the hand. Was this an altercation or was this an accidental shot?
They got into it,
and then he shot with witnesses in the car.
Yeah,
and then he asked them to
two people in the back seat. Yeah,
what's wrong with you?
And they're like, no, thank you.
I'm sure that's what his friends said. What is wrong with you, man?
Yeah.
Screw it, I get it. Pulled off. And then push the pedal to the metal.
I'm nobody's criminal, and not that this is a good thought, but we're already the whole segment at this point.
Yes.
It's not really good thoughts. If you kill someone in the car and you go, help me dump the body, and they go, no, we're getting out the car. You let them? Like, this is not going to end up the way that you want.
What are you going to do, tackle him? He'll put his hands out. You ain't going nowhere.
Wrap him up.
You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and tap out now.
You could have tripped them as they were running out the car.
Yep. Just all right.
My goodness.
Wow.
This is probably the most insane headline I ever seen in my life.
What is the actual headline?
I got to pull it up.
I'd love to hear.
Yeah, I got to pull it up. TMZ. I saw it from TMZ.
Oh, yeah. I want to see Black Sports Online I want to see their headline.
From the 713, the radio call said, "Suspect is armed, or is he?" Yeah, this is real. Yes, we are going to hell. I've recognized that in the course of reading these texts.
Yes.
From Need an origin story, how he went from hero to villain. And that's also a good point, because, again, you started this with the ESPN, document or whatever it was. The story
the 3% chance to live.
Yeah.
And you out here taking other people's lives.
Mm-hmm. What does the headline say? Do you have it?
I'm still looking for it right now.
I know it's going to be bizarre.
TMZ, they don't waste no time posting.
No, they don't.
I'm like, this just happened yesterday.
You got to scroll through 33 stories to get to the one.
Man with cornhole professional with no hands and no legs, shoots friend while driving a vehicle, disposes of body.
Yeah,
it's a little wordy. I don't know if that one works.
I mean, we could just listen to what they said in Fox 5 in DC. That had me going right there.
Now watch closely. You're looking.
Wait a minute.
Now to a bizarre story out of Charles County. Police now investigating after a professional cornhole player with no hands and no legs is accused of firing a deadly shot all while driving.
Yeah, she got it all in there.
Yeah.
It's all right there. That is unbelievable.
How much leg does he have? She said no legs. Is it just?
Yeah, I think they were basically.
Is it to the knee? Is it?
I think it might be past the knee. If you,
shorter than the knee, like just.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll repost the video from ESPN because ESPN actually posted that story. It was years ago. All the stuff he overcame.
Yeah.
And, the cornhole thing. And it looked like it's to his knee. He ain't got that much leg to stand on. He could get around. But nah, this is insane.
What kind of gun was it? It was a handgun?
I would hope it's a handgun.
You sure? That's what you call setting them up. That's what you call setting
I'm trying
them up.
How am I supposed to handle this seriously? I don't know how.
You got to do like him and just run away.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah,
run away from the situation.
One foot in front of the other.
Yep. Don't step on his toes, man.
What am I supposed to do? Why are you not hitting the swoosh sound? Why have we not moved on to the next?
Hey, we could just stay right here, man.
The texts alone.
You stand alone, my friend.
I don't know what. I'm trying. I really am.
Oh, somebody said they're going to have like like the documentary, The Cornhole Killer. The cops didn't really have to go out on a limb to figure out the culprit.
All right.
Yeah. What took them so long to find him?
Yeah.
Did it take them a while?
I think it wouldn't.
They said they found him at the hospital.
Yeah.
Which, anyways,
they say put your hands up. I really like all jokes aside. I want to see how the cops went in.
Yes.
If they just went in like, just come on, man.
Let me show you.
Did they pick them up?
Show me your hands. You know how they always do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And I wonder if they just had to like bear hug him and just kind of walk with him like a sack of potatoes or something. Just kind of.
he was being sincere.
No,
I know,
dead
but
serious.
it's just funny. I
like,
know,
they ain't
but
put
it's funny.
They ain't put no handcuffs on them.
Yeah.
From the 281, this is hands down the best segment ever. I know that was not sincere. You don't actually think this is the best segment ever. You just wanted to get another joke. I see you. I know who you are, 281.
As bad as I want to go to another topic, I might.
Please, I've been waiting.
I might have to say, should I go? Should I get one more in?
Yes, please. Anything.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the mixtape in the Loot Sports Radio 610. Just give a salute to Stephen A. Smith.
Okay. What? All right.
Salute to Stephen A. Smith, man. He was talking about starting a GoFundMe account for one Jason Whitlock.
You know what I'm contemplating doing, Jason? I haven't made a decision yet. But I'm thinking about starting a GoFundMe account for you. Because clearly you're that desperate. That's why you talk about me so much. Look at your numbers when you're talking about me and look at your numbers when you don't.
Oh.
I keep you relevant. That's perhaps the worst insult of it all. Fat bastard lock.
Wow.
That's the title of the GoFundMe account. Fat bastard lock.
And that was on First Take. No, I'm just playing. That was on his.
No, that was on his personal podcast. Straight shooter.
Imagine you tune in on a Tuesday, just like, all right, let's see what's happening. Maybe the draft, NBA stuff getting hot and heavy. Fat
bastard lock.
That's real petty, though.
Yeah, and by the way, he was responding to Jason Whitlock, who were on, I want to say he's on Cam Newton's podcast, that 4th and 1.
Mm-hmm. Cam Newton had Jason Whitlock on?
He had him on.
Why?
And he asked him about, why you don't like Stephen A. Smith? And then he went on the whole thing, and now Stephen A. was responding to that. So,
dang.
Yeah. So if you want to donate, I wonder if that's real, because they did show a picture of it.
Oh, a real GoFundMe?
Yeah, I wonder if it's real. I wonder if it's legit or is somebody.
I doubt
just
Stephen A. actually did it, but I bet someone out there went and started.
GoFundMe.
Yeah, Fat bastard lock. That's the title of the GoFundMe account. Fat bastard lock.
He just had to say it again. He just had to say it again.
Unbelievable. All right, this whole segment, I don't know what to do with it, but I'm glad that it's over for today.
Yeah.
Y'all are keeping going on the text line though, as y'all are going with us. If we're going to the hot place, y'all are going with us apparently with the texts that are coming in.
There's no question about it.
To take the gloves off for this one. He's standing on business. He can't lie in court because he won't have to put his hand on the Bible. Just all of you. All of you.
I know you're going to be standing 10 toes down.
All right.
You're going to be up in prison.
That is the mixtape.
If he was listening to that mixtape, he'd probably give a round of applause.
Yeah.
1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 6.
Hand of God. He would.
Every weekday. At the Figgy Fig on social media.
There's more, I'm sure, that are coming.
Yeah.
See something that's mixtape worthy. I don't know. Yeah. All right, coming up next, we run away from this segment as fast as we can. Get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We'll do that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
cure or prevent any disease or condition.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
My single favorite text that has come in the last few minutes since the mixtape is from the 281, and it simply has one word. It just says John, and I'm reading it as if your wife Jan has texted you. like if you were just at home,
he's up to it again,
and you said something, and she was just like John, and then like, hey, cut it out.
And the previous one said dog.
Hey,
yo, dog.
Come on now. we need you to calm down. Wow. Okay. Did not expect my Tuesday to.
Pinky swear it wasn't me.
All right.
Somebody tweeted me, how did he kill him if he was unarmed?
Thank you. He needs the late Johnny Cochran on the case. If the glove doesn't fit,
you got so much.
Right?
So much.
That's all you had to do. If the glove doesn't fit, you must have quit.
My thing is, where's the fingerprints? I need the fingerprints.
To be honest, the defense has a strong case.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. There's 2 eyewitnesses, man.
Well, there is that little detail.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
All right, we move entirely away from that. Entirely away from that.
I don't think we are.
Yes.
I don't
yes,
think
we are.
It's going to suck us back in.
I will drag you guys kicking and screaming away from that. To the Texans, real quick. As Dalton Schultz was on Texans All Access recently, and you know, with the way that this offseason has gone to this point, and obviously the draft's still ahead of us, I think most of us will give Nick Caserio a pretty good grade for handling these things, not overpaying, not being too far in, not having contracts too far into the future, considering the circumstances that you have with your salary cap and everything. But it does feel like you have an offense that is viable, especially for what they want to be. You want to be physical up front. You want to run the football. It does seem like it's viable. I still have questions as to how much better they will be in running the football, but it's undeniable that they have probably the best chance than they would have had through free agency now that they're here. So now I think when we talk about the offense, it falls on 2 people. One of them is very obvious in CJ Stroud. I think the other one is Nick Caley. And Dalton Schultz was talking about Nick Caley in year 2. This is what he said on Texas All Access.
How about year 4 with CJ, year 2 with Nick Caley, the continuity, a lot of good playmakers coming back?
Yeah, there is a lot of good playmakers coming back. And I'm excited just to see kind of like Kale settle in and bring some new wrinkles in and like see how we kind of develop this stuff. You know what I mean? There's always a big jump from any offense from the first year you do it to the second year. And I'm excited to see what kind of comes out in these next few months as we get into OTAs.
You know, I don't know how you read that or heard that, but mine was like, yeah, we're all excited. We're all excited to see it. It's the biggest question outside of CJ Stroud. It's the biggest question. Is he going to be able to develop, the offense to another level, be a little more creative, or are they just going to continue to dig in more on what they're doing? All their acquisitions, player-wise, indicate that they're going to dig in more on running the ball, safe passes, maybe not get too wild with it,
but it can't just be we're going to run the football and keep it extra vanilla
and dump offs and all that stuff.
I do think that there does need to be, as he talked about, there needs to be wrinkles. The offense needs to develop. It can't stay where it is. And what's funny is, you asked me how I heard that, and the first time you hear it, it's very evident, right? He's just like, I'm excited to see what Kales does. I think in the way that he mentioned. It felt almost not quite like a challenge, but you know how sometimes you'll hear somebody and you go, that's a little bit.
I want him to do this.
Yes, and I think that would be fair if that's indeed where Dalton was coming from. It might not be. Like, I think he was generally excited about Nick Caley. He offered me the most clarity, or maybe not the most clarity, but one of the thoughts that I've had this offseason when Dalton talked to the fellas, when he talked to obviously Clinton and Ron at Super Bowl, and he was talking about how much time on task they had with the tight ends, and they just ended up not having all those tight ends. And I go, how much more was there possibly to the offense for Nick Caley? Well, now it seems like you should go into the season with more tight ends, intentionally so, prepared to maybe get to some of those things, but also Nick Caley has to progress, right? Even if you take the best case scenario, whatever Nick Caley was in year one, that is not comparable to what we were hoping for and what the best of the league give you on the offensive side of the football, especially understanding that defenses are continuing to move and shake and morph. I need to see a Nick Caley that does bring some additional things that even if you want to have, I think there's difference between simple and like, I don't know what the right distinction is that I'm trying to make, but there's a way for you to have like a streamlined without it being basic. Simple and basic is what I wanted.
Well,
right?
and
there's
also
a difference between those. And I think that they want a relatively simple approach in we run the football well and we throw off of that, but you can do that in creative ways, and that's what I really want to see.
You can, but it also speaks to there are wrinkles that Dalton Schultz would love to see and is excited for. And then there are wrinkles that CJ Stroud is excited to see and are, is looking forward to.
You don't think that those are similar?
I think they can be very dissimilar. I think they can be similar, but I think that, Dalton Schultz, he sees Foster Moreau come in. Maybe they draft a tight end. I think they likely draft a tight end. All of a sudden, you're talking about, all right, he's rubbing his hands together. Now we can go to 12 personnel. We can do a little bit of that old Patriots, double whammy with the tight ends and open some things up for him. Maybe those are the wrinkles that he's excited for. CJ Stroud, on the other hand, might be excited for something altogether different, which we've talked about, being comfortable throwing the ball downfield a little more, being able to take some of those chances and use his arm. So, yeah, Dalton Schultz is excited. I don't know if it is not necessarily the same as CJ Stroud.
Are there any wrinkles that immediately come to mind for you? Obviously, we're nobody's offensive coordinators here on this program, but we all have something that, especially this past year, that we're like, damn, I would like to see a little bit more of this if we can get that in here.
Well, I was, from the moment that they brought in Moreau, I've been talking about, what they're going to be able to do with the tight ends. And I think that's going to be something that we absolutely will see more of, using that personnel, being able to use tight ends at both either blocking or both, out on routes, one or the other, et cetera. I think that's something that we can almost count on.
Yeah, I think a great one comes in from the 8-3-2, especially because we've been so deprived of it here in Houston for a long time. I would love a working and functioning screen game. I would love to have another tool at the disposal of the offense to you get better on the offensive line and you can block some up. You know how you can also slow down a pass rush? Throw it right over their heads and then pick up 10, 15 yards just off the strength. I think that those are things that I would love to see, especially now that you have a David Montgomery who said – in some of his conversations now that he's been traded to Houston, right? There's more to my game than people have given it credit for. That's something that he talks about. How many times do we talk about Woody Marks and his capability of catching the football? Some of that needs to be more out of the backfield, and I think that now, in part, that you've streamlined what you're doing here. You have somebody else capable of carrying a little bit larger share of the load. He can get out here and catch the football out of the backfield. I think that's a very small thing, but also it could be a large thing that helps them move forward with this offense. And that's I don't think that that's the most difficult thing in the world. It's just about executing that at a high level.
No, I think it could. I think it could absolutely do that for this offense. But again, what Dalton Schultz thinks is going to be a more creative, exciting offense could be a lot different than what C.J. Stroud wants.
Agreed.
And that's going to be the big question.
Either way, there definitely needs to be that step forward. And it's fair. I think what he said there was interesting because he has had a couple of instances with early iterations of coaching staffs where year two gets better than year one in that when it comes to an offense.
Yeah, but as Texas pointed out, how'd that work out for Bobby Slowick?
Right. That doesn't always guarantee that that's the way it goes. So yes, that's one of the places that we're definitely watching from that place. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Always appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. And remember, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Fellas, how you doing? What's it looking like?
Doing good now, man.
Better?
I saw Tiger up there, man. I believe.
Oh, dude.
Oh, so
we talked about it.
Oh, man. You're falling for this?
He looked good.
You're falling for this, ain't you?
Hitting some balls out of the rough.
I kind of feel bad.
He looked good.
I kind of feel bad.
Last time I saw him, he looked like he was 70.
And he will look like that very soon
thereafter.
Thereafter.
Hopes up, and then they're gonna,
don't do it to yourself.
Crush your little heart.
I'm back.
Don't do it to yourself.
I'm black. I'm black too.
Well, we knew that. That one we knew.
You're back and black.
I'm back and black. He is too.
I feel like I need to protect you from you.
No. That looked like Tiger out there.
I mean,
he had his little gray T-shirt on.
It's one thing if this was just a general take, boys, but I work with my man every day. And when you bring somebody up, any player, first thing he looks at, how old is he?
Yeah.
Well, if he's older than 30, I don't know, Clint. I don't know. But I'm telling you what, if it's Tiger, hey, he can have one foot in the grave. Hey, man, hell yeah, I'm in. Let's go, Tiger.
I just need to see that look in his eye. I just need to see it.
Which one? The pained look when he starts clutching at his back? Is that
last time I saw him? Last time I saw him, he had 7 bags under his eyes. This time, man, he looked. I don't know. He looks.
That's because he ain't played in nothing in about 2 years.
He looked like his ass ain't been in that bed in about 2 years. What he needed to. Looks like he been up late on the bottom.
Got some bags under his eyes.
We got 3 more to get.
And it's 2026, and you got that kind of money. I know.
Well, that's true. That is true.
I know some dudes that got 10 years.
We can still catch Jack.
I know some dudes got 10 years on Tiger and plenty of money. I'm telling you, it ain't hard to look.
Yeah.
It ain't hard to look younger. Tiger's aging. I mean, with that money he got to be cutting. He'll be Tom Brady in this piece, man. Get that jawline tightened up a little bit. I mean, get them bags removed. Whatever. I mean, hell no. There is a level of I don't give a rip to Tiger right now.
Yeah, there is.
Man. Is he playing in Augusta?
He's leaving the door open.
Leaving the door.
Look at him! Look at him! Doesn't he look good? He look good.
Yeah, look, that looks Tiger. Hey,
take away the picture they're showing down there.
That's
look
Tiger. That's Tiger Woods with Tank Dell legs, man. Come on.
Brother, I was about to say.
Look at that. He got the sleeve on it too.
Look at him, man. He look good.
Get that graphic.
Look at him. Look at him step out of there with no problem.
Tiger turns
he's got
into
the
Tank.
skinny legs working.
Look at him, man.
His face look a little sunken in too.
Look at him, man. He looks.
What are you doing?
Back, man.
Why do you do this to yourself?
3 more to go.
Why are you doing
I feel like that's what I look like on the golf course in terms of walking up, trying to get out of the sand. Not hitting, not swinging. I'm talking about
he did struggle getting out of there, didn't he?
No, I didn't see any struggle.
And then that old walking on his heels. He's walking on his heels.
Again, that can be true and not be a good thing. Best you've seen him in years.
That photo was Eldrick. That was Tiger.
I'm going to tell you, Tiger been on that Florida State campus with his boy chasing him.
And that's what he needs.
Hey, son,
he needed to stay young.
Son, you and your team, y'all need discipline. Y'all get. I'll take care of the girls. I'll get them home. Y'all get y'all's ass in bed.
Tyler, did you see him?
Tiger.
He's back. Tiger
trying to keep up with them young.
He was hitting balls out of the
sand trap.
Out of the sand, baby.
Buddy.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just need an inkling. I know the look.
That's not even an inkling.
I know the look.
Look, you can't save him.
I can't save him.
Stop. I'm going to stop trying to save him. He has to. This is one of those. He
was inspired by LeBron cutting his hair short and just accepting it. And now look at his look.
He tore his Achilles a year ago.
This is when a kid goes, "Daddy, what's hot?" And you go,
"No, 7 back surgery."
No, don't touch this. It's hot.
Jason Tatum tore his Achilles too. And
don't touch this. It's hot. And it's like, no. But what is hot? Okay, go ahead and touch it. Learn what hot is. That's the place I am.
You were thinking that in 19
with you,
and then he came back and won it.
7 years ago.
We got 3 more to go.
Hey man,
we got 3 more to go.
Hey man, you better let Tiger go, man.
I'm not letting him go. No, he showed me. There's something left.
Showed you something.
It's nice to know that
Tallahassee's whooping his ass, man. He is.
I don't see it. That's a different Tiger I've seen.
I'm telling you, I've been down that road. Not at 50, but I've been down that road. I mean, there ain't nothing wear you out more than them college streets, boy.
Different one, baby. He's just 50. Come on, man.
Yeah.
I'm certain Marco Mero won one after.
Is he only 50?
He's only 50.
He just turned 50, yeah.
Just turned 50.
Yeah, but those 50, those years of 50, if you check the exchange rate on them are different. Those are hard 50.
But Reg,
I thought it was over after the card, too.
We've all done some TV or some, something where there's video involved, and you're like, "Whoo, I look rough today."
Yeah.
Sure.
I wouldn't have one of them days if I had Tiger's money.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hear you. I do.
As long as he leaves that hat on. But man,
that's right.
Hey, it's all over but the crime when he takes that lid off.
Hey,
oh, boy.
When he goes to Augusta, God, I hadn't seen that yet.
I want a bottle. I don't think I've ever been so optimistic about anything as the way that he is optimistic about Tiger right now.
He ain't never tried to talk himself into something any more than he is right now.
It's amazing.
That's true.
No, listen.
I talk about taking the hopium.
We saw him up there I thrown in a towel.
I mean,
towel back.
I
got it.
Yeah, man, that guy ain't been working. That guy been boozing and chasing.
That man was in shorts and a T-shirt, chipping out of the sand, and that's all you needed.
Did you see him?
Like Nico,
did you see the
Nico
bag?
Collins
That
with
looked
tank
good.
legs.
Nothing.
That looked like vintage.
Big back, big Nico back with tank tail legs.
Against Rocco Media.
He ain't even see it.
I mean, walked up out of that damn sand pit like a just stiffer than all get out.
I didn't see that.
Yeah. He ain't even see like. It'd be one thing if Tiger just reared back one time.
Somebody text in. I thought Tiger looked a bit different, to be honest. I know it.
He does. He looks like he's 65 years old.
Different good or different bad?
Good.
How do you know?
I saw that.
He's playing in the
TGL.
The
I'm
finals.
I'm locked in now.
Well, how'd that work out for him? Got an indoor. I know, but you got an indoor golf league that they're trying to sell, and all of a sudden Tiger Woods in the championship.
Then he's going to walk up Augusta.
Yeah.
4 days?
Come on, Tiger.
This ain't even him warming up with the turn.
This
ain't I'm playing at the Houston Open. I'm playing the simulator.
Augusta
from
is
Golden
built for
Tee
him.
to Masters.
We know this. All it needs. It's all they need.
All right.
I want nothing more. I would love. I just want to make the cut and play all weekend. That would be tremendous.
Oh, I would love that.
That Tiger I saw coming out of that bunker.
All right, now you're doing too much.
That Tiger coming out of that bunker, it ain't just about making.
You know what? I'm
God.
in the place where I am looking forward to your disappointment.
Yeah.
I am looking forward to it.
He's doing too much.
I almost about to buy something from Sunday's Best.
Well, you could do that anyway.
I think it's Sunday.
See, that's the thing.
Whatever it is.
He has improved the gear. Hate the logo, but he has improved the gear.
Really? You hate the logo? I thought the logo
that little bitty jumping tiger thing.
Yeah,
that ain't it.
What is supposed to be a big tiger?
That tiger coming out.
I understand he couldn't go with the initials from Nike. Obviously, that would have been that'd have been illegal. But he could. You're Tiger Woods again. You're Tiger Woods. You're better than that little tiger on that Sunday Red stuff, and you're better than showing up on TV looking like you've aged 15 years. You're better than that. You get too much money.
Yeah.
I mean, you mean to tell me that Tiger Woods said, I'm fixing to hell with Nike.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna roll my own deal out Sunday
Correct.
Red, and this the logo I'm gonna put on this hat.
Yeah.
Not in 20.
I think there's a lot of worse logos out there. There's a lot of worse.
Well, that's general statement, Reg. We're talking about Tiger. We're talking about one of the greatest athletes of all time, like of all sports.
Well, I mean, let's talk about all the great ones. How many of them have great logos? The TB12 stinks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a bad. No, you're not telling me the TB12 is better than the Sunday Red.
I don't. The number, the letter, and the number.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm way more partial to that than the Sunday. I would not have even thought of that, though, to be honest with you. I would
What's
have never
his
even thought
irons
about
looking
that.
like?
I mean, Jordan obviously
They have
is the
dust
best.
on them.
He ain't played with them in a minute.
He ain't played with them in a minute.
They're in the back of the garage.
They're getting re-gripped right now.
What's his irons looking like? That's all.
Yeah, like mine. They look like.
Be right. I just want to see the twirl.
Speaking of, I
want
got
to see a swing and a twirl, baby.
You do?
I'm attached to my irons, boys. I've been swinging. I've been swinging my brother. My brother passed away several years ago, and when he passed away, a couple years before that, he had bought some brand new clubs.
Yeah, but they come out every other year.
Well, yeah, but it was beyond just the technology.
No,
I want to swing my brother's clubs, and now it's like I'm getting. I'm playing a little more golf. My wife's getting into it. And they're not measured to me. They're not technology. Last time we went up to Northern Michigan last year when Ron was leaking oil. I played with some new irons, and I mean they've come a long way in terms of being
that's what I'm saying. Every other year, the technology
casual golfer friendly.
Yeah.
I mean, I could improve my game significantly. I think with some better irons. So 713-572-4610. All my golfers out there, man. I need some new irons. Where should I go?
Yeah.
What brand? What brand?
This is coming together.
I need it all.
Scotty Scheffler pulled out of the Houston Open because he saw Tiger.
Oh yeah, that's why.
Scheffler was never in the.
He was leaning toward enter.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah. He's just pulled out of it.
So he also is getting ready for Augusta.
He knew he had to pull out of the Houston Open.
He realized it was going to be 90 degrees. So I ain't ready for that, y'all.
He had to pull out of the Houston Open to really hunker down.
Yeah, that's not the reason.
Because he knows.
You want to know?
He knows.
This is a lost cause.
It absolutely is. But you want to know who our guy Ron thinks Tiger is right now? He thinks he's a little crawfish that could.
Yeah.
And if you get that, you were listening all day. We appreciate you rocking with us. Appreciation also to D&M Auto Leasing for getting us an opportunity to crosstalk. But we got to get out the way because right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. Tiger Woods looking good. I love it, baby. I can't wait. Can't wait, baby. One more. Just, hey, can't get to 18 before getting 16. Three more to catch Jack. Here we go. And a big show today. I'm dead ass serious. It is, man, y'all give up quick. I don't give up on it. I'll be sitting over here. No, whatever, man. You just quit on him. You guys are just, you're fans.
Hey, we just spent 10 minutes in there talking about how DeAndre Hopkins is 33 years old, fixing to be 34.
I did not know he was that young.
He's got Eldrick trying to win a Masters again.
Listen, Hopkins is a borderline Hall of Famer. He's not Tiger. He doesn't come back from the dead. Tiger in 2008. Tyler, he willed himself to a U.S. Open championship on a torn ACL.
What year was that?
2008. Willed himself.
Year before I graduated high school.
Good God. Tyler was in high school.
That's not his last one, though. But, I mean, he willed
I'm with you, though, I believe.
That is a hell of a – I'm going to tell you, Tyler, that is – I mean, you put that in perspective. Your entire adult life, Tiger Woods has been trying to make a comeback.
It's not true.
Yeah,
Ryan.
in a way.
He came back. In 2019, you were an adult. He came back, and he won the damn thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I got to watch greatness during my teenage years. Like, the definition of greatness in sports, I got to kind of come up with that, so that was neat.
Was neat.
Boy,
the neatest.
To think it all started with a 9-iron through the back window of an Escalade. Good God. Couldn't she just let him play in Vegas?
Oh, she could let him play.
Could she have just let him do his thing?
He did enough playing in that damn Waffle House.
Just leave the guy, man. Don't drive him to leaving the house.
Waffle House in Jacksonville. Jacksonville get you.
And he went and sped and crushed his leg in that other wreck.
Guess what he was doing? I guarantee you, he was rushing to a tea time, but I guarantee you he'd gotten up off something.
Also,
I guarantee you what his coffee. I guarantee you his coffee and his breakfast didn't overrun. I guarantee you he was late getting up off something. I want to make this very
clear that that's alleged.
Shoot, I
what he's saying, it was not a guarantee.
Nah, his eyes didn't lie, bro.
That's alleged.
I guarantee ain't but one thing make any
That's
man, much less Tiger Woods.
Oh, I think Tiger's a fast driver. He's got a heavy foot.
They've always said Tiger ain't is late to his tea time, unless some of that untied and undefeated is laying underneath him.
I think he was just rolling. Right. He was just rolling.
He was late, all right. I bet she was smoking.
It's all right, man. Tiger's back, baby. Tiger is back. All right.
She was Sunday's best. You know what you said earlier? I bet she was Sunday's best. I bet she was Sunday Red too.
That's a gospel music show right there. Sunday's best. Shout out to Kurt Franklin.
Look, I got my little Jesus standing me right in the face, and I'm talking.
That's all
like
Tiger
that.
needs right there.
He needed one.
Right. That's right. And he's working through Tiger.
He need to do like Astro Granny and put this little Jesus on his dashboard, because every time he gets in trouble, it's in a vehicle.
Hey, just because he's Buddhist don't mean that Jesus can't come over and slide over and give him a little assistance.
I mean,
no, that's
don't
fair.
you? Hey, don't you?
Fair. I don't put any limits on the Lord.
Put no limits on him now.
Nah.
All right. Also, I did want to, because I want to get some good news in first, and we obviously Tiger's back, so that is good. Jeremy Pena will play shortstop for the Astros in the exhibition they're having tonight against Sugar Land. So the wonder, and we heard reports yesterday that he potentially may still be in the cards to play on opening day. This is a good sign that he is going to play an exhibition game. And I would imagine if this goes well, which you would think with this new training staff, you would think that they would, if they're even feel comfortable putting him out there, Clint, that they feel like he's close. And if this goes well, you would think that the Astros had their leadoff hitter and he'll be ready opening day. And the WBC thing meant nothing against the Tigers in Florida, and he'll be able to go. So that's a big report there to watch to see if he doesn't have any problems tonight.
Yeah, look, I mean, for a new training staff that's replacing a group that may have lost their jobs solely to early return problems, for them to have your leadoff hitter and your starting shortstop early return, they got to feel pretty good about it. They got to feel pretty good about it. Not a significant injury from the jump. I mean, as you said earlier, it's hard. I mean, it's the tip of a finger. It's not an elbow. It's not a shoulder. It's not a knee. It's not a hip, back, something like that. So it's no surprise that he's back. But the fact that he's back before opening day, to your point, I don't think he plays shortstop. I don't think he steps to the plate unless he's actually ready to play and he's fully cleared in any game, much less an exhibition game. A couple days before opening day. So, yeah, this is good news for the Astros in a big way. Your leadoff hitter, your starting shortstop, is looks to be ready to play ball and be in the lineup. So we'll see. Barring anything silly happening in this exhibition game, I do wonder why the hell you'd play him in an exhibition game.
I think
maybe it's because he hasn't seen.
Gonna go. He's going to go.
Right. Well, I don't know why you would anyway. Like, why would you play him in an exhibition game on a Wednesday before a Thursday opening day game that means something? Other than maybe that he hasn't been able to swing. They were trying to get him.
It'll be today. I'm sorry. It'll be today.
Okay.
Today. This is
from yesterday.
Yeah. It'll be. That was from after the game. That was what Joe Espada said after the game yesterday. After they played yesterday. So today, and he'll have Wednesday off before. But I'm with you. There's no way in hell if he wasn't ready that they would run him out there right now to play an exhibition. And it was just a fingertip that he fractured. So he should be good to go. I'd imagine he gets a couple of swings in, a couple of the bats in. It really doesn't even matter what he does tonight. It's just, can he play? Does he have any pain? Does he have any issues to make him sit back? So they should have him ready to go. By the way, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on the base power text line, 713-572-4610. Any thoughts that last year was a fluke for Jeremy Pena? And if you remember, Jeremy Pena most definitely had a career year, top 10 MVP finisher. I think last year, even with the injuries and everything, he was clearly the best player on this team last year when he was healthy, great defensively, and then he came into his own offensively. Any concerns that Jeremy Pena just got hot and it was potentially a fluke?
I don't think so. I mean, if we're literally asking the question, can he out-hit what he did last year from an average perspective, or like an individual stat somewhere along the way, maybe an advanced stat, then maybe there's a conversation to be had. But I think what we saw last year from Jeremy Pena is what we'll see more of moving forward with the Astros. I mean, look, we know he's great defensively, but at the plate, I think we've watched him over the last 2 years become a much more disciplined hitter. We've watched him become a more confident hitter to the point where Altuve suggests that he bumps to the leadoff role, where he just absolutely flourished. And I think once he got there, as we said multiple times, the beauty of him being at the top of your lineup is at any point in time, if he gets on, stealing second base is in the cards, right? I mean, he doesn't have to get a base hit literally, in the gap or out of the infield in order to get a single. I mean, the ones that he legs out, I think, are big at that leadoff spot. And so, I mean, his speed shows up. I think the discipline and the confidence at the plate shows up. Again, the defense, you know what that is. I think we're going to get more of something very, very similar to what we got last year out of Jeremy Pena. Now, can he stay healthy? That's going to be the question. He's obviously a tightly wired athlete, and those guys typically have some pull problems. And so we'll see if he can stay healthy or not. But, I think the player, Jeremy Pena, is more of what we saw last year than what we saw previously.
Yeah, 5.6 WAR. He hit .304, 17 home runs. And this probably would have increased had he not had that late injury, had that late season injury that took him out some games. But on-base percentage in the 360s, slugging .477. He was really, really, really good. As you said, 20 stolen bases, and really at times feels like the only threat that they have to steal bases, why it's so important for him to be in the lineup. He did kind of trick us a little bit after that World Series run, or that where he was the ALCS MVP and the World Series MVP, where he just got really hot for 30 days, and we all kind of thought, ooh, he is positioned nice in that 2-hole, and then I guess before the All-Star break, he was back, in the back half of the lineup and really struggled all the way up until last year. But I'm with you. At 27, it does feel like last year it clicked for him. It does feel like last year, like the game came a little easier. It looked like one big thing. He stopped chasing that one pitch that Yainer Diaz has not been able to stop chasing yet. That pitch where pitchers were easily able to get him out.
Low and outside, off speed.
Sliders away, and so he was able to do a lot of things, and that was not a 30-day sample size. That was pretty consistent throughout the entire season. So he looked like he was getting confident. I'm with you. I wouldn't have major concerns about a fluke with Jeremy Pena, but it looks like he should be back. The panty dropper should be back. People are saying that you should go to Golf Galaxy.
I was going to say you should get fitted for your irons. Let a professional tell you which irons will do your game best.
I do. Is that considered a golf galaxy? Is that considered a? I mean, I obviously know. Sure. I mean, I think what is the? Doesn't Dick's have a pretty extensive golf?
I think so. Yeah.
Well?
They got a big department of golf at Dick's, but I'd go to like a more of a just straight golf.
No
outlet.
offense, and I'm completely speaking from ignorance. I don't want to show up at Dick's or Golf Galaxy and have have Colin sizing me up for my club. Do you know what I mean?
No, that's fair. I think some of these places have like legit dudes.
Okay, they are golf professionals. I mean, not professionals, but like golf, like pros, as in pros in the golf department, golf world.
Yeah, from what I understand, they're pretty good at what they do at the very golf.
It's a lot of money you're spending, Ron. It's a lot of money.
Why would you?
Would you go to Tyler to teach you how to throw a football? Or would you
could have gone
and just you
could have gone to a random name. You didn't have to just position Colin as that.
Well, I mean, Colin doesn't strike me as a golfer.
Of course he doesn't.
Okay, so that was my point. Was I don't want a guy that
a different person.
I don't want a guy that can't even play with me on a golf course, sizing me up for clubs. I mean, I'm fixing to spend some good cash. I need to know what to get, man.
Coming up next.
Somebody having me buying a damn plastic football or something instead of that real leather.
I hope you wouldn't get roped into buying plastic football.
I would not.
Okay.
But I know a lot of people that would suggest to buy. I mean, they come to me and claim, is this the ball we're throwing? Well, hell no. That's an all-weather ball that's plastic or rubber. We're looking for leather.
Coming up next. I don't know how the Rockets pulled this off last night. I really don't know. I wanted to start with good, and Jeremy Pena is good, but the Rockets. How in the hell did they lose that game last night? If you read the box score, I don't know how they lost, but they found a way to not just lose, but lose going away. We'll discuss them coming up next.
I don't know exactly how the Rockets lost, but I can tell you if you're looking.
Interim Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We know it's important to our listenership here. People really got passionate about this golf stuff. Do not go to Dick's. Please get fitted at a golf course. Yeah.
Okay.
And a lot of people, you can go to a specific golf course to get fitted, and they'll take care of it.
I feel like that's probably the better move.
I think one of the outlets is good, too.
Someone said Clint PGA Store in Katy. Yes. PGA Superstore can handle it.
Okay. I think we're getting – I'm feeling better about those. I'd probably go Dick's at the bottom of the list, Golf Galaxy next, PGA Store next, Pro at a golf course, number one.
I've heard Golf Tech is good.
Yeah, a lot, but someone said don't go to Dick's. Someone said Dick's has a great golf fitting. I would go to Dick's, brother, Shane. Golf Galaxy is owned by Dick's, and I've had mine fitted and extended there, and they were amazing.
Yeah, I'd go to one of them.
I can't even take you serious.
I'd go to one of the specializers.
You got it fitted and extended at Dick's, boys.
Yeah, and they were amazing.
Added some links.
Yeah, I don't know.
To the drive.
I don't know. I think
2 to 6
every day.
I don't know.
Well, they gave you some options. We know there.
I don't know what I'm going to do. What are you going to do about yours?
Just keep playing with the Wilsons ones I got.
You that the next door neighbor of Tim the Toolman?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You got his hand-me-downs or what?
No, they're mine. Just
you didn't spend your money. Who bought them for you? Father-in-law?
Yeah.
I've never bought a set of clips.
Yeah. I think I bought the putter though.
Did you?
Yeah.
I
bought it at Dick's. Also, by the way, baseball is back.
Mm-hmm.
Opening night is live on Netflix tomorrow on March 25th. Aaron Judge and the New York Yankees clash with Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. MLB opening night, Yankees-Giants live on Netflix tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Every time I say Standard Time, I feel like I have to say it like Walter Cronkite did when JFK was assassinated. That's the way he said it. Central Standard Time. I feel like I have to say it.
That's the way it
cookie crumbles. The cookie crumbles. There you go. But no, baseball back tomorrow. Get started. Astros get started on Thursday. So check out on Netflix as it gets rolling. All right. I don't know how the Rockets lost to the Chicago Bulls last night when you look at what their best players did last night. I just don't even – and not just lost, Clint, they lost by 8.
We sucked.
And maybe Udoka will give us a bit of an understanding of how they lost. But the Chicago Bulls are tanking. Like they are tanking. They are trying to get up there to get one of these young stars that are going to be in the draft. I mean, they know it. Everybody knows it. They have traded away their good players. They don't give a rip. They are tanking. 29-42. They've been eliminated. And Kevin Durant goes 40 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists on 65% shooting. Everyone knows how I feel about Şengün. He goes 33, 13 rebounds, and 10 assists, Clint, on 84% shooting. Amin Thompson, this was the big three. 23, 3 rebounds, assists on 66% shooting. Everyone shot at least 65%. Reed was in double figures, and they lost going away to the Chicago Bulls by 8. Here is Ime Udoka, the head coach who is losing his team by the day. This is him and his thoughts on how they kicked this game off last night against the Bulls.
Poor start, disrespected the game, not prepared from the get-go, just non-aggressive, following around, watching them shoot. they have nothing to lose. They're going to fire away, and obviously to give up 41 points in that first quarter is disappointing. It was one quarter that killed us, and weren't prepared to play at all.
There you have it, in a nutshell, right there.
It's game 70.
And they dug themselves, Tyler. They dug themselves a 20-point hole, and it took everything Ron just laid out: 40 from Durant, 33 from Şengün, 23. It took every bit of that for them to claw their way out of that hole and get back in striking distance.
How do you show up to game 70 not ready to go?
I agree. I mean,
it's a tanking team.
Was he going to step in and say at all? Like, yeah,
that's on me.
As the head coach, I might no. Well, who disrespected the game? I know you don't. Is that what you coaching?
He got ejected at the end, too, didn't he?
Good for him.
Yeah, and was laughing as he was going to the locker room.
Yeah, that's a great look, Coach.
I'm just saying, Clint and Tyler, I'm serious. They should not lose any games where Kevin Durant goes for 40, 70, and 5, and he's efficient. And Şengün goes for a triple-double, 33-point triple-double, and he's efficient. As efficient as he's been maybe in his career. And Amin Thompson scores 23 in his. They cannot lose that game. Not just lose the game. They damn sure can't lose to the Bulls. Come on, man. You didn't have them ready to play. Who is that on? Is it on them or is that on you?
You didn't have them ready to play. Clearly, to your words, not mine.
I got in the face, Craig.
They go out and find a way to right the ship and get this thing tight at the end, and then you can't play defense in the last minute of the ballgame. I mean, that's ultimately what this thing boiled down to. On one end of the floor, Kevin Durant had to make 2 threes with it looked like guys blanketing him. Had to make 2 low percentage fall away type threes. And on the other end, you got guys getting set shots, knocking down threes, and you couldn't match it. I would say, if I remember correctly, boys, I think one possession late, I think they did take advantage of Reed Shepherd size-wise and just kind of manhandle him a little bit. But other than that, it was just piss-poor defense. I think they ran out of gas at the end of the game and couldn't handle business on the defensive end of the floor. You lose by, what'd you say, 8?
8. Yeah.
Lose by 8, and that's with KD knocking down 2 threes that were, again, it was people, players were in his jersey with him when he somehow knocked them down. So, that was a rough finish.
They let a guy named Len Miller, I don't know who Leonard Miller is, give him 17 off the bench. I didn't know Colin Sexton could still score.
Sexton was hot from the jump. Now he knocked down. Hell, he had 17 or 20 at half. I tell you the one good to come from last night though, boys. And again, I know it's bully. I'm gonna tell you he can play the hell out of some bully ball. But Şengün was on one last night.
Yeah, you can't lose to the Bulls.
When
he's on one,
I agree. You can't lose to the Bulls even if you got 16-6 out of
you. It's normal.
No, I agree with you. But last night was a glimpse into, the Şengün that I think started the season and what we've been seeing. The athletic ability, the feet, the knocking down shots, getting to the rack, being more physical than the guy next to him. Now again, that may be that bully ball part of it, but it was good to see that aspect of the Rockets' return. Unfortunate that it ended the way it did and started the way it did.
Yep.
Oh no, we suck again.
17 turnovers again. Also. Out rebounded. They allowed the Bulls, and this is he hangs his head on defense. 50% shooting from the field, 50% from 3.
Oh, it was bad, man. There ain't no doubt about it. They had several guys.
They weren't shooting those threes that Durant hit at the end either. They were in there.
No. They were knocking down from the corner wide open.
I tried to get
looked like Tiger Woods jogging down the court was knocking down.
I tried to get myself excited.
About what? About the back-to-back games that got you turned on?
Man, now's the change. They lost to the Bulls. Durant at 40. A triple-double with 33 for Şengün. The men got 23. And they lost. Not on a last-second shot. They lost.
And Big Three had 96 points. Is my math right? 90-some-odd points.
Man.
That early first-round exit.
That
more and more likely.
Wild, man. Wow. All right.
Good thing we went and got Durant to Houston.
Yeah. All right, man. We're gonna try to make you make you some money. Let's get to. We got to start building this parlay. I missed the first week. Obviously, my special touch wasn't there. I've been able to help.
We needed it
in a humble sense. Been able to help to lead our family, our drive family, to get drinks out with us. Hopefully, we can build that parlay as we get closer and closer to the Sweet 16. That's coming up next.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to that Sweet 16. All right, I'm tell you what, man.
sportsradio.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. We appreciate everybody rolling in here. Those of you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you jumping in and joining the show. There's Tyler waving strangely. Tomorrow is root canal day for me.
Oof. Never had one, but have not heard that is pleasant.
That didn't help. Ugh. That didn't help either.
I'm sorry, man.
Don't look at the needles, man. Close your eyes, man. Let them do their work.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm a little nervous about this. They asked me, "Do you have?" I said, "Is this something that I can drive myself, or does someone else have to bring me?" And they were like, "Well, as long as you don't have anxiety, you should be fine." Like, oh, I don't think I have dental anxiety. I'll be honest. I'm a little nervous about this.
Do they really refer to it as dental anxiety?
That's what she said. Like, do you have? I've never had any issues with them using tools or anything, but
do they put you under?
I don't think so.
I don't believe
that's
so.
That's not what we discussed.
They numb you
just
up.
Numb the hell out of
it. They numb it up, and then needle. That's a big needle. Close your eyes, man. Don't look at the needle. It doesn't hurt. But the needle will scare you. A little uncomfortable.
Have you had a root canal?
No, but I've had some work done where they had to deaden it. I don't think it was a full-blown root canal. I think I had a cavity they had to work on.
Yeah.
It's a lesson. You need to take care of it. You need to go to the dentist more often so you don't end up in this seat again.
I don't need you to try to coach me. I got it.
I'm just telling you. Well, no, you clearly you don't.
No, I do have it. Okay, I understand.
You're over there nervous. It's something you could have avoided from the jump, and now you're nervous as hell about getting it addressed.
I'm a little nervous.
Teresa taught you better.
Shut up. I think I'm going to go.
What do you mean? You thinking about canceling?
Maybe just not showing.
I don't blame you.
Shoot, you're going to be walking around. You've been walking around here with a yuck mouth. You walking around here with rotten teeth in your mouth.
Yeah, depends on how bad it's hurting you, but I don't blame you.
They call you yuck mouth.
So it's a big needle?
Yeah, I mean, big. I think it's real thin.
I tried
kind of floppy. It's
close
so
my
thin.
eyes, yeah.
If I remember correctly. She just goes in. I mean, he or she, whoever your dentist is, they're going to go in real confident, though, so you'll be all right.
Good.
I feel like if I was going to stick a needle in somebody's gums, I'd be like, hey, look, man.
A bit of a shake.
Well, I mean, I'm just warning you, man. You might not want to look at this. I'm going to come in kind of slow. Don't want to scare you. Hey, my gal she pinned my head back and just.
I want someone to take control of me. In the
we're still talking about
the dentist
root canal.
I'm talking about the root canal. I want this. Put my head back and just bam.
You got this, man.
Next line coming through.
You'll be fine.
I've had 3. The dentist you choose makes a difference. Oh, hell.
Yeah, now you're regretting going on that cheap one, ain't you?
I didn't go for it.
You regretting finding that cheap one.
I did not get cheap on the.
You priced root canals.
I did not. I went to my dentist.
Yeah,
the only one.
Did.
The dentist I've been to twice since I've lived here. I went to my dentist.
Did you get a second opinion or second price?
No, I was fine with the price.
Did you take bids?
No, I was fine with the price. They had a good price.
The insurance covers it all.
For the first one. No, not all of it. Good amount of it, though.
Listen, over off Main Street, they quoted me this. Can you beat that?
Yeah. Text line, can they give you gas? Is that an option? I want whatever, just I don't want to feel it.
You ever had a wisdom tooth pulled?
No. I got all of them.
I tell you, man.
They want me to pull one of those.
They put me under on that wisdom when they pulled my wisdom teeth, and when they showed me what they did to the teeth were in pieces.
Same.
In a jar. I was like, good God, what did y'all use? A jackhammer?
Yeah, they cut all mine out.
Did they put you out?
Oh hell yeah.
You go out for that?
Absolutely for that. I mean, good. I mean, from the looks of it, they had a hammer in my mouth. I mean, good God, I hope they. Yeah, no, I mean that was brutal, man. I mean, I'm glad they put me under.
All right.
I don't know about the old root canal though, man. Good luck. Let us know how that goes.
Yeah. So, someone said some dentists will sedate you. They did not talk about sedation with me.
You could probably recommend it.
Just take a few gummies before you go.
Ooh. Man.
I didn't think about that. I was thinking about some shots. I probably can't come.
You don't want to be bleeding
like a stuck pig.
Yeah, I probably can't come in there with any. Just
if you're going to do anything, gummies are out.
Couple of tequila. Right, just a couple of shots.
It doesn't matter the name. It doesn't matter if you name the alcohol. It thins your blood, bro. It doesn't matter.
What if it was just some schnapps?
What if it's not well? Okay.
It's different. Yeah. So what if it was that?
Wine coolers.
All right, we got to try to win some money for the people. Have some drinks out there, baby. We had it that one time. We went to Twin Peaks, and they all came out. We had about
what a day.
We had about 1,500. We was able to hook some folks up with. How we gonna see? So how close were you guys to hitting it last week?
A little 2 for 2. I mean, I'm 2 and 2, not 2 for 2. 2 and 2, split, man.
All right. So how many are we gonna get? 4 games here. So let's really talk our way through.
Well, I'm going to guess you want to go 4 because you want to put less money up. I mean, we can put more money up to win. We need to win about $1,000. So the only way we're going to do that is to go 4 bets. We can go 3 if we each put up a little bit more money.
What are we
so
talking about?
If we each go 50, then we probably get to 3. We can probably get a 3-team parlay that'll pay us up close to $1,000 probably. What do you think, Tyler? I know it depends on the odds, but
yeah. No, I think what you're saying is accurate, but I mean, he just told us he's got a root canal tomorrow, so I think we're looking at a 4-legger here.
Yeah, we are. Yeah. Crown too. I got to get a crown later on as well on top of it.
He's going to try to talk us into 5 by the time it's over.
6 wouldn't be bad. I mean, why don't we just do all 8 games here? No. I mean, we can do it.
That would be a hell of a.
Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun with a 4-pack.
Okay. We could always do 2 4-packs.
What's the one you feel most confident about? I feel most confident probably
Michigan minus 9.5.
It's probably Michigan minus 9.5. Alabama can score, but I don't like. They couldn't miss against Tech.
Well, just so y'all know, not that it's a huge change, but if I'm placing this parlay for the people, my side has minus 10. So that hook is.
Let's come off of that. Actually, my most confident is the Duke St. John's. I think St. John's is going to miss damn near every shot they take. So I think
you're betting with your heart, man.
No, I'm not. I watched them.
That's right, because St. John's beat up on Kansas, didn't they?
No, I mean,
buzzer beater of his career as a Kansas fan.
That's fine.
I mean, I think Ron we have to take the St. John's game because Ron can't let it go, and then the Texas Purdue game we can't let Tyler have input on that because
St. John's shot 32% from the field. They don't.
And beat Kansas.
Yes, they don't. They don't shoot. They went 11 from 37 or something from 3, and that's the most attempts they've had and makes they've had in a game. I don't think they will do that against Duke. So I like what do you have? I got 6.5 on that Duke.
Yes, that's what I have.
I think I like that one a lot.
All right, Duke minus 6.5.
I think that's got to be one of them.
All right.
What about Arizona, Arkansas?
That's my favorite one.
You like Arkansas covering?
Yeah, I like Arkansas plus 8 a lot. I'm gonna bet that one individually as well.
I'll second that one with Tyler. I think it's it's a solid pick.
You've watched Arkansas more than any of us. What does size give them problems? That's the issue.
Not size. I don't know if it gave him problems all year long, but watching them over the last through the SEC tournament and through 2 games of this tournament, I think that's the big difference. Acuff is getting all the run, and he has been absolutely tremendous.
He's on a roll, yeah.
But I would argue that their big guys have played
because Arizona
really
has
good.
A ton of size. And
Now, I don't know how their size is going to match up to Arizona. I ain't studied enough, but I'm going to tell you that the thing to me, when I tuned in for Acuff, and the one thing that stands out about Arkansas is they got some athletic bigs. They got some athletic length that has been an absolute problem for folks on both ends of the floor.
We can ride with that. That's one of them. Arkansas, we for them to cover. I don't like the Illinois-Houston one, personally.
Me either. I would not touch that.
You don't like either side of it?
I don't. It's
I don't like the line.
Yeah,
at all.
Houston's minus 3.5. I don't like that.
It's gonna be a slobber knocker.
I think Iowa's gonna win the game, and Nebraska's minus 1.5. That's also
really.
Yeah, I like Iowa. Their best player stunk, and they beat Florida. I don't think he's gonna have another bad game. And I've watched those two play. It's an interesting game. It's going to be a bunch of white guys shooting threes out there.
So Iowa plus 2 for our third leg.
I like Iowa. Yeah, I like.
Sweet. One more parlay.
That's what we got. We got Duke and St. John's. We got Arkansas, Arizona. We got Iowa, Nebraska. The Iowa State game, I would like to go Iowa State. I just don't know about Jefferson and his injury.
Yeah.
That is
What about the Spartans?
That is a wild card, and Tennessee has a lot of size, and that's why he is really important in that. That one I missed. That UConn Michigan State one, that's a tough one too. Maybe it is Michigan Alabama.
You like Michigan to win by 10?
Yeah,
that's a big number, man.
I know it's a big number. I like Michigan. I would. Michigan is the one that I would feel most comfortable about.
You were a missing piece for the first parlay for the people last week, so I say we roll with it.
All right.
Those are our 4. Let's get it.
Nebraska, Iowa, Arizona, Arkansas, St. John's, Duke, Michigan, Alabama. Let's get nasty with it.
Blue Devils, Hogs, Hawkeyes, and Wolverines.
Good job, baby. Those Hawkeyes in there. All right, coming up.
For the record, I think U of H is going to.
Shout out Drew Tate.
You think they're going to – you got them? You feel good about them?
Yep. Sure do.
I don't know, man. That's a hard one to read.
Okay.
It's a hard one to read. That's a hard one to read. All right, coming up, a former NFL Pro Bowler had some things to say about the Texans offense, and I wonder how much you agree with him. We'll discuss that and listen to what he had to say coming up next.
The NCAA tournament is here. Want to hear your Cougs as they battle through the bracket? We've got you covered, courtesy of Westwood One. Every game in its entirety at your fingertips wherever you are. Just
Contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Tyler's got it locked in. How much we win?
If we do indeed cash out here on these 4 Sweet 16 bets, we'll have $1,100 for the people.
1,100. We can get some drinks there.
Yes, sir.
We know where we're going.
Couple of them. We got to win first, man. We got to win.
You're right. First things first.
Got to win first, man.
Yeah. Don't go over the top with it. You're right. All right, welcome in as we're live here on The Drive. We appreciate you jumping in with us. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, like, share, let people know as we're here every day 2 to 6. Also, those of you on the Base Power text line, we appreciate you jumping in and joining us and hanging out with us here on The Drive. All right, TJ Houshmandzadeh, former Cincinnati Bengal, he is on with the Speakeasy with Emmanuel Acho and LaShawn McCoy, multiple guys that jump on there. And he was talking about the Texans and their offense and exactly, what it is they need to do, the type of offense they have, and what their offense needs to do to give them a chance to compete next year. And I wonder how much of this you agree with. How much of this that you like what TJ had to say, or you think is true. All of it, some of it. Here's him for about a minute talking about the Texans' offense.
All they got to do is not lose the game on offense.
Yeah.
And CJ knows that. He knows that. And the weapons that they have on offense, it's almost hard to kind of rein it in because their receiving core really good, led by Nico Collins.
Can he stay healthy?
If he doesn't stay healthy, you still got Higgins.
Fair.
You still got Hutchinson.
Fair.
You got Tank Dell coming back.
Finally.
You traded for Montgomery. You got guys that can really go offensively. And so for me, it's can the coordinator and CJ get on the same page? Because there's just no way in the playoffs we had these type of turnovers. They're this late in the season. And so for the Texans defense was number 1 this year. They'll be number 1 next year. But now the offense going to have to do their part.
All right, that's TJ Houshmandzadeh. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. How much of that did you agree with? How much of that do you feel like that was the right assessment of this Texans offense and this team? I think for me, Clint, the whole first 35 seconds, I don't know what the hell TJ's looking at or talking about. The back half, I agree with it all the way. I agree with the thought, Clint, that they got to get on the same page, and the coordinator and the quarterback were off, and that this defense is for real, and it was number 1 last year, and it is likely to be number 1 again, and they just have to do their part. I agree with all that. The front half of that, that one was hard for me to get with.
Well, one, let's keep it all the way 100. You can't have this conversation without starting with CJ Stroud's got to play better, period, point blank. Like, you can't have this conversation and not come off as – I'm trying to minimize C.J. Stroud's involvement by making all these other comments, and then, oh, by the way, the quarterback and the coordinator got it. So to be clear, I don't care who the coordinator is. I don't care who the supporting cast is. I don't care who's injured and who's not. C.J. Stroud's got to play better, period, point blank, in big moments. He's got to play better in the playoffs, number 1. I agree with the point. I think he made 4 big points here. I think the one is all they got to do is not lose it. I agree with his thought of how the Texans view offensive football.
Yes, I think they believe that.
I do believe that C.J. Stroud understands that, which he also said. I don't think C.J. Stroud embraces that. However, his point of all they got to do is not lose it is accurate. Number 2, he made a point of if they lose Nico, because somebody brought up a really good point of can Nico stay healthy. He followed that up with, well, what if they don't? Boy, they got some Duke. No, they don't. No, they don't.
He said it's almost hard for this group.
No, they don't. I mean, I love David Montgomery more than most in Houston. David Montgomery is a downhill chains mover. There's nothing explosive. There's nothing creative. There's nothing exotic about him, right? Higgins, I like what we saw from Higgins in the first half of the first season. Higgins is a good complementary receiver to a number one. You make him a number one where he becomes, in passing situations, he becomes a guy, if he's that good, he becomes a guy that they got to keep an eye on. I think you got problems. Dalton Schultz is a possession tight end. Right, I mean, the supporting cast beyond Nico Collins leaves an absolute ton to be desired, right? And then you get to the points where I would agree with him. Can the coordinator and the quarterback get on the same page? I think that is the question number one in Houston, far and away the most important question. And you can take that, you can answer that question however you want. You can say it's a CJ issue. You can say it's a Nick Caley issue. You can say it's a system issue, and with CJ Stroud, you can say it's a fit issue. You can take it and run however you want. Those two have to meet in the middle somehow, some way. And then he also mentioned, which I don't think was in that cut, he also mentioned how the coordinator, he highlighted how the coordinator continued to call pass plays in bad weather when CJ clearly wasn't seeing the field and throwing interceptions was a problem. I don't blame that on that is a great conversation to have. I don't think that's why they lost the game. You got a quarterback like CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud's in the level of, if we've got to protect CJ Stroud, then we don't have a franchise quarterback the way we thought we did. But the overall point that the coordinator's got to be better than that, great point. So that's where I sit on that topic.
Yeah, I just, what scares me is some of the things that he said. I think the Texans feel the same way. Like I don't think that going into next year, all they got to do is just not lose the game offensively to beat everybody in their path. I think they're going to have to make some plays offensively. I don't agree.
Oh, I do too.
I don't agree. Like the way I got it was that they can walk in and they just play solid complementary football and don't beat themselves, that they'll be able to beat anybody. I don't think that is going to be the case. I think their offense is going to have to make plays.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
But there's a part of me that believes that the Texans may think that the Texans may share his thinking, just not lose it. That may be their thinking. I think when he said they got some dudes now, it's almost hard for them to not be able to. I vehemently disagree with that. They got a dude. A dude to me. One dude that can really go. Maybe Woody Marks is another one that maybe can. I think Dalton Schultz can go and do what he does, but they've got one difference maker right now on that offense. So I don't agree. They're in trouble as they were in the playoff game if Nico goes down, right? So I didn't see that with him. But again, I also think the Texans may look at this and be like, man, we got Higgins. Like, I'm sorry, you can't, all due respect to Hutchinson, you can't start rolling out, we got some dudes, and then and mention Xavier Hutchinson as one of those dudes. And he is a solid player that has done well for himself to be in the league and be an asset to this team. We've talked about it every time it feels like he's going to get cut, he does something to show that he has to be on this team.
Yeah.
But he's not a dude. He's not one of those guys where you're like, man, we got weapons all over the place. No, I don't agree with that, but I do think the Texans may. I do think the Texans may look at this and think, dude, we got Nico, we got Higgins, we got Montgomery, we got Woody, we got Tank coming back. There's a part of me that thinks because I say it to myself like, all right, they got Higgins who's coming in his second year. Let's see if there could be progress. They got Tank coming back. Let's see if he's healthy and he's anywhere close to where he was. They got Jalen Noel. Will they use Jalen Noel? Will he return? Like I think they got an abundance of weapons, and that. I hope that's not it. I hope they enter this draft thinking that they need to add a little bit more to this. So he said a lot there, Clint. And a lot of it, I think the Texans share his thinking, I would imagine, almost all the way through. Like everything he said, I think that like the 4 or 5 major points you made, I think Nick and D'Amico would be like, hell yeah, TJ.
I mean, you don't
Hell
have
yeah.
to, Ron. You don't have to strain yourself real hard to understand that there's a 95% chance that that's how they feel. You got a defensive-minded head coach that just got ousted out of the playoffs because his quarterback couldn't quit turning the ball over, right? You got a general manager that's building an offensive staff out of a system that was extremely vanilla, do more with less, spread out the wealth kind of deal. I mean, a kind of approach to building the roster, to how you run offense, and put all the pressure and all of the offensive responsibility on the quarterback, and they just happen to have the best the game has ever seen at handling that in Tom Brady. So you don't have to rack your brain too hard and too long to figure out that a defensive-minded head coach in general, much less one that just got ousted out of the playoffs the way that they did, and a general manager out of the New England Patriots system throughout Tom Brady's in the Bill Belichick years. I mean, obviously those two minds together that are running this organization are absolutely approaching offensive football and view offensive football the way that you just mentioned. Absolutely, 100%. All you got to do is not lose it, 100%. Nick told us that. Nick said we were good enough this year to beat anybody in football. Just can't turn the ball over 4 times and do it. That is a roundabout way of saying we lost it on offense. We could have beat anybody.
And they've put together probably an offensive line now that is more likely to let's run this thing. Let's even more to the nature of what their offense wants to be. Text line coming through with their thoughts. Someone on YouTube, Ray, said, damn, I felt kind of good about at least our players, but Clint just gave me second thoughts.
On what?
Just he said he felt pretty good about some of the skilled players, he said, but he thinks you gave him some.
Look, let me clear. I don't not feel good about the guys. I got Dr. Barrett coming at me on Twitter. Look, talking about I'm not excited. I'm excited about Higgins. 6 touchdowns, some clutch catches, big body, can run. I didn't see anything this year that makes me believe he's going to pull a Nico Collins and come out of nowhere and be a top 10 receiver.
Or Tank Dell. Like, you remember how you felt after Tank Dell's year one?
If Tank Dell if his lower body hadn't been through a shredder over the first 3 years, I would feel really good about Tank Dell's ability to go out there. I'm the king of Tank Dell's fan club. I love it, but I mean, it's silly. I love Dalton Schultz, but it is what it is. I think Dalton Schultz is worth every penny right now. I'm glad he's a Texan, but he's not threatening the defense at all. He's a very good underneath quarterback friendly answer that should pile up a ton of catches, right? But he's not going to break any tackles. He's not going to run away from anybody. He's not going to make anybody miss, right? You look at Higgins. If Higgins can get a one-on-one coverage press, he can beat you, man. He can go get it, and he's caught the ball well over the top a couple times. But, I mean, in terms of going up and making catches and catching the ball underneath and making people miss and run after catch, you have absolutely nobody outside of Nico Collins that's proven the ability to do that.
Yeah.
And so, I'm excited about all of these guys. Can't wait.
Text line coming in, Houston Zada is strictly talking about going into next year. He's not talking about at this very moment. Off-season progression is real. Well, he has to be talking about it going into the season. Whatever he's talking about, he's talking about next year. And what he's talking about next year is they have dudes. He said Higgins. He said Hutchinson is nice. I think that got away from him.
Montgomery.
I mean,
he didn't even mention Dalton Schultz.
Or no. I don't think he said no.
Right.
Like he's not talking about right now. He's talking about going into next year. He believes they've got guys, and I think the Texans share that with him. I think they share that thought. Well, but do you look at this? Do you look at this offense and you're like, all right, they got to go put up. I know that this defense is really, really good. Their offense may need to go put up 24 in a game.
Yeah.
Do you look at their offense against another good defense and think they can go and put up 20?
Not against another good defense, but I mean, that's Kaylee and CJ got to be special.
Yeah.
But the thing is when you look at when you look at a receiving core, right, is T. Higgins is a completely different threat if Jamar Chase ain't in the game, right? I mean, Higgins is a completely different threat if Nico Collins isn't in the game. Life is significantly more difficult, right, if your number one receiver is not in the game. Life got exponentially more difficult for the Kansas City Chiefs through the air, passing the football when Tyreek Hill left, right? You can say the same about the kid. What's the kid that got in a car wreck and racing in Dallas? Got in trouble with the SMU kid. Life got exponentially more difficult for Pat and everybody involved when Rashee Rice, was injured, right? I mean, when
Kelsey dropped. His play dropped.
When you remove a number one receiver from a group, you find out how good somebody is. And it's real easy to sit around and talk about how good Miles Austin was when he was opposite Terrell Owens, and then Terrell Owens is out of there, and you done spent a bunch of money on Miles Austin, and he ain't Kim Kardashian, cuz that ain't who he is. I mean, he is.
And he's Courtney.
Yeah, no, he ain't that neither. He ain't in the Kardashians world unless he's behind T.O.
He's a Jenner.
Yeah, well, no, I don't know about that.
Jenners are nice too.
Yeah,
maybe he's Rob.
Yeah, no, he's gonna fall down a notch. I mean, he ain't in one we'd know. We'd have to Google her. He's in IG model territory. Because he was pretty. I mean, that light skin and the blue eyes, green eyes, whatever the hell he was, but he was a pretty boy now.
Yeah.
But the point is, Higgins is great as long as Nico's getting all the attention. Dalton Schultz has a lot of room as long as Nico's getting all the attention. It is hard to play football and throw the football when you don't have a number one wide receiver. And so I just, as long as Nico's healthy, cool. But the whole thought of Nico, if Nico goes down, you got all no.
Yeah, it would. And I think they're going to take some steps into this year to next year. We see it.
Well, if you can run the football, it takes that sting off.
Yeah, but those guys are going to take some steps. But one, it's how they're used, and also this offense will allow that step to be taken. But the first thing that he said is all they got to do is not lose the game. I disagree with that. Not in this next year. I do not believe last year. Last year, I think that is a strategy until they played whoever came out of the NFC. Last year, I thought that was a strategy that they could do is not lose it. I think they're going to be more teams like the in the league next year that are like the Rams and the Seahawks.
Ron, I mean, to go back to one of the points of if Nico Collins goes out, you could. I'm not one to shift blame. I think your quarterback's got to be better no matter. I don't want to lead with all the other problems. But as long as we're having that conversation, Nick Caley's got to be better in protecting. But you want to talk about what impacted probably the holding the ball and clutching it and not knowing where to go with it. You don't know what impacted that the most? Yeah. No Nico Collins.
Yeah. And then Dalton Schultz.
No Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
Right? And now you got a bunch of guys that can't separate. Now you got a bunch of guys that aren't quite that ready to be that guy yet. So
one interception went off somebody touched his hand.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just life gets real difficult, especially against elite defenses, when you lose your number one guy. I'm not an excuse making kind of guy, especially for the quarterback. But if you want to talk about life without Nico Collins, go back and watch that New England Patriots film.
Real or fake? It's coming up next. We'll do that.
All right, y'all. Fielder's Choice Sports Construction. I tell you what, they're real. Ain't no fake about it. They're real, baby. Over 25 years of experience and 500-plus sports fields built in and around Houston. Fielder's Choice is the choice. Football, baseball, softball, soccer, utility.
is Power on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Base Power text line, jump in and participate. A little real or fake. YouTube and Twitch. Also, please, you can jump in and participate. I will make a statement. You will tell me if it is real or fake. Go ahead and jump in on this thing. All right, let's kick it off with you, Tyler Milner. A little real or fake. Yainer Diaz is the wild card for the Astros in 2026. Real or fake?
I'm going to go real on that one. Yainer has been, as you're kind of hinting at, I think, pretty inconsistent in his early years here with the Astros. I'm going to need more than 20 homers and 70 RBIs from him this season. And he also seems to be a fella that kind of loses his head a little bit at times, as in, like, in the clouds, like just does some dumbassery type things. Need him to stay focused, Yainer. And, yeah, I need a lot more than 20 home runs out of that guy.
It is interesting. I'll get to see what Clint's thoughts are, but that kind of jumped at me when you said like some of his numbers. Clint, real or fake? Yainer Diaz is the wild card for the 2026 Houston Astros.
I think it's fake. I think the ship has sailed.
Jeez.
I think the ship is sailed. And Yainer Diaz being the wild card. I think a couple of years ago it was all about Pena and Diaz taking that next step. One of them did, the other one hadn't. And not to mention he's ass on defense.
That's the one, that part there.
And so I don't think it hinges. I think the Walker Janet kid is coming. Apparently, according to Joe Espada, great defensively. We've seen this team win a lot of baseball games with a sub 100 hitter behind the plate as long as he could manage games and play good defense. I think I saw where they signed Christian Vasquez, a veteran catcher. There's just a couple of guys back there that I think are guys that are just waiting in the wings. And I'll be honest with you, the main reason I think it's fake is because I've swung to center, boys. I think Jake Myers is it.
Oh, wow.
I think Jake Myers is the wild card this year.
Really?
You add a center fielder that can swing the bat as well as Jake Myers did in a small sample size. If he's even remotely close to what he did last year, that's your wild card.
Swings things.
That lengthens your lineup to where he's hitting solid in the 7-hole, and I don't give a damn what you do at 8-9. I think, and you've got your center fielder. So I think the wild card, I think it's fake that Yainer Diaz is the wild card, mainly because I think Jake Myers is that.
Yeah, real or fake, Yainer Diaz is the wild card. Text line coming in. Diaz is not very good behind the plate. He's really just a DH. Jake showed us last year, according to Ray. I'm going to say fake, too. It is interesting, though, the amount of contending teams that would take 256, 20 home runs, and 70 RBIs from their catcher.
Like knowing what he was supposed to be.
But it brings to your thought of it brings to your thought of the expectation of what you think he can do.
Right.
Right? Like I'll be honest with you, if I close my eyes and just think and not look at the numbers, think about what Yainer Diaz did, I would have thought it was worse than this. I would have thought it was worse than now. His on-base percentage just took a complete nosedive to 284, but I would have thought it was worse than this. I'm going to say fake just because I think it's one of those dudes of Christian Javier or Imai. Why do I want to do
it's
that?
It's like you're trying to sing Old McDonald's.
Put you an extra syllable in there.
I am.
I'm good
I just
with
can't say Imai. Why can't I just say that?
I am.
Imai. But I think it's either Imai or Christian Javier because the wild card is they need a second. That number 2 starter, one of those have to climb over Burrows. One of those. Just in terms of stuff and what their ability is, one of them have to climb over Mike Burrows. So to me, I think getting a big year out of one of those 2 guys, if not both of them, are more wild cards than Yainer Diaz. But the expectations, man, thought this dude was going to be a straight middle of the bat type of guy, and now he is sitting in that 7 spot. All right, real or fake, Clint? We should be on lookout for the Tennessee Titans as a surprise team in 2026. We should be on lookout for the Tennessee Titans to be a surprise team. Real or fake?
I think we're still a year away, man. I really do like Robert Saleh in his second try at this thing. I think he was too green the first time. I think that he'll draw from that experience and be better this time.
The fake Oilers.
Yeah, I mean, again, defensive-minded head coach. I think it strongly depends on what he does on the offensive side of the ball. I love, and I mean love. I'm a big fan of Cam's. I think their quarterback. I think they got it right. I think his to use to still one of Casario's words. I think his makeup is real. I think it works. It plays. But I think we're still a year early. So I'm going to say fake that they're ready.
Real or fake, Tyler? We should be on the lookout for the Tennessee Titans to be a surprise team.
Please.
You can't just treat them like the Jags. Dude.
Fake as hell. No. And in all seriousness, maybe down the road, as Clint saying, because I actually really like the Saleh hire for them as well. But no, that's fake.
I'm gonna go real. I'm not saying they're gonna make the playoffs. I think they're going to be in playoff contention. And I think that's a surprise from where they were. They've got a quarterback, and they've got a guy who can work with quarterbacks in Brian Daboll. And then if they get Jeremiah Love in this draft, and they add him to that team, that's a big time weapon to start with. We've seen how he has had Saquon Barkley in the backfield, and he's had, a quarterback that's not even as talented as Cam Ward is right now. And I know their defense is going to be good. And we know they've got a 4th-place schedule. I could see them flirting in the 7-8-9 win range right there for them. So I will say real on that. The Tennessee Titans, I think they got a shot. We see every year the worst to first or worst to competitive. I think they got a shot to
the fake Oilers.
There you go. That's all right. Text line coming in. The training staff is the X factor. Cam Smith is the X factor for this year.
The training staff.
Someone texted in, real, the Titans will score more touchdowns than the Texans this year.
Nah, man.
That ain't going to be hard.
Whoa.
Thing is, we'll probably get 6 from our defense, so we'll get a little bit of a bonus there.
Wow.
I mean, they're playing a 4th-place schedule. I mean, it's not even comparable. I mean, the schedule. I don't know. I haven't seen the schedules. I haven't looked at the schedules, but it's got to be. I mean, the Texans schedule has to be.
I know they got the Raiders and the Browns right off top. Yeah, they got the Raiders, Browns, and the Jets. We know those. That's 3 of them. they got them over there. All right, coming up as we continue, some news. Some interesting news. I saw Brandon Scott just tweet this out. Interesting news about one of the additions for the Texans. We'll let you know that coming up next.
All right, look here. If you've got gas-powered vehicles in your driveway, that you got to get them serviced now. Jiffy Lube is the best way to go, whether it's yours, your significant other, maybe your kiddos. Jiffy Lube.
Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Baseball is back, folks. It is back, and it starts tomorrow. Opening night is live on Netflix, March 25th. That is tomorrow night. Aaron Judge and the New York Yankees, they will take on the San Francisco Giants, led by Rafael Devers. MLB opening night, Yankees-Giants, live on Netflix tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Netflix getting into that game, baby. Got the opening night. Only game on the schedule tomorrow is Aaron Judge and the Yankees against Devers and the Giants.
Y'all tuning in?
Hell no.
Yeah, I will.
Not my captain.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not about the captain.
Zero interest over here.
I got a message.
That's an interesting purchase for Netflix.
What, baseball?
Well, yeah, I mean, just in general, like that's just an interesting, like,
baseball is it's the highest it's kind of been right now here in the last while. Baseball is the World Series numbers were extremely impressive. Besides Tyler, he might have been one of the only people who didn't chime in on the WBC, but those numbers were really good for Fox. Baseball's been it's been coming on here lately.
Yeah, I mean, as you talk about that game, like that just doesn't. I mean, zero chance.
Yeah, it's a regional sport, but I like. I mean, those are two teams that are good teams, and it's the first games that count. And it's not at 2 or 3 in the morning like it had been, where the Dodgers and the Padres will go to Japan and play.
Yeah,
and it'd be in the middle of the night. No, I think this is a good kickoff. I wonder how good it is. They're chiming up. NBC has baseball again now. And they'll be doing big games coming up this year, so it'll be fun, man. Baseball is
I'm Space City guy, man.
Yeah, okay.
I'm Space City guy.
You're an Astros cat.
Mm-hmm.
You don't watch a lot of other teams that don't involve the Astros.
It better be a big game. It better be a big game.
Well, especially not the Astros' son.
Can you remember the last time, Tyler, you've watched a baseball game that wasn't Astros related? Like when did you watch any of the postseason?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure some of the postseason last season.
I was wondering if you watched any of the postseason.
I don't watch like every single one, but I know I caught at least 1 or 2 of those World Series games a little bit.
Yeah, World Series was fun. That was a fun one. All right, I wanted to push this across. Wyatt Teller, our guy Brandon Scott, he'll join us tomorrow in his Rockets report. But he said Wyatt Teller tells the assembled media that he anticipates playing left guard, Clint, for the Texans as he did earlier in his career. Says it will be weird at first, but will work out. I'm excited to work with Coach Cole Popovich, relearning how to do it and helping in any way I can. So we wondered what that was going to look like, because for the last 8-9 years he has been a right guard and played it early in his career with Buffalo. Now he is going to. They made the decision. He's going to switch over there and keep Ed where he was at the right guard spot. But he'll have all offseason to deal with this. But I've listened to you about this. I don't know if this was a big deal prior to you talking about switching from side to side. Yeah. Like we've had to watch the Texans do this with a lot of guys. It's not just easy, and he says it himself. It'll be weird at first to line up over there.
Yeah, I have zero problem with this. I don't have any problem with switching left to right, right to left. In what is it? Is it March 24th? Yeah. I have no problem with that switch. I mean, I think it's on Wyatt Teller. You know, you tell Wyatt Teller, hey, you know, you're going to play left side, so all of your work from now on, take your ass to the field in your own time, and when you're working with your private coaches and all that kind of stuff, make sure your left hand's in the dirt, not your right, because you're going to play the left side. Make sure you're kick stepping with your left foot lead and not your right, kind of deal. And you know, it's still interior line play. It's still a certain mindset. It's still everything is more compact than the tackle position. Obviously, it's still a different approach to football when you're talking about interior versus outside interior offensive line versus tackle. So I don't worry about this. I don't worry about it one bit. It's the in-season left to right that bothers me. I mean, it is hard to play, offensive line at the NFL level. And if mid-season all of a sudden you're going from right tackle to left guard, that is a big ask, and you better have some major interior O-line problems, which we've seen here in Houston. I don't have any problem with Wyatt Teller being the left guard and after playing right guard for the majority of his pro career. I think he'll be fine. I think he's got more than enough time. He's got 3+ months to work out any kind of kink before camp gets here, and he'll be fine, man. He's a pro. I think this is more about mindset, attitude, the way he's wired specifically. More than it is, can he play left or right? I think he'll be fine anywhere on the inside.
Yep. All right. Yeah, we'll see what that looks like as Wyatt Teller.
I'll tell you what gets me good and excited, Ron, and maybe we talk about this down the road somewhere.
Get it. I like to hear.
I mean, I think last year they found something in Ed Ingram and Trent Brown, being able to run behind that, getting some push and some movement. You look across the board with the Texans on both sides. You got a 2-man surface at guard and tackle that I don't know exactly to what degree. I mean, we'll see, but I think you've got both sides of the offensive line that you go into camp and you go, hey, we got a 2-man surface on both sides of the ball that we should expect to be man movers, that should be able to get some push, that should be able so we can run the ball both ways instead of just having to run behind big Trent Brown kind of deal. I think Ursery's coming. Teller is who he is. I think Ingram proved who he is, and Braden on that right tackle position. I think he can move man. He can move mass too. So I think we've got something to get excited about on both sides. Now can the center pull his weight, right? Beyond just being that great communicator, knowing the offense, can he pull his weight and be a factor? I would think so. What do they do at the tight end position? Do they get a tight end that you can now you buck a tight end to either tackle, and you get a 3-man surface that you can get real push on? You don't have to go to a 6 offensive lineman to do that, man. I mean, you can really, there's something to get excited about there.
Yeah, I think it's the right decision. I don't think you move Ed. Ed performed in a way that I don't think they expected him to, personally.
Yeah, and Teller's in a different point in his career too.
Yeah, at a different point, but you do that, and I think one thing that is about this offensive line that I think is untold from last year is like stability next to Ursery. Like he was the one sitting next to the musical chairs of having to. I mean, the craziness of, we got our left tackle, our rookie left tackle, because this was happening week 3 against the Jags. We got our left tackle in here dealing with this, and we're gonna have musical chairs of him playing with multiple different guys just by feel of quarter or how somebody is playing. Here he may have a series with Laken Thompson, or he might have a series with Juice Scruggs. To think that they had that issue next to him, then they're swinging Titus over there, and then held by the end of the year it was Patterson got some work. Wyatt Teller, a veteran, a guy that knows what he's doing, that's seen it all, that's a former All-Pro. Yeah. I think that's also a big deal next to your young tackle.
I'm going to tell you, man, I know to your point, CJ even mentioned it. I think when he was asked about it last year, the rotating left guard, he said, it's weird. I'm not going to lie to you. I think he said weird. I think it was a term. But, I just can't tell you as a quarterback, like how refreshing it is to get in a huddle with the same dudes every day. Right. I'm not saying every situation dictates that as a quarterback you get to have that comfort level, but in this particular organization, I think one of the biggest, not one of the biggest, but I think a big problem that I have with their approach to offensive line is they don't take into consideration what it means to the quarterback. I know you're get in the huddle and do your job approach doesn't really have much room to think about this. But when you're a quarterback and you get in a huddle, and every time you've got 1 or 2 dudes in that huddle that are just your guys, that if anybody messes with you, if anybody hits you late, they're going to yank them up. You know what I mean? Like you just know, hey man, every time I look in the huddle, I know I got my eye on the play clock. You know what I mean? But I got a center that I'm in the huddle with every day, or a left guard that I'm in the huddle with every day, that is a veteran enough player to where he looks up and check when I break the huddle, he checks that play clock, and 2 or 3 times throughout the year he's like, "Hey CJ, man, gotta go." As he breaks the huddle, having those kind of things is so. I mean, it's just so calming for a quarterback, and I don't know that CJ's ever had that in the league. I don't know he's ever had it. Not only do you have some guys that hopefully can generate a run game, but you've got some veterans that can take some of the load off of the quarterback and not have him be damn near perfect every play in order for it to be a positive play or in order for it not to be a disaster. So I'm excited about the Texans for that. This offensive line, I believe you got your starting 5 right now. I don't believe there's going to be a whole hell of a lot of competition, maybe a center competition early on. But
maybe, yeah.
I think for the most part you're gonna have CJ's got his guys, man, and I just can't emphasize how big that actually is, and because I think it gets minimized over here in the building.
All right, what you got coming up?
Two things, Ron. 2 things happened over the weekend. 2 things I saw over the weekend, and I ain't gonna lie to you. I immediately thought about 7. I immediately thought about CJ Stroud, and I got in my feels, man. I know I'm critical of CJ Stroud a lot of the time. I feel like that's where I bring the value here. Is I got to keep it real with CJ. But damn, man, this weekend I got in my feels, man. I'm gonna tell you what did it, and we'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Before we get into that, Clint, what I'm in my feels about with you is how much money you was able to save protesting your property taxes, and you made the move to own well, and now I got to figure out how I can get into that space that you're in.
Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
We're working with Clint here.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
Clint, what is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, baby, you know what's going on. Look, big shout out to @the_Salty_Dog Galveston. You, my friend, are the sponsor of Dirty's Daily today, and the reason I'm shouting out @the_Salty_Dog Galveston on Twitter is they put a video out, y'all. We got some cows on the loose. Have y'all seen this? Okay. Have y'all seen this, Tyler?
I haven't. There's cows on the loose?
Somewhere on 45, I believe, heading up 45 towards Houston. You got some cows strolling down 45 or up 45, I guess. Coming. I'm assuming the Salty Dog Galveston is coming north towards Houston. Got three cows out there just trotting up 45, and I don't know.
Have a good time.
I need everybody out there that's aware of the situation. 713-572-4610. Give me an update. Salty Dog Galveston, if you're listening, give us an update. Let us know. I mean, they were strolling middle lane.
Is this becoming like a common occurrence in our city?
Yeah, well, it's on the outskirts.
Around rodeo.
It's on the outskirts. Yeah, right. But I guess that one was dead soon. That was rodeo time.
We had a full chase on that one.
I don't know where these came from. I don't know where they originated. I don't know if they got out of a trailer or somebody was traveling from the rodeo, or if it came out of a pasture. I need some details. Most important detail are the cows I ate. Yeah, y'all. I'm talking to you. I can't understand what you're saying. I need your humans to call in and tell me that you're all right. But big shout out to @the_Salty_Dog Galveston for putting that video out there. Looked like they had traffic stopped. I'm gonna be honest with you, boys. It looked like we had 4 or 5 lanes down there on 45, and I think the lane the video was being taken from was the only lane being used. It was clearly causing a slow in traffic. So again, 713-572-4610. Text us in an update. Are the cows all right? Are we moving on 45? Is Salty Dog from Galveston, or what is it? The Salty Dog Galveston. Are they bull jiving me, or are they real? All right, boys. You know, I catch a lot of flack around here for being critical of our quarterback, right? I'm gonna call it like it is, guy, anyway, but definitely when it comes to offensive football, and absolutely 100% when it comes to the quarterback position. And so, yes, I'm critical of CJ Stroud. I think anybody that's honest and thorough in their evaluation is critical of CJ Stroud. I think anybody that's honest with themselves and with their evaluation and wants to be taken serious understands that CJ Stroud has got to play significantly better in order for this team to get beyond the second round of the playoffs. But I like the guy. I want to see the guy do well, Ron. And I got in my feels for CJ Stroud this weekend twice.
Good feels?
Yeah. No, not good feels. Sorrow, concern.
Damn it.
Maybe a tad bit heartbroken. Like I said, I want to see the young fella ball, man. I've seen. I appreciate all great quarterback play. I really, really, really appreciated CJ Stroud's rookie year.
He was so young, and you didn't.
The youth is a big. But I've said it a million times, Ron. When you and I are talking about it, like, I mean, I feel like I'm almost disrespecting or minimizing when I say he's young. He was young that year. That was an unbelievable year for a 10-year vet. Right, and I knowing that's in there, I want to see the young fella ball again, man. Not even that's not even the Texan fan in me. That is just the human being, the quarterback in me. I want to see the young fella ball, right? And I'll be honest with you, I just don't like what they've done to him here in Houston. I don't like what they've done.
You say they've done to him? Who, the fans? Who are you saying when you mean they?
I mean I think Nick Caserio, I think D'Amico Ryans, I think Bobby Slowick, I think Nick Caley. I think Gerard Johnson is in the mix there. I think Bill Lazor's in the mix there. I think Shaplinski has got to be in the mix there. I mean, everybody that's been a part of CJ Stroud's, his bubble while he's been here, I just don't like what they've done to him. To be honest with you, right now where we've landed, if Davis Mills was a starting quarterback in Houston, I'd feel really good about the cards that were dealt to Davis Mills. I would say Davis Mills should thank his lucky stars he's in this system. This is a perfect fit. This is how he can this is going to allow him to sustain an NFL career. Right? CJ, not so much.
D Mills gets it.
Let me tell you what I did, boys. Y'all probably saw some of this floating around. I messed around and not only caught, but spent some time watching the highlights that are floating around on social media of CJ Stroud's pro day and from Ohio State. Y'all seen that?
I've seen it. Yeah.
I saw it on Twitter just
He
the other
looks
day.
so
yeah.
young.
You want to talk about turn your own good. You want to talk about football horny good. Ryan, you want to talk about he looks so young? Yeah, he looks young because his ass is moving around. He's having fun. He's spinning the rock. Yes, I mean, it is a shame what they've done. I'm watching that. And
you don't see. We haven't seen that version.
I'm
of him.
seeing a young, fit, happy, quick-footed, confident. I mean, that short, quick stroke that he's got, where it's not your typical motion, but damn, it's good because he can generate some power and he just makes some throws with ease. I'm watching a guy that you're like, yeah, man, this is it right here. And Ron, I ain't seen that dude since his rookie year. I've not seen that dude since his rookie year. I don't know that I've seen CJ Stroud smile on a football field since midway through year 2. I said it this year in training camp. Something's wrong with that cat. Something's wrong with CJ Stroud. Something ain't right. So I don't know if it's injury. I don't know if he's mad at the coach. I don't know if he don't like the system. I said something ain't right. And everybody, what the hell you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. Blah, blah. Okay. Something ain't right. And I'm telling you.
Did you feel that way 2 seasons ago? Did you feel
after his rookie year?
Yeah. No. Sorry, not 2 seasons.
He was gallivanting around in Vegas.
After year 2. Like during year 2, did you feel that way?
I could see a little bit of a slip, but I mean, the more experience you get with something, the more convinced you become. The sample size is bigger. I felt like you see a little bit of a different guy that then has to, let me change my offseason plans. Let me figure, let me get with my strength coach and speed this and speed that. And then, training camp hits and he's coming off the shoulder injury and it just, there's something wrong, something different. I don't think he liked the Nick Caley hire, to be completely honest with you.
But it's been a change from Bobby Slowick to Caley. I think Bobby Slowick, probably the relationship there, as we've heard since. I think Bobby Slowick probably muzzled him, didn't let him have the any control, any say so, didn't let him take over the room from a leadership perspective. Wanted to try to handcuff him. That probably had something to do with it. The new system, probably not a great fit. I think it's all of these things have compounded on CJ Stroud. And I'm watching that pro day and I'm going, this is the guy that was full of life. This is the guy that was full of confidence. This is the guy that was the ball placement specialist. This was the guy that was carefree when he was out there playing and spinning the ball around. And he comes in, has a great rookie year. He just looks exhausted to me now. He looks he's not as quick. He's not as confident. He's not as free. Well, you're not. But you're not going to be when you're in something that you're not comfortable with.
Right. But that's why I keep saying it's a shame what they've done to him here. What's gone on to him here in Houston. I've not seen that guy. And Ron, we go over there and watch. We do go watch him throw after practice every day. We do go to training camp and OTAs and watch him every day. It just is a far cry. Right now, CJ Stroud is a far cry from the guy that I watched for 10 minutes of pro day the other day. Just watching him just do his thing, man. It's just so beautiful. And then, Ron, you got something to add to that?
I was just going to say that's why I've maintained to say, like, when we look at this situation of, all right, yeah, he sucked and stunk the last 2 games he played, but it's the overall look of how did we arrive to a place where not only did he play that poorly, but it completely slid down a little bit, and it got from that space. Because our guy here on YouTube just says, I understand what Clint is saying, but 7 is missing something, and it's between the ears. He has to show me dude had the best receivers in college and couldn't get it done. But then he came here and you didn't know what Nico Collins was, and helped make Tank Dell to what he was, and they came here. He didn't have a great thing around him, and they won 10 games and went to the playoffs.
Yeah, look, I'm not letting, and this isn't a letting CJ Stroud off the hook.
Yeah,
here.
He absolutely plays a role into this.
Yeah, I mean, look, but there's got to be, and I'll be honest with you, I don't typically lean this way, right? But when we've seen a guy that is as talented as CJ Stroud, right? Hey, it's my job as a head coach and a general manager. Like I can't stand Nick Caserio saying, "Oh, we're not going to build around one guy." What? If I'm CJ Stroud, I'm like, "What the hell do you mean you ain't going to build around one guy?" Like, no, you know what? If I'm CJ Stroud, I'm like, "Well, hell, you ain't never lied. You damn sure ain't going to do that."
Who is the offense being built around?
Yeah, like that. That is
David Montgomery,
right? Like that is. I'm not letting C.J. Stroud off the hook by any means. I do think there are some things. I said it earlier. If you're going to have a conversation about what's wrong with Houston on the offensive side of the ball, you got to start with C.J.'s got to play better. But this is just one of those things where I couldn't help but watch this kid on the football field, and hell, he's in sweats, running around, throwing the ball around the park, doing his thing, showing out for everybody. To now, I'm looking at a guy that his movements look lethargic. His expressions on his face look like it's almost just like blank. There's no. It seems like the joy is gone in C.J. Stroud, and I think it's the Bobby Slowick dynamic. I think it's the fit in the offense dynamic. I think it's the bad performance in the playoff dynamic. I think it's playing for a team that is led by the defense and an offense. His expectations on offense is, hey man, just don't lose it. That's the converse. I think all of it.
Nico being hurt all the time. Tank being hurt all the time. Stephon Diggs being hurt all the time. And
in the meantime, C.J. Stroud's a guy that tries to be this. Now he does it through the, I'm going to trust in my Lord kind of thing, but he tries to be this guy that I can handle it. It's not that, it's just part of life. It's football. It's this. No, man, I can see on your face it is a real struggle. I think, and to me, it just came to fruition when I saw young C.J. Stroud doing his thing. I was like, I don't. If I'm D'Amico Ryans, I'm gonna go watch what I'm talking about. Go watch his highlights and go. I don't care what the scheme is. I don't care what the supporting cast. What do I have to do as a head coach? I got my play. Matt Burke is handling my defense. What do I have to do as a head coach to find that dude?
Ooh.
What
they did everything to do. What they did everything was to not have that dude come out.
Right.
Everything.
Yes. I mean, but even at this point, just acknowledge where you are and who you're committed to, and what do I have to do to bring the best out in that cat right there, and you got to get back to it.
I just simply think when you say, because you said it, but I think it's a loaded statement that has a lot that can go into it. CJ needs to play better. He does. But that didn't just mean CJ needs to go out there and throw the football better and not turn it over. When we say CJ needs to play better, there's a lot that goes into that.
Yes.
There's a lot that goes into that is not just CJ.
But here's the deal. I catch him highlights, and I'm watching a guy drop back and throw dimes all over the field to his guys. I'm watching bootlegs, and I'm watching him coming off the action and kicking his eyes around and bursting out of that play action and getting outside the pocket and spinning the ball down the field. I'm watching drops with really good feet, quick feet. I mean, he's turning dirt with his feet, right? I'm watching when the camera does catch his face, man. He's smiling, he's happy. Boom, he's light on his feet. It just life is good, man. And we've gotten to a point this year, and this just didn't start with 4 or 5 interceptions with C.J. Stroud in the playoffs, right? This didn't just start with one of the worst quarterback performances in playoff history. This started in training camp. I told everybody about it in training camp. When I watched C.J. Stroud in training camp and OTAs all the way until the end of the season, when I watched C.J. Stroud, I immediately understood what Deshaun Watson been talking about when he was a Texan back in the day.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
Every bit of his joy. Hey, Deshaun, you found a way. I think it ended up taking your joy anyway. But here's the deal. CJ, He's let it take his joy, man.
I'm not gonna let it take my joy.
It is a hard watch. And day one, when we go out there, if it's that same overthinking, blank look in the face, dragging your feet around, uncomfortable, lacking confidence, CJ Stroud, it's going to be another long-ass season, man. It's going to be another long-ass season. That ain't the only thing I saw this weekend, boys, by the way. I tell you what else hurt me on the CJ Stroud front. Y'all know that flag football we talked about yesterday?
Oh, yeah. Where Moreau shouldn't have been playing.
Hey, Chief, you know where them boys were?
Where?
L.A. West Coast.
Hey,
you see them pictures from that after party, that Fanatics party?
Oh, I'm sure it was.
Tom
Brady's Fanatics.
Tom Brady, old chisel chinned ass. He's holding a down by his hip, taking a picture. He got old big cube, some kind of drink in his hand. You look over there, guess who else is there? I see Jaden Daniels. I see Caleb Williams taking pictures.
I'm not, man.
Hey, man, Joe Burrow out there balling. Hey, man, where's CJ, man? Where's CJ at, man?
Hopefully working on this game.
No. I get you. I'm. You know me, man. I'm definitely one like, hey, man, let's get off the stage and get in the weight room. Let's get off the charity event and let's get our. Hey, man, come on, man. That's LA, man.
He ain't in the mood.
Come on, man. That's CJ stomping ground. That's Fanatics. That's Tom Brady. That's who you watching film of, bro.
And you know these people would kill him.
No,
if he
man.
was out there.
Hey, no.
They would.
I'm just telling you. I don't give a damn who says what, Ron. I'm telling you, when I looked at, if that had been in New York, I could have took that approach. You know what? Set this one out. See, if I'd have been in Florida, set this one out.
He was around there. It's his hometown.
My man could have went and saw his people and attended the Fanatics deal. Come on, man. I immediately thought CJ, and again, this ain't typically my take. I immediately thought, I looked through every one of them damn pictures trying to find CJ Stroud.
Nah, man.
He's had too many voices getting all up in his business.
But that's where you start. That's where you got to start, Tyler. If you're D'Amico Ryans,
I don't disagree with you for the record.
If you're D'Amico Ryans, that's where you got to start, man.
Well, I don't think it's a bad thing if he just said, "Nah, that's just not where I am right now. I don't want to. I'm doing my own thing."
But again, if we're at a spot, if he's in such a bad spot, it goes back to my number one of he done stole every bit. If we're in such a bad spot where you can't go see your mom and your dad for that matter, you can't go back to the West Coast and see your people for a week in your off season, and slide into the Fanatics deal.
I bet he was there.
He can't avoid that damn camera like that. Did you see the pictures?
He wasn't there.
I mean, every quarter you can't.
We ain't seen him. He was at a Rockets game, I believe. We ain't seen him. He's with him and Bryson somewhere.
Hey, man. Come on, man.
We're working with Clint here.
I can't. We're in a spot.
He may be letting his hair down.
He cut it off.
But he may be letting his hair down in a different way.
I told you, I appreciate that.
In a different way, he may be letting his hair down.
I'm just worried, man. I just wanted to give my dirtiest daily to CJ. I'm hard on him. I'm fair. I think, but I'm hard on him. Hey, man.
Maybe he's in the middle of a really good book.
Look at Tiger.
No, man, that ain't gonna do it.
Look at him, man.
That logo does suck. I don't know what Reggie's
Look at his face. Look at his face. He is ready.
Freshly shaved.
Hey, I did something at Chipotle, by the way. I got to ask y'all about.
Okay.
I'm out of time right now, but
Does it involve a toilet?
Well, let's hear what you did at Chipotle.
I feel like I judged this old boy, and I don't
we'll do it. We'll hear what Clint did at Chipotle coming up next. But before we get there, guys, if you're one of those who
podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we're here on The Drive, and we are the number one sports show here in Houston. We're proud of that. We are thankful for you all for helping us to be that.
Why don't y'all talk about sports, man? We're talking about that life stuff.
At least that's the last book I saw. And so naturally, where I want to go from here, being the number one sports show in the city, is to understand what happened at Chipotle for you. That's naturally where I am, and I think the people want to hear this and understand this. I do want to get to Victor Wembanyama because I think he did something that may piss off people north of 50, and anybody under 50, you may get all excited about it. But what happened at this Chipotle?
Oh, well, the San Antonio stuff can definitely, unless we're talking about the rivers and the hangs, we definitely wait from it. So I pull up today at Chipotle. By the way, man, going no rice and all bean base is pretty clutch. If you
you go with the vegetables?
Yeah, they don't charge you for extra beans. Yeah, hey, look, give me some beans in their base. Okay, well, give me a little extra beans. Boom, and then they throw that double chicken on top of it. Come on.
Pastor's pretty good.
All right, so I pull up today. And, Ron, when I pull up, the car next to me, windows down. When I say the music is blaring, I mean it's rattling my windows. It's not a system. He may have a little bit of a system in there, but it's a beater.
Factory?
It's an old beater. It's an old beater that is rattling big time, and it is like techno, disco, glow stick type of music.
Ooh.
I mean, it is going, right?
Yeah,
So
I like that.
I'm on the phone with my wife when I get out, and she's like, what in the hell is – you ain't going to believe it, but it's this car that's running that nobody's in it. All the windows are down, and it's blaring. Front row parking spot at Chipotle. So I go inside, and there's probably about 10 to 12 people in line. Probably 6, 8 people sitting in the chairs. I said, I've got to pick the one that's driving this vehicle. I'm hitting 1,000. There's a guy in line. He's got jeans, dirty-ass jeans and work boots on. It's
him.
He's got a short-sleeve undershirt that looks like it's, again, dirty as hell. Bald head that ain't been upkept.
Not touched.
No. He's bald up top, but the sides are it's fuzzed out, right? And I mean a gray beard down to mid-chest.
Ooh, cul-de-sac into a gray beard.
And I bet you he wasn't $1.20 soaking ass wet with them work boots on. I said, that's the man right there. And I watched him as he exited, got in that car.
You're gonna look him down.
That head's bobbing.
He was waiting.
Is that politically correct? Did I judge him?
Politically correct?
You know what I mean? Was that? I definitely was stereotypes. That was called. What do you call that?
Yeah.
I damn sure walked.
we all do it.
To be fair, the music that was going on eliminated.
You walked in and you thought, I'm gonna try to figure out who this is.
I walked in in my parking lot. I told my wife, I said, I'm gonna figure out who this is. She said, are you in the store now? I said, well, I just walked in. She said, your voice carries. He can probably hear you. I said, no, it's not that big a deal. Relax. So to be fair, to be fair, there was. I was in a place that was 80%.
So you're saying
African American.
So you stereotyped the half the crew that you walked in there, they were out.
80% of the folks in that Chipotle I walked in were out the minute I stepped in the front door.
There's some black techno.
No. But there was there was no. You can usually pick them out. Like if you're, unless it's just leave your car running literally people were walking by looking at the car like, what the hell, like.
The trunk was rattling.
What kind of car
there
was it
wasn't
again?
a lot of bass. It was gold, but it was similar to yours. But you take care of yours. It was beat to hell.
And he just said, and he wanted to draw more attention to it.
I guess. I mean, he let that thing ride. But yeah, no, I don't. I feel like I could have picked out black, white, or Hispanic. Whoever was in that car, I could have picked them out. But I think you'd have to really stand out as a non-Caucasian to be who got out of that car.
Were you even at all swayed? Like, oh, it might be this one.
No. I walked in. I laid my eyes on that.
Right on him.
That is the guy right there.
That's Mike.
Car was filthy. He was.
Not
filthy.
all whites look the same.
That's true.
He was. Yeah, he was definitely the one.
He was the one.
I just didn't. I stereotyped
by going some more stereotype. Do you think he's listening now?
No, no, no. He is. He is.
You think he's one of our listeners?
He might be on another planet right now, listening to some very similar music. He's off work. He's not hungry. Same music, probably inebriated to some level.
Next line, Clint. That was me. LOL.
I mean, if you got a beard that shifts to gray about midway down, and you're
in a Toyota Corolla,
and you were wearing, I mean, had that shirt tucked in them jeans too.
Never understand that.
I mean, it was an undershirt. That would have been an undershirt for me. It was fitting him like a regular shirt.
I don't understand big dudes that just tuck in their shirts for no reason.
Well, this wasn't a big dude.
I know, but I'm just saying.
This had Tyler. Reason. This was Tyler with a different head.
I definitely just don't understand.
So smaller head.
Smaller head, definitely. Less hair on top, definitely.
I've just never understood people who tuck in their shirt for no reason. But then big dudes who tuck in their shirt, like it really, like,
really
dude,
don't
man,
get that.
You ain't comfortable, man. I can see that belt squeezing into that fat. I've lived it.
I can see the squeeze it into that fat.
I'm just saying, they getting it as tight as possible.
Well, some people can do it.
Just got that gut going out.
I appreciate a good shirt. I'm not a big shirt tucker inner, but when you see somebody that does it and does it well, when you see somebody that's put a good, even if it's a good, just like golf, like not golf outing, but like when it's just like some khakis and some dress shoes and a polo, like certain good tucker inners can tuck that in and look right.
I'm not saying it's wrong, but like if you're going on the golf course, I got you. Now, I wouldn't tuck mine in, but if you're going on a golf course, I got you. Going to an event or something. But there are people, Tyler, who go and walk around all day long
with their shirts tucked in.
Oh, yeah.
And
I don't get it either.
And some of them overweight. You're not comfortable. Can't be. Not as comfortable as you can be.
You don't think they feel a little more put together when that shirt's tucked in, maybe holding it in a little bit?
Yeah, man. It's 2026. You're put together. You don't have to. Hell, they've got a store called Untuck It.
It's a
really nice shirt.
I know.
Really nice shirts.
I got a few of them.
I got them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. I just like when I see guys north of 270, and they're tucked in, and we're not at church. We're just like I'll see guys that are at games, like parents at games. Untuck that thing. Get to the game. Pull it out. Untuck it. Get comfortable.
Well, I mean, some people don't. Jesus. Some people like to be buttoned up, man.
You know those belts. You know those belts. You can see them because they're tucker inners. I
envy the guy that can do it right. I like it. I mean, it's a good clean look if you do it right. I agree with you. There's 75% of the folks that tuck shirts in that probably shouldn't, or maybe they should try a different route. Maybe look in the mirror before you leave. I agree with that, but I appreciate a good tucker in.
I just don't understand the comfort. There's no way. Like Tyler, Clint, Reggie, they've got bodies to tuck that sucker in. Sure. But why would you?
It's not comfortable.
It's just not.
No.
It's not as comfortable.
Man, I was so pissed when my high school made us start tucking in our shirts.
Sterling?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, when I was there.
Should have moved across. You could have school choice, man. You should have moved over to the league, bro. We ain't tucking nothing in over in that play.
Text line.
Well, I mean, we didn't really do it. They didn't enforce it.
Base power text line. I did not have show fat shaming on my bingo card today. I mean, fat shaming. Listen. As a person who's been a big person most of my entire life, like, yeah, come on, guys.
Hold on, so.
I mean, I wouldn't call that fat shit.
I know you're coming down. When you get in there and you got to sit down, what are you sitting in your car for to drive to a baseball game with your shirt tucked in?
Well, it's comfortable for some people, Ron.
I just don't believe it. Not north of 270. fat.
I mean, I'm gonna take
your fat filling over the stomach. Over the belt. The belt is itching into you, God, and as tight as you have it, where it's real good tucked in. That belt buckle part is sticking into you. You got indentions into your fat. Oh man, take that thing out.
I'm gonna take your word for it. But
I know some big dudes.
Some of the little narrow dudes, you can appreciate.
They can get away with it,
look,
but even with that, I just still don't understand. Like you want to tighten this belt up. I even understand cowboys. There's some cowboys that just tuck in their shirts all the way. All those guys at the rodeo, tuck them in.
Yeah.
Not the guy just see guys taking walks with them tucked in. Weird.
He's big as hell.
It is. I bet you he doesn't tuck his shirt in. Where is Tony? Anybody know? I miss Tony Gwynn Jr. and Senior.
Yeah.
Miss them both for different
good
reasons.
Clarifying there, bro.
Reasons. I do miss them both. I'm just saying, like, Show is a hater for big boys. No, I'm a big boy. I just know it. I know when I have a shirt that's tucked in, Tyler, and undo that belt, it's very similar to what I've seen you
with your shirt tucked in.
Yeah, I'm just saying, when you get done, when you get the belt on there, when you got, and you know me,
I think you look sharp.
You know my crack, so I've got to get it tight.
I've seen you with a sweater on. I've seen you with a sweater on with your undershirt
like
tucked
I'd imagine.
I think you look sharp.
For big fellas who have their belts tucked in, it's very similar to when you see your wife take off her bra at the end of the evening. And it is the bet. I don't know. Maybe y'all ain't it, but most women who get that bra off at the end of the evening, it is everything.
You freed to.
They're just God. They just feel, get that bra off. Everybody take you know when your wife is able to get that bra off, and woo, that's how it feels when you're a big fella. You undo your shirt and you have that thing tucked in. Good God, get that belt off me. Get it off. Get it off. Coming up. Some Texans number changes, and boy, I this was interesting from TJ Houshmandzadeh. He really gave the Texans offense a lot of credit, maybe too much credit. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, look, there ain't nobody out there. I'm going to speak for everybody. There's none of y'all, none of us, none of y'all that get excited about feeling older and more tired, than you thought you would, right? I mean, it's too young. You're too young to be feeling that old. You're too young to be letting this chronic joint pain get you down, man.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Couple of other number changes. We saw yesterday Tank Dell changed his number to 1, which I think that was already rumored, but it's official. And then Kamari Lassiter changed his number from 4 to 3. That's what he was at Georgia. And now even other numbers. Now that 4 is available, Woody Marks has changed from 27 to 4. And now Cade Stover has changed his number back to his college number. He's changed his number to 8. Keep up with these things. Hopefully, I don't know how many people bought those jerseys. I don't know if I saw any Woody Marks or Cade Stover jerseys. I don't even know if I saw any Lassiter's jerseys. I definitely saw Tank Dell's. Tank Dell had a lot of jerseys. That was a popular one that is bought. Isn't there a deal where they got to? Don't you got to buy up a certain amount of jerseys that are out there? There was a deal before you could change your name. The player had to go buy up a certain amount of the jerseys that were on sale.
Yeah, I got to believe that there's some kind of
limit or something. Yeah.
Well, yeah, some kind of number in terms of have already been ordered and are in stores for that to take effect. I doubt that the guys we're talking of. I doubt that outside of maybe the Texans and maybe a couple of chains, maybe the academies of the world may have some of those jerseys in stock. I think it probably matters how many are on the shelf at the moment. Like you can't just change number year to year and then people have to eat that cost. That would be a bad business plan for the NFL along with whoever's selling jerseys. So I would imagine in order to keep things moving that there's a certain limit that if you're under that limit you don't have to change, but if you exceed it, you'd have to buy up all the inventory, the unsold inventory, in order to change your number or play a percentage of it or something. I don't imagine any of the guys we're talking about.
Yeah, Jake Hansen can change it all day.
Yeah, Jake Hansen can change. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like you said, I would imagine Tank Dell.
Tank sold a lot of jerseys. That was
locally. I would imagine Tank Dell is if anybody is on that list, he would be the one. But I wonder if having not played in a year, if that affects it. So
because I would think like it's CJ, Will, but I think locally
Nico.
I bet you Tank probably is more of a popular jersey buy than Nico.
Maybe.
Because he went to Houston. He went to the University of Houston.
I don't think now.
I don't know. I just think about going around there, Tyler, when I go around the stadium and go around the city.
See them threes?
I see Tank Dell jerseys more than I see Nico jerseys.
I think that's fair. The Cougs love him.
Yeah, Coug, like that is a big factor in it. Like I'd say the jerseys I see the most are CJ, Will. I see Stingley a lot.
A lot of Stingley.
I see a lot of Stingley. And I think Tank.
A lot of J.J. Watt.
Well, yeah.
A lot of Hopkins.
A lot of not Lassiter.
Yeah, what happened to them fours?
I still see them sometimes.
I mean, I think you whoever 4 is, who's 4? Woody Marks.
Woody Marks now. Marks.
We got. I'm telling you, I'm tired of putting y'all on this, Texans. I mean, y'all got some pretty savvy minds out there.
Javier Thomas was 4 before.
Bring your Watson jerseys. Bring your Watson jerseys to the park. We'll rip that Watson off the back. We'll put Woody Marks on the back of it.
Right, just right there.
Right there. We'll charge you $10. I mean, whatever your little numbers cost and the time to do it.
You say to do that with Pierce too?
Absolutely, I do it with all of them. I mean, if I was Tyler, I'd take his Mills jersey up there and put Hopkins back on the back of it.
I do not know where that damn thing went.
You know where it went.
No, I cannot find it. I've tried multiple times.
I'm telling you, man.
His three-game streak.
Take them 4s up there and put. I mean, if I was Kamari Lassiter and I was wearing 4, I'd have came up with that. I'd have used it.
All right.
Found your old local seamstress.
Get them out there.
Send them a bunch of business, man. Say, hey, $10, man. Look, I'll pay half of it. I'll pay $5 of it. Y'all bring them watching jerseys over to Grandma on the corner over here. She'll swap that thing out for you. Put Laster on the back of that piece and watch it. How many watts? And you got a STA. That's it. You can even reuse some of the letters.
Reuse some. Okay. All right.
Come on, man. I'm telling you, we can really make this. We can make this make sense now.
Hey, I want you to hear what TJ Houshmandzadeh had to say about how he sees this Texans offense, especially going into next year, and what they need to do to compete as a team and what the offense needs to do. And tell me how much of this you are with or this you are, or I guess, disagreement with him about. Here's TJ Houshmandzadeh talking about the Texans offense.
All they got to do is not lose the game on offense.
Yeah.
And CJ knows that. He knows that. And the weapons that they have on offense, it's almost hard to kind of rein it in because their receiving core really good. Led by Nico Collins.
Can he stay healthy?
If he doesn't stay healthy, you still got Higgins.
Fair.
You still got Hutchinson.
Fair.
You got Tank Dell coming back.
Finally.
You traded for Montgomery. You got guys that can really go offensively. And so for me, it's can the coordinator and CJ get on the same page? Because there's just no way in the playoffs we had these type of turnovers. They're this late in the season. And so for the Texans defense was number one this year. They'll be number one next year. But now the offense is going to have to do their part.
I just kind of chuckled there a bit when he said, man, it's just almost there's too many guys out there for them to even hold them down. Hell, they held their asses down last year. They held them down last year. But your thoughts hearing what he had to say about this offense?
Well, I'll start with the positives real quick, Ron. Look, I think he's spot on in a sense of the offense has to figure this thing out. I think CJ Stroud and Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, I do believe that there's a disconnect there, and to each their own. You're a fan. You can figure out how you want to couch it, whether it's Nick Caley or CJ or both, or whatever, whoever you want to place the blame. I don't care. There's clearly some kind of fit problem, some kind of disconnect there that they've got to overcome. And again, the bar is really low. You don't have to go win games. I think this organization believes that all you got to do is just not lose games. Hell, the general manager told us that. I mean, after the loss, he said it multiple times. We were good enough to beat any team in the NFL this year. We just can't turn the football over 4 or 5 times. So I do believe that part of it's right in a sense of CJ understands it. That's what they want to do in Houston is not ask these guys to do a whole lot. Now, number two, on the flip side of that, I completely disagree with TJ Houshmandzadeh when he says Nico Collins and the rest of the crew, they got a bunch of dudes. I disagree. They got some talent, they got some potential, but I don't think anybody is operating on their own outside of Nico Collins. I don't think you have a standalone player on this offense not named Nico Collins.
The thing that makes me nervous is there's a part of me that I wonder if the Texans are right along his line of thinking. With the thought of, dude, we got the guys, like we got the guys here. We got guys here that are going to be the home run hitters. We got everything we need from a skill position thing. We just needed to add David Montgomery. And also what he said on the front end, all they got to do is not lose the game. I don't think that is the case.
Yeah.
I think they've got to win. I think there are going to be times they're going to have to win games. I think last year, the way that the season broke out with the teams, they may have had that ability to get through the AFC and get to a Super Bowl with just not losing the game. I think that's what the Patriots did, but I don't know that's going to be the case this year.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, to me, that is a conversation in its own, right? Is what they've done enough offensively even if they stay healthy, do they have enough to get beyond the second round of the playoffs? I personally don't believe they have. But I also, in response to TJ Houshmandzadeh's comments, I think he's crazy. I don't think when if Xavier Hutchinson is a name that you get to second on the list, I think you got problems. Again, I don't think you have a standalone player that threatens any defense whatsoever, not named Nico Collins on this team. I love Dalton Schultz at the tight end position. He's a possession receiver. He's a security blanket for your quarterback. He's not running away from anybody. He's not making anybody miss. His yards after catch, unless it's just butt naked on a busted play, he's not. There's not much there. Higgins, I think he can win some one-on-one battles in a sense of running the go route. I think he can win that. I think other than that, he's a good complementary receiver right now. We may be different. I may be crazy, but that's where I'm at right now with these guys. I don't know how you look at Houston and even when you're given, like somebody tried to give TJ the out right there and say, well, Nico has a hard time staying healthy. Oh, but even without Nico, no. Without Nico, life gets very, very difficult for everybody on the offensive side of the football. And that's just Nico's existence, right? Because we're talking about an offense that really doesn't move him much, relatively speaking, don't really make him much of a priority. So it's not like schematically all of a sudden everything changes. You're literally just taking his literal impact on the field from an alignment and assignment standpoint. You're taking that out of the equation, and I still think it changes the dynamic significantly for everybody else on the field.
All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. Some news surrounding one of the additions to the Texans. Wyatt Teller will give you that. The Rockets, how in the world did they lose that game last night? Some Astros news both for opening day and roster news as well. We'll let you know that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
The NCAA tournament is here. Want to hear your Cougs as they battle through the bracket? We've got you covered, courtesy of Westwood One. Every game in its entirety at your fingertips wherever you are. Just download the Odyssey app to tune in.
Houston's sports leader. Sports.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
It's gonna start a fire!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is Wyatt Teller. There's some Wyatt Teller news, Clinton Tyler, and I'm wondering if this, just tell me to you if this is a big deal or not. I saw this from our guy, Brandon Scott. He'll be on tomorrow, Little Rockets Report, where he said Wyatt Teller tells the assembled media that he anticipates playing left guard for the Texans as something he did early in his career. He says it will be weird at first, but will work out. I'm excited to work with Coach Pop, relearning how to do it and helping in any way that I can. So Wyatt Teller is, I think, arguably the biggest addition they have made in the offseason. And he has played right guard predominantly. The last 8 years in Cleveland, he has played right guard. He's 101 of his 107 starts have been at right guard. The others over at left. And he is making the move over there. Is this a big deal to you?
Not at all. Not one bit. I mean, I want guards playing guards, tackles playing tackles, and I want these kind of decisions made on March the 24th in the offseason. That's it. I don't want them made in training camp. I don't want reps that this guy could be getting next to the left side of the center, Jake Andrews, to the just inside the second-year player Ariante Ursery. I want him getting as many snaps with those guys, and those guys getting great continuity and great chemistry together on all the different blocking schemes, all the different communications that have to go on with pass protections. I want that happening in training camp. March 24th, 2026 is when you make the decision of, hey, Wyatt Teller, you're the more veteran, longer in the tooth player than Ed Ingram, right? Ed's got one good season under his belt. Great confidence, great season. Let's realize what that is. Let's let him keep building. Wyatt Teller, you're 8-9 years into this league. You're built from exactly what we want you to be built from. We're going to ask you to move over to the left side. Obviously, that conversation took place before he ever signed here, and he agreed to it and was okay with it. March 24th, Wyatt Teller, I need you to start getting some reps in your offseason work with your private coaches here in Houston with Cole Popovich, and I need your left hand in the dirt, and I need you leading with your left leg on all your different sets, whatever that looks like. I have no problem with it. I think there's more than enough time for a true pro that's an interior offensive lineman to figure it out and get used to playing left-handed, left-footed, if you will. I have no worries whatsoever. Now, we get into the regular, in training camp, and all of a sudden he's flipping to right guard and Ed Ingram's flipping to left guard. And we're playing all these the smartest guy in the room games and trying to cross-train guys instead of plug and play, then I got a major problem with it.
Because this is different than, all right, week 2, we need you to move over.
Hell yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
like what's happened with Titus.
Yeah, it's silly. Look, Titus was. I think more highly of Titus for being able to do it. And I think it made Titus some money. But they didn't do that because it's what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
Right?
Except for last year. Last year they tried to start it.
Well, they try to do with him right now what they're doing with Wyatt Teller of, hey, man, you're going to play guard.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, no, well, we need you to play tackle.
Because Cam Robinson can't.
Because Cam Robinson can't play tackle, and Ariante Ursery is going to be our left. So then it was back down to guard again, and then it was back to tackle again. So that's the part that I think is a lot to ask a player to do of any ilk. Titus did the best he could, and really I think he made himself some money doing it, but I don't want to see my team doing it. I don't want to see them rotating guards. Right now, what I like about the Houston Texans, including this Wyatt Teller move, even if it is at left guard, obviously him and Ed Ingram can't both play right guard. I love that you've got plug-and-play guys. Right now, CJ Stroud, 95% of the snaps that he takes in OTAs and in training camp should be staring in the eyes of Ariante Ursery, Wyatt Teller, Jake Andrews, Ed Ingram, and Braden Smith. You can throw Trent Brown in there some if you want to, because he's going to play a big role here, right? I mean, that there is. I said this earlier. The one thing that I think is one reason that I don't like the way this offense, this current staff and this New England way of doing things, the one thing that I wish they would take into consideration more is how comfortable it is for a quarterback to step in the huddle with the same offensive lineman all offseason and every damn preseason and every damn game during the season versus just rotating left guards and trying to tell everybody how normal it is. There's nothing more relaxing for a quarterback to know that I'm going to step in this huddle and I got a guy that's going to help me think through things at center. I got a left guard that's not going to let anybody touch me. He'll rip their head off and mess in their neck if they even think about messing with me, right? I mean, I got a sixth offensive lineman that I don't have to worry about. Is he going to line up in the right spot? Is he going to jump? Like that comfort zone for a quarterback is what you're looking for, and I don't think they value it enough here in this organization. It would be a good idea if they kind of rethink that, in my opinion.
All right, Wyatt Teller, there it is. He is going to be the left guard. We wondered how that would work out. We figured it would. I think it makes sense not to move Ed Ingram, who has had success in this offense right there, and that's the best Ed has ever played to the tune where he got himself paid. So this makes a lot of sense. And I love the veteran next to the young tackle in Ursery. So Wyatt Teller, he will be this year's left guard.
5 o'clock fire.
Well, I wonder if Tracy McGrady was pissed off watching that Rockets game last night. As they lose 132-124. Just when I was getting excited about, all right, kind of got a new lineup here. Reed Shepherd at the point, doing some things a little different here. I honest to God, fellas, I don't know how they lose this game and not just lose it, but lose it going away, Clint. You just can't. Durant, 40 points on 65% shooting. Şengün, 33 points on 84% shooting. By the way, he had a triple-double in the game. 13 rebounds, 10 assists. Amin Thompson, 23 points, 66% shooting against the sorry-ass, doo-doo Chicago Bulls who are punting on the season. You gave up 41 points to kick things off. Tyler, do you have Udoka? Do you have Udoka? This is Udoka, the head coach. And listen, the more and more this season goes on, the more and more you feel like somebody may have to take a look at understanding of, I'm not saying getting rid of Udoka, but sitting here having an understanding of, we've got to give him everything that he needs. We've got to look at some things because this thing isn't working and they're not playing for him. Here is him with his thoughts after this ridiculous loss to the Bulls.
Poor start, disrespected the game, not prepared from the get-go, just non-aggressive, following around, watching them shoot. They have nothing to lose. They're going to fire away, and obviously to give up 41 points in that first quarter is disappointing. It was one quarter that killed us, and weren't prepared to play at all.
We sucked.
Yeah, I mean, when I hear that points a lot to the coach. Like, not as much, obviously, these are grown-ass men that you feel like need to be ready. But this seems to be a consistent thing that they're not responding to the coach and not responding to the identity of what the coach wants it to be. 41 points, 132 points to the Chicago Bulls. Get out of here with that. That was just it's just when you see their three best players and what they did last night, it is hard to fathom that they lost to this team.
Well, the bad thing, Ron, is that the efforts from those top three players that you speak of, it took every bit of that just for them to dig out of the hole that they were in. I mean, they were down 20-plus points multiple times in this game and had an unbelievable third quarter and how they kind of came out of it in the beginning of the fourth quarter and how they came out of it. I mean, it was a shame that they finished the way that they did. I mean, it just fell apart on the defensive end of the floor and just given – the Bulls either wide open shots or wide open lanes to get to the bucket. I mean that's the part is I mean you see where they lose by 8, you said?
Yeah.
And, they lost by 8, but I mean it could have been double digits when it was really in reach and I mean they were in a really good position late in the game. But let's be honest, it took two unbelievable threes made late from Kevin Durant to keep that thing even in an arm length distance and so I mean that game could have very easily been 10 or 12 points. Down the stretch, but yeah, man, you dig a hole like you dug against a team like that. It's going to take a crazy amount of effort and production to dig out of that hole. They got it from their main guys, and they couldn't finish. Crying ass shame.
Yeah,
couldn't finish. I mean, look, you go right back to the ability to close. I mean, it's that this is a game. This was a game for me. It's one thing to watch Luka. and Reeves and LeBron close you out. It's another. I mean, I ain't got the fella's name. I ain't got the white fella's name that was yakking them threes. It's not even the one that with the good hair. It's the other one.
Chad.
It was definitely a Chad. I don't know what his name was.
Him and Sexton just really.
Yeah, and then the other one, what's the kid with the good hair?
Oh, Getty.
Yeah, there you go, Josh Getty or whatever. Yeah. He was
able
all right.
to work his way through that issue he had.
Yeah, that could have been bad for him. But the other cat that was just knocking down threes. I mean, guys, and then they D them up. They leave somebody standing in the corner, wide open for a three. And it's one thing to watch again the superstars in the league kind of put put the nail in your coffin and finish you off. It's another thing to watch the Bulls, who, as you said beautifully, I mean, they have punted on the season, and they're outplaying you in the last 2 minutes of the game. That's a crying ass shame.
They're trying to get a cup.
For this team to get beat like that on the defensive end of the floor against that group is tough, because it wasn't like you had a great creator down the stretch that just was doing you in. It was the whole group.
No, like someone texted in, I can tell you how they had a higher turnover margin, got out, rebounded, and had a worse shooting percentage. Yeah, the shooting. They shot 50%, guys. They shot 50% from two, or they shot 50% overall.
That's box score. You're just box score watching.
But even with that, they shot over 50. They shot 50% from the field and shot 50% from three. All right, they put up 124 points. If they just played hard defensively, especially at the beginning, they would hold the Bulls down. They just didn't give a damn.
If you would have played defense down the stretch, you would have held the Bulls down. I mean, I hate the. I mean, look, he's not wrong. I mean, obviously the texter there's looking at the box score, saying, let me watch this box score and tell you how this all went down. Look, that's fine and dandy. But what I'm telling you is, when you look at this game in the final minutes, the final stretch of this game, that game was in reach. I mean, the Rockets had taken the lead late in the fourth quarter. I mean, so all the other crap is water under the bridge. It's not why you – yes, it may be evaluating the whole game. You had turnover issues. Obviously, early in the game, you didn't shoot it well. That's all fine and dandy. But down the stretch, you missed a couple of shots. I know Reed missed one of them. Somebody else missed another. I don't remember who it was. I think it was my boy Bari. And they went down and knocked down threes and went up 6. Tie ball game, you missed 2. They knocked down threes. They go up 6. There's under a minute left, and now it's all on Kevin Durant, and you're in trouble. That's what that game boiled down to.
You score 124 points against the Bulls, you should win.
Agreed.
like I don't care if you turn it over 17 times. I'm not saying that's good. That turning over 17 times may be an issue against other teams, but to think against the Bulls, no, that's rough.
We have a liftoff.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, some news with the Astros. One, roster-wise, Christian Vasquez, who they just recently signed, he will open up the season, according to Joe Espada, as the Astros' backup catcher. Cesar Salazar was informed he won't make the roster. Salazar is out of options and will need to be exposed to waivers. So they'll get the veteran catcher in Vasquez, who's a part of this team, and they won a championship. He's going to be the backup catcher, which makes a lot of sense.
Better watch his ass out.
No,
Ron, I'm telling you. Joe Espada's about tired of watching that old half-ass catching defensive stuff behind the plate. Boy,
he may yank him a couple of times in the 7th.
I mean, he ain't scared to put him in the 9-hole anyway. So he mess around and become a reserve first baseman if he ain't careful.
Yeah, but that's a good veteran backup, which you know what you're going to get. They can come off the bench, give you pitch hits or whatever if you need that.
Vasquez had that old beard, headed thing blonde.
Is he? I was going to say he's a natural ginger, isn't he?
I think he had a red tint to it, but I think he did.
Vasquez.
He clearly did a little bit to put a little something in there, dye in that thing. It was clean. It looked good.
Also, by the way, the Houston Astros may open the roof.
Holy hell!
For the opening series against the LA Angels.
Are you excited about that, Ron?
No,
I know that sticks in your craw.
It pisses me off.
What does? If they're going to open it?
No, they didn't say they're gonna. They said they may.
I tell you what, man.
Up in the top.
Well, we don't even know if it's going to rain or not.
They may. Just don't tease me. Just let it happen. Announce it when you know you're guaranteed to do it.
You know what the stickler is, which you and Tyler both were 85. Against it. You know what the stickler is.
What?
What's that temp going to be like?
Oh, well,
That's what it should
that's
be.
what it is. But don't tease me. Just hey, day up. We see it. All right. Forecast. We got it. All right. We're opening up the roof on Thursday. There we go. Don't hit me with a May, because now I look at this and I see the May part of it. I'm having expectations to see downtown Houston on the game.
Yep.
Thursday, man, we got a high 85. You boys all right if they open that roof when it's 85 degrees out?
I did. 85 was the marker.
Depends on if there's a breeze.
Oh, you want now?
It's a night ball game. I'm
now
good.
they got to go out there and throw leaves up in the air to see which way the breeze is coming before they open the roof.
for the kick.
I'll do it for him. I mean, I'll check it
I
out.
said I'll do it for him.
Let me see what kind of breeze. I'm not getting the little. I'm not getting the little breeze emoji here that tells me that there's any wind. I think it's going to be pretty. Boy, that right about first pitch, T. It's going to be the peak, man. It's going to be 85, 86 degrees.
Yeah, I do think they're opening. I think I saw that somebody texted in. I do agree. I think I saw that they're opening it up tonight against the Cowboys, Space Cowboys, not the Dallas Cowboys, but the Space Cowboys. It's always going to be the little skeeters to you, aren't they?
Yeah. It's got a special place in my heart.
They should be. That's a mistake. That was a mistake. Somebody that made that decision regrets it.
Yeah, I like Space Cowboys, but Skeeters was elite.
I think they were forced into the decision.
Because of
Forced
West
by
Nile.
who?
Skis. That's what that is. Exactly. They were forced into that thing. All right, coming up, Tyler had a normal Monday, and we're trying to get back to that to them winning ways. But T-Mill's best bets are coming up. And in your mind, think about this: 713-572-4610 on the Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch. You can text it in, and we'll talk about it on the other side. What one player, if you had to pick one, is the wild card for the Houston Astros 2026 season? We'll discuss that coming up next. Like, oh my God, Tyler.
Good hell.
Oh my God.
Rockets great Tracy McGrady shared his frustrations about analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a bit. Stay tuned with us. He one out of three yesterday.
No, God!
He did hit Kevin Durant, so and
couldn't even get a win with that.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Sorry, the Lakers finally gave in. That was a rough one for you. And the Spurs and the Heat just said to hell with it, just score. That damn Wemby is something else. I mean, he must have had 11 dunks in that game. I mean, just
freaking alien.
Like he just throws it off. He could just stand wherever he wants to and throws it off the glass, and nobody else is getting it before he does.
A stick figure among us.
Just it's nuts. It's nuts. But hopefully he fares better tonight on a Tuesday. We'll do T-Mill's Best Bets coming up. All right. I set this on the other side, and I've seen a couple of people text in with their thoughts. Who, for you, when you think about the Astros and you think about who is the wild card, who is the one where you're like, all right, if we get a certain amount of production from this player, no, this completely changes this team, or the opposite. If this player isn't able to come through, this is an issue for this team, and we understand like Altuve and Correa and Jordan if he's healthy. Those are things that you feel pretty good. Hunter Brown that you can depend on. But wild cards, who are the wild cards if there is any? I see somebody texting in Christian Javier is a wild card. If his invisible is dead, then he is the next McCullers. Sadly, I think he may be burnt toast from Champ Slice. Damn. All right, just roll right in there.
Javier Thomas on him.
I'm telling you, man. No, not him. Not after Christian Kirk did him in. Then came in here and turned into Javier Thomas when he was at Texas. But who is your wild card, Clint?
It's Jake Myers, man. I think the ship has sailed on Yainer Diaz. I don't even know what he is. I mean, he just – I don't know how he can play the majority of games behind the plate defensively with what he's brought to the table of late. I'm not saying the bat can't find a place in the lineup. I think I don't think he's a 9-hole hitter. I don't think he's the kind of how he's been treated of late. But I think he could have problems in terms of just being a full-time catcher. I think Christian Vasquez coming in here is more than just a veteran. Unfortunately, more than just by the way, just like Vic Caratini came in here and he ended up being a little bit more leaned on, relied upon than I think they would have liked. I think we see that again. The wild card this year for me is your center fielder. The wild card for me is your center fielder. We've watched Jeremy Pena and Diaz, two players that had similar problems coming up over the last handful of years, and you saw both of those guys for 1 year get better, but then you saw Jeremy Pena take a huge leap, become the leadoff hitter for this team, and then you saw Diaz kind of plateau out, if you will, and be less convincing at the plate. I don't know that that's the wild card. For me, it's Jake Myers. If Jake Myers can do what he did last year, which is hit for an average of roughly 300, an OPS of 730, 740, somewhere in there. If Jake Myers does that, you've got your center fielder, folks, and you've got your 7-hole hitter. All of a sudden, this lineup gets a lot longer than it was. I think the wild card is Jake Myers, not Yainer Diaz.
All right, Jake Myers is here. I see some people text in Yainer. Someone said Christian Walker. It's an
old wild card, but we'll take it.
That's an interesting one, though. I mean, right now, I wouldn't put Christian Walker in the camp of, I know what I'm going to get out of him. Like if Christian Walker, by the way, who led the team in home runs and RBIs last year, but if Christian Walker comes close to the Arizona Diamondback Christian Walker, the guy they traded for, the guy that was one of the, I'd say a top 10 first baseman in baseball, if he gets that, if he becomes that guy again where he's hitting with power and better average than he did last year, that significantly changes things. If Christian Walker is that. So that is a wild card, but I don't know if they're hurt. If Christian Walker just sucks, then obviously I think they can make moves. But I don't know if it's hit or miss. For me, it is somewhere in that rotation. And since Champ Slice said Christian Javier, I'll go with Imai. I think he is a real key. One of those guys, because I think those guys are the ones that you can look at and say, well, they have top of the rotation stuff. Like right now, Mike Burrows is taking the two leg in this rotation, and that they just those two guys, particular behind him, have more front of the rotation stuff than he does. We'll see. If he comes and pitches and keeps himself there, nobody's gonna say anything. But to me, overall, you look at the stuff, those two guys, you hope that those guys jump up and become that. Because if you look at it, and you tell me if I'm wrong, Clinton Tyler, over the years in this run, they've pretty much always seemed to have at least a 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
Right? If it's been Framber and Hunter and Framber, if it's been Verlander and Framber, if it's been Verlander and Cole, if it's been Verlander, Cole, and Greinke. The only year is somehow they got to, and even that year it was before we lost Lance's arm. He was a really good starter, one of the best pitchers in the American League. They've always seemed to have multiple guys at the front, and right now they have one that you for sure of, and you'd have felt better if Javier or one of those guys won the number 2 spot. But I don't know. That to me, they're real wild cards, because if they pitch well as a front of the rotation guy, then that completely changes thing, and there's less pressure.
I mean, you look, you whether it's Lance or MI or Christian Javier. I mean, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I was thinking that from my mindset from the starting rotation was more, boy, they ain't wild cards. Those are gotta have it's. But you're right. I mean, you get into that 4th and 5th starter, and if whoever you think that is, if that 4th and 5th starter proves to be a guy that's capable of being a 2 or 3 starter in a rotation, all of a sudden that rotation gets deep and that wild card is real. Now I don't know who that wild card is. Is it Javier? Is it MI? Is it McCullers? Who is it? Okay. But either way, it's Arrighetti. I mean, either way you slice it, if any of them step up and you've got more than 3 guys at the top of that rotation that you can depend on, then it is a real wild card situation, and you're cooking with grease, not oil, grease.
Just clear that up. Let's get T. Mill's best bets in here as he tries to rebound from that Monday situation. What you got tonight?
Only 4 games in action tonight for the NBA, but I got 3 bets for you. 2 of the 3 are within the Suns and the Nuggets game. First, the Kings. They're taking on the Hornets in Charlotte. I'm on the Kings plus 10.5 in the first half. Just think that's entirely too big of a number for the first half of this game. Kings plus 10.5 in the first half against the Hornets. Next, moving to that Nuggets-Suns matchup in Phoenix, I'm on the over in the first half of this one, which is set at 113.5 points. Over 113.5 for Denver and Phoenix. And then a player prop within that game. Former Rocket, young fella, Jalen Green, over 21.5 points.
Woo! You're taking a shot on that one.
I didn't have that showing up on the best bets here, T.
Taking a shot. He's been playing a little bit better lately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. There you go. Should be. Where is that game at? It's in Phoenix. So, yeah, it should be a little up and down in there, a little action. Why not? He's feeling himself. If he can do that. He had a little run there where he was about a 6-7 game stretch where he was above
6-7
25 a game. So there you go. So let's see if he can pull that out. Nuggets Suns, that'll be that does feel low.
That's right.
113.
I'm glad you're with me.
That does feel low at the half. Yeah, there you go. Do your thing, man.
3 for 3. Let's do it.
These half bets, boy. I tell you, those are hard for me to just test out. I need the full gamer.
Honestly, like with the 4 games in action in the NBA tonight, I didn't really like any of the lines.
I thought you might. Yeah, that's really pretty much where you can go in it.
Full game lines, anyway. Yeah,
full game lines. Yeah. There you go. All right, if you need to check it out, if you need to look at these again, study these again, Tyler will have them posted at T-Mill Real Deal, where you can find T-Mill's best bets. All right, my partner here got in his feels about CJ Stroud a couple of times over the weekend. We'll figure out what got him there. That's coming up next.
Well, I don't know if you're getting in your feels or not. I don't know if you're down and out on yourself. I don't know what's going on with you personally, but here's the deal. Spring and summer is here. I'm sorry, summer's right on the corner, obviously, but in Texas, spring feels a little bit like summer. And you got to get the feeling
Laundry, add joy to your day.
NCAA March Madness is coming to Houston. Attendance is encouraged. Passion mandatory. Get your tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up behind us as we get done, Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris will take things over way too early Tuesday, taking a look at the Texans' opponents' win projections and way too early possible position battles for the Texans as the draft comes after that, training camp, all of that stuff. So way too early potential position battles and Texans' opponents' win projections. So that's coming up behind us at 6 o'clock. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, they've got Texans All Access.
Rock and roll, meow.
And then Area 45 comes up behind us, or behind them, excuse me, they've got you 7 to 11, the best damn late-night show, sports show in all of Houston. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, they will hold it down for you starting at 7 o'clock. Area 45 following Texans All Access. Again, if you missed it, check out T-Mill at T-Mill Real Deal. He'll have all of the best bets up there, all three bets. You can go back and take a look at them to see how you want to handle that. All right, Clint, apparently you was in your fields this weekend.
Twice.
About CJ Stroud.
Twice.
And you got yourself missing the old one, huh?
Yeah, look, man, I mean, here's the deal, Ron. Look, I'm critical of CJ Stroud. And I feel like that's my job here in the media, in Houston. Any media that I do is if I can't be honest about quarterback play, then hell, what can anybody trust that I say? I mean, I think it's what I'm here for ultimately. And CJ Stroud is it's been frustrating. I've been critical. A lot of it's been negative of late. And I know a lot of people don't like to hear it, think it's harsh, but it is what it is. It's the reality. But at the end of the day, I want to see the young fella ball. I want to see the young fella do what I saw him do his rookie year, which is take rookie out of it. Some of the best quarterback play of anybody I've ever seen. That was some of the best, most efficient, most convincing football that I've seen a quarterback play at any level. At any year, with any experience, that was impressive. And to know that a guy's capable of doing that, I just want to see the young fella ball, right? And I'm going to be honest with you, this is going to sting a little bit over there. I don't like what they've done to him here in Houston.
You're talking about the Texans, how they've handled him in his 3 years?
I think they've done a disservice to C.J. Stroud. I don't like what they've done to him. I think you can start with what we've recently heard the GM say in response to basically building around C.J. Stroud is, no, this ain't about one player. We're not building around anybody kind of deal. I'm paraphrasing a bit, but I think that is a tough pill to swallow for a quarterback. But I tell you what happened was, Ron, I saw some clips that have surfaced again of C.J. Stroud's pro day, and look, some people may ask, Clint, how in the hell did you get here from watching those clips? I watch those clips, and I watch a guy that, I mean, he just exuded confidence. I watched a guy that was quick with his feet. I watched a guy that was coming off fakes, and the movements, the eyes, the body movements were all sharp and quick, and the sliding in the pocket was precise and efficient and purposeful, and I mean that kind of an unorthodox delivery that he's got where it doesn't look like anything but his arm moves. It's super compact. The ball just jumps out of his hand. He's dropping dimes, and I'm watching a guy that just looks young and full of energy and loving what he's doing. And then I blink and I go back to what I told everybody this year in training camp with the first training camp practice. I said something ain't right with C.J. Stroud. Like, I don't know if it's injury. I don't know if he doesn't like the hire. I don't know if he's just been beat down. I don't know if it was the fact that he was the most pressured quarterback not named Caleb Williams in 2024. I don't know why, but something's wrong with CJ Stroud, Ron. And watching that pro day film took me back to what he's capable of doing, and then I immediately compared it to what we've been watching of late. We're watching heavy-footed. Looks like it's tough to move for him. Looks like he's slower. We watch a guy that if you just look at his mannerisms, his facial expressions, there's usually a blank stare on his face. We're talking about a guy that over a 3-year span in Houston, I think it's a combination of several different things from several different people, and ultimately all encompassing what has been placed on his shoulders in Houston over the last couple of years, I think is just beat the dude down, man. And I feel for him. And I think it's whatever went on with him and Bobby Slowick at the end of Bobby Slowick's tenure here. I've heard stories of they didn't even speak for 3 weeks. I've heard that that he didn't have a voice with the offense, and it was basically shut up and do your job, which I'm surprised, by the way, Nick didn't like, obviously, and Nick didn't embrace. But that to having to deal with all the different injuries, to this year having to deal with a concussion, to this year having to deal with Davis Mills playing better than you for a 3-game stretch, to the way the season ended, to not really feeling like it's a great fit between him and Bobby Slowick, maybe not really liking the direction of what they're asking him to do, which is, the cut by, death by 1,000 cuts. Yeah. We've heard him say that he feels like he drives the football and stretches the field with the football. That's his sweet spot. So I don't know that it's any one thing, Ron, but I just, when I saw those clips, man, I thought, man, that is the CJ that we had. And somehow we've arrived at a guy that's got to try to convince us with prayer and trust in the Lord kind of deal. He's got to try to convince us that he's all right with that kind of stuff after a season. And I'm not. That's not a shot at CJ Stroud, by the way. That
he's done that when he.
Yeah. No. I'm not in any means. I shouldn't. I'm not in any means banging that. Like that's just where he's at. Is he feels the need that the right response is this heavy. Like, man, I'm just going to trust in the Lord, and this is what instead of just like, I want to shake him and be like, bro, you're taking this too serious. Like it ain't. It's a game, man. It ain't that serious. Like in the moment, that's cool, but I feel like this is what CJ Stroud has become. It seems like that's every time we hear from him, it's this deep thought, it's this reasons why, it's this blank stare, I want to see more. Ultimately, Ron, what I'm saying is I want to see that dude that I watched throw the ball at his pro day, man. And if I'm D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, I'm committing to doing whatever I need to do to bring that CJ Stroud back.
Yep, I would say the quarterback in CJ Stroud here in Houston has not played to the ability that we have seen him anywhere close to his best. And I would just simply say he didn't get here by himself. Now,
Agreed.
He's a part of it.
Agreed.
He is definitely a part of it to hear that. But he didn't get here by himself. And as you said, you want to see that guy closer to the to his pro day, to his first year where he finished 8th in the MVP race. And it seems like the moves that the Texans have made, and I'm not saying that's how they're operating, but it appears that way, that they want him to move away from that player. They want him to move things that they have done.
We're not gonna build around him. We're not going to emphasize and lean into what it is he feels like he does best, which is stretch the field. We're going to ask him to do what clearly he's not super comfortable doing, which is running the show and being a super elite communicator at the line of scrimmage. We're going to ask him to do all of those things. We're not going to surround him by an alpha that can handle the alpha leadership things. And instead we're going to have that void around the quarterback on the offensive side of the ball. Like I just think that absolutely, I think the organization has failed C.J. Stroud. Now I'm not voiding C.J. Stroud of any of the blame whatsoever. I'm just taking a brief moment in today's show to let you know that this weekend, I legit watched that film and I was like, damn, what happened, man? Like, how did we get here? And how did we get here with CJ Stroud? And it's not even about interceptions. It's about, like, how did we get to a point where I'm watching a kid the first day of training camp and I'm like, something ain't right, man. Like, how can you not be excited about the first day of training camp? Like, I'm talking about, like, genuine. I'm not talking about kikiing with your buddies over here in the corner. I'm talking about, like, super, like, everybody in attendance can feel like, boy, there's just some juice to 7. And to me, I felt the exact opposite. Like, man, something ain't right. Like, that is